Why am I going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to file for divorce? Didn't I already get divorced once? No, that didn't actually happen. It was in the future. That event hasn't occurred yet. I'm living through it now. I can foresee the future. In Landa City, a taxi carried one man and one woman in the back seat. The man sat with his head down, silent. The woman was beautiful, but her face bore bruises, her hair disheveled. She stared blankly out the window, memories flashing through her mind, memories of how this man had pursued her relentlessly during college, making endless promises. Eventually, those memories shattered into pieces, turning into the bitter, ironic smile on her lips. Just yesterday, Lin Ming had gotten into a huge fight with his family, even coming to blows with his brother Chen Sheng. For Chen Jia, this kind of thing had long been routine, but yesterday's argument had been the final straw. During the scuffle, Lin Ming was accidentally shoved backward onto a table, hitting the back of his head hard enough to knock him unconscious. He only woke up 2 hours ago. Chen Jia was terrified. She was afraid that if things continued like this, someone would end up dead. So she chose divorce. They were heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. The scenery around them hadn't changed at all from when they got married years ago. They were still taking the same familiar route. Only this time, they weren't picking up marriage certificates, they were getting their divorce papers. How bitterly ironic. Lin Ming lifted his head, glancing at the sorrowful woman beside him. The bruises and injuries on her body made his heart twist painfully. Slap. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. What idiot. What monster. This beautiful, devoted wife who had loved him unconditionally had endured countless beatings from him over the past few years. He truly deserved to die. The taxi driver was startled by the sudden slap. Chen Jia snapped out her daze as well, but she merely gave Lin Ming a cold glance before turning back to stare out the window. How many times had this happened? These desperate attempts to beg for forgiveness had become routine long ago. Young man, the driver finally spoke after holding in for a while. Look, family issues are usually small things. A woman marries into your home expecting happiness. As a real man, wherever you fall, you should stand back up again. But no matter what, you must never raise your hand against a woman. Am I right? The middle-aged driver was an old soul. From the moment Lin Ming and Chen Jia got into the car and told him their destination, he had guessed most of the story. Little did he know, these words nearly choked Lin Ming. Yes, back then, when Chen Jia turned down countless suitors just to say yes to him, her eyes had sparkled with hope. That look had been filled with dreams for the future with him. Why? Why had he become like this? She wouldn't have cared if we never became rich. Even a simple life would have been fine for her. Yet I treated her like this. Thinking this, Lin Ming's heart ached terribly. One after another, he slapped himself. Enough. Chen Jia finally spoke. I've seen this act too many times. I've forgiven you too many times. And every time, it only led to worse abuse. It was hard to imagine how much anger and disappointment lay beneath that calm, emotionless tone. It's good that people can change. There's an old saying, a prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. The driver stole a glance at Chen Jia. He understood the meaning of don't advise others without knowing their pain, so he stopped there. Unfortunately, Chen Jia seemed not to hear. 10 minutes later, the taxi came to a stop. The towering building of the Civil Affairs Bureau loomed ahead. Lin Ming tried to pay the fare, but after rummaging through his pockets, he realized had no cash. His WeChat wallet had only 1.50. Everything he had left had been gambled away. Driver, hey, race the fare. Chen Jia handed over 10 yuan and stepped out. Lin Ming also moved to exit, but the driver said, young man, such a good woman is hard to find. You must cherish her. Don't make the same mistake I did. I regretted it deeply afterward, and it was too late. Lin Ming hesitated slightly before replying. Driver, take a left at the next intersection. What? Aren't you getting off? The driver was confused. I'm getting off, but you must turn left. Or rather, you must not go straight ahead. Do you understand? Seeing the driver's puzzled expression, Lin Ming added, if you don't listen to me, and you get hit anyway, you must get out of the car immediately. Otherwise, the fire will consume everything very soon. After speaking, Lin Ming got out and closed the door. You young people, I try to give you some advice, and you curse me instead? Such ingratitude. Bad luck. The driver thought Lin Ming was upset because of what had said earlier. He paid no attention to the warning and drove straight ahead. The next intersection wasn't far, about 100 meters. The light was green. However, just as the taxi passed the intersection, a dump truck suddenly shot out from the right lane. Screech! The emergency brakes screamed. Then came a deafening crash. The taxi was slammed forward over 10 meters, nearly flipping sideways. Thankfully, the driver was wearing his seatbelt, and the impact hit the passenger side. Miraculously, he was mostly unharmed. Still dazed, The driver suddenly recalled Lin Ming's parting words. Almost instinctively, he unbuckled his seatbelt and quickly exited the vehicle. And just as he stepped out, the gas tank exploded. Before the driver's stunned eyes, flames roared, engulfing the entire car in fire. He swallowed hard, instinctively looking toward the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The young man who had saved his life was already gone. Was he a deity? That single thought flashed through the driver's mind. Inside the waiting hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Is her head okay now? Chen Jia asked. Yes, it's fine, Lin Ming replied. Not only was it finite, was precisely that accident that had awakened him completely. More importantly, he now had the ability to foresee the future. Chen Jia relaxed slightly. That's good. Then I can rest easy. Before Lin Ming could speak, she continued. I've tallied everything. Total debt is 820,000. Well, split it evenly. Even though you incurred all of it, we were still married. It's our shared responsibility. Also, my younger brother acted recklessly. I apologize on his behalf. She paused briefly, took a deep breath as if summoning all her strength and fixed Lin Ming with a steady gaze. Xian is only 4. Please let her stay with me. This I beg you. Will you agree? Chapter 2. Divorce. Lin Ming's entire being trembled. Xian is the biological daughter of both him and Chen Jia. In an effort to keep Chen Jia, once filled with pride and never one to submit, now displayed an astonishing humility, a humility so profound it was almost unrecognizable. What sins had he committed? It is often said that couples are like birds of a feather. When faced with calamity, they take flight separately. And now, it seems, we have indeed taken our separate paths, haven't we? Chen Jia endured and endured, yet ultimately her eyes reddened, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Lin Ming, I remember you once promised to treat me well, to love me for a lifetime, to provide me with the most beautiful life, and to make me the happiest woman in the world. I do not dare to wish for so much. I merely desire to walk through life with you in a simple and joyful manner. But why is it that this seemingly effortless pursuit for others has become so arduous for me? I am not afraid of enduring hardships alongside you. Nor am I concerned about the gossip from relatives and classmates. I only wish for you to treat me a little better, to care for Xian a little more. Gazing at the weeping Chen Jia, Lin Ming felt his heart shatter. He yearned to embrace this woman whom he had scolded countless times, yet as he reached out, Chen Jia instinctively recoiled a few steps, seemingly fearful of his potential aggression. I'm sorry. Lin Ming's nails dug deeply into his flesh. Apart from those 3 words, he was utterly at a loss for what else to say. Perhaps it's best to let it go between us. The phrase I'm sorry has become utterly worthless. Wiping her tears, Chen Jia noticed that the divorce registration office had begun to call names. Let us go. She walked towards the registration desk, her expression indescribably complex. Lin Ming could clearly see the hesitation etched on her face. This pitiful woman still loves him to this day. Chen Jia. Lin Ming rushed over, grasping her arm tightly. Give me one chance, just one last opportunity. If I, Lin Ming, commit any further folly, may lightning strike me down and grant me no peace. Chen Jia's body trembled slightly. Memories of the past flooded her mind, extinguishing the last flicker of hesitation she harbored. You cannot change. You will never change. I will no longer believe you, Chen Jia replied with a sorrowful smile. From the moment Lin Ming first laid a hand on her until now, she had granted him countless chances. Yet, what had come of it? It is easy to alter the landscape, but one's true nature is steadfast. Chen Jia, I swear, from this moment forth, I will treat you well. And I will care for Xian. I will also strive to earn money. Before Lin Ming could finish his plea, Chen Jia had already reached the registration desk. She turned back to face the motionless Lin Ming. Must you push me to the brink of death before you are satisfied? Upon hearing these words, not only Lin Ming but even the staff at the registration desk furrowed their brows, casting a cold glance at him. Having worked in this environment for years, they had encountered a myriad of divorce reasons. But to drive a woman to such depths of despair was indeed a feat of utter contempt. Silently approaching the registration desk, Lin Ming retrieved the necessary documents and identification. He certainly could not drive Chen Jia to her demise. This woman had already endured an overwhelming amount of injustice and hardship. If he were to persist in his obstinacy, she might indeed take drastic measures. At this point, words were futile. Chen Jia had resolutely decided to divorce him, which appeared to be her only avenue of escape. Since reconciliation was impossible, he resolved to start anew. Lin Ming clenched his fists, silently vowing, Jia, I shall ensure you witness a transformed version of me. I will make amends for all the grievances you have suffered over the years. As Chen Jia emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, she gazed down at the divorce certificate in her hands. She felt no joy in liberating herself from this wretched man, nor did she experience the relief of rebirth. Instead, it felt as though she had lost something profoundly important, her complexion pale and drawn. Struggling to maintain her composure, she spoke, "From this day forth, I hope you can genuinely repent and become an honorable man. As for Dad and the uncles and aunts, they are aging and cannot bear any further distress. If you prefer for them to remain unaware of the divorce, I can assist in keeping it from them." "Thank you." Lin Ming nodded. Even after their divorce, Chen Jia was still considering his feelings, and it filled him with self-loathing. He was taken aback by her attitude. Logically, given Lin Ming's character, he should have been enraged. Chen Jia had even braced herself for another possible confrontation. However, Lin Ming merely gazed at her in silence, a look that left her feeling utterly flustered. "Sis." At that moment, a figure rushed towards them. It was Chen Jia's younger brother, Lin Ming's brother-in-law, Chen Xing. After his altercation with Lin Ming the previous day, Chen Sheng's left cheek was still swollen and bruised. "You divorced?" Chen Sheng snatched the divorce certificate from Chen Jia's grasp and laughed heartily. "Good riddance. Finally free from that scoundrel. Finally liberated from this worthless man." With that, he delivered a swift kick to Lin Ming's abdomen. Lin Ming stumbled back, falling to the ground. "Oh, you didn't even try to dodge?" Chen Xing sneered. "You fool, I was blind to have ever let my sister agree to marry you. Look at you now. Even a beggar on the street is superior to you. If I could turn back time, even if it meant my life, I would never allow my sister to wed such trash." Lin Ming bowed his head in silence. He understood that Chen Sheng was likely there out of concern that he might lay hands on Chen Jia again. Calling himself trash was undeniably accurate. In fact, Lin Ming wished Chen Xing would kick him a few more times, as a means of releasing the pent-up anger shared by the siblings. "Listen, Lin, I'm telling you, you are no longer connected to my sister. If you dare to harass her again, I will make you pay." Chen Sheng had no intention of delivering another kick. After his warning, he took Chen Jia by the arm and led her away. As he watched the taxi that carried them fade from view, Lin Ming rose to his feet. "Jia, wait for me. This time, I shall not let you down." Chapter 3. The bet all sources of happiness and beauty are fundamentally rooted in material wealth, which, to put it plainly, equates to money. Despite the heartache stemming from his divorce with Chen Jia, Lin Ming must contemplate his future. If he wishes for Chen Jia to reconsider her decision, he must first demonstrate his transformation. Being destitute and burdened with debts offers no promise of happiness. It is imperative that he devises a strategy to generate income. At that moment, Lin Ming's attention was drawn to a distant car accident. The benevolent driver was absent from the scene, and after inquiring, he learned that there were no casualties, which relieved him. It seemed the driver had remembered Lin Ming's earlier words post-accident, thus preserving his life. This incident also validated Lin Ming's foresight regarding the future. It was indeed accurate. Lin Ming was not particularly concerned with the origins of his ability to predict the future. What mattered most to him now was to leverage this talent to swiftly earn money, repay his debts, and prevent Chen Jia from facing repercussions. Just as he was mulling over his financial obligations, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen to see Hong Yuan Finance, the very creditor for his substantial loan of 820,000 yuan. "Lin Ming, you have 3 days left. Is the money ready?" Came the voice of Li Hongyuan from the other end. "Mr. Li, I am in the process of arranging it. I kindly ask for a few more days." Lin Ming replied. "Ah, Lin, you know how it is. We are just trying to make a living here and aren't charging you exorbitant interest. Times are tough for everyone. Would you not agree?" Li Hongyuan feigned a sigh. "You've been delaying for nearly a month now, and only 3 days remain. Surely, you cannot expect me to cover this amount for you. Please, grant me 1 more week, and I assure you I will find a way to repay the debt." Lin Ming said earnestly. "Very well, I will extend it to a week. I am aware of your gambling losses and the turmoil surrounding your divorce. However, that is your affair. If you fail to repay by then, I will have no choice but to pursue the matter directly." Although it was a private lending company, Lin Ming felt a sense of respect for Li Hongyuan. He knew that on several occasions, Li had intervened when his partners intended to confront Lin Ming for payment. Li had clearly investigated Lin Ming's situation and had refrained from exploiting his misfortunes. It was precisely because of Li Hongyuan's favorable reputation that Lin Ming had initially chosen to borrow money from him. Moreover, the supportive national policies had played a role in this decision. As Li Hongyuan prepared to end the call, Lin Ming suddenly interjected, "Mr. Li, please hold on. Is there something else?" Li inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ming responded, "In 5 minutes, someone will approach you for a loan, approximately 5 million yuan. claiming it is to address a financial shortfall in their company. I strongly advise against granting this loan. Otherwise, you may face substantial losses. Well, you certainly seem well informed. Are you attempting to set a trap for me? Li Hongyuan clearly expressed his disbelief and continued, young man. Our loan process requires thorough examination and verification before any funds are disbursed. Do you think I, Li Hongyuan, simply squander my time? I am only helping you out of goodwill towards you. If you trust me, do not lend to him. If you do not, then consider I have said nothing. Lin Ming was disinclined to elaborate further. You have quite the temper, young man. Are you fond of gambling? Why don't we make a wager? Li Hongyuan proposed enthusiastically. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. What are we betting on? If you are correct, I will reduce your loan by 100,000 yuan. If you are incorrect, it will be as if you borrowed an additional 100,000 from me. Does that sound fair? Li Hongyuan replied. The crux of his statement lay not in whether someone sought a loan from him, but rather in the other party's capacity to leave him at a loss. In truth, Li Hongyuan was merely jesting. 100,000 yuan was trivial for him, yet it represented a significant sum for Lin Ming. And he was confident Lin Ming would shy away from the gamble. All right. Surprisingly, Lin Ming agreed outright, adding, however, I have a condition. If you lose, you must first give me 100,000 yuan, and the debt will still be due in 1 week. Even a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Even with foresight into the future, lacking the necessary capital renders it futile. You are so certain? 100,000 yuan is no small amount for you. Think it through. Li Hongyuan teased. No one ever finds too much money unwelcome. Gaining an extra 100,000 yuan through a bet is certainly enticing. He held absolute confidence in his company's vetting abilities. Time is running out. Will we wager or not? Lin Ming inquired. Let us wager. In the Qianhui building, within an office on a certain floor, the middle-aged Li Hongyuan sat comfortably in his executive chair, a hint of anticipation on his face. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. Come in, Li Hongyuan called. 2 figures entered, one clad in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication, while the other was the company receptionist. Mr. Li, this is Mr. Zhang Chongwei from Haining Network. He wishes to discuss a loan with you, the receptionist announced. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Hongyuan paused momentarily, not due to the visitor's status, but rather because of Lin Ming's earlier prediction. Has he arrived so soon? Li Hongyuan was taken aback. He had heard of Haining Network, a company seemingly on the rise, which led him to dismiss any notion that Zhang Chongwei might conspire with Lin Ming against him. A figure of Zhang Chonghui's stature was far beyond the reach of someone like Lin Ming. Perhaps it was merely coincidence? Mr. Zhang, greetings, Li Hongyuan initiated. Greetings. Mr. Li, Zhang Chongwei responded. Li Hongyuan stood and they exchanged polite handshakes. Please, take a seat. After gesturing for him to sit, Li Hongyuan asked, Mr. Zhang seeks a loan. Haining Network should be financially stable, correct? To be direct, the company is indeed not lacking in funds. However, we are currently planning significant initiatives, leading to a temporary cash flow shortage. Hence, we intend to secure some funds from you. Mr. Li, Zhang Chongwei explained. Mr. Zhang intends to borrow how much? Li Hongyuan poured him a cup of tea. 5 million. Upon hearing this figure, Li Hongyuan's eyelids twitched violently. It was not merely a close match to what Lin Ming had said. It was identical. Could that fellow possibly be adept at fortune-telling? Li Hongyuan furrowed his brow. It was one thing for Zhang Chongwei to arrive 5 minutes later, but the loan amount being exactly as Lin Ming had mentioned was too coincidental to ignore. Mr. Li, is there a problem? Zhang Chongwei, assuming Li Hongyuan was merely hesitating, confidently stated, 5 million, to be repaid in 3 months, with principal and interest totaling 6 million after that. Hongyuan's loan was private, but it was not usurious. 100,000 in interest for 3 months. Had Zhang Chongwei not articulated it himself, Li Hongyuan would not have dared to consider such an exorbitant figure. Undoubtedly, this was a significant client. Yet, this very circumstance heightened Li Hongyuan's unease. Gazing at Zhang Chonghui's confident demeanor, Li Hongyuan's thoughts drifted back to Lin Ming's words. Mr. Zhang, 5 million is not a trivial sum, and this company does not belong solely to me. Such a substantial loan would require consultation with other executives, Li Hongyuan remarked, taking a sip of tea. In the grand scheme, Hongyuan's resources were too limited, while 100,000 or 200,000 might be manageable. 5 million represented a considerable portion of the company's operational capital. Even if the interest offered by Zhang Chongwei was generous, Li Hongyuan needed to deliberate carefully. It seemed he had overestimated Hongyuan. Everyone's time was precious, and if Mr. Li found it difficult, perhaps it was best to let it go. Zhang Chongwei stood up and headed for the door, catching Li Hongyuan off guard. Faced with such a significant client, Li Hongyuan instinctively felt compelled to retain him. Yet the phrase total loss echoed persistently in his mind. Until Zhang Chongwei had completely departed, Li Hongyuan remained silent, refraining from making any attempt to retain him. Am I losing my mind? How could I be swayed by that young man's nonsense? Li Hongyuan fumed, lighting a cigarette. In the past, he would undoubtedly have fought to keep a client like this, especially someone of Zhang Chonghui's standing, combined with the promising prospects of Haining Network, which made the likelihood of incurring losses minimal. He reached for his phone and called Lin Ming. You little rascal, you were right on the mark. Li Hongyuan gritted his teeth. On the other end of the line, Lin Ming smiled slightly. It seemed Mr. Li had made the wisest decision. That fellow is quite arrogant. I couldn't be bothered to warm his cold shoulder, Li Hongyuan added. Rest assured, Mr. Li, the results will be evident by tomorrow. Lin Ming replied with a glint of determination in his eyes. I hope you aren't deceiving me. The interest he offered is 100,000 for 3 months. After hanging up, Li Hongyuan, filled with reluctance, summoned his assistant. From now on, monitor Haining Network closely. Any developments, inform me immediately. Chapter 4. Startup Capital. 100,000. Evening. Lin Ming sat alone on the steps of the plaza. He had never purchased a house or a car with Chen Jia. All his savings had been squandered. Previously, the three of them lived in a rented apartment, but now, having divorced, Lin Ming felt too ashamed to return. Reflecting on the past, Lin Ming found it hard to accept the events that had transpired in his life. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Chen Jia. Startled, he quickly answered. Daddy, where are you? The innocent voice brought tears to Lin Ming's eyes instantly. Xin, Daddy, do you have a place to stay tonight? She asked again. Lin Ming felt a heavy lump in his chest. The little girl he had treated so harshly remembered to check if he had a place to sleep. He was not foolish. He understood that Xuan's call was undoubtedly prompted by Chen Jia. Don't worry, Daddy has a place to stay. You and Mommy must be good at home. When Daddy makes a lot of money, I will buy you countless toys and snacks. And a beautiful big house, Lin Ming murmured. He longed to hold that adorable little girl in his arms, but at this moment, it seemed the most challenging endeavor. Daddy. Keep going. After Xuan's encouragement, the call ended. Lin Ming took a deep breath, observing the bustling crowd around him, and couldn't he help but let out a bitter smile. Penniless, it appeared he would indeed have to sleep on the street tonight. However, it mattered little. Starting tomorrow, everything would improve. Throughout the night, Lin Ming immersed himself in studying the ability to predict the future. Ultimately, he discovered that this ability was truly extraordinary. There were no constraints regarding individuals or time. He could even foresee changes in industries, urban planning, international relations, and more with remarkable clarity. There was nothing he could not predict, provided he was willing to do so. Lin Ming also contemplated predicting the futures of Chen Jia, Xian, or his parents, and attempted to do so. Surprisingly, he found himself unable to achieve it. The excruciating headache almost caused him to faint. He experienced this sensation several times. Eventually, he had to abandon the effort. Since he could not predict the futures of those he had once wronged, he resolved to rewrite their destinies instead. The night in the bustling city remained vibrant and lively. As dawn approached, Lin Ming sat on the steps throughout the night, enveloped in solitude and desolation. One by one, people busied themselves with their affairs, and Lin Ming had never felt such an intense sense of the warmth of humanity. In the past, he had been so engrossed in drunken gambling that he had little concern for such matters. What no one knew was that during this night, Lin Ming had essentially mapped out the plans for the next 6 months. Now, all that remained was to leave the rest to time. Suddenly, the jarring sound of his phone ringing broke the silence, and Lin Ming glanced at the battery indicator. Only 9% remained. His charger was still in the rented apartment. The call came from Li Hongyuan, and upon seeing the words Hongyuan Wealth Management, Lin Ming couldn't help but smile. Mr. Li, have you been up all night? I just woke up, but judging by your tone, it seems you are the one who hasn't slept. Li Hongyuan replied. Lin Ming shook his head. Is there any news? Where did you learn all this? Or have you secretly researched Haining Network? Studied Zhang Chongwei? Li Hongyuan's tone was somewhat intricate. Before Lin Ming could respond, he continued. Around 9 last night, several scandals involving Haining Network broke out, mostly related to the influencers under Zhang Chongwei. It seems some products have caused fatalities. Lin Ming's expression remained calm. He had foreseen this outcome, which was why he had confidently advised Li Hongyuan earlier. Li Hongyuan went on, early this morning. The Quality Supervision Bureau, the Industry and Commerce Bureau, and the Goods Management Bureau sealed Haining network. The specific results are unknown, but Zhang Chongwei is likely finished, facing at least several years of imprisonment. One could discern the relief in Li Hongyuan's voice as he spoke. Zhang Chonghui's proposal of 1 million in interest over 3 months had truly tempted him. He had even entertained the thought that, without Lin Ming's warning, he would have lent money to Zhang Chongwei. After all, no one would have anticipated that the seemingly thriving Haining network could shatter overnight. If Zhang Chongwei had secured the funds, it would have taken Li Hongyuan a decade or more to recover, akin to throwing money into the abyss. Hongyuan Wealth Management was not solely Li Hongyuan's, his stake was merely a quarter. Thus, lending out 5 million would indeed resonate with Lin Ming's words, total loss. Lin Ming. Li Hongyuan took a deep breath. I must thank you for this. I overestimated my own capabilities. Without your reminder, I would have nowhere to lament. I merely offered you a suggestion. The ultimate decision lies with you, Mr. Li. Lin Ming smiled. You needn't address me as Mr. Li anymore. Consider this a favor owed to you. From now on, you, Lin Ming, are my brother, Li Hongyuan declared. He was genuinely frightened and still felt goosebumps all over. When his assistant informed him about Haining network, he nearly fell out of bed. Since you're older than I'll call you brotherly, Lin Ming said after a brief pause. Brotherly, since we have a result, you should transfer the funds, right? On the other end of the line, Li Hongyuan was taken aback. He then chuckled wryly. You rascal, I discuss feelings with you. And you discuss money with me? I still owe you over 800,000. What else is there to discuss? Lin Ming smiled. True. But that 800,000 can remain as it is. I won't press you for it, nor will I discuss interest. You have essentially saved my life. Li Hongyuan recalled Lin Ming's predicament and said, send me your bank account details. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Lin Ming let out a slight sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Li Hongyuan might not honor his word. However, this also attested to Li Hongyuan's commendable character, as he indeed proved to be a man of his promises, making him a potential ally for the future. Once the call ended, Lin Ming swiftly received a notification from the bank confirming the deposit. 100,000 yuan, not a cent less. With this initial capital, Lin Ming felt a surge of confidence. He first purchased a charger and then spent 500 yuan to rent a modest apartment of approximately 30 square meters. After settling everything, Lin Ming glanced at the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Without pausing for rest, he hailed a taxi to the stadium. In just 2 days, on Saturday evening, the immensely popular singer Lin Jia would hold his inaugural concert here, marking a significant milestone since his debut. For reasons unbeknownst to anyone, the organizers only began ticket sales 2 days prior to the concert, specifically at 10 o'clock this morning. Of course, while offline ticket sales were secondary, online sales represented the primary avenue for distribution. The organizers were utterly unconcerned about the possibility of unsold tickets due to the tight schedule, as Lin Jiahua's popularity was indisputable. Yet, what no one could have anticipated was that in just 5 minutes, a sensational scandal involving Lin Jiahua would be exposed by the industry's leading paparazzi team. Chapter 5, Ticket Scalpers and Lin Ming's Forecast for the Future. The exposure of the scandal led to a rapid collapse of Lin Jiahua's public persona. Not to mention the offline sales, even the online ticketing channels suffered a severe blow, with hardly any tickets sold. No one knew whether Lin Jiahua's concert would proceed as scheduled, and the organizers offered no definitive answers, merely conducting an emergency public relations campaign. No one's money comes easily. What if one purchases a ticket only to find the concert canceled? Consequently, even the most devoted fans of Lin Jiahua hesitated to buy tickets. Under these circumstances, the ticket prices plummeted within a mere hour. By 10 o'clock today, when official sales commenced, the price for a standard seat had fallen from the original 1,000 to a mere 100. Such a situation is indeed rare in the entertainment industry. It is evident that someone is deliberately targeting Lin Jiahua. In fact, this would lead to a significant turn of events by tomorrow morning. This, indeed, was the purpose of Lin Ming's visit to the stadium today. In my estimation, the price of standard tickets would not drop below 100. Currently, I possess less than 100,000 yuan, which would allow me to purchase a maximum of 970 tickets, Lin Ming mused. Given that this was the inaugural concert, the buzz surrounding it was immense, and with Lin Jiahua's considerable fame, over 20,000 tickets were available. A mere 970 represented less than 1/20th of the total. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to bring along Li Hongyuan? That fellow is likely still drenched in cold sweat. Remembering Li Hongyuan's terrified expression, Lin Ming chuckled and dialed his number. Li, what's up? Li Honyuan seemed to be munching on something, his tone reflecting a sense of relief from having survived a crisis. Brotherly, interested in making some money? Lin Ming laughed. Huh. Li Honyuan promptly spat out the food from his mouth. Lin, do you have a business proposition? For reasons unknown, following the incident with Haining Network, Li Honyuan had developed a profound trust in Lin Ming. Bring some money and come to the first stadium, Lin Ming instructed before ending the call. He then turned his gaze toward the ticket office in the distance, where a throng of people had gathered, a lengthy queue stretching into the horizon. Truly, the allure of a top-tier artist is remarkable. Lin Ming felt a twinge of envy. Who hasn't harbored dreams of stardom? Vanity is an inherent trait. Some possess it in abundance, while others have it in lesser measure. Once, Lin Ming had fantasized about becoming a celebrity himself, for in terms of looks and education, he was quite exceptional. Alas, reality often starkly contrasts with our aspirations. Had it not been for Chen Xing's timely push, he might still be that reviled scoundrel. After downloading the Xinlong Weibo app, Lin Ming began to monitor the trending topics. Ranking second was the hashtag Lin Jihua first solo concert. As the clock struck 9, the second Weibo post concerning Lin Jihua ascended to the trending list. Lin Jihua scandal soon followed by the second. Third, Lin Jihua inappropriate behavior. Lin Jihua smoking publicly. Lin Jihua lip-syncing by 20 past 9. 8 of the top 20 trending topics on Weibo pertained to Lin Jihua. All were scandals. Even though Lin Ming was confident in his predictive abilities, he couldn't help but exhale with relief upon witnessing these developments. Indeed, it did not disappoint. What puzzled Lin Ming was that the long queue remained eerily quiet, seemingly oblivious to the trending topics on Weibo. Just as Lin Ming began to feel a twinge of anxiety around 25 past 9, a voice, to him as melodious as a divine symphony, suddenly emerged from the crowd. What the heck? 2 simple words, yet rich with cultural essence. It was a young man with a backpack, holding his phone, wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could this be? Lin Jihua lip-syncing and engaging in inappropriate behavior with minors? How is that possible?" His incredulity was palpable, his voice resonating loudly enough for those around him to hear. "What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you slander my idol? Do you believe I won't confront you? How could Lin Jihua possibly engage in such behavior? He is the epitome of integrity among male celebrities. I refuse to believe it. Wait, everyone, quickly check Weibo." A cacophony of voices erupted, and soon the news spread like wildfire. All began to open their Weibo accounts, fixated on the trending topics. Indeed, the numerous scandals surrounding Lin Jihua were glaringly displayed. Several accompanying images depicted him in compromising situations, including one where he was seen in a hotel bed with a girl of around 12 or 13 years old. Prominent influencers weighed in, commenting on Lin Jihua's various scandals, while others claiming to have provided musical accompaniment verified his lip-syncing. The evidence was irrefutable. This scoundrel, it turns out, is such a person? Good grief, I must have been blind to have considered him my idol. A top-tier male singer, yet he resorts to lip-syncing? Why should I even purchase concert tickets when listening to the radio would suffice? My faith has crumbled. The once orderly queue disbanded in chaos, curses echoing around them. Even those indifferent to celebrity culture, like the cleaning aunties, grew curious about the unfolding events. In the ticketing hall, the previously haughty ticket seller stood in utter bewilderment, proud to assist Lin Jihua's fans with ticket purchases. The seller had felt a sense of accomplishment and superiority as he observed the ever-lengthening line, almost as if he were Lin Jihua himself. Who could have anticipated that the bustling ticket hall would become desolate in the blink of an eye? Simultaneously, another Weibo post surged into the trending topics. Lin Jihua concert may not proceed as scheduled. Upon seeing this post, Lin Ming smiled, stood up, brushed off his trousers, and made his way toward the approaching Li Hongyuan. Brother, what good fortune has befallen you? It warms my heart to know that you think of me. For I have always treated you well, Li Hongyuan remarked, his face aglow with joy. Look, Lin Ming said, gesturing towards the ticket office, tickets for Lin Jihua's concert. Li Hongyuan's smile faltered, nearly causing him to stumble. You must be jesting, dear brother. I learned on my way here that Lin Jihua has been embroiled in numerous scandals. The concert may very well be cancelled. Why would you still wish to purchase his tickets? Not only do I wish to buy them, but I intend to drag you along with me, Lin Ming replied cheerfully. Farewell, Li Hongyuan declared, turning to leave. He had expected a piece of good news, only to discover his brother's intent to become a scalper. While the term scalper may not be entirely derogatory, it is certainly not a title of honor, particularly when it pertains to whom one sells tickets for. Given Lin Jihua's tarnished reputation, Purchasing tickets to his concert is akin to searching for refuse in a dimly lit restroom. Brotherly, once this opportunity passes, there may be no second chance. Lin Ming's voice echoed from behind. Chapter 6. Two great fools. Listening to Lin Ming's tone brimming with confidence, Li Hongyuan halted his steps, though his face was etched with conflict. A couple of tickets were merely trifles for him, yet becoming a scalper would require an investment of hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Particularly with a top-tier star like Lin Jia, it was uncertain whether ticket prices would ever decline. Brother, I appreciate you pulling me back from the brink before, but you cannot push me off again. Li Hongyuan approached Lin Ming, speaking earnestly. It seems this concert of Lin Jiahua's may not come to fruition. Tell me, what makes you think reselling his concert tickets will be profitable? Because I can calculate. Lin Ming replied. Li Hongyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Calculate what? Fortune-telling? Precisely, fortune-telling, Lin Ming stated. Li Hongyuan retorted. How absurd. What era are we living in to still entertain such nonsense? I genuinely practice fortune-telling, Lin Ming shrugged. As I said, if you believe in me, let us take a gamble. If you don't, then I shall say no more. Noticing that Lin Ming had begun to refer to him as Li Zong, Li Hongyuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Had he misjudged Lin Ming? Nonetheless, how could he resort to such ridiculous reasoning as fortune-telling? Yet, since Lin Ming seemed so keen on this peculiar pursuit, Li Hongyuan decided to indulge him just once. After all, he still valued the favor Lin Ming had done for him previously, and he felt reluctant to refuse outright, which would only serve to embarrass Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming had invited him because he trusted him. Play? Lin Ming smirked. I fear that soon, you may not hold this belief, Li Zong. Li Hongyuan paid him no mind. He truly had little faith in the idea of becoming a scalper. So, shall we go buy tickets now? Not so fast. Ticket prices haven't yet reached their lowest point. An hour swiftly passed. The ticket seller sat in the booth, endlessly scrolling through the scandals of Lin Jiahua. Tickets had long been available for sale, yet no one had come to purchase them. As a series of Weibo posts flashed before his eyes, the ticket seller sighed, realizing that selling tickets today was a futile endeavor. At that moment, a knock echoed at the ticket booth, revealing two men standing outside. Can I help you? The ticket seller responded with a lack of enthusiasm, his mood sour. Buying tickets, Lin Ming declared. The ticket seller paused momentarily, then abruptly turned to face Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan, his first thought being two great fools. Whose tickets are you after? The ticket seller asked cautiously. Who do you think? Do you sell any other tickets here? Lin Ming smiled, almost to himself. Lin Jiahua is a top-tier male singer, the idol of countless young girls. How is it that not a single person is here to buy tickets? Is the influence online truly that formidable? Upon hearing this, the ticket seller immediately realized that these two gentlemen were oblivious to the situation at hand. Out of professional integrity, the ticket seller refrained from saying too much, knowing it could affect his commission. A smile graced the ticket seller's face as he remarked, Today is Wednesday, perhaps everyone is pressed for time. However, it is understandable that purchasing tickets online has become a prevalent trend. Before Lin Ming could respond, the ticket seller inquired, How many tickets would you like? In what category? I desire the standard seating, 970 tickets, Lin Ming replied. What? How many? The ticket seller's mouth twitched in disbelief. Yet, Lin Ming merely gazed at Li Hongyuan with a cheerful demeanor, offering no reply. Li Hongyuan's eyelids twitched slightly. I suppose I will follow suit, he said, evidently still inclined to indulge Lin Ming's whims. Spending less than 100,000 yuan could be considered repaying Lin Ming a favor. You too. The ticket seller coughed a few times, a second thought surfacing in his mind. What a pair of gullible fools. They are not merely here to purchase tickets for a concert. They intend to become ticket scalpers. Is there a problem? Li Hongyuan inquired, eager for the ticket seller to affirm any issues, which would conveniently spare him that expenditure. No. No problem, the ticket seller replied. Then let us expedite this, Li Hongyuan urged. Wait, Lin Ming interjected. Mr. Li, I did not summon you here to make a small fortune. Do you grasp my meaning? In front of the ticket seller, Lin Ming could not elaborate further. Li Hongyuan's jaw tightened slightly as he suggested, Well, perhaps, you need not be the one to purchase the tickets. If you wish to acquire more, I can lend you the money. No rush on repayment, nor interest to calculate. Lin Ming, uninterested in idle chatter, stated firmly, This is the last time. If you do not believe me, consider it as if I have never spoken. Lin Ming genuinely wanted to guide Li Hongyuan, not solely due to Li Hongyuan's character, but also in hopes of expanding his own network through him. The crux of the matter was that Li Hongyuan was not catching on. As a general manager of a reputable company, after witnessing the pitfalls experienced by handing networks, how could he still be so petty? This would indeed be Lin Ming's final reminder to Li Hongyuan, should he remain skeptical. It would suggest he lacked the fortune to seize this opportunity. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Lin Ming's serious expression, Li Hongyuan clenched his teeth and asked, "What is the price of each ticket?" The ticket seller instinctively began to respond with 1,000, as that was indeed the price for standard seating. However, upon noticing the fluctuated ticket prices on the website, the 1,000 was swiftly swallowed back. 100. The price had plummeted to such a degree, which was quite reasonable given the likelihood that the concert may not even proceed. Only these two gullible individuals would still contemplate purchasing tickets at this juncture. "Then give me 5,000 tickets," Li Hongyuan declared. 5,000? Are you sure? The ticket seller's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. For a moment, he feared these two gullible individuals might seek trouble afterward, but the thought of the substantial commission from thousands of tickets dispelled that concern. To hell with it. Once this deal is done, I can just walk away. After all, they won't be able to trace me. Ticket scalpers eager to profit, if they incurred losses. It would be their own folly. Enough with the chit-chat. Expedite the ticket issuance, Li Hongyuan urged. The ticket seller dared not neglect these two significant clients. Soon, a total of 970 tickets was divided into two stacks, landing in the hands of Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan. All were of standard seating, with Lin Ming opting not to choose the front or back rows. Observing Li Hongyuan's troubled expression, he approached his brand new Audi A8. "Li, let me ask you candidly. How much have you prepared for this?" Lin Ming inquired. 2 million, Li Hongyuan replied. "What a pity," Lin Ming said, patting his shoulder. "Even without the full 2 million. Investing just half could have brought you substantial profits, at least doubling your investment." Regrettably, this general manager of Hongyuan Finance lacked the audacity to seize the opportunity. "Do you think I bought too few tickets?" Li Hongyuan frowned. "Just head home. Wait for tomorrow's news." Lin Ming waved his hand and departed with a nonchalant air. Chapter 7. 20-fold. 100,000 yuan has vanished in the blink of an eye. The rent is 500. The charger costs 150. The concert ticket is a staggering 97,000, and I just topped up my phone bill with another 150. Now, I am left with a mere 200 yuan. Lin Ming can only suppress the urge to visit Xian at this moment. The thought of the little girl fills him with an overwhelming sense of guilt and sorrow. It is often said that one should nurture sons in poverty and daughters in wealth. Yet, in regard to Xian, he feels unworthy of even the term nurture. When Xian was born, Lin Ming was experiencing the depths of entrepreneurial failure and moral decline. It can be said that her growth is largely attributed to Chen Jia. Had she been in Lin Ming's care, she would have either perished from starvation or faced severe mistreatment. She is but a child. How could I ever bring myself to harm her? Lin Ming, you are truly a scoundrel. A beast. Worse than a pig or a dog. In the dim light, Lin Ming lies on his bed, reflecting on all that has transpired over the past few years. With reddened eyes gradually closing, he drifts into an unbidden slumber. Awakening once more, he is roused by the insistent ringing of his phone. Glancing at the time, he realizes it is nearly 11 o'clock. Could it be that Mr. Li is calling me at this hour to invite me for a meal? Lin Ming muses with a smile. "Dad, you are truly my father." Li Hongyuan sounds exceedingly excited. "Forget about the meal. I'll eat anything." Huh. How has such a composed person as Mr. Li suddenly transformed overnight? Lin Ming speculates internally. "Stop with the Mr. Li. Haven't I told you? Call me brotherly." Li Hongyuan feigns seriousness for a moment before expressing regret and dismay. "Brother, I was wrong. Terribly wrong. Have you seen the news? The internet is inundated with reports about Lin Jiahua. Everywhere you look. Had I known this would happen, I should have heeded your advice yesterday. Now I am filled with regret." Lin Ming chuckles, choosing not to end the call as he opens Xin Lang's Weibo. Indeed, his foresight regarding the future was accurate. Lin Jiahua clarifies true identity of the young girl invigorating electronic cigarettes Taobao invigorating flagship store just like yesterday. 8 out of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo concern Lin Jiahua. The difference today is that all the news is positive. Lin Jiahua has issued a clarification that the girl he was seen sleeping beside is, in fact, his biological sister. He initially did not wish to disclose his family's identity to avoid causing them trouble, but circumstances have rendered it unavoidable. It is reported that Lin Jiahua was filming a commercial when his parents brought his sister to visit. Exhausted from the long journey, she fell asleep beside him in the hotel. The post concludes with several additional photos, clearly showcasing Lin Jiahua's affection for his sister, obliterating any lewd interpretations. As for the smoking, it is merely a highly realistic electronic cigarette. As a singer, smoking could undoubtedly have negative repercussions, especially in public. However, since he is using an electronic cigarette, it is unreasonable to cast aspersions upon him for that. Even that particular brand of e-cigarette has been propelled to fame by the recent public discourse. Overnight, Lin Jiahua's negative press vanished without a trace. In contrast to his previous image, he now appears even more distinguished and refined. Indeed, Lin Jiahua's public relations team is impressive. Lin Ming uttered a remark and then glanced at the trending topic that concerned him the most. Lin Jiahua's first solo concert will proceed as scheduled. Beneath this trending topic, there was a chorus of lamentation, with comments lamenting, "I should have bought tickets yesterday," and a segment of apologies directed at Lin Jiahua. At this point, there was no need to peruse other news. Lin Ming closed Weibo, chuckling, "It seems that Lin Jiahua's concert tickets are going to sell like hotcakes this time." Li Hongyuan clearly detected the sarcasm in Lin Ming's tone, yet he was left with nothing but a bitter smile and regret. "Brother Lin, I sent you a photo. Take a look," Li Hongyuan said, his voice tinged with bitterness. Lin Ming opened WeChat and found a photo from Li Hongyuan depicting the ticket sales hall at the stadium. The crowd was overwhelming, far more bustling than the long queue from the previous day. "Have the ticket prices reverted to normal now?" Lin Ming inquired. "Yes, but the organizers did not exploit the situation. They returned the prices to what they originally were," Li Hongyuan responded. He truly wished he could give himself a few slaps. No wonder Lin Ming had said, "What a pity. He had brought 2 million yuan yesterday, and had he invested the entire amount at the previous ticket prices, he could have seen at least a tenfold return." Yet, Li Hongyuan lacked the audacity to act on it. Now, he had no place to lament his misfortune. Lin Ming was well aware that Li Hongyuan had doubted him at that time, but there was no need to bring that up again. Since he had already purchased so many, there was no point in regretting. Those 5,000 tickets in his possession would still yield a substantial profit. Lin Ming offered a word of comfort. "Brother Lin, I truly do not understand. If you knew it would be this way, why didn't you buy more yesterday?" "I could have lent you the money," Li Hongyuan queried. "Isn't borrowing money akin to incurring a favor?" Lin Ming chuckled. "A favor? What is a favor worth?" Li Hongyuan replied, somewhat bemused. Lin Ming shook his head. "The higher one ascends, the more one comprehends that the debt of favors is the hardest to repay. Tonight at 7, gather a few people. We will go sell tickets at the stadium." After arranging the details with Li Hongyuan, the two ended the call. In the afternoon, Lin Ming devised a series of plans for the forthcoming events. As the clock struck 6, he set out, hailing a taxi to the stadium. Li Hongyuan had already been waiting there, accompanied by 7 others, and upon seeing Lin Ming, he hurried over. "Brother, how much should we charge per ticket?" Li Hongyuan whispered. Noticing his demeanor, Lin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. "We are selling tickets openly. Why act so furtively?" "Ahem, I'm just a bit excited. Besides, it's somewhat inappropriate to act as scalpers in front of the ticket sales hall," Li Hongyuan replied, somewhat sheepishly. 2,000 for a ticket, I believe that's the perfect amount. Anything less would be uninteresting, and anything more would be inappropriate, risking public disdain, Lin Ming remarked. 2,000. Li Hongyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that too little?" No, that's quite acceptable." Li Hongyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Purchasing at 100 and selling at 2,000 yields a staggering 20-fold profit. Of course, it's more than acceptable. With 5,000 tickets in his possession, selling them all would amount to 10 million. Having lived for over 40 years, Li Hongyuan had never accumulated such wealth. How could he not feel exhilarated? Amidst his excitement, he couldn't help but marvel at the star's extraordinary ability to attract wealth. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the ticket sales area. The offline tickets had already sold out. "Let us begin," Lin Ming signaled to Li Hongyuan, then. Amidst a sea of curious gazes, he raised his voice. "Entry to the top-tier singers concert will be on a first-come, first-served basis." Chapter 8. Divorce is merely an ending. Reconciliation is the true beginning. Lu Wenxuan served as the on-site ticket vendor for this concert. Yesterday, 2 unsuspecting individuals purchased nearly 6,000 tickets. And even though the ticket price had plummeted to 100 yuan each, Lu still earned a substantial commission. Initially, he planned to complete this transaction and escape, fearful of potential troubles from those 2 naive buyers. To his dismay, upon waking this morning, he found that positive news regarding Lin Jiahua had inundated the internet. Lu regretted his actions to the point of nearly demolishing his own home. Calculating the current ticket prices, he lamented the commission he had lost. In fact, he realized he was the true fool in this scenario. Now, Lu wore a mournful expression, for all the tickets in his possession had sold out. Just then, a familiar and resonant voice suddenly rang out. Lu instinctively looked up. What a surprise. It was none other than those two naive buyers from yesterday. They had inadvertently caused him to lose so much commission, and now they brazenly acted as scalpers right before him. This was outright bullying. Security. Lin Jiahua's charisma was indeed formidable, and in light of yesterday's events, the number of individuals purchasing tickets on-site far exceeded expectations. Many had traveled from other provinces. Unable to secure tickets online, and eager to seize this opportunity, they ventured to the ticket booth in hopes of a stroke of luck. Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan quickly found themselves surrounded, and upon confirming the authenticity of the tickets, even at a price of 2,000 yuan, they were snatched up with fervor. Li Hongyuan had previously worried about the tickets not selling, given that the standard price was 1,000 yuan. It now appeared that his concerns were unfounded. By the time security arrived to disperse Lin Ming and the others, nearly 6,000 tickets had sold out completely. Some persistent individuals continued to inquire, inciting Lu Wenxuan's frustration to the brink of exasperation. Exiting the throngs at the stadium, Lin Ming took a deep breath of fresh air and then opened his WeChat wallet and bank account notifications. Together, they totaled 194 million yuan. Even for Lin Ming, who had anticipated this windfall, the sight of such a number compelled him to swallow hard. In his 30 years of life, he had never encountered such a sum of money, especially earned so effortlessly. Even during the initial stages of his entrepreneurial journey, when he enlisted both sets of parents to borrow funds from relatives, the total had only amounted to 160,000 yuan. The 820,000 yuan borrowed from Li Hongyuan was not a one-time loan, but rather a cumulative amount accrued over time. Thus, with an investment of less than 100,000 yuan, earning over 9 million felt like an overwhelming urge to shout in triumph. Typically, when individuals become instant millionaires overnight, their first thoughts gravitate towards indulgence, designer clothing, luxury watches, high-end handbags, and extravagant cars. Lin Ming was no exception. However, as he contemplated his debts and the exorbitant prices of luxury items, he forced himself to remain composed. A watch could cost hundreds of thousands, a car could reach millions, and housing in Blue Island City was beyond discussion, often exceeding tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands per square meter. With the modest sum of money in Lin Ming's hands, acquiring a small apartment of several dozen square meters would be quite an accomplishment. However, this amount remains insufficient. In order to provide Chen Jia and Xian Xian with a splendid life, I must continue to strive diligently. Lin Ming suppressed the excitement bubbling within him. With foresight into the future, he felt no anxiety about the prospect of earning money. It was merely a matter of time. Footsteps approached from behind, belonging to Li Hongyuan, whose face glistened with sweat. What about those individuals? Lin Ming inquired with a smile. They've already departed, Li Hongyuan replied as he took a seat, offering Lin Ming a bottle of mineral water, his expression betraying his exhilaration. Did you not give them a red envelope? Lin Ming teased. I did. Each received 888. How stingy. Earning over 10 million, and you couldn't even round it off? Lin Ming scoffed. It's not about rounding it off. It's about the auspicious symbolism. Li Hongyuan glanced at Lin Ming and subtly continued, consider it. If they all receive a gift, what if they borrow my good fortune and encounter someone like Brother Lin? Lin Ming chuckled, recognizing the overt flattery. Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable. I feel inclined to kneel before you. Li Hongyuan added, had I heeded your advice back then, my earnings would not be a mere 10 million, but rather 40 million. The maximum tickets obtained offline would only amount to 10,000, even if you bought them all. Earning 40 million would be impossible. At most, 2 million, Lin Ming clarified. That would still be acceptable. Li Hongyuan sighed. Provide me with your card number, and I shall repay you the principal plus interest. From now on, we shall be even, Lin Ming stated. Repay? Nonsense. Li Hongyuan sprang up, exclaiming, Lin Ming, do you look down upon me, Li Hongyuan? Honestly, the fact that you are willing to partner with me despite past grievances fills me with guilt. Do you truly wish for me to kneel before you to be satisfied? Lin Ming smiled wryly and replied, brotherly, repaying debts is a matter of principle. It is only fair. My decision to collaborate with you stems from the assistance you provided me in the past. Enough. Li Hongyuan interjected before Lin Ming could finish. If you insist on settling matters, then return the 820,000 to me, and I shall give you the money I earned. From that point onward, we shall part ways, as if we never knew each other. Would you truly part with it? Lin Ming teased. What can I do if I am reluctant? I, Li Hongyuan, may not be a virtuous person, but I am not one to forget kindness or burn bridges. Li Hongyuan asserted with conviction. In reality, through the ventures with Hanning Network and his experience as a scalper, Li Hongyuan had already discerned that Lin Ming was no ordinary individual. In his recollection, Lin Ming had once been akin to a hopeless underdog, a scoundrel at the very bottom of society. He had looked down on such individuals from the depths of his heart. Yet now, Lin Ming appeared transformed, shedding his former lethargy and self-destructive tendencies, radiating vitality like a burgeoning star. Li Hongyuan felt a profound instinct that as long as he followed Lin Ming, the current 10 million would merely be a trivial sum. My dear brother, from this day forth, you shall be regarded as my true sibling, Li Hongyuan. I do not wish for you to repay me, nor do I seek to impose upon you a debt of gratitude. Rather, at this juncture, Li Hongyuan chuckled slyly, his demeanor somewhat mischievous. My only hope is that you will continue to lead me towards prosperity in the future. Very well, my gratitude is immense. To decline further would be excessive, and thus, Lin Ming graciously accepted. In comparison to the earnings I have accrued alongside Li Hongyuan, that sum of over 800,000 truly pales in significance. Upon Lin Ming's acquiescence, Li Hongyuan breathed a sigh of relief. This signified that Lin Ming was indeed willing to continue playing with him. By the way, Lin Ming seemed to recall something and added, I have divorced Chen Jia. She may come to you seeking repayment, and you understand what to do, right? Divorced? Li Hongyuan pondered for a moment. My brother. As someone who has traversed this path before, I must impart some wisdom. I have previously conducted an investigation into your ex-wife. It is unlikely that one could find another like her in this vast world. You must not take her for granted. Divorce may signify an end, but remarriage heralds a new beginning. This time, I shall provide her with the finest life possible. Lin Ming gazed into the distance, as if addressing Li Hongyuan while simultaneously lost in his own reflections. The two continued their conversation for a while longer before Lin Ming finally returned to his apartment. Tomorrow is Saturday, and with the end of August approaching, Chen Jia is likely to have a day off. Having earned some money this time, Lin Ming intends to purchase a few gifts to visit Xian. It has only been a few days since they last met, yet for Lin Ming, it feels as though an eternity has passed. Chapter 9. The indomitable Chen Jia. At 8 in the morning, a woman appeared at the entrance of a building. Despite her unadorned attire that lacked any semblance of extravagance or luxury, she drew astonished gazes from the men surrounding her. However, the faint bruises on her face seemed incongruous and evoked a sense of pity. Chen Jia took a deep breath, striving to suppress the tension coursing through her. After all, this was not her first visit to this place. Each payday, it was an unavoidable stop. Clack, 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 in the high heels purchased for her wedding. Chen Jia ascended to the floor where Hongyuan Financial was located. The receptionist, having recognized her, expressed sympathy as a fellow woman and harbored a deep disdain for Lin Ming, the man who had wronged her. Sister Chen, you're here? The receptionist inquired, offering her a glass of water. It's the end of the month. Are you here for your salary again? Yes, Chen Jia nodded, attempting to conceal her embarrassment. She was a woman who valued her dignity. Even though she had fallen to the depths of destitution, she felt a sense of responsibility to repay the debts incurred during her marriage, believing that the money Lin Ming owed was a shared obligation. Yet, her meager salary was merely a drop in the bucket. Has your salary increased? The receptionist delicately probed. No, it remains the same. I've set aside some for living expenses. This 3,000 is for repayment, Chen Jia replied, producing an envelope containing 3,000 yuan in cash. Sister Chen, do you truly believe this is necessary? The receptionist replied with frustration. He hits you, berates you, and you still assist him in repaying his debts, all while there's no glimmer of hope. Your child suffers alongside you. If I recall correctly, your daughter is almost of kindergarten age, isn't she? When will this end? At this rate, you might not even afford her tuition. They say it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a marriage, but I can no longer bear to watch. Divorce him, Sister Chen, with your qualities. What kind of man wouldn't he want you? It is no exaggeration to say that even we unmarried young women are far inferior to you. If you wish, you could easily escape this plight. Chen Jia shook her head, handing the envelope to the receptionist, reluctant to say more. She had heard such sentiments 1,000 times before. But was she truly a woman motivated solely by profit? If that were the case, why had she chosen Lin Ming in college over those wealthy signs of power? After enduring the tribulations of the past few years, and with her daughter, Xian in her life, it was likely she would never seek another man again. Sigh. The receptionist, aware that Chen Jia would not heed her words, sighed and fell silent. However, as Chen Jia prepared to leave, the receptionist called out, "Sister Chen. Wait a moment. President Li instructed that if you come again, he wishes to see you." "See me?" Chen Jia furrowed her brow. In her impression, companies like Hongyuan Financial were filled with unscrupulous individuals. What could they possibly want from her? "Sister Chen, it is rumored that Mr. Li is also embroiled in a divorce. He possesses assets worth several million. If you..." Enough. Before the receptionist could finish her sentence, Chen Jia coldly interjected. "A woman must understand the fundamental principles of propriety and integrity. Even if he is indeed in the midst of a divorce, it bears no relevance to me." The receptionist's face flushed red, a mix of embarrassment and indignation washing over her. She had intended well, yet found herself reprimanded. Nonetheless, she bore no ill will towards Chen Jia. She merely felt that Chen Jia's inflexibility was a lamentable waste of a favorable opportunity. The receptionist dialed Li Hongyuan's number. Shortly after, he emerged from his office in a hurry. "You are Chen Jia? Lin Ming's wife?" Li Hongyuan smiled at Chen Jia, gazing into his squinting eyes. Chen Jia felt a deep aversion, yet, as he was her creditor, she suppressed her feelings. "Hello, Mr. Li." Chen Jia managed a forced smile. "Haha. No wonder Lin's little brother has been singing your praises before me. I initially found it hard to believe, but seeing you today, you truly are a vision of beauty." Li Hongyuan continued. "Lin's little brother?" Chen Jia expressed her confusion. When did Lin Ming begin to call this Mr. Li his brother? Their status disparity was starkly evident. Recalling Lin Ming's disposition, Chen Jia's expression shifted. That scoundrel. Could it be that he has sold himself out? Perhaps out of anger and shame over the divorce, he dared not reveal his true feelings in front of his younger brother, Chen Sheng? No wonder Lin Ming had appeared so composed at the time, and why Mr. Li was so courteous to her. It was all a fade. Tears welled in her eyes as she fought to suppress her emotions. A profound sense of anger and frustration surged within her. She found it hard to believe just how despicable Lin Ming had become. Even after their divorce, he still would not let her be. "Sister-in-law, you seem," Li Hongyuan remarked, bewildered by Chen Jia's demeanor. He hadn't said anything to provoke tears. "Do not call me sister-in-law. We are already divorced. And I am no longer his wife." Chen Jia suddenly exclaimed. "Speak. What scheme are you concocting now? How much has he borrowed from you this time? I assure you, whatever your intentions may be, I will not consent. This is a society governed by law. No one can force me. It's a misunderstanding, Li Hongyuan replied, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. If Lin Ming were to learn that his wife was being bullied here, his dreams of wealth would be shattered. "Sister, Chen Jia, there are many people around. Let us speak privately in my office. I swear, there is absolutely no plot. And whoever attempts to deceive you will face dire consequences," Li Hongyuan hastily explained. This scene left the receptionist astonished. She had never seen Mr. Li so flustered. "I will not go." Chen Jia resolutely shook her head. As more people gathered around, Li Hongyuan quickly implored, "Dear lady, I beg you. I, Li Hongyuan, consider myself a person of some standing. If this commotion continues, others may mistakenly believe I have treated you poorly." Chen Jia gazed at Li Hongyuan for a moment. Realizing that he did not appear to be feigning his demeanor, she finally nodded and said, "Very well, we can discuss this in your office. But you must not close the door." "All right, whatever you say," Li Hongyuan exhaled in relief. Upon entering the office, he gestured for Chen Jia to take a seat and then retrieved a prepared promissory note. It was the document regarding Lin Ming's debt of 820,000, clearly inscribed in black and white, complete with Lin Ming's thumbprint. "What do you intend to do with this? Are you attempting to threaten me?" Chen Jia's delicate face turned icy. Without a word, Li Hongyuan tore the promissory note in half with a swift motion. "What are you doing?" Chen Jia exclaimed in shock. "From this day forth, the borrowing relationship between Hongyuan Financial and Brother Lin is null and void. You need not come here any longer, sister-in-law." Li Hongyuan paused for a moment before adding with a smile. "Of course, you need not return to repay the debt. However, should you find the environment here agreeable and wish to enjoy some tea, you are always welcome." Chen Jia stared blankly at the shredded remnants of the promissory note, having already disregarded Li Hongyuan's subsequent remarks. Chapter 10 Greetings, I am Lin Ming. In the old district, at the Anju community, Lin Ming stood before the security door, burdened with numerous bags. Xian, it's your father. Please open the door for me." "I can't," came the reply. "Mom said I must not open the door for anyone." From within the dilapidated rental property, the tender voice of the little girl echoed. With a hint of helplessness, Lin Ming responded, "Did you not call me just 2 nights ago? I know you care about me, which is why I have come to see you today. Bringing your favorite fried chicken burger and a toy." "Really?" The mention of fried chicken burger sparked joy in Xian's voice. However, her little face soon fell. But Mom won't let me open the door freely, and that call was made under her instruction. I was afraid you would get angry and hit me." Peering through the crack of the security door, Lin Ming gazed at her delicate face, his eyes reddening. "Father, why are you silent?" Xian inquired. "I am right here." "My dear, I haven't left. Since your mother doesn't permit you to let me in, I shall wait here for her return," Lin Ming replied. "But there is nowhere to sit outside. Want to you get tired?" Xian pouted. "Not at all. As long as I can see you. I could stand here for an eternity without weariness." Lin Ming turned away, tears streaming down his face unbeknownst to him. At that moment, the door opposite swung open. An elderly lady in her 70s emerged. It was Grandma Wang from across the hall. Concerned for the little girl left alone, she had come to check on her. Previously, she had always shown great care for Chen Jia and Xian, often bringing them treats. Lin Ming felt immense gratitude towards her now. "Wang Grandma," Lin Ming called out. "What do you want now?" Wang Lanmei responded, vigilant. In the past, Lin Ming would never have referred to her as Wang Grandma, often derogatorily calling her that old hag, and had nearly damaged the unit door in his frustration with her meddling. I came to see Xian," Lin Ming stammered awkwardly. Jia isn't home, is she?" "You're trying to deceive Xian into opening the door so you can steal money at home again?" Wang Lanmei, unable to contain her anger, pointed at Lin Ming. "Lin Ming, you're not a child anymore. Xian is about to start kindergarten. Can't you spare her and her mother this once? Jia earns barely 4,000 a month, working herself to the bone, caring for Xian and helping you pay off debts. She is nearly starving. Where will she find money to give you to gamble? Look at yourself, and then at others. Even if one cannot attain great wealth, at least they have hands and feet, laboring diligently to ensure a better life for their wife and child. What about you? What have you done all these years? Jia is such a wonderful woman, yet you've sent her to the hospital multiple times. Do you have any humanity left? And Xian, she is merely a child. What does she understand? Why must you take your frustrations out on her every time you lose money? Do you comprehend the extent of the damage this may inflict upon her? Are you aware that it could cast an indelible shadow over her childhood for a lifetime? Go out and inquire if there exists a father as irresponsible as you." Wang Lanmei and her husband were once educators, but they were not retired. Rather, they were dismissed for certain reasons. Their long-standing professional ethics render her intolerant of Lin Ming. Thus, even knowing that he may not welcome her words, she feels compelled to express them. As her anger surged, she raised her cane, ready to strike Lin Ming. This time, Lin Ming did not evade. He merely stood there, bitterly resigned. Yet, within the rented room, a voice cried out, "Don't hit my dad." Wang Lanmei hesitated, lowering her cane. "Despite your egregious behavior, Xian still stands by you. Have a moment of introspection and ask yourself whether you truly deserve the love of these two women." After uttering those words, Wang Lanmei turned to leave for home. "Grandma Wang," Lin Ming exclaimed, producing 1,000 yuan. "This is the money I owe you, along with these cans and some fresh milk. Please accept it as my tribute to you and Grandpa Song." Wang Lanmei gazed at the money in his hand, astonished. Since Lin Ming had succumbed to gambling, she had long abandoned hope of retrieving that 1,000 yuan. For years had elapsed, and he had never once considered repaying it, even attempting to borrow more on several occasions, all of which she had refused. What had prompted this sudden change of heart? Wang Lanmei, disinterested in further inquiry, scoffed, "I have enough money. If you truly possess a conscience, allow Jia to save it for you. As for these cans and milk, I do not desire them. Let Xian benefit from some nutrition. She has never gained weight." "Grandma Wang." Lin Ming suddenly knelt before her, causing Wang Lanmei to start. "What are you doing? A man should not kneel. I must inform you. I have seen through your character over the years, and even with this display, I shall not lend you money again. Grandma, in recent years I have willingly descended into degradation, living worse than a beast. Thankfully, you and Grandpa Song have cared for Jia and Xian, and I shall always remember this kindness." Lin Ming spoke earnestly. "I understand that you may not believe me, but I swear I will not revert to my previous ways. I will treat Jia and Xian well and honor you and Grandpa Song as my own grandparents. If one were to consider who has treated Chen Jia and Xian best over the years, apart from their parents and in-laws, it is undoubtedly Wang Lanmei and her husband." Awakening to this truth, Lin Ming recognized how truly kind they were. Their bond, though not by blood, surpassed that of familial ties. They are deserving of Lin Ming's kneeling before them. Seeing that Lin Ming was sincere, Wang Lanmei hurriedly assisted him to his feet. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Wang Lanmei's eyes glistened with emotion as she brushed the dust from Lin Ming's knees. You are merely 30 years old. A splendid future lies ahead. If you can truly comprehend this, it is not too late to change now, and your grandmother feels joy for you. Ultimately, Wang Lanmei could not resist Lin Ming's insistence, relinquishing the 1,000 yuan as well as the items he had brought for her. At the same time, Lin Ming declined to wait for Chen Jia at Wang Lanmei's home, preferring instead to engage in conversation with Xin Xian. As half an hour passed, the father-daughter duo, Lin Ming and Xin Xian, continued their delightful exchange, with Lin Ming narrating stories and playfully teasing her, eliciting joyous laughter from the little girl. Although Wang Lanmei had returned home, she remained hidden behind the door, listening intently. Eventually, she realized that Lin Ming seemed truly different from his former self. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. The first thing Lin Ming noticed was the unmistakably familiar high heels. Since their marriage, it appeared that Chen Jia had not purchased any new pairs. She was, after all, a woman who had always adored high heels. What are you doing here? Chen Jia's cold voice shattered Lin Ming's reverie. Exhaling deeply, Lin Ming smiled at Chen Jia. Hello, my name is Lin Ming. Chapter 11. Mother, so much money. What are you doing? Gazing at Lin Ming's outstretched hand, Chen Jiao's brow furrowed deeply. If divorce marked the conclusion of one chapter in my life, then re-establishing my identity signifies the commencement of the next. Lin Ming felt no embarrassment. Rather, he was overwhelmed with sympathy for the woman standing before him. We are already divorced. This is futile. Do not attempt to deceive me once more with such tactics. I have declared that I will no longer place my faith in you, Chen Jiao asserted as she moved toward the door. Lin Ming obediently stepped aside. The profound sorrow engulfing her heart was evident. This was the current state of Chen Jiao. Lin Ming recognized that given his prior misdeeds, it was utterly unrealistic to expect her to have a change of heart with mere words. As the security door swung open, Xin Xian, who had been standing at the entrance, instinctively took a few steps back upon seeing Lin Ming, her small face filled with trepidation. Despite Lin Ming's earlier attempts to amuse her, the psychological scars from past incidents of drunkenness or gambling, which often culminated in violence, were not easily erased. Xin Xian, Lin Ming's heart twisted painfully, yet he could only muster a gentle smile. Do not be afraid, Daddy won't come in. Here are some snacks and toys I bought for you, including your favorite Elsa princess. You can have this for now, and whenever you desire something else, just tell Daddy, and I will get it for you. Xuanchuan's expression was one of inner conflict, glancing between the items in Lin Ming's hands and Chen Jiao. It seemed that she would only dare to take them if Chen Jiao consented. Where did you get the money? Why purchase so many items? Did you once again ask your parents for money? Chen Jiao's face grew even colder. Given Lin Ming's character, she could not fathom who else would willingly provide him with funds. Lin Ming, when will you ever grow up? Your parents toil endlessly to earn a meager living. Is it easy for them? You squander it all, leaving them with nothing for their old age. And what about your relatives? You still owe them money. And it was your parents who borrowed it on your behalf. You have no shame, but your parents still have their dignity. Chen Jiao bit her lip, her body trembling with anger. I beg you, please mature. I need my salary to send Xin Xin to preschool. Please do not disturb us any further. Lin Ming did not utter a single retort. He simply listened in silence. Perhaps this was Chen Jiao's only means of expressing her grievances. It was not until she fell silent that Lin Ming spoke. Chen Jiao, I was indeed a fool in the past, but I have changed. I can earn money now. Just look at my WeChat balance. I will not look. Chen Jiao interrupted, pointing downstairs and shouting, Leave, just go. I do not wish to see you. Hurry up and leave. Chen Jiao, will you not leave? We are divorced. If you do not leave now, I will call the police. Chen Jiao's voice turned sharp. All right, I will go, I will go. Lin Ming quickly gestured with his hands while making his way downstairs. Mending the relationship with Chen Jia was not something that could be accomplished in a short time. If he continued to linger, it would only deepen her resentment. To speak frankly, Lin Ming himself could hardly believe that the woman who once adored him now harbored such disdain and loathing for him. All of this was a consequence of his own misdeeds. Wait a moment. Chen Jia seemed to recall something and inquired. Today I visited Hanyuan Finance, and Mr. Li tore up the IOU in front of me, stating that your debts are settled. What is the reason for this? I helped him earn some money, and he was grateful to me, so he wiped the debt clean, Lin Ming replied candidly. Chen Jia scoffed coldly. This man, since his entrepreneurial failure, had spun a web of lies, elevating his deceit to a level where it was difficult to discern truth from fiction. Do you truly consider me a fool, Chen Jia? She retorted. Who is Li Hongyuan? And who is Lin Ming? The notion that Lin Ming could aid Li Hongyuan in making a profit is laughable. It is quite the opposite. I have no desire to listen to your nonsense any longer. You should visit your parents. They raised you with great effort, Chen Jia concluded. Casting a glance at the various packages on the ground, noticing the anticipation on her daughter Xuanxuan's face, she hesitated, but ultimately decided to bring the items inside. With a resounding thud, the security door closed, yet a smile graced Lin Ming's face. The fact that his daughter would call to inquire about his living situation and bring him her belongings was enough to demonstrate that there was still hope for their relationship. Jia, wait for me, he murmured before turning to leave. After Lin Ming departed, Wang Lanmei emerged from her home and knocked on Chen Jia's door. What do you want? Chen Jia instinctively began to shout in anger, but upon seeing Wang Lanmei outside, the words caught in her throat. Grandma Wang, she managed to muster a smile. She held deep respect and gratitude for Wang Lanmei. Jia, I need to share something with you, Wang Lanmei said. Lin Ming returned the 1,000 yuan he borrowed from me earlier and even brought canned goods and fresh milk, displaying a level of courtesy that was entirely different from before. It seems he has truly changed. Upon hearing this, Chen Jia's expression shifted markedly. Grandma Wang, you are a good person, but please do not be deceived by Lin Ming's feigned vulnerability. He often employed such tactics to borrow money from our relatives in the past. You are not receiving a pension and are living off your modest savings with Grandpa Song. You must not lend him any more money. Wang Lanmei pondered for a moment, grasping Chen Jia's hand. Jia, perhaps I should not be advising you. No one understands what you have endured over the years better than I do. However, as someone who has experienced life, trust your instincts. As long as you have not fallen for someone else, for the sake of Xian, you should grant him an opportunity to redeem himself, should you not? Xian is about to start school and she cannot grow up without a father. That would subject her to ridicule from her peers. Chen Jia shook her head. Grandma Wang, I comprehend your sentiments. But how many chances have I extended to him over these years? Every time he professes his intention to change, he soon finds himself once again in the company of his dubious friends. He is incapable of change, and he will always remain so. As she spoke, Chen Jia could not help but weep. In front of her parents, she managed to hold back her tears, for this was her own choice. Only in the presence of Grandma Wang could she lower the defenses that left her utterly exhausted. There, my dear, do not cry, Grandma will say no more. Wang Lanmei comforted, her heart heavy with sighs. That wretched boy has truly wounded Chen Jia deeply. Forgive me for causing you such distress, Grandma, Chen Jia said. After shedding tears for a while, she composed herself and bid farewell to Wang Lanmei before returning home. Mom, look, it's money, so much money, came Xuanxuan's indistinct voice. Clutching a fried chicken leg in one hand and a thick wad of crimson bills in the other, Chen Jia was taken aback and rushed to Xuanxuan's side. In a plastic bag filled with toys, there were 9 more stacks of such bills. A total of 100,000. In addition, there was a piece of paper. Mom, is this money from Dad? Xian inquired. Chen Jia remained silent, trembling as she picked up the paper, which bore Lin Ming's handwriting. Jia, this money is all earned through honest means, so you need not worry. Take a portion to repay those relatives, and the remainder is for you and Xian to restore your health. Do not hesitate to spend it. I was a fool in the past, and I know that mere words cannot earn your trust or erase the grievances you have endured over the years. However, I hope you can grant me an opportunity to make amends. The Lin Ming of the past is gone. From this moment onward, you and Xian will be the most cherished individuals in my life. I shall never allow you to suffer even the slightest injustice again, I promise. Tears streamed down her face, soaking the white paper. Chen Jia felt an overwhelming urge to tear the paper to shreds. Yet in the end, she carefully folded it and tucked it away in her drawer. Chapter 12. Stockpiling liquor as the price of Matai doubles, real estate soars, and the stock market tumbles. Lin Ming sits on his bed, murmuring to himself. These events are imminent and form the foundation of Lin Ming's upcoming plans. Notably, the effective cold medicine will serve as the cornerstone for his burgeoning commercial empire, establishing his foothold among business magnates. Due to the anticipated rise in Matai's price within a few days, Lin Ming temporarily abandons the idea of visiting his parents. His hometown in Bayan Province is a considerable distance from the city of Landa, located in Donglin Province, requiring at least 2 days for a round trip. Moreover, should he return home, he would undoubtedly need to spend several days with his family, risking the chance to seize this opportunity. Mom and Dad, once I navigate through this phase, I will return to visit you, Lin Ming reflects, feeling guilt that rivals that of Chen Jia and Xian Xian. Over the years, he has resorted to deceitful means to extract money from his parents, leaving them unable to hold their heads high in the village. He has even swindled the bride price for his brother Lin Ke and the dowry for his sister Lin Chu, all under the pretense of entrepreneurial ventures promising substantial returns, assuring them of timely repayment. Yet, 4 years have passed without fulfillment. The absence of a bride price and dowry has ultimately derailed Lin Ke and Lin Chu's prospects of marriage. However, neither his parents nor his siblings have uttered a word of reproach. They have never scolded Lin Ming. Their simplicity seems to foster an unwavering belief that their son and brother will eventually amend his ways. Unbeknownst to them, that day has already arrived. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ming picks up the phone and dials Li Hongyuan's number. Acquiring Fei Tian Mitai is no trivial endeavor, even if available. One could obtain at most a bottle or two. The online marketplace is rife with untrustworthy offers. To procure a substantial quantity, one must possess a certain network, which Lin Ming utterly lacks. Thus, Li Hongyuan is the first person who comes to mind. The phone rings only once before Li Hongyuan answers, as if he had been anticipating Lin Ming's call. No wonder I have countless magpies fluttering above me. It turns out Lin's little brother is calling. Lin Ming responds, ha ha ha. Just a joke. However, my left eyelid has been twitching all day. It seems Lin's little brother is about to lead me to fortune. Li Hongyuan's voice is brimming with anticipation. Li Ge, do you know any liquor merchants? Like those who deal in Fei Tian Mitai? Lin Ming inquires. Ah, you've come to the right person for that. Transitioning to a serious tone, Li Hongyuan replies, I indeed have a few friends in the liquor business. While I can't vouch for imports and exports, they have a modest reputation in Donglin province. What is the current price for Fei Tian Mitai if I were to buy from your friends? Lin Ming probes further. If you acquire it from my friends, it's about 3,000 per bottle. I just bought 2 bottles yesterday to celebrate. It truly is exquisite. Li Hongyuan chuckles. He is quite fond of drinking. Though had he not earned over 10 million yesterday, he would not have indulged in purchasing Fei Tian Mitai for himself. There is a well-known saying, when it comes to matters of this nature, those who pay do not indulge, while those who indulge do not pay. This time, it seems you can indeed purchase it. Lin Ming smiled. What do you mean? Li Hongyuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon his excitement surged. Lin, are you suggesting we acquire Fei Tian Mitai? Yes, in a few days, the price of Fei Tian Mitai will rise unexpectedly, and almost no one is aware of this. What we must do now is to stockpile as much as we can, Lin Ming replied. If no one knows, how do you know? Li Hongyuan asked cautiously. Did I not mention? I possess the ability to divine, Lin Ming said lightly. Does Lin truly understand the mystic arts? The price of Fei Tian Mitai has remained stable for quite some time. Even if a price hike is imminent, the National Liquor Bureau should have some information, Li Hongyuan expressed, still somewhat skeptical. In truth, despite having earned over 10 million with Lin Ming, he found it difficult to believe in such ethereal concepts. It is quite challenging to expect a rational person to trust in the mystical. I cannot ascertain what news the National Liquor Bureau possesses, but I am certain that Fei Tian Mitai will rise in price. Would you care to take a chance? Lin Ming asked with a smile. He understood Li Hongyuan's skepticism. Had their roles been reversed, he too would have doubted the so-called divination. Hence, he bore no resentment towards Li Hongyuan's inquiries. In fact, this was not mere divination. Since you say so, I certainly cannot lag behind, Li Hongyuan declared decisively. From now on, I shall follow your lead. If you say east, I shall not venture west. Very well, let us begin sourcing channels to stockpile the liquor. Acquire as much as you can. I have 8 million, and I will transfer it to you shortly. Lin Ming had a total of 94 million, having given Chen Jia 100,000 for miscellaneous expenses, so he decided to round it off. After ending the call, Lin Ming transferred 8 million to the bank account provided by Li Hongyuan. However, on the other end of the line, Li Hongyuan found himself in a quandary. His total assets had reached 15 million, and even though part of it was operational capital for his company, he still held around 11 million in liquid funds. He pondered whether to go all in or to retain a safety net. Given Li Hongyuan's usual approach to matters, he genuinely wished to keep a fallback option. After all, Lin Ming's information was rather simplistic, merely stating that the price would rise without any substantial evidence. Yet, when he recalled the concert ticket incident, his doubts swiftly evaporated. It was precisely because he had retained a fallback that he had only earned 10 million. Damn it, All this money was made alongside Lin. If he dares to go all in, what I have to fear? In life, one must take the plunge. With this thought, Li Hongyuan, fearing regret, swiftly began reaching out to his network of liquor merchant friends. Having connections truly alleviates a multitude of troubles. For instance, Lin Ming did not need to reach out to liquor merchants himself. He merely awaited news from Li Hongyuan. On an autumn evening, the weather had begun to turn cool. The pedestrians in the square are not decreasing. Rather, their numbers are increasing. Men and women hurry along, their faces illuminated by the myriad of lights that adorn the city. After completing a substantial bank transfer, Lin Ming stepped out of the bank, observing couples hand in hand, their faces radiating joy. He couldn't help but reminisce about the early days of his own romance with Chen Jia. Oh, the beauty of youth. After a simple bowl of shredded pork noodles, Lin Ming proceeded to the gym for a brief workout. This was not a habit he had previously embraced. But considering his future safety, he resolved to cultivate his physical well-being from this point forward. Change is not merely reflected in financial matters. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the stadium erupted in thunderous applause. Lin Jiahua's inaugural solo concert had officially commenced. Lin Ming, however, was indifferent. While they indeed shared the surname Lin, his passion lay in wealth, not in Lin Jiahua. Around 9 o'clock, a call came in from Li Hongyuan. Brother, as per your instructions, the money has all been spent. Chapter 13, The Legendary Figure, Zheng Quang. Oh? Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, recalling that Brother Li had earned 10 million yesterday. Had he already spent it all? Indeed. Since you, my younger brother, dare to go all in, how could I not follow suit? However, it wasn't 10 million, it was 11 million. Li Hongyuan replied. It appears that your acquaintances in the liquor business are indeed quite formidable, Lin Ming remarked sincerely, calculating at 3,000 per bottle. Lin Ming's own contribution of 180,000 would amount to 600 bottles. Li Hongyuan had even more, totaling over 3,300 bottles. Together, they approached 4,000 bottles. For a prestigious liquor like Feitian Matai, the National Liquor Bureau typically imposes supply restrictions, preventing mass production as the brand's reputation is at stake. This alone attests to the strength of Li Hongyuan's friends. Although they do not possess such a vast quantity themselves, most of it is sourced from other provinces. And they assuredly have enough, with delivery expected within 2 days, Li Hongyuan stated. That's settled then, Brother Li. You'll be able to enjoy a few more bottles this time, Lin Ming chuckled. Haha, all thanks to you, my younger brother. Li Hongyuan replied with a sheepish smile. Brother Li, there is something I'm unsure whether I should say, Lin Ming suddenly interjected. Li Hongyuan's eyelids flickered as he promptly responded. You needn't be so formal, brother. With our relationship, there's nothing we can't discuss. Lin Ming pressed his lips together and said, after all, lending money is not the right path. Even though Hongyuan financial management isn't loan sharking, it still leads to many families being torn apart. Take me, for instance. Do you understand my meaning? On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence. Finally, Li Hongyuan took a deep breath. Brother, I owe you an apology regarding this matter. I will formally withdraw my investment from Hongyuan Financial Management in the coming days. I will also consult others to change the company's name and completely sever ties. From now on, I will follow you. When you feast, please remember to let your elder brother have a taste of the soup. Lin Ming smiled. Right now. It seems you're the one feasting while I sip the soup, doesn't it? Ha ha ha. You jest, my younger brother. As they exchanged laughter, the two ended their call. Li Hongyuan understood that Lin Ming genuinely cared for his well-being, attempting to pull him back to solid ground. Conversely, Lin Ming wished to rise without the burden of a friend embroiled in dubious dealings. The sooner they concluded this chapter and cleared their names, the better for everyone involved. In the days that followed, Lin Ming either frequented the gym or scoured the internet for information, researching topics such as Cheeling Automotive and the developer of an effective cold remedy. While he was aware of the forthcoming events, he recognized the necessity of preparation for specific individuals and situations. Zheng Quang truly audacious. In the internet CAF, Lin Ming sat before the computer, stretching comfortably. As he resided in a rented apartment, acquiring a personal computer was unnecessary, thus he opted for the internet CAF. Zheng Quang was indeed the individual behind the development of the effective cold remedy. This man was straightforward by nature, stubborn, and even somewhat irascible, showing no inclination towards adaptability. It is precisely for this reason that, armed with his proposal for the miraculous cold remedy, he frequently found himself dismissed at pharmaceutical company interviews. This is hardly surprising. Who has not indulged in whimsical thoughts or boastful claims? presenting such an extravagant plan and expounding upon future possibilities before the executives of a pharmaceutical firm? Who would care for your condescending demeanor? The common cold is one of the most prevalent ailments, with a plethora of remedies available. Yet, to this day, not a single cold medication has proven to yield immediate results. Viruses continuously evolve and mutate, and due to individual variances in immunity, recovery times differ significantly. This presents a formidable medical challenge, difficult to surmount. However, since the common cold is not deemed a severe illness, investors are reluctant to allocate substantial funds towards its treatment. In such circumstances, Zhang Kuang's so-called miraculous drug was invariably dismissed as nonsense. Indeed, many pharmaceutical companies regarded him as a madman. Given his modest educational background and scant experience in the industry, to label him a madman was an overstatement. Slacker would be more fitting. Yet, amidst Lin Ming's visions of the future, a company named Giant Pharmaceuticals recognized his potential. Once the miraculous cold remedy was launched, it propelled Giant Pharmaceuticals to the pinnacle of the industry. Following this success, innovations such as miraculous pediatric pneumonia granules, miraculous muscle and bone ointment, miraculous athlete's foot cream, and miraculous asthma spray were subsequently developed by Zhang Kuang. If these remarkable drugs positioned Giant Pharmaceuticals at the zenith of the domestic industry chain, the advent of the miraculous anti-cancer injection established them as the unrivaled leader in the global pharmaceutical sector for decades to come, impervious to challenge. The giant had truly become a titan. Zhang Kuang had ascended to legendary status, revered by countless individuals and bestowed with the National Hero Medal. He undoubtedly deserved this accolade, for the exceptional drugs he developed saved innumerable families, snatching patients from the clutches of death itself. What an extraordinary individual he is. Rubbing his temples, Lin Ming settled the bill and exited the internet CAF. Now is not the time to seek Zhang Kuang. Moreover, even if he could locate him, Lin Ming lacked sufficient startup capital to establish a pharmaceutical company. Unlike other enterprises, launching a pharmaceutical firm requires navigating a labyrinth of approvals and countless bureaucratic procedures. Just contemplating this made his head spin. He had been researching this information for days. This once again underscored the value of connections. Going it alone was truly a daunting endeavor. August 29th. For days after stockpiling liquor. At around 6 in the evening. Unju Community, room 301. Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Upon opening the door and seeing her plainly dressed elderly in-laws, Chen Jia's face instantly lit up with joy. Although they were her parents-in-law, they had always treated her as their own daughter. Over the years, had it not been for Lin Xinghua and Qi Yufan skillfully mediating, Chen Jia might have chosen to divorce much earlier. Thus, even after the divorce, upon encountering the elderly couple, Chen Jia instinctively called out Mom and Dad. Jia, we hope we are not intruding, Qi Yufan said, appearing somewhat reserved, concerned that Chen Jia might be displeased with their unannounced visit. Mother, what are you saying? Please, come in, Chen Jia exclaimed as she stepped out to assist with their belongings. Why are you bringing so much? You both should have informed me beforehand. I would have come to fetch you. This is quite exhausting. Not at all. It's hardly tiring. We simply thought to bring some produce from home to share with you, Qi Yufan replied with a smile. Grandma, just as she entered the house, a slight figure rushed into her embrace. My dear granddaughter, oh how I've missed you, Qi Yufan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with affection as she showered Xin with kisses on her forehead repeatedly. Chapter 14. We are divorced. Grandfather. After the little girl finished cuddling with her grandmother, she dashed towards Lin Xinghua. Lin Xinghua burst into hearty laughter. However, when he inadvertently caught sight of the bruises on Xuanyan's arm, which had yet to heal, his expression darkened abruptly. No wonder Chen Jia had been unable to meet their gaze earlier. It seemed that not only Xuanyan bore injuries. Chen Jia, turn around, Lin Xinghua commanded. Chen Jia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately faced him. The swelling and bruising on her face had subsided somewhat, yet upon closer inspection, they remained evident. Was it that scoundrel again? Lin Xinghua trembled with rage. Chen Jia bit her lip, remaining silent. Beast. How could I, Lin Xinghua, have given birth to such a beast? Lin Xinghua seethed with fury, shouting at Qi Yufan, Call him. Call your precious son. No matter where he is, tell him to return immediately, or I swear I will end him today. Though Lin Ming had often been a disappointment at home, neither Lin Xinghua nor Qi Yufan had ever complained. However, they could no longer tolerate Lin Ming bullying Chen Jia and Xuanyan. The smile that had graced Qi Yufan's face had completely vanished, and she kept apologizing to Chen Jia. Apologies are of no consequence. Today, he shall learn what it means to be a man. Hurry, call him. Lin Qinghua bellowed once more. Seeing Lin Qinghua on the brink of fury, Chen Jia quickly intervened. Mom, let me call him. When the phone rang, Lin Ming was in the midst of a meal. Upon seeing it was Chen Jia calling, he hastily set down his meat sandwich, took a sip of water, and wiped the grease from his mouth, striving to present a clean appearance, even though Chen Jia could not see it. Hello, Lin Ming answered the phone. On the other end, Chen Jia said, Mom and Dad are here. You should come over. Mom and Dad? Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback. Your father is very angry. Prepare yourself, Chen Jia added, pausing briefly before hanging up. Lin Ming quickly stood up, abandoning his meal, and hailed a taxi, racing toward the Anju community. On the way, he pondered the reason for Lin Qinghua's fury, ultimately arriving at the bitter realization that it was due to his earlier actions against Chen Jia and Xianyan. Apart from this, their parents had never been angry with him for anything else. At most, they had only expressed disappointment. Upon arriving at the Anju community, Lin Ming rushed upstairs. The security door was ajar, and as he entered the house, he was met with a swift kick from Lin Qinghua, striking him in the abdomen. With a resounding thud, Lin Ming doubled over in pain, stumbling back several steps before collapsing to the ground. Qi Yufan wept as she gazed out the window, pretending to be oblivious. Chen Jia opened her mouth but ultimately remained silent. It was Xianyan who, upon witnessing Lin Ming's agony, quickly exclaimed, Grandfather, he is Daddy. Please don't hit him. But Lin Qinghua was beyond reason. He stepped forward and delivered a harsh slap to Lin Ming's face. Are you even a man? To strike your wife and children? Is this your so-called ability? In terms of conditions, Chen Jia was originally destined to marry you. Does she truly enjoy your indulgence in drinking and gambling? Or is she fond of your propensity for violence? Such a remarkable woman, you must have been fortunate to find her, yet you squander your days in debauchery and idleness. What purpose do you serve in this world? Why do you not simply cease to exist? As frustration mounted, Lin Qinghua struck Lin Ming once more, causing blood to trickle from the corner of Lin Ming's mouth. And what of Xian? She is but a mere 4 years old. What does she understand? What sins did she commit in her past life to deserve being your daughter? Do you not feel a shred of compassion upon seeing the scars on this child? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? How dare you lay a hand on her? I would sever your 2 hands. In a fit of rage, Lin Qinghua made his way to the kitchen to retrieve a knife. Dad! Chen Jia rushed forward to intercept him. Please calm down. I assure you, Lin Ming will never strike me again, nor will he harm Xian. Assure? Do not speak of assurance. Even Lin Ming has promised countless times. Yet has he ever honored those commitments? Lin Qinghua exclaimed with fury. Were it not for the law against murder, I would have relished the thought of ending this wretched creature's life. Lin Qinghua's strength was overwhelming, and Chen Jia found herself unable to restrain him. In desperation, she cried out, Dad, we are already divorced. I am no longer his wife. He truly dares not strike me anymore. Lin Qinghua paused momentarily, and Qi Yufan stood there in shock, as if struck by lightning. In that instant, both seemed as though all their strength had been siphoned away, aging several years in mere moments. Unfilial child, Qi Yufan cried, tears streaming down her face. Divorce. Lin Qinghua's eyes glazed over as he muttered. You are right. You are no longer his wife. Thus, he would not dare to strike you again. Divorce is for the best, indeed. Observing the despair etched on the faces of her parents, Chen Jia felt a sudden pang of sorrow. She had intended to keep this hidden from them, fearing it would cause them distress. Yet, had she remained silent today, who knows what Lin Qinghua might have done? Dad, Mom. Lin Ming finally rose, wiping the blood from his mouth. Do not call me Dad. You are my father, my ancestor. Lin Qinghua turned to Lin Ming, his voice calm to the point of chilling. You have always been frail and prone to illness, which has caused your mother and me endless worry since your birth. We toiled tirelessly for you as you grew and began to work, only to find ourselves constantly scrambling to lend you money. You, with your mediocre prospects and average character, somehow managed to win the affection of such a wonderful wife. Your mother prays daily, claiming that our ancestors have blessed us, that the Buddha has watched over us. Beyond your university admission, the sole source of pride I have ever felt is in having you marry Chen Jia. And now this. But do not blame yourself. The fault lies with me, Lin Qinghua, for failing to raise you properly. Chen Jia stood by, utterly overcome with tears. As Lin Qinghua spoke, the grievances that had accumulated within her heart surged forth. After finishing his words, Lin Qinghua turned and exited the room. Dad, where are you going? Lin Ming inquired anxiously. Home. Qi Yufan, sensing she could no longer remain, hurried after Lin Qinghua. Mom. Lin Ming called out. Qi Yufan cast a glance at Lin Ming but ultimately said nothing, leaving with a countenance filled with disappointment. In that moment, Lin Ming profoundly grasped the essence of a shattered family, the agony of separation. He yearned to intervene and prevent Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan from leaving. Yet the couple was engulfed in sorrow, making it evidently futile. "I'm sorry. I never wished for this. I'm so sorry." Chen Jia wept. "Mom, please don't cry. Xian is scared." Xian tugged at Chen Jia's pant leg. "It has nothing to do with you. The one who should apologize is me. All of this is my retribution." Remaining here would only deepen Chen Jia's embarrassment. Lin Ming took a deep breath and forced a smile at Xian before turning to depart. Chapter 15. The price surge of flying Matai. Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Ming purchased several bottles of Erguo and drank himself into a stupor. It was not until 9:30 the following morning that he was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Glancing at the screen, he noticed that Li Hongyuan had called him 5 or 6 times. "Hello?" Lin Ming answered. "My dear brother, what on earth have you been doing?" "I was beside myself with worry," Li Hongyuan exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. "What is the matter?" Lin Ming inquired. "What do you think? Aren't you supposed to be able to predict the future? Did you not foresee that the price of flying Matai has more than doubled?" Li Hongyuan responded. Only then did Lin Ming recall the matter of flying Matai, hastily rising from his bed. "It has already increased?" "Yes, it has surged dramatically, without any prior warning. It jumped from 3,000 to 8,000 in one fell swoop." Li Hongyuan said excitedly. "You wouldn't believe it. My friends called me asking how I knew about the price hike. It had me in stitches." Haha. He felt genuinely fortunate to have followed Lin Ming's lead in that venture. Otherwise, he might have found himself lamenting a missed opportunity. Now that the price has surged, we should act. After this spike, the price of flying Matai will stabilize for a while, Lin Ming remarked. "Temporarily? Does that imply there will be further increases in the future?" Li Hongyuan's instincts remained sharp. "That is for later, by that time. You likely won't even care about this sum," Lin Ming replied. Li Hongyuan could only marvel silently. To Lin Ming, a sum in the millions was merely trifling? Truly. He was a person of extraordinary caliber. At that moment, Li Hongyuan completely forgot that just half a month prior, Lin Ming had been regarded as a societal pariah. "Brother, I have a friend who is quite curious about you and wishes to meet," Li Hongyuan hesitated to say. Lin Ming furrowed his brow. "Have you spoken to him about me?" He was keen to keep his abilities to foresee the future under wraps. It was already quite advantageous to help Li Hongyuan profit. Too many people knowing could lead to complications. "Please don't be angry. I did not intend for him to find out. However, my friend holds a unique position, and I believe it would be beneficial for you to meet him," Li Hongyuan hastily explained. "His name is Zhou Chong, the son of the mayor of Blue Island City." Upon hearing this, Lin Ming's furrowed brow relaxed. Just as he was contemplating the importance of connections, an opportunity presented itself. Truly a timely gift. "I cannot believe you know such a prominent figure. It appears I underestimated you." Lin Ming chuckled. His tone brought relief to Li Hongyuan. "In truth, we don't have a deep relationship. He is the foremost young man of Blue Island City, hardly someone I can easily approach. Regardless, if he wishes to meet me, then I shall oblige," Lin Ming stated. "Very well. I will arrange the time and location and inform you," Li Hongyuan replied. After hanging up, Lin Ming took a shower to rid himself of the lingering scent of alcohol. Following a light lunch, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to call Qi Yufan. The ringtone persisted for an extended duration. Just as Lin Ming began to believe that Qi Yufan would not answer, the call was finally connected. "Mom, have you arrived home?" Lin Ming inquired first. "Yes, we took an overnight bus and have already reached," Qi Yufan replied, her voice laden with fatigue. At this point, a heavy silence enveloped the two. Lin Ming harbored a multitude of sentiments he wished to express to Qi Yufan, yet he found himself at a loss for words. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up. There are still chores to attend to in the fields," Qi Yufan stated. "Mom," Lin Ming replied firmly. "I take full responsibility for the past. I swear I will ensure that you, Dad, Lin Ke, Lin Chu, and the others will all lead prosperous lives." Upon hearing this, Qi Yufan could no longer maintain her composure. "Lin Ming, your father and I have spent our lives as farmers, never once dreaming of riches. We only hope you can live a steady and grounded life. Why did you divorce Jia? Perhaps it was anger, or perhaps sorrow." But Qi Yufan was utterly exhausted and abruptly ended the call. "Mom, rest assured, I will win Chen Jia back," Lin Ming silently vowed. In the afternoon, Li Hongyuan called once more, stating that he had arranged a meeting with Zhou Chong. They were to meet at Tui International at 10 o'clock the following morning. The choice of venue surprised Lin Ming, as TUI International was indeed the company where Chen Jia worked. Setting aside this detail, one would typically expect such meetings to take place in a CAF or a restaurant. According to Li Hongyuan, Zhou Chong happened to be visiting TUI International, which is why the location was chosen. It appeared that Li Hongyuan had exaggerated. Zhou Chong evidently held no regard for him. This was hardly a case of someone wishing to meet Lin Ming. It was merely Li Hongyuan facilitating a connection, with Zhou Chong providing him an easy way out. Nevertheless, Lin Ming did not overestimate his own significance. He remained grateful to Li Hongyuan. After all, he truly needed to cultivate his network in preparation for establishing a pharmaceutical company in the future. The next day, Lin Ming rose early. Following a morning run and a refreshing shower, he donned a newly purchased suit, presenting a much more polished and tidy appearance. Around 10 o'clock, Li Hongyuan arrived at TUI International. He immediately spotted Lin Ming seated and waiting. "Lin, with this attire, you are undeniably a handsome gentleman. If I were a woman, I would be smitten," he exclaimed. "At 30, I am hardly a young man. Who would still fancy me?" Lin Ming chuckled. "Come on. Didn't you notice how the young ladies at the front desk have been gazing at you? If you consider yourself an old man at this age, then I might as well not live," Li Hongyuan retorted, wide-eyed. He was not mistaken. Since Lin Ming's arrival, the attention of the front desk staff had remained fixed upon him. "Let us go," Lin Ming said, standing up. TUI International, a large conglomerate, operates across various industries and boasts a market valuation in the hundreds of billions. This was merely a subsidiary, focused on import and export trade. Chen Jia worked in the project department as an ordinary employee. After Lin Ming's arrival, he continually sought the presence of Chen Jia, yet his efforts were in vain. Approaching the front desk, Li Hongyuan requested, "Please inform General Manager Han that Lin Ming and I have arrived." Upon hearing their names, the receptionist immediately replied, "General Manager Han is already waiting for you both in the office. Please follow me." The fragrant aroma enveloped them, and Li Hongyuan, taking a deep breath, commented with a playful squint towards Lin Ming, "It smells delightful." Lin Ming merely rolled his eyes, amused by the vitality displayed by someone over 40. As they stepped into the elevator, a woman approached from a distance. Chen Jia, witnessing the elevator doors close, expressed her confusion. "Is it him? How could that be? What brings him here?" Perhaps clinging to a sliver of hope regarding Lin Ming, she instinctively assumed he was there for an interview. However, this notion was hardly tenable, and she shook her head, dismissing it as a mere misperception. Chapter 16. Avert disasters for Yu Han Changyu, the executive president of TUI International's China region, is undoubtedly the paramount figure within the company. His office, expansive at nearly 200 square meters, is surprisingly adorned with an array of swords and blades. According to Li Hongyuan, the remarkable achievements of TUI International in China can largely be attributed to Han Changyu's efforts. He is a maverick, exceptionally capable, navigating through challenges with unparalleled prowess. At the age of 36, he remains single, a true diamond bachelor. As Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan entered the office, Han Changyu promptly rose, his demeanor warm and devoid of pretense. "Mr. Li, Mr. Lin, greetings," he said. Li Hongyuan reciprocated with courtesy, feeling rather insignificant in the presence of such a distinguished figure. Lin Ming, with a smile, remarked, "Mr. Han, you flatter me, as a solitary individual. I hardly merit the title of president." His modesty earned him a measure of respect from Han Changyu. Prior to Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan's arrival, Zhou Chong had briefed Han Changyu about Lin Ming. This individual, who seemed to belong to the lowest strata of society, appeared surprisingly composed in the presence of someone as formidable as Han Changyu, suggesting he was not as inept as initially presumed. "Please, take a seat," Han Changyu gestured. Opposite Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan sat a young man, likely in his mid-20s, dressed ordinarily, yet exuding an unmistakable air of arrogance. "Mr. Li, is this the person you mentioned?" Zhou Chong inquired. "Yes, Zhou, this is Lin Ming," Li Hongyuan replied. Zhou Chong chuckled. "Forgive me if this offends you, Mr. Li, but after our conversation yesterday, I did a bit of digging, and the results were rather underwhelming." Li Hongyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't anticipated such a blatant disregard for decorum from Zhou Chong, just as Lin Ming had surmised. It was indeed Li Hongyuan who had taken it upon himself to introduce Lin Ming to Zhou Chong, a man of gratitude. Li Hongyuan believed Lin Ming would achieve great success and sought to leverage his connections to pave the way for him. However, Zhou Chong seemed disinterested, barely acknowledging Lin Ming. And had it not been for Li Hongyuan's presence, he might not have spared him a glance. This left Li Hongyuan feeling ashamed. regretting his decision to bring Lin Ming along. Should he further provoke Lin Ming's ire, he would find himself in a precarious position. At that moment, however, Lin Ming gently patted Li Hongyuan's leg, signaling him not to worry. I have long heard of young Master Zhou's reputation. Seeing you today, it is indeed well-deserved. Lin Ming said with a smile. Zhou Cheng reclined on the sofa. Let us skip the pleasantries. I find them tiresome. What would you prefer to hear, young Master Zhou? Lin Ming maintained his smile. Zhou Cheng frowned, his irritation evident. He had been clear in his disinterest, yet this individual before him persisted in his approach, eroding the last remnants of his patience. Were it not for Li Hongyuan, Lin Ming would hardly be worthy of occupying a seat across from him. Since you insist, I shall share my thoughts. Zhou Cheng fixed his gaze upon Lin Ming, stating, the rise of Matai is indeed unexpected. However, this is my area of expertise. Upon reflection and thorough analysis from various perspectives, it becomes evident that there were indeed indicators leading to this event. To be frank, I have always considered divination and such practices to be mere nonsense. Your decision to stockpile wine was entirely a matter of fortune, perhaps with a hint of audacity derived from gambling, which ultimately benefited Mr. Li. Nevertheless, such luck will not persist. You must tread carefully. After speaking, Zhou Cheng disdainfully turned his head, appearing disinterested in further conversation with Lin Ming. At that moment, Han Changyu approached with a tea tray. Please do not take offense, Mr. Lin. Zhou Cheng can be quite blunt. His forthright nature has offended many, and at times, I feel like giving him a good thrashing. I am merely stating facts. Zhou Cheng replied nonchalantly. It was evident that Han Changyu had a far better rapport with Zhou Cheng than with Li Hongyuan. I shall forego the tea, Lin Ming announced as he rose, smiling. I initially came here to spare young Master Zhou from a misfortune, but since you are so unwelcoming, I must take my leave. Zhou Cheng's expression darkened. Are you cursing me? I am merely restating your own words, Lin Ming retorted. Intrigued, Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes. How bold of you to oppose me. Do you possess genuine skill, or are you merely overestimating yourself? Young Master Zhou, Lin is indeed quite capable. It would be wise to hear him out, Li Hongyuan interjected timely. Can you not exhibit a modicum of patience? Han Changyu added. Very well. I concede that my earlier approach was rash. Pray tell, Master Lin, what calamity does Zhou Cheng face? Zhou Cheng responded with a cold smirk, his tone suggesting an apology, yet devoid of any sincerity. Lin Ming remained unfazed, aware that he had once been a rogue, likely looked down upon by ordinary folk, let alone someone like Zhou Cheng. Young Master Zhou, do you have a shipment of red wine that has recently arrived from abroad? Lin Ming inquired, with a derisive snicker. Zhou Cheng replied, as someone in the wine industry, I have an abundance of red wine, not just one batch, but more than 10. Approximately 10,000 bottles of the renowned Tuan estate, valued at 50 million, Lin Ming remarked coolly. Zhou Cheng's breath caught in his throat as he abruptly stood up. How do you know? The sudden rise in his tone startled both Li Hongyuan and Han Changyu. Zhou Cheng, steady yourself, Han Changyu advised. Brother Han, you do not understand. Zhou Cheng shook his head. That batch of red wine only arrived a few days ago and has remained confidential, apart from my assistant. Only my father and grandfather are privy to this information, intended to make a stunning debut for my Chong'an wine industry. Upon hearing this, Han Changyu glanced at Lin Ming, who stated, whether it will make a remarkable impact, I cannot say, but I know that batch of red wine is counterfeit and could be lethal. You speak nonsense. Zhou Cheng exclaimed in anger. I have invested the majority of my fortune in this batch of fine wine. The quality of the wine from the Montalban estate is renowned worldwide. If we were discussing some cheap, inferior wines, it might be understandable. But how could such premium wines possibly be counterfeit? What nonsense are you spouting? Zhou Cheng was indeed correct. This wine had been procured through exclusive channels. Although not illegal, it was information that remained concealed from his competitors. The cost was equivalent to 5,000 yuan per bottle, and if sold domestically, it could easily quadruple in price, reaching 20,000 yuan per bottle. Given his status, many affluent individuals and influential figures had already placed reservations for this wine, eagerly awaiting the official launch of Chongyan Distillery, at which point they would flock to purchase. Once all the bottles were sold, Zhou Cheng would transform into a billionaire, and the name of Chongyan Distillery would be firmly established. With such aspirations, Zhou Cheng had been unable to sleep well for several nights, often daydreaming about impressing his father and the elder generation with his achievements, proving that he could succeed without relying on them. And now, this charlatan dares to claim that the wine is counterfeit? Chapter 17. A sudden halt. The sensation was akin to almost reaching the peak of ecstasy, only to abruptly discover that the partner was, in fact, a man. Zhou Chong could hardly accept such a revelation. Present the evidence. Gasping for breath, Zhou Chong resembled a frenzied beast, his eyes aflame with fury. Those who dared to toy with him would meet a dire fate. If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation today, do not expect me to spare Li Hongyuan any leniency. Lin Ming, unfazed, replied with a calm smile. Perhaps young Master Zhou has indeed placed all his hopes on this batch of red wine, but has young Master Zhou ever considered having it tested? Zhou Chong faltered. Testing the wine? He had collaborated with this individual several times, earning over 20 million in profits, and since Mingtalan Winery had never produced a counterfeit, he had never contemplated the need for testing. Apparently not, Lin Ming shrugged. In that case, there is no need for further discussion. Let us proceed with the testing. Observing Lin Ming's confident demeanor, Zhou Chong felt a twinge of anxiety. Zhou Chong, testing the wine is a standard procedure. Let us follow President Lin's suggestion. A bottle of red wine costs merely 5,000. If you are reluctant, I shall cover it, Han Chongyu jested. His demeanor was steady, unlike Zhou Chong's, as he was not so certain that Lin Ming had indeed struck gold with his fortune from Fei Tian Mutai. In contrast to Zhou Chong, Han Chongyu was more curious to ascertain the veracity of Lin Ming's claims. No need. If Master Lin is mistaken, then let him bear the 5,000 for the wine. Zhou Chong retorted, his gaze fixed on Lin Ming, exuding a hint of defiance. The way he referred to Lin Ming had morphed into a somewhat sardonic Master Lin. What if I am correct? Lin Ming countered. Zhou Chong's eyelids twitched violently. Should Lin Ming prove to be right, it would transcend mere monetary concerns. Not only he, but even his father and retired grandfather would face dire consequences. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chong ceased his idle chatter and swiftly retrieved his phone. Xiao Hui, take 3 bottles from the batch of red wine delivered from Mingtalan Winery last time and bring them to the Quality Supervision Inspection Agency for testing. Zhou Chong commanded. Brother Chong, 3 bottles? Is that necessary? Each bottle is valued at over 20,000 domestically, totaling over 60,000. Besides, why have you suddenly decided to silence? Do as I say, immediately. Zhou Chong bellowed, hanging up the phone while continuing to glare at Lin Ming. Why are your eyes so wide? If looks could kill, I would have perished 1,000 times by now, Lin Ming teased. He harbored no anxiety regarding the authenticity of the red wine, for in his foresight of the future, he knew that this batch had indeed caused the demise of several individuals, including affluent elites. This information, propelled by those with ulterior motives, rapidly gained traction online, leading to Zhou Chong being taken in for investigation overnight, ultimately resulting in a lifelong imprisonment. Moreover, his father, Zhou Mingli, the paramount figure of Landau City, faced a severe downfall. Zhou Mingli is a man of unwavering integrity, utterly incapable of compromising his principles in such dire circumstances. Thus, after repeatedly visiting the families of the deceased to offer his apologies, he ultimately chose to end his own life by hanging. The final blow came from Zhou Chong's grandfather, the former provincial governor of Donglin, Zhou Wenyan. Already beset by illness, Zhou Wenyan could not bear the devastating news of his grandson's imprisonment and his son's suicide. He succumbed to sorrow and departed this world. It is fair to say that this tragedy, stemming from a batch of tainted wine, led to the ruin of the Zhou family, who had long been known for their incorruptibility and dedication to the public good. Lin Ming, too, wished to spare such selfless public servants from this unfathomable disaster, for the well-being of nearly 20 million citizens of Blue Island City depended on it. Thus, his intervention was motivated not only by a desire to befriend Zhou Chong but also by these deeper concerns. With all the facts laid bare, Lin Ming felt no fear towards Zhou Chong. Once the truth was revealed, Zhou Chong's ferocity would surely give way to cowardice. As time slipped by, half an hour swiftly passed, and the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly oppressive. Lin Ming sipped his tea, occasionally expressing his admiration. In that half hour, Zhou Chong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Li Hongyuan fidgeted restlessly, hesitant to speak. Only Han Chongyu attempted to lighten the mood with intermittent comments. But seeing the silence that enveloped the room, he too fell silent. Another 10 minutes passed. Grandfather, your grandson is calling again. The jarring ringtone abruptly shattered the collective concentration. In a musing tone, Lin Ming cast a wry smile at Zhou Chong. Humph. Zhou Chong scoffed and answered the call. Is there a result? Chong, brother Chong. On the other end, Xiao Hui's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Zhou Chong's heart sank. An ominous premonition surged through him, draining color from his face. Yet he steeled himself to inquire, what is it? Fake wine. All of it is fake, Xiao Hui exclaimed. The barcodes and labels are correct in both Chinese and English, but the sulfur dioxide levels are alarmingly high. And it's been mixed with a substantial amount of industrial alcohol. Zhou Chong felt a jolt coursing through him, as if struck by lightning. Xiao Hui continued, Brother Chong. They are playing us for fools. This is a deliberate trap. Consuming this wine could be fatal. With a crash, the phone slipped from Zhou Chong's grasp and fell to the ground. He could no longer bear to listen to Xiao Hui's words. His mind was consumed by two words, fake wine. Fake wine. Fake wine. The wine he had purchased for 50 million. The very vessel of his hopes and aspirations was indeed counterfeit. No, this cannot be. It cannot be true. Zhou Chong picked up the phone again, frantically dialing the foreign supplier, but the number had turned out to be disconnected. Undeterred, he sought alternative means of contact, yet every attempt ended in failure. The other party has completely vanished. Damn it. Zhou Chong roared, shattering his phone into a million pieces. Even Han Changyu and Li Hongyuan, despite their naivety, understood the gravity of the situation. Li Hongyuan struggled to contain his surging emotions. After all, Master Zhou was in a furious state, and it would not bode well for him to display his feelings. Meanwhile, Han Changyu gazed at Lin Ming's silhouette, suddenly finding this man somewhat terrifying. Mr. Lin. Han Changyu swallowed hard. Please, speak freely, Mr. Han, Lin Ming replied with a smile. Is this truly something you calculated? Han Changyu inquired. The method of discovery is no longer of significance. What truly matters is that the Zhou family has successfully escaped from the precipice, Lin Ming articulated, placing particular emphasis on Zhou family rather than Zhou Chong. In an instant, Zhou Chong regained his composure. He looked at Lin Ming, drenched in cold sweat, his legs weak and unable to support him. Ultimately, he knelt directly before Lin Ming. Chapter 18. My love for her runs deep. Zhou Chong. Mr. Zhou. Han Changyu and Li Hongyuan's expressions changed dramatically. Young Master Zhou, what are you doing? Lin Ming quickly supported Zhou Chong, for even if he was formidable, it was unacceptable for the esteemed heir of Blue Island City to kneel before him. Thank you, Zhou Chong murmured, filled with trepidation, unable to articulate his thoughts more eloquently. He could hardly fathom the consequences had this batch of red wine been sold. It was not merely ordinary wealthy elites who had reserved this wine. Several prominent young gentlemen from the provincial government were among them. If they consumed the wine, and if they were to perish, Zhou Chong would have no heads left to lose. His father would also suffer unwarranted misfortune, and his grandfather's temper would likely lead to a fatal outcome. Today, Lin Ming's brief words had averted a catastrophic disaster for the Zhou family. Zhou Chong vowed that without Lin Ming's warning, he would never have thought to test the wine, for he had placed unwavering trust in the foreign supplier. With a sudden slap across his own face, Zhou Chong bowed deeply to Lin Ming. This time, Lin Ming did not intervene. A reasonable person ought to act as Zhou Chong had. Mr. Lin, I apologize for my previous rudeness. Had it not been for you, I fear I would have had but a few days left. Thank you. Truly thank you. Zhou Chong's forehead almost grazed the ground. You are too kind, young Master Zhou. Fortunately, those events did not transpire, and it is your commendable character that allowed you to heed advice, thus averting disaster, Lin Ming replied, once more assisting Zhou Chong to his feet. Mr. Lin, I am no fool. I understand the dire consequences that would have befallen the Zhou family had these wines been sold. Zhou Chong regarded Lin Ming, but this time his demeanor was not cold. Rather, it was imbued with an unprecedented warmth. It confirmed Lin Ming's earlier belief, how fierce he had been then, now reflected in his gentleness. Mr. Lin, you are a benefactor to the Zhou family, a benefactor to me, Zhou Chong. If you regard me favorably, I shall henceforth call you Brother Lin. Rest assured. Whatever you may require, I, Zhou Chong, shall not hesitate to assist. He continued. Your kind sentiments are much appreciated, young Master Zhou. I am indeed a few years your senior. Addressing each other as brothers will not breach etiquette, haha. Lin Ming laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Li Hongyuan watched with envy, realizing that Lin Ming was indeed a capable individual, effortlessly compelling the proud Zhou Chong to submit. He was also astonished by Lin Ming's seemingly prophetic abilities, which were strikingly accurate. From Zhang Chong Wei of Hanning Network to Lin Jiahua's concert, from the soaring prices of Fate Tian Mao to this very moment, there had been no missteps. If Li Hongyuan had been skeptical before, he was now utterly convinced. Prior to this, Lin Ming and Zhou Chong had shared no connection. They were entirely from different worlds. Aside from divination, Li Hongyuan truly cannot fathom how Lin Ming discerned that batch of red wine was counterfeit. Brother Han, let us host a banquet. Today, I must indulge in a hearty drink with Brother Lin. I shall not return until inebriated. Zhou Chong declared, addressing Han Changyu. Very well. Let us go to the Tianyang hotel owned by the Hong family, shall we? Han Changyu responded, his face beaming with joy. He shared a close bond with Zhou Chong. Since Zhou had transformed peril into safety, it was only natural that Han felt elated too. Even though you have averted disaster, you still suffered a loss of 50 million taels. Do you not feel a twinge of regret? Lin Chong teased. Money is inconsequential. It can be earned anew. If I lose my life, however, that truly would be the end. Zhou Chong retorted with a laugh. His outlook was one that Lin Ming genuinely admired. And from his demeanor, it was evident that like Li Hongyuan, he was a man who appreciated and repaid kindness. Of course, perhaps Zhou Chong harbored intentions of forming a connection with Lin Ming, but there was no need for anyone to expose that. Subsequently, Han Changyu reserved a private room for lunch at the Tianyang Hotel. With time still shy of 11 o'clock, they sat down to enjoy some tea. As Han Changyu put it, the exquisite De Hong Pao freshly brewed should not go to waste. Compared to before, the atmosphere had greatly improved. Zhou Chong appeared as a starry-eyed admirer, completely shedding his previous air of superiority. Having witnessed Lin Ming's prowess, Han Changyu dared not offend him and remained exceedingly courteous. As for Li Hongyuan, words were unnecessary. Prior to today, he would never have dared to associate with someone of Zhou Chong's stature. However, after Lin Ming had averted calamity for the Zhou family, Zhou Chong's attitude towards Li Hongyuan underwent a complete transformation. The sole reason was, Lin Ming was introduced to him by Li Hongyuan. The adage one person ascends, and all connected rise perhaps encapsulates this principle. Knock, knock, knock. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a knock resounded on Han Changyu's office door. Apologies, he said politely, nodding towards Lin Ming before continuing, come in. The double-colored panel door swung open, revealing a figure clad in a black uniform and short skirt. Manager Han, I am Chen Jia from the project department. Director Liu is in a meeting, so I am here to report on. Chen Jia began. But her words abruptly halted as she spotted Lin Ming seated on the sofa. Is that really you? She exclaimed, vigorously rubbing her eyes. Disbelief etched across her face. It was indeed him. But how could this be possible? How could Lin Ming be in Manager Han's office, looking so composed and jovial? I have been searching for you, but to no avail, Lin Ming smiled. This scene left Han Changyu and Zhou Chong utterly bewildered. Mr. Lin, do you know each other? Han Changyu inquired. Yes, Lin Ming replied. Not really. Chen Jia and Lin Ming spoke in unison. Han Changyu glanced from Lin Ming to Chen Jia. Chen Jia hastily clarified. Manager Han, it's not that we don't know each other. I. Observing the flush on Chen Jia's cheeks. Lin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder she bore such an adorable daughter. Chen Jia was inherently charming. I like her, Lin Ming suddenly declared. Upon hearing these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Don't be ridiculous, Chen Jia exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Lin Gu, you're not joking, are you? Zhou Chong's lips twitched. With Lin Ming's capabilities, what kind of woman could he not attract? Yet, he was inexplicably drawn to such an ordinary employee. Well, not entirely ordinary. At least she was undeniably beautiful, though her circumstances were rather commonplace. Indeed, I love her, Lin Ming declared, gazing intently at Chen Jia, articulating each word with conviction. I love her deeply, to the core of my being. If I cannot become her man, if I cannot provide her with the most beautiful and happiest life, then the latter half of my existence will be akin to living in hell. Chen Jia stared blankly at Lin Ming, momentarily at a loss for words. Despite her disbelief in his declarations, she had to concede that she had not heard Lin Ming express such sentiments since their marriage. As for the others, Li Hongyuan was somewhat understanding, likely aware of the dynamics between Lin Ming and Chen Jia. However, Zhou Chong and Han Changyu appeared utterly bewildered. Is this a confession? So direct? Zhou Chong mused. I really need to learn from Lin Gu. His divination skills are remarkable, and he seems quite adept at winning hearts too. Zhou Chong's admiration for Lin Ming grew even stronger. Chapter 19. He truly appears to have changed, although the nature of Lin Ming and Chen Jia's relationship remains unclear. It is evident from Lin Ming's words that he holds profound affection for Chen Jia, an affection that is undeniably deep. To think, Mr. Lin's beloved happens to be right here with me. It feels as if the great flood has swept through the Dragon King's temple, causing family to be unrecognizable to one another. Han Changyu chuckled. Mr. Han, it is not as you perceive. Chen Jia attempted to clarify. Yet Han Changyu waved his hand dismissively. Let us set aside the matters at hand for now. You should follow up on the projects with Huazhang and Tingguang. I will speak to Director Liu on your behalf, and you will be responsible for these projects going forward. Chen Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. The projects with Huazhang and Tingguang had long been established, with both parties collaborating for several years. They were undeniably lucrative opportunities. It was commonly acknowledged among many employees that these projects were highly coveted, yet they had always been managed by Director Liu, leaving even seasoned staff unable to stake a claim, let alone Chen Jia, who was at the very bottom of the hierarchy. How could it be? How could such a substantial opportunity suddenly fall into her hands? Instinctively, Chen Jia glanced at Lin Ming. It must be him. It was undoubtedly due to his words that Mr. Han decided to assign her these projects. But why? What was it about Lin Ming that commanded such regard from Mr. Han, even hinting at a degree of respect? Her thoughts were a whirlwind as Chen Jia bit her lip. Mr. Han, I am grateful for your generous consideration, however. I have only been in my position for less than a year and lack the requisite experience. I fear I may not be capable of managing these projects. You are Lin Ming's beloved. I have faith in your capabilities, Han Changyu asserted. Chen Jia felt as though her worldview was being turned upside down. Simply because Lin Ming professed his fondness for her, Mr. Han believed she possessed the necessary skills? What kind of logic was this? Was there truly a connection between the two? Nevertheless, Chen Jia finally understood. It was indeed because of Lin Ming that Mr. Han treated her with such favor, as his words had nearly made it explicit. Ahem. Noticing Chen Jia's silence, Han Changyu cleared his throat before continuing. We are to dine with Mr. Lin shortly. Will you join us? Chen Jia quickly regained her composure. Ignoring Lin Ming's expectant gaze, she shook her head. I still have work to do. I shall not disturb you, Mr. Han. Very well. Until next time, Han Changyu replied warmly, making Chen Jia feel somewhat uncomfortable as she hurriedly departed from the office, which felt like an entirely different realm. As she watched Chen Jia's figure gradually fade from view, Lin Ming could not conceal his disappointment. Brother Lin, you have exquisite taste. Chen Jia clearly possesses admirable qualities. If it were anyone else, they would be elated about the projects Mr. Han just mentioned. Without a doubt, Zhou Chong chimed in. You do not understand. Lin Ming shook his head. Given that you have investigated me before, you must surely be aware of the reckless deeds I have committed in the past. In truth, Chen Jia is my ex-wife. We finalized our divorce just a week ago. Zhou Chong remarked. That flattery has landed on the wrong target. Lin, my dear brother, a prodigal son's return is invaluable. I firmly believe that if you persevere, your sister-in-law will undoubtedly reconsider her feelings. Li Hongyuan gently patted Lin Ming's shoulder. Alas, one only learns to cherish what they have lost, but by then, it is often too late. Lin Ming composed himself and, noticing Zhou Chong's gaze upon him, smiled and said, Young Master Zhou, do not follow in my footsteps. Zhou Chong's face flushed slightly. Brother Lin, I currently do not even have a girlfriend, so those thoughts are far too premature for me. Laughter erupted among the group. As mealtime approached, they descended the stairs and boarded Han Changyu's Lincoln Navigator, heading straight for Tianong Hotel. It was only after their departure that Chen Jia discreetly emerged from the project department. What on earth has transpired? Chen Jia murmured to herself. Suddenly, a hand clapped on her shoulder, startling her. Turning around, she found it was her colleague and best friend in the project department, Xinyu. Although Chen Jia was 3 years older, in terms of experience, Xinyu was indeed her senior. Thanks to Xinyu's assistance, Chen Jia was able to secure her position so swiftly, and she genuinely felt grateful for her help. What is the matter? You nearly scared me to death. Chen Jia exclaimed, patting her elevated chest. Xinyu, with an envious expression, said, Sister Chen, you look magnificent, nowhere near resembling a woman who has borne children. I'm utterly jealous. Chen Jia's cheeks flushed. You cheeky girl, speak such nonsense again, and I'll take care of you. Kiki. Xinyu teased playfully, Sister Chen. You've been standing here for several minutes. What are you looking at? Nothing. Chen Jia shook her head. Liar. I saw you staring at President Han and his group. You're not having thoughts about him, are you? Before Chen Jia could respond, Xinyu continued, but President Han is indeed quite the eligible bachelor. Becoming the executive president at such a young age, he is bound to ascend even higher. Any woman lucky enough to marry him would surely wake up smiling from her dreams. What are you thinking? You're always so fond of gossip. Chen Jia rolled her eyes. Is it not President Han? That man in his 40s is certainly not within consideration. It must be the other two. Xinyu argued logically. One of them, I've heard, is the son of the top leader in Blue Island City, named Zhou Chong. It's best to forget about him. He is even more difficult to approach than President Han. The last one, however, is quite promising. He engages effortlessly with President Han, indicating he is no ordinary individual. Most importantly, he is truly handsome. As she spoke, Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration. You cheeky girl, do you believe I want to tell your boyfriend these words? Chen Jia responded, speechless. Pfft, why would I care? Speaking isn't a crime. Besides, I don't even have a boyfriend, Chen Yu replied, shaking her head. Chen Jia remained silent for a moment before saying, the most handsome one you mentioned is my ex-husband. His name is Lin Ming. What? Chen Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Chen, you cannot be deceiving me, can you? Why would I deceive you? It is indeed true, Chen Jia replied. My heavens. I had no idea that brother-in-law was so handsome. He does not seem at all like what you described. At this point, Chen Yu hastily fell silent, gently fanning her face with her small hands. Sister Chen, I apologize. I did not mean to bring up your painful memories. However, I must say there is a saying that rings true. Handsome men are often bound to be scoundrels. Let them all disappear. Family disgrace should not be aired in public. Regarding Lin Ming, Chen Jia had not made a spectacle of the matter. She would only occasionally mention it to Chen Yu, providing her with a general understanding of the situation. Although Lin Ming did not outwardly appear to be the type Chen Jia described, Chen Yu chose to trust her friend, especially since she had often noticed bruises on Chen Jia's face or body in the past. Moreover, given Chen Jia's character, one could only wonder what drove her to the point of divorce. He may seem presentable, but he is merely a facade. Such people will inevitably face their comeuppance, Chen Yu exclaimed, feeling indignant on Chen Jia's behalf. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, Chen Jia murmured, he seems to have truly changed. Am I not perceiving this correctly? A leopard cannot change its spots. Sister Chen, you have already escaped the depths of suffering. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by him again, Chen Yu cautioned. Indeed, Chen Jia replied with a sorrowful smile. Now that she had Chen Yuan and had stepped into motherhood, she must confront reality and shed her naivety. After all these years, has Lin Ming ever changed? If he were capable of change, he would have done so long ago. Chapter 20. Flies Everywhere. Tianyang Hotel, a landmark of Blue Island City, embodies dining, entertainment, accommodation, and sightseeing, soaring to a height of 312 meters across 78 floors, making it the second tallest building in the city, according to Shou Chong and Han Changyu. This establishment was built by their good friend Hong Ning, a claim that seems neither boastful nor necessary, reflecting the extensive connections of these high-profile individuals. The private room was reserved in the Tianzi Pavilion on the 58th floor, one of the most luxurious suites in the hotel, adorned with opulent decor that exudes an ancient charm. Once everyone settled in, Shou Chong turned to Lin Ming and said, Brother Lin, it seems that Hong Ning has a distinguished guest arriving and insists on making an introduction. I hope this does not disrupt your enjoyment. Disrupt? On the contrary. As the esteemed heir of the Tianyang Group, I would be more than eager to curry favor, Lin Ming replied with a smile. That is excellent. Shou Chong nodded in agreement. At that moment, an exclamation pierced the air from outside the room. Since they were waiting for Hong Ning, the door remained ajar, allowing a clear view of the interior. Lin Ming turned to see a man in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, standing there, accompanied by two others. After a moment of recollection, Lin Ming recognized him as Zhang Yundong, a university alumnus and one of his former rivals in love. Chen Jia, being exceptionally attractive, had no shortage of admirers. Zhang Yundong was among the most notable, hailing from a decent family, possessing good looks, and excelling academically, ultimately being recommended for graduate studies. Unfortunately, despite his intentions, Chen Jia had never regarded Zhang Yundong with any seriousness. In her eyes, only Lin Ming existed. Years later, Lin Ming was surprised that Zhang Yundong recognized him instantly. He stood politely, smiling. Ah, it's you. It's been ages. And you seem even more impressive than back in school. Seeing that Lin Ming was acquainted with the newcomer, Li Hanyuan, Zhou Chong, and Han Changyu rose to greet him. However, to their astonishment, as Zhang Yundong entered the room, he remarked, Of course. Who would compare to you, Divine Lin? A campus hero turned into a mere nobody in society. The biting sarcasm and condescending demeanor caused the smiles on Shou Chong and his companions' faces to falter. Lin Ming furrowed his brow, taken aback by this grudge held for so long, despite the passage of years. Each individual's choice is their own right. If one is not chosen, there is no need to harbor resentment. Unbeknownst to him, for Zhang Yundong, this was a rare opportunity. During their university days, Lin Ming was indeed the center of attention, inciting jealousy in many, including Zhang Yundong. His relentless pursuit of Chen Jia almost led to a confrontation with Lin Ming. While Lin Ming dismissed the matter, Zhang Yundong could not forget. After graduation, he remained fixated, subtly probing into Lin Ming and Chen Jia's affairs within their alumni circle. The outcome was nearly enough to leave Jing Yundong in stitches. Indeed, the two had tied the knot. However, following the collapse of his entrepreneurial endeavors, Lin Ming underwent a drastic transformation. He not only resorted to domestic violence against Chen Jia, but also spiraled into a life of alcoholism and gambling, becoming a social pariah. In stark contrast, Zhang Yundong's current achievements placed him on a pedestal far above Lin Ming's dismal state. Zhang Yundong had made no fewer than 10 attempts to ascertain Lin Ming and Chen Jia's whereabouts, driven by a desire to vindicate himself and perhaps even win over the goddess of his dreams. Yet, he had found no classmates who could provide such information, and his efforts had proven futile. Unexpectedly, during a visit to Tianyang Hotel for a business discussion, he encountered Lin Ming. It seemed the heavens had smiled upon him, granting him a fortuitous encounter. "I have heard all about your predicament," Zhang Yundong remarked, scrutinizing Lin Ming with a derisive smirk. "You present yourself quite well, but I suspect you're still up to your old tricks. It's no surprise, considering you've perfected the art of deception." Lin Ming's expression darkened. "Zhang Yundong, after all these years, let us not make this awkward, given our shared alma mater." "Awkward? Huh. It seems your deceit has been laid bare, and now you find yourself in a precarious position." Zhang Yundong retorted with unabashed glee. "At long last, I have the opportunity to settle this score. Weren't you rather arrogant during our university days? Did you not wish to confront me? Come on, hit me. I dare you. You naive fool. The world outside is far more complex than the confines of university life. What does your handsome visage amount to? Can it fill your stomach? Your entrepreneurship ended in failure. Did it not? I hear you have a penchant for abusing women, and even your own child is not spared. Truly despicable. I cannot fathom how Chen Jia ever found you appealing or why she devoted herself to you. What exactly do you possess that is superior to me? To put it bluntly, you lack even the merit to carry my shoes." As his excitement escalated, Zhang Yundong's once handsome features began to contort with malice. He gestured behind him, commanding, "Bring me my bag." Instantly, someone handed him a leather bag. Zhang Yundong unzipped it, revealing several bundles of crimson banknotes, which he flung onto the table. "Lin Ming, do you not have a fondness for money? Here lies 50,000 yuan. If you kneel and apologize to me now, and allow Chen Jia to accompany me for a few days, this sum shall be yours." At these words, Zhou Chong and the others could no longer contain themselves. Just an hour prior, they had witnessed Lin Ming's deep affection for Chen Jia. Now, this wretched man dared to suggest that Lin Ming persuade Chen Jia to be with him? It was outrageous. "Lin Go." Zhou Chong glanced at Lin Ming, who wore an unsettling calm, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yundong, leaving no hint of his thoughts. In contrast, Zhang Yundong, intoxicated by his own bravado, assumed Lin Ming was merely seething in silence. "Lin Go? You address him as Lin Go? Ha ha." Zhang Yundong ruffled Zhou Chong's hair. "Young man, you still have much to learn. Grandfather, today I am here to lend you a hand. Do not let yourself be deceived by this scoundrel. The way he is dressed so formally suggests he is surely plotting to swindle your money. Exercise caution, or you may find yourself at a total loss." Zhou Chong's expression darkened, as if he were about to burst into tears. "Throughout my life, aside from my parents and grandfather, no one has ever dared to ruffle my hair. What? Do you still have objections? I did ruffle it, so what will you do about it?" Zhang Yundong ruffled it a few more times, nearly driving Zhou Chong to the brink of fury. Were it not for Lin Ming's presence, he would have long since unleashed a torrent of blows. "And you too as well." Zhang Yundong poked Li Hongyuan and Han Changyu in the chest, his arrogance knowing no bounds. In a state where arrogance triumphed over reason, he completely overlooked that they were in the most luxurious private room of the Tianyang Hotel, instinctively believing that anyone mingling with Lin Ming must be of dubious character. Do not say that grandfather did not warn you. Associating with such scum will inevitably lead to ruin. Zhang Yundong scoffed. Han Changyu, though composed, was not without his temper. It was the first time he had ever been insulted in such a manner. "You seem quite impressive. May I inquire about your background?" Han Changyu asked. "What a load of nonsense." Zhou Chong gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Lin, just give the word, and I shall take him down this instant." "Oh, you still dare to make a move? With just your lot, do you think you stand a chance?" Zhang Yundong replied with disdain. Addressing Han Changyu, "Who do you think you are to question my background? Given your defiance, why don't you speak first? Let us see if you are superior to me." Han Changyu turned to Lin Ming, who smiled and said, "Since he wishes to know, why not enlighten him?" Finally, Han Changyu enunciated each word clearly. Tui International, Executive President for the Huaguo region stationed in Donglin Province, Han Changyu. Chapter 21. You certainly deserve it. If you were to inquire about Han Changyu, Zheng Yundong might not necessarily be acquainted with him, given that TUI International has numerous branches. However, mentioning TUI International would resonate with anyone who has even a modicum of professional experience, including Zheng Yundong. For him, the name Han Changyu holds little significance. What truly matters is TUI International, the executive president of the Huagua district stationed in Donglin province. Those who have navigated the complexities of the workplace understand the weight of such a position. Coincidentally, since his graduation, Zheng Yundong has been employed at an advertising firm, steadily rising to the rank of deputy director. He is acutely aware of the gravitas attached to the title of executive president. This individual represents the pinnacle of decision-making authority for TUI International in Donglin province. The disparity between a deputy director and an executive president is self-evident. Zheng Yundong's face flushed crimson, akin to having swallowed a fly. To be candid, based on his understanding of Lin Ming, he could hardly believe that Lin Ming was worthy of associating with such an illustrious figure. Just at that moment, Han Changyu produced a business card. "This is my business card," Han Changyu stated. Zheng Yundong accepted the card. Not only noticing the inscriptions of TUI International, Han Changyu, an executive president, but also the photograph of Han Changyu emblazoned upon it. The resemblance was uncanny, almost identical. In that instant, Zheng Yundong's complexion transformed to a shade reminiscent of pig liver, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, cold sweat pouring forth. Despite the fact that his advertising company had no direct ties to TUI International, he was acutely aware of Han Changyu's influence. Moreover, the firm had long aspired to collaborate with TUI International. If a connection were to be established, Zheng Yundong would not hesitate to sacrifice his own position, even that of the director, for such an opportunity. As this thought crossed his mind, Zheng Yundong opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched, rendering him voiceless. The revelation of Han Changyu's identity had indeed astounded him, prompting him to glance instinctively at Li Hongyuan and Zhou Chong, who seemed equally curious about their identities. "It appears you two are eager to know who we are," Lin Ming remarked nonchalantly. Li Hongyuan promptly presented his business card. "General Manager of Hongyuan Financial, Li Hongyuan." "Hongyuan Financial?" Zheng Yundong's expression contorted in disbelief. His reaction left Li Hongyuan somewhat perplexed. Had the reputation of Hongyuan Financial escalated to such heights? Unbeknownst to him, Zheng Yundong's immediate superior, the director of the advertising firm, had secured a loan from Hongyuan Financial, while Li Hongyuan treated Lin Ming with a degree of respect. The same could not be said for Hongyuan Financial's dealings with the director. Zheng Yundong witnessed his superior's perpetually furrowed brows, occasionally bearing bruises, often borrowing money from Zheng Yundong. Lamenting that Hongyuan Financial was pressuring him for repayment, Zheng Yundong found himself exasperated, yet out of respect for his superior, he felt compelled to oblige, repeatedly throwing away his efforts like a meat bun cast to a dog. In Zheng Yundong's mind, the name Hongyuan Financial resonated even more prominently than that of Han Changyu. The executive president, at least Han Changyu, was a reputable figure, whereas individuals like Li Hongyuan could engage in any manner of unscrupulous dealings. "Zhou Chong, there is no need for you to introduce yourself. He is unworthy of such an honor." Just as Zhou Chong seemed poised to speak, Lin Ming promptly raised his hand to silence him. Zhou Chong cast a grateful glance at Lin Ming, recognizing that he was acting in his best interest. He had intended to stand up for Lin Ming, yet given his different status, the implications were far too complex. Should any ill-intentioned individuals intervene, trouble would undoubtedly ensue. Lin Ming's timely intervention not only filled Zhou Chong with gratitude, but also deepened his admiration for Lin Ming's character. In truth, Zhou Chong was not even necessary. The mere presence of Li Hongyuan and Han Changyu was enough to leave Zheng Yundong's legs trembling. One was the general manager of Hongyuan Finance, and the other the executive president of TUI International, not to mention the young man whose identity he felt unworthy to know. Zheng Yundong desperately wished to slap himself. In front of such influential figures, he had been foolishly addressing them as grandfather, even going so far as to tousle their hair. I. Zheng Yundong nearly broke down in tears. "Brother Han, Chong, haha, are you feeling anxious?" Just then, a hearty laugh resonated from outside the private room. Hong Ming was a man of formidable stature, around the same age as Zhou Chong, with a robust physique and a height nearing 6'3". The most amusing aspect, however, was his completely shaved head. Had one not known him, it would be hard to believe that such a figure was the young heir of the Tianyong Group, valued at hundreds of billions. Hong Ming seemed oblivious to the awkward atmosphere until he entered the room, and spotted Zheng Yundong. Director Zheng? What brings you here? Do you know each other? Know each other? Nonsense. Before Zheng Yundong could respond, Shou Chong interjected with a cold snort. Baldy, what's going on? I distinctly remember my father instructing you that this land was to be utilized for the development of a high-end hotel. Now it appears that all sorts of unsavory characters are being allowed in. Hong Ming furrowed his brow. He was well aware of Zhou Chong's character. While he possessed a certain arrogance, he was not one to be swayed by superficiality, indicating that his words were indeed pointed. Coupled with Zhou Chong's current demeanor and his scrutinizing gaze directed at Zheng Yundong, Hong Ming had surmised the situation. Director Zheng is here to discuss a collaboration. What has transpired? Hong Ming inquired. Is it finalized? Zhou Chong retorted with a sidelong glance. Almost. Well, now it's off, Zhou Chong replied. At this, Zheng Yundong's expression shifted dramatically. For the sake of collaborating with Tianyang Hotel, he had spent over half a year crafting the proposal, revising it tirelessly. He had poured his heart and soul into it, with the company consistently allocating resources to support him. Just as he had finally reached the moment of fruition, it was abruptly dashed. Hong, you saw that proposal. Our collaboration would yield a mutually beneficial outcome. You. Zheng Yundong's voice quavered with emotion. Hold your tongue for a moment. Hong Ming interrupted him, then turned to Zhou Chong. What exactly is going on? Zhou Chong gestured to his own hair. Do you think this hairstyle looks good? Hong Ming scoffed. It's horrendously ugly. That's precisely the point, Zhou Chong replied. Zhou Chong pointed at Zheng Yundong, stating, This is what he just did to me. Hong Ming was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he turned to face Zheng Yundong, his expression darkening ominously. You dared to touzle his hair? Hong Ming inquired. Thud. Zheng Yundong, thoroughly frightened, dropped to his knees. Mr. Hong, esteemed bosses, I am blind to the truth. I recognize not the mountain. I deserve to die. I. Slap. Hong Ming delivered a resounding slap. Being robustly built, his strength was formidable. And this strike nearly rendered Zheng Yundong unconscious. You certainly deserve to die. Hong Ming exclaimed furiously. If you dare to touch Zhou Chong's head, tell me. What else would you not dare to do? If you should not die, then who should? The sound of consecutive slaps echoed throughout the private room. Zheng Yundong's expensive golden-rimmed glasses had shattered into fragments, while the two individuals behind him watched in stunned silence, not daring to breathe a word. Enough. If this continues, you will bear the burden of a life. Lin Ming suddenly interjected. Hong Ming paused, turning to Lin Ming. Zhou Chong hastily added, Monk. This is the esteemed guest I mentioned, Brother Lin Ming. Since Brother Lin has spoken, I shall spare his wretched life. Hong Ming replied, though he appeared simple-minded. His thoughts were incredibly astute. To command such respect from young Master Zhou, it was evident that the other party was not ordinary. Hence addressing him as Brother Lin could only be beneficial. Lin Ming smiled and nodded, then approached Zheng Yundong. I warned you earlier not to embarrass yourself. Why did you not heed my words? Lin Ming, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Zheng Yundong clutched Lin Ming's trousers, pleading, I am the scum. I am the beast. Please spare me, I beg you. I had no intention of harming you. It was your actions that were excessive, Lin Ming remarked, taking a seat without casting a glance at Zheng Yundong. Get lost. Don't disturb our meal. Seeing Lin Ming relent, Hong Ming waved him off like a bothersome fly. Zheng Yundong, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, scrambled out in haste. Wait. Lin Ming's voice froze Zheng Yundong in place once more. If you dare to harbor intentions against Chen Jia, I shall make you a eunuch. I wouldn't, absolutely not. Zheng Yundong stammered. Go back and inform your boss that I, Hong Ming, do not consent to the collaboration. Hong Ming added. Zheng Yundong dared not entertain thoughts of cooperation. Simply leaving alive today was already a stroke of fortune. Chapter 22. I would like you to take a look. Zheng Yundong was merely a minor episode in this gathering. The attendees bore no lasting grudges. We live in a society governed by law, where one does not resort to extreme measures over mere words. Once Zheng Yundong departed, the private room returned to its previous harmony. Brother Lin, allow me to introduce you, Zhou Chong said with a grin. This fellow here is Hong Ming, the future heir of the Tianyang group. I'm unsure of his peculiar tastes, but he has an affinity for a shaved head, so I've nicknamed him Monk. Get lost. Didn't I already tell you? A shaved head is comfortable, neat, and clean. Can't you comprehend human language? Hong Ming shot Zhou Chong a glare. Clean on the surface is one thing, but clean underneath is the real deal, right? Han Changyu chimed in with a jest. Brother Han, you've truly picked up some bad habits from this guy. Hong Ming replied, exasperated. In a moment, he turned to Lin Ming with a smile. Since Zhou Chong calls you Brother Lin, I shall also address you as Brother Lin from now on. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope to rely on you in the future. Too kind, Lin Ming said, shaking Hong Ning's hand. As the group engaged in conversation, a succession of delectable dishes graced the table. Being a coastal city, Blue Island boasted an abundance of seafood this season, resulting in most dishes featuring local catches. Interestingly, even locals find it challenging to savor authentic regional seafood, let alone someone like Lin Ming, an outsider. Unless one ventures out to see themselves, the cost of premium seafood is exorbitant, with crabs often priced at $200 to $300 per pound and mantis shrimp at $60 to $70. For ordinary fishermen, consuming is not as lucrative as selling for profit. Brother Lin, do try this hairy crab, Hong Ning offered, placing a crab in front of Lin Ming. It was just brought in this morning, incredibly plump, and has been kept in the seafood tank, so the freshness is impeccable. During their earlier banter, Zhou Chong had already informed Hong Ning of Lin Ming's prowess. Hong Ning was both astonished by Lin Ming's capabilities and grateful for his rescue of a dear friend, thus he extended a warm welcome to Lin Ming. To be honest, Lin Ming was indulging in this exquisite hairy crab for the very first time. Previously, he lacked the means. Now, he found himself short on time. Even after borrowing over 800,000 from Hongyuan Finance, he had mostly lost it at the gambling table. In terms of culinary experiences, Lin Ming had indeed not sampled many delicacies. However, gazing at the crab on his plate, Lin Ming couldn't help but think of Chen Jia and Xin Xian. He had never tasted such luxuries, and what of them? At least he had the means to drink and gamble back then, while Chen Jia had to tighten her belt. Struggling to make ends meet, daring not to buy even a bit of meat when grocery shopping, she had to rise early and return late, toiling endlessly to earn money and take care of her own needs. Brother Lin, why aren't you eating? Don't you like seafood? Zhou Chong's voice interrupted Lin Ming's reverie. Like it? Of course, I do. Haha, who wouldn't enjoy such earthly delights? Lin Ming replied with a smile. He then turned to Hong Ning and asked, Mr. Hong, a dish like this hairy crab must cost at least $500 to $600, right? At a price of $888 per pound. Lin Ge, you may call me by my name directly. Otherwise, you can refer to me as Monk like a Chong does. Being addressed as Mr. Hong all the time feels too distant, Hong Ning feigned complaint. Haha, if you don't mind, I shall call you Monk from now on. It does indeed foster a sense of intimacy, Lin Ming replied. He silently marveled at the exorbitant profits of such a high-end hotel. Noting that the procurement price for the hairy crabs was merely a few hundred, yet here they approached 1,000. Although there are costs involved, the potential for substantial profit remains. In a BMW 5 Series, Zhang Yundong sat in the back seat while the two companions he brought along were one driving and the other seated in the front passenger seat. Director Zhang. They are exceedingly audacious, aren't they? Assaulting someone in broad daylight. This is illegal. Should we report it to the police? The driver muttered. Just the other day, I came across a news article where someone was assaulted at a hotel front desk, and the compensation was $10,000 for a slap. Indeed, I saw that too. Given that your injuries are more severe, Director Zhang, if they assess it as a minor injury, the compensation could be even greater, chimed in the passenger. And that young man, regardless of his background, surely does not warrant your attention, Director Zhang. No one is that arrogant. Shut your mouths. What were you doing earlier? Does hindsight help? Zhang Yundong scolded. However, the two were not entirely wrong. Now that Zhang Yundong had somewhat recovered, he indeed entertained thoughts of seeking compensation. The force of Hong Ning's strike had been overwhelming. Zhang Yundong still felt a burning sensation on his face and a foggy head. If he were to go to the hospital now, a concussion would surely be a definitive diagnosis. He opened his phone and searched for the name Zhou Chong. Soon, numerous links regarding Zhou Chong appeared. Zhang Yundong then refined his search based on the provincial and city addresses, ultimately pinpointing a piece of information: Zhou Chong, general manager of Chong'an Liquor Industry, legal representative. Chong'an Liquor Industry? Zhang Yundong furrowed his brow, intending to delve deeper into the matter to uncover Zhou Chong's background. Just then, another link caught his eye. It was not related to Zhou Chong or the liquor industry, but rather about the leading figure of Landau City, Zhou Mingli. Zhang Yundong's eyelids twitched, and instinctively he clicked on it. He overlooked the other information within the link, fixating on a few words, his mind going blank. Father and son relationship. Zhou Chong. Click. Closing his phone, Zhang Yundong took a deep breath. He resolved to treat today's incident as if it had never occurred. Anyone who dared to speak of it would face dire consequences. Food is of utmost importance to the people. Subsequently, everyone indulged heartily. Li Hongyuan also feasted with great enthusiasm. continuously praising the freshness and exquisite taste of the ingredients at Tianong Hotel. Zhou Chong and Hong Ning, though privileged young masters, were both astute individuals who did not overlook Li Hongyuan despite their flattery towards Lin Ming. Overall, the meal was extremely enjoyable. After several rounds of drinks, Lin Ming wiped his mouth and said, "Monk, could you assist me in preparing a few more dishes? I would like to pack some to take home for the children." Wrapped around me, Brother Lin is truly a devoted family man, Hong Ning remarked with a smile. However, Lin Ming shook his head. A devoted family man. If that were the case, I would not have ended up with a broken family. Then let us make the arrangements. I shall leave shortly, Lin Ming said, glancing at the time. Very well, I will give the necessary instructions. Hong Ning nodded in agreement. Observing Lin Ming's intention to depart, Han Changyu hastily interjected, "Mr. Lin, where do you reside? Allow me to escort you." Lin Ming regarded him with a warm smile. "Your offer is merely a pretense. There is something else on your mind." "Isn't there?" Clearing his throat, Han Changyu replied, "Well, it's not much. I just find you quite impressive and was hoping you might lend me your insight." Chapter 23. You have two calamities. Lin Ming smiled. If he were indeed a fortune teller, he might hesitate to agree, as he himself was uncertain about the accuracy of his predictions. However, he was not a mere fortune teller. He possessed the extraordinary ability to foresee the future. Thus, the request from Han Changyu was merely a trifling matter for him. "Mr. Lin, may I ask?" Han Changyu cautiously inquired, assuming Lin Ming might be reluctant. "Of course," Lin Ming replied. Han Changyu was a person of significance, and in the future, when he exported his special pharmaceuticals abroad, he might find this favor useful. If he hadn't spoken up first, Lin Ming would have been at a loss as to how to make him owe a debt of gratitude. Moreover, during their time in the office, Han Changyu had clearly presented those projects to Chen Jia with the intention of showing Lin Ming. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of perception. Given these circumstances, Lin Ming had no reason to withhold his assistance. "Mr. Han, at 36 years old and still unmarried, could it be that you wish to explore matters of romance?" Lin Ming teased. Laughter erupted among the group. Zhou Chong chimed in. "Brother Lin, you might be onto something. If it weren't for his frequent visits to nightclubs and the numerous women on his WeChat, I would almost think he was. You know. Chong, be more confident. Just omit the almost. Brother Han is definitely." Hong Ning added. "Both of you, get lost." Han Changyu's face flushed. "Mr. Lin, please don't jest. With my appearance and my circumstances, do you truly believe I cannot find a spouse?" There was a hint of confidence in his voice. The truth was that it wasn't that he couldn't find someone. He simply had never contemplated marriage. "If you remain seated here today, you might indeed find it challenging to marry in the future," Lin Ming remarked with a gentle smile. In just a few words, the once lively atmosphere in the private room fell silent. Han Changyu's expression shifted, and his breath quickened. "Mr. Lin, what do you mean?" Lin Ming did not answer directly but posed a counter-question. "On the day after tomorrow, September 2nd, you plan to go on a business trip, correct?" Han Changyu was taken aback. "Yes, to the headquarters for a quarterly summary. Your boat ticket is for 9:30? Departing from the Cross Seaport? On the Poseidon?" Lin Ming continued. Boom. Han Changyu's head rang. He finally grasped the sensation Zhou Chong had experienced earlier. No one knew that he intended to take a boat overseas. Yet Lin Ming not only knew but also accurately stated his departure time and location. He even knew which ship he would be boarding. A divine presence. A divine presence indeed. Han Changyu nearly knelt in awe. Zhou Chong and the others, unaware of his feelings, frowned and questioned, "Brother Han, isn't the headquarters of TUI International located in Europe? Why not take a plane? A cruise takes too much time." "What do you know?" Han Changyu shook his head. "I've been overwhelmed with work lately, feeling quite restless. I chose the cruise mainly to relax. After all, there is no rush with the headquarters. A few days' delay is inconsequential. I might as well treat it as a vacation. The reason for your restlessness is precisely because of the impending calamity." Lin Ming gazed at Han Changyu and remarked, "Moreover, there is not merely one calamity." Han Changyu swallowed hard, his eyes wide with trepidation. The others fell silent, awaiting Lin Ming's further elucidation. "I sincerely hope, Mr. Lin, that you can assist in averting this disaster," he expressed, bowing deeply in gratitude. "The first calamity pertains to the cruise ship. You must immediately cancel your ticket and opt for a flight instead. The sea god will encounter a tempest as it approaches Valinania, with the waves surging dangerously high. And there have been fatalities aboard." Lin Ming paused before continuing. "As for the second calamity, it seems to involve a romantic entanglement." He fixed Han Changyu with a knowing smile. "Do you have a significant other in Europe?" Coughing, Han Changyu nearly choked on his own saliva. utterly astonished by Lin Ming's uncanny knowledge. The Uklin women, long legs, fair skin, strikingly beautiful. You certainly have discerning taste, Lin Ming added. Han Changyu felt utterly exposed, as if every facet of his being had been laid bare. He was convinced that if Lin Ming were to comment on the dimensions of his anatomy, he could do so with exact precision. Unbeknownst to him, Han Changyu had overestimated Lin Ming's abilities. His gift was foresight, not omniscience. Since Lin Ming was discussing Han Changyu's tribulations, Zhou Chong and the others refrained from teasing him about the Uklin women, all eyes fixed on Lin Ming, eagerly awaiting his revelations. After a brief pause, Lin Ming's smile vanished. You may proceed as you wish, but exercise caution. She has been compromised. And the puppet master is one Slangiv, also from Uklin. Han Changyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Slangiv. It is he. Without needing to inquire further, it was evident from Han Changyu's expression that Slangiv was indeed a significant figure. Li Hanyuan and Zhou Chong gasped for breath, while Hong Ning maintained a skeptical demeanor. After all, the events had yet to unfold, and Hong Ning had only heard of the wine incident through Zhou Chong's account. Truth be told, such matters were difficult to comprehend without personal experience. Hong Ning felt Lin Ming resembled those charlatans on television who bewildered the unsuspecting. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you. Han Changyu, regaining his composure, bowed once more, this time deeper in gratitude. You assisted Chen Jia, so it is only fitting that I reciprocate. It is the principle of reciprocity, Lin Ming replied. Lin Go. Zhou Chong suddenly interjected, since the three of us are the best of friends, and you have shared insights with both me and Brother Han, might you also bestow your wisdom upon the monk? Hong Ning's expression darkened. He personally held reservations about these matters, and given Lin Ming's track record of foretelling misfortunes, 1 calamity for Zhou Chong, 2 for Han Changyu, he feared his own fate might escalate to 3 calamities. I am the master of my own fate, Hong Ning declared defiantly. Do not utter such nonsense. Lin Ji's prowess is beyond your imagination, someone retorted. Lin Ge is willing to show you. That is indeed your fortune. Sit there obediently, and if you dare to speak recklessly again, we shall no longer be friends. Zhou Chong scolded. He could discern that Hong Ning harbored doubts about Lin Ming. Yet he need not display such obvious skepticism. There is no loss in merely observing. Why put on airs here? What if something truly transpires? Zhou Chong was aware that those esteemed individuals on television often exuded arrogance. If Lin Ming were to be offended, regret would come too late. However, Lin Ming was not as petty as Zhou Chong presumed. With a smile, he replied, there is no need for concern. The monk is quite fortunate. At least for the time being, there is nothing amiss. Did I not mention it? The monk murmured. For reasons unknown, despite his disbelief. He felt a sense of relief when Lin Ming assured him of his safety. Zhou Chong interjected, Lin Ge, are you implying that while there is nothing wrong now, troubles may arise in the future? Ah Chong, what do you mean by that? Are you cursing me? Hong Ning retorted, visibly displeased. Silence. Zhou Chong continued to gaze intently at Lin Ming. There are indeed some matters at hand, but it is not convenient to disclose them at present. In due time, I shall undoubtedly assist him, Lin Ming stated. He could aid others in evading calamities, yet he could not alter the destinies of all. Some individuals and events had yet to fall into their respective trajectories, and thus, he would refrain from speaking of them just yet. Chapter 24. Chen Jia and his sister-in-law having indulged in a sumptuous feast, Hong Ning instructed the kitchen to prepare a lavish takeaway for Lin Ming, which included several exquisite hairy crabs, a 5-pound flower dragonfish, steamed grouper, chocolate pudding, and other delectable dishes and desserts of considerable value. Given the pricing at the Tianong Hotel, the total certainly exceeded 10,000. However, Hong Ning was adamant about not allowing Lin Ming to settle the bill. Ultimately, it was Han Changyu who intervened, causing a frown to mar Hong Ning's face. In truth, Hong Ning understood that Lin Ming had not yet rendered any assistance to him. Hence Lin Ming's reluctance to owe him a favor. Han Changyu, on the other hand, found himself in a different position. After Lin Ming had pointed out 2 calamities to him, he felt indebted to Lin Ming, making his offer to cover the bill seem only natural. Politely declining Han Changyu's offer to drive him home, Lin Ming took a taxi alone, heading directly to the Unju community. Soon after, Li Hongyuan departed for Hongyuan Finance. Once the two had left, Hong Ning turned to Han Changyu and Zhou Chong, inquiring, this Lin Ge, is he truly as extraordinary as they say? You may choose not to believe it, but I have already verified it here. Not only did Lin Ge save Zhou Chong, but he also rescued the entire Zhou family. Zhou Chong was too lazy to elaborate further. Hong Ning then directed his gaze towards Han Changyu. What about that Si Langjifu? What's his story? He is my rival. The headquarters will conduct a senior management assessment at the end of the year, as the current head of our operations in Huagua will be reassigned next year. Therefore, the executive presidents of the various branches are all eager for this lucrative position, Han Changyu explained. The position of head is likely to be filled by either myself or Si Langjifu. Our performance metrics are comparable, but as a native of Huagua, I possess a geographical advantage, which slightly diminishes his chances. So, if you manage to outdo Si Langjifu, you would become the head of TUI International in the Huagua region? Hong Ning asked. Han Changyu nodded, roughly speaking. Upon hearing this, both Hong Ning and Shou Chong were taken aback. The role of head for the entire Huagua region vastly surpassed the position of executive president in Donglan province. At only 36 years of age, Han Changyu had the opportunity to excel. Indeed, he was extraordinarily impressive, with one possessing a prominent background and the other inheriting a family legacy. They both realized that even when combined, their abilities paled in comparison to Han Changyu's. This was a primary reason for their willingness to address him as Brother Han. In that case, Hong Ning chuckled slyly. What Lin Ge said about the connection with Wuklan must indeed hold some truth. Han Changyu remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the insinuation. Wow, Brother Han, you truly know how to play the game. Your reach even extends overseas. I am in awe. Hong Ning exclaimed dramatically. Get lost. Both of you. You never take anything seriously, Han Changyu mockingly retorted before resuming a serious tone. To be honest, if Mr. Lin had merely hinted at my potential misfortune, I might have entertained doubts. However, he specified not only which vessel I was to board and when, but also mentioned Si Langjifu and Wuklan. Cough. All these details were laid bare. It leaves me utterly convinced. Yet, I still find it hard to believe. Don't judge me harshly. For it is likely that any individual would struggle to accept such claims. Hong Ning shrugged. Zhou Chong let out a cold laugh, saying, Do you believe it? Time will reveal the truth. Didn't Brother Lin mention that the Ocean God cruise ship would encounter a thunderstorm in the Valenania Sea? Whether that is true or false, we shall see when the news breaks. I think you've lost your mind, Hong Ning teased. Zhou Chong, lacking the patience for idle chatter, excused himself to attend to matters regarding the shipment of red wine, bidding farewell to Hong Ning as he departed with Han Changyu. In the taxi, the driver cheerfully remarked, Young man, what delightful dish are you preparing? It smells absolutely divine. Oolong, Australian abalone and fish, Lin Ming replied. The driver's face twitched slightly. He mused internally. Can he really be that oblivious? That unmistakable scent is clearly from spicy and sour shredded potatoes. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, Lin Ming was oblivious to the driver's thoughts. He retrieved his phone and dialed Chen Jia's number. Just as the call was about to disconnect, Chen Jia finally answered. Miss Chen, do you have a moment? Lin Ming inquired with a smile. The formality of Miss Chen caused Chen Jia to furrow her brow. We are divorced now. You surely wouldn't prefer me to call you wife or spouse, Lin Ming jested. I have no time for your banter. Why are you calling? Chen Jia replied curtly. I've packed some dishes. I figured that Xian is home alone and probably hasn't eaten. I wanted to invite you to join her, Lin Ming said. Thank you, but that's unnecessary. I have my own meal, Chen Jia replied coldly. Even if you don't care for yourself, think of Xian. She can't cook either and will be left hungry at home. Lin Ming argued. Ever since Chen Jia started working, Xian had been left alone at home. The company was not close to their rented apartment. And since Lin Ming was absent, it was an unavoidable situation. As Xian grew older, she began to understand the need to eat lunch at home. But her meals consisted of leftovers from breakfast or hastily prepared snacks like biscuits. Due to Lin Ming's alcoholism and gambling debts, Chen Jia was unable to provide Xian with proper food. Thankfully, their neighbors, Wang Lanmei and her husband, occasionally invited Xian over for meals and kept an eye on her, which offered Chen Jia some peace of mind. At this moment, hearing that Xian was home alone, Chen Jia hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, she said, Then you should go over now. I won't be returning, but you must not hit her again, or I will call the police. Lin Ming sighed inwardly. It seemed his past self had truly cast a deep psychological shadow over the two of them. If you don't come back. Xian probably won't open the door for me, Lin Ming said helplessly. It's working hours. I'm very busy and have no time to return. Chen Jia replied impatiently. It's all right. I've already spoken with Han Changyu. Just come back, Lin Ming said, a cunning smile spreading across his face. Mr. Han? Chen Jia recalled the scene she had witnessed in the office that morning, and a wave of doubt surged within her. Just then, an unfamiliar call came in. Assuming it was a client, Chen Jia quickly said, "A client is calling. I need to hang up." After reconnecting, she asked, "Hello, who is this? Sister-in-law Chen?" "This is Han Changyu," came the response. Chen Jia felt a surge of energy. "Mr. Han? What is the reason for your call? I heard that my niece is home alone. You should take the afternoon off and return home. Lin Ming has prepared some dishes for your family. Take this opportunity to spend some quality time together," Han Changyu replied with a smile. Chen Jia felt disheartened. "Mr. Han, I still have a plethora of work to attend to, and I have already. Work can wait. The well-being of your child is paramount. Heed my advice and return home at once. Furthermore, you must not leave your child unattended in the house again. Your niece is merely 4 years old and knows nothing. What if she encounters danger? From this day forth, if the need arises, you may return home at any time." With that, Han Changyu hung up the phone, leaving no room for Chen Jia to refuse. She stood there, dazed, clutching her phone. "Mr. Han just referred to me as sister-in-law?" Chapter 25. I have gone mad. When Lin Ming arrived at the Unju community, it was already 1 p.m. Before he could ascend the stairs, a call came in from Li Hongyuan. "Lin, the liquor dealer just informed me that the batch of Matai has been sold. Once the payment clears, I will transfer the funds to you. The same account number, correct? Such a swift sale must surely be attributed to Zhou Chang's influence, wouldn't you agree?" Lin Ming responded. "Indeed. Young Master Zhou has communicated with them, but the primary reason is that this particular liquor is in high demand, especially with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching. It is bound to sell quickly," Li Hongyuan explained. "Very well. Have you arrived yet?" "Almost there." "Great. Do take care." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Ming ended the call just as Wang Lanmei emerged from her apartment to dispose of her garbage. Despite the previous incident, it was evident that Wang Lanmei remained somewhat wary, seemingly afraid that Lin Ming might revert to his former self. "Grandma Wang," Lin Ming greeted with a smile. "You came out just in time. I brought some takeout from the restaurant. Please take a few crabs." "I won't come in. The prices of seafood are not trivial these days. Even freshwater crabs cost 50 or 60. Why spend so much at a restaurant?" Wang Lanmei lamented. Freshwater crabs are merely the leftovers picked over by seafood vendors. Lacking in roe and flavor, they contain only a smidgen of meat, typically weighed down by seawater. The locals are well aware of this. Wang Lanmei assumed Lin Ming had purchased freshwater crabs. It was truly a relief for her to see Lin Ming improving. Yet his financial circumstances had not changed. Even buying freshwater crabs was a luxury. "It's all right, Grandma Wang. I've made some money. You just enjoy the food," Lin Ming assured with a smile. Unable to resist Lin Ming's insistence, Wang Lanmei reluctantly took home 4 crabs. However, their weight indicated that these were not merely freshwater crabs. "Xian," Lin Ming called from outside the door. "Dad." Xian rushed to the door. The previous incident where Lin Changhua had violently assaulted Lin Ming had frightened the little girl, and she was still hesitant to open the door for him. Lin Ming squatted outside, playfully engaging her until Chen Jia arrived. "Why did you buy so much again when the last batch is still uneaten?" Chen Jia scrutinized Lin Ming. "Though we are divorced, we are faring better than before. There is no need for your faint charity." Lin Ming remained unfazed by Chen Jia's words and gently replied, "I meant no harm. I was merely concerned that Xian might not be eating well at home, and I wanted to check on both of you. Now you care about Xuan's meals? Where was your concern before? I went to work when she was not yet 3, and you never showed a hint of worry. Now that she is 4 and capable of taking care of herself, you suddenly care? What a colossal joke." Chen Jia scoffed. Lin Ming felt a deep sense of shame. Yet he understood that all explanations would be futile. Nevertheless, it was indeed rare that he would buy food for Xian, and he had done so twice, demonstrating a notable change from his previous self. Chen Jia, while opening the door, remarked, "In the past, when you feigned remorse, you would casually purchase some insignificant trinkets, only to turn your back as soon as you secured money from home." At this point, Chen paused. "This time, I am curious to see how long you can maintain the charade." Although it sounded like mockery, Lin Ming's face radiated unrestrained joy. The prospect of seeing how long he could uphold his resolve suggested that perhaps Chen Jia secretly wished for this state to endure as well. As the security door swung open, Chen Jia stepped inside without hesitation, and this time, Xian did not retreat. She merely inquired of Chen Jia, "Mom, are we not letting Dad in?" Turning back, Chen Jia noticed Lin Ming standing helplessly outside, prompting memories of the chaos he often brought into their home upon his return. She was genuinely fearful that he might seize the 100,000 yuan he had previously delivered. For Chen Jia, it was not about the money. She believed that some never truly belonged to her. What she cherished was the ephemeral beauty of the present moment. A fleeting joy she was afraid would vanish if Lin Ming were to revert to his former monstrous self. What is meant to come cannot be held back. And what is meant to leave cannot be retained. Wang Lanmei's voice suddenly resonated from across the way. Chen Jia shivered, as if all her strength had been drained. "Come in," she finally uttered. Lin Ming took a deep breath and slowly entered the room. With a soft click, the security door closed behind him. And Chen Jia stood at the threshold, scrutinizing his every move. The act of closing the door was, in truth, a gamble, a wager on whether her decision to allow this man into her space was right or wrong. "Xian, have you eaten?" Lin Ming reached out to grasp Xian's little hand, only to inadvertently notice the bruises on her arm. At that moment, his heart shattered. I had some biscuits," Xian replied, maintaining her distance from Lin Ming. "Surely, you haven't had enough. Look, Daddy has brought you some delicious food," he said, opening the takeout boxes to reveal exquisite dishes that wafted delightful aromas. Instinctively, Xian approached. After all, she was but a child. "Daddy, what is this?" she asked. "This is flower dragon, and you recognize this crab. But this one you likely do not know, yet I am certain you will adore it. It's called chocolate pudding. And it is very sweet," Lin Ming said, his eyes filled with affection. He longed to embrace the little girl tightly, even wishing to envelop her within himself. However, he was acutely aware of the psychological scars he had left on her. He could not rush the process, for haste would only yield adverse effects. "Chocolate pudding. Can I have a bite?" Xian asked eagerly. "Of course, it's for you. Come quickly and eat. The spoon is right here," Lin Ming said, offering her a similarly exquisite spoon. No child can resist the allure of delectable treats, including this little girl, who had often faced harshness in the past. She cautiously took a small taste, and her eyes instantly sparkled with delight. "It's delicious. Daddy didn't deceive me. This chocolate pudding is truly delightful." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ming swiftly reached out to pat Xuan's head. Xian was already immersed in the delights of the feast. Chen Jia, standing at the entrance, instinctively attempted to intervene. However, before she could utter a word, Lin Ming retracted his hand and turned his gaze towards her. "You haven't eaten either, have you? Come join us," he urged. "I'm not hungry," Chen Jia replied defiantly. Yet, the unmistakable grumbling from her smooth abdomen made her wish she could vanish into thin air. Curse this insatiable belly. Indeed, she had not had lunch, and her breakfast had consisted merely of a few biscuits. Now, upon inhaling the tantalizing aroma, hunger surged uncontrollably within her. "I specifically purchased these dishes for both of you. Xian can barely manage them, and if they are left uneaten, even if they won't spoil, their flavor will surely diminish," Lin Ming explained. "I don't need them." Chen Jia maintained her stance. Lin Ming, finding himself at an impasse, resorted to his trump card. These dishes were all taken from Tianong Hotel, the 5-star establishment. The total cost exceeds 10,000. "If they spoil, won't you feel a pang of regret?" 10,000. Chen Jia gasped, her breath hitching. She was aware that lobster and crab commanded high prices, but she had never imagined they could reach such exorbitant heights. "You spent over 10,000 on a single meal? Are you out of your mind?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with incredulity. "Indeed, I have lost my mind," Lin Ming declared, gazing intently at Chen Jia. "In the past, I was a wretched soul, a madman deserving of thunder's wrath. Now, I am a lunatic who loves you to the core, willing to risk everything for your sake." Chapter 26. Another misstep. Chen Jia stood there, lost in thought, her mind blank. After a prolonged moment, she regained her composure, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. It was madness, pure madness. After their divorce, this man had once again mastered the art of sweet talk. Had it been during their university days, she would have undoubtedly been deeply moved by his words. But now, she had endured far too much and was no longer the naive college student she once was. No matter how eloquently he spoke, he could not mend the wounds within her heart. For a fleeting moment, Chen Jia genuinely wished to believe Lin Ming, yet reality, after all, was reality. Staring at the array of dishes on the dining table, she defiantly approached and began to eat. "Is it delicious?" Lin Ming inquired. "Mediocre," she replied. "Delicious, delicious." Both of them chimed in unison. Xian exclaimed, "Daddy, I've never tasted anything so delightful. I'm so happy right now. Can you buy this for me again in the future?" Xian, "No talking while eating," Chen Jia reprimanded. Lin Ming chuckled, "How about this? Daddy will buy you a phone later. Whenever you want to eat something, you can call me, and I'll bring it to you right away. And when you're bored at home, We can video chat. A phone? Daddy is going to buy Xian a phone? Xian danced with excitement. That's wonderful. Now I can play games at home. Yay. Daddy is the best daddy in the whole world. A complex emotion flickered in Lin Ming's eyes as he silently thought. I must be the worst father. She is only 4 years old. Why buy her a phone? Chen Jia frowned. I truly can't rest easy knowing Xian is home alone. You certainly won't allow me to bring her to live with me. So I can only buy her a phone. This way, we can stay in touch, Lin Ming explained. Chen Jia snorted but chose not to argue further. Subsequently, Lin Ming sat quietly, watching Chen Jia and Xian eat. This idyllic scene was something he had never dared to dream of. He genuinely wished time could freeze at this moment. The little girl's occasional chattering was, to Lin Ming, the most melodious sound in the world. During this tender moment, a text notification chimed. Lin Ming glanced at his phone. It was a message confirming the deposit for the 600 bottles of Fei Tian Mitai, each selling for 8,000, totaling for 8 million. Yet, for him, no amount of money could compare to the warmth of this moment. After the meal, Xian patted her little belly and scampered off to her room for an afternoon nap. Meanwhile, Chen Jia rummaged through the cabinets, ultimately retrieving a plastic bag. Lin Ming's eyes widened as he recognized it. It contained the 100,000 cash he had gifted her previously. What are you doing with that? Lin Ming asked. You're acting so deliberately. Is it not for this money? Chen Jia replied while clearing the table. Rest assured, I will never spend money that I didn't earn myself. This 100,000 has been touched at all. There's no need for you to keep pretending. Show some of your former masculinity. She emphasized the words former masculinity with a biting tone. Chen Jia. Lin Ming felt it necessary to offer an explanation. He produced the recent bank notification and placed it before Chen Jia. This is the money I earned a few days ago, totaling for 8 million. You can see for yourself. Chen Jia gazed at the string of zeros, her hands involuntarily dropping the refuse she had just gathered. Where on earth did you acquire such a sum? She stammered. Lin Ming, you may choose to lead a life of debauchery and lack ambition. But you cannot disguise your illicit actions as being for the benefit of me and Xian. This is unlawful. She implored him to consider his parents and Xian's future. If others discover that she has a father involved in crime, how will that reflect upon her? Her future will be forever tainted by your actions. It was not surprising that Chen Jia thought this way, even if Lin Ming had not completely abandoned himself. It was implausible to amass such wealth in just over a week. Besides engaging in illegal activities, she could hardly fathom any legitimate means to earn money so quickly. I have not committed any crime. This money was earned through legitimate means. Lin Ming felt at a loss for how to clarify. Legitimate means? Pray tell. How is it legitimate? Chen Jia retorted, her anger palpable. My initial earnings came from a wager with the Hong Yuan. Seizing the moment, Lin Ming recounted the entire backstory of the 4.8 million. The more Chen Jia listened, the more incredulous she became, bordering on disbelief. However, she was aware of Lin Jihua's situation. Concert tickets had plummeted to a mere 100 yuan each and went unsold, something she had seen online. The sudden spike in prices of Fei Tian Mitai had also created a stir within the company, though these matters seemed irrelevant to the average person. The workplace was rife with intrigue and gossip, encompassing everything from personal secrets to global affairs. Every coincidence appeared to be a predetermined event. Lin Ming's explanation was logical and based on facts that had transpired in recent days. Yet, Chen Jia was baffled as to why such fortuitous events seemed to favor Lin Ming. Did he possess 2 extra eyes or ears compared to others? Why had she never noticed this talent before? This is all thanks to Chen Xing. If he hadn't given me a push that day, I would have discovered this ability. Lin Ming intended to elaborate, not wishing to conceal his foresight from Chen Jia. Unbeknownst to him, his words were innocuous. Yet they struck a chord with her. Chen Jia's expression hardened. Indeed, you still harbor resentment towards my brother. I am not biased towards anyone. But I must point out that it was you who sought money from my parents, and when they refused, you lashed out. Moreover, it was you who first laid hands on my brother. He did not intend to confront you, but merely pushed you inadvertently. Realizing he had misspoken, Lin Ming attempted to clarify. Chen Jia, that was not my intention. He began, but she had lost the patience to listen. The meal is finished. Take your money and leave swiftly. You possess the ability to earn money now, yet that cannot erase the deeds of your past. If you truly have not broken the law, then treat your parents with kindness and show affection to your younger siblings. They are good people. As she spoke, Chen Jia pushed Lin Ming toward the door. Simultaneously, she forcefully thrust the bag containing 100,000 yuan into Lin Ming's hands. Chen Jia, allow me to explain. I bear no resentment toward Chen Xing. In fact, I am grateful to him. Bang. The security door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Lin Ming stood outside, delivering a stinging slap to his own face in frustration. At his age, he could not even articulate a single word, utterly disregarding Chen Jia's feelings. He had a perfect opportunity to mend the rift between them, yet he had clumsily ruined it. How utterly wretched! How utterly wretched! Chapter 27, Southern New District. At present, Chen Jia was in a fit of anger, so it was utterly impossible to expect her to open the door for him. Left with no alternative, Lin Ming descended the stairs and made a trip to the Huawei flagship store, where he purchased a mobile phone for Xianxian and subsequently acquired a SIM card under his own name. He placed both the phone and the SIM card into a bag containing a sum of 100,000 yuan and returned once more to the rented apartment. Chen Jia, I have delivered the phone for Xianxian. It is at the doorstep. Do not forget to collect it, Lin Ming called out, but received no response from Chen Jia and had no choice but to depart with a sense of disappointment. Approximately 5 minutes after his exit, Chen Jia stepped outside. It was immediately evident that she was holding the bag containing the cash. Upon inspecting the phone, she discovered it was pink, Xuan's favorite color. Grasping the bag, Chen Jia turned to return home. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. The following day, September 2nd, marked Han Changyu's visit to the headquarters of the group. Lin Ming rose early, refreshed himself slightly, and then called Li Hongyuan. To his surprise, this time, Li Hongyuan did not answer. Lin Ming, undeterred, ventured out for breakfast and called again. This time, Li Hongyuan picked up, though his tone was far from jubilant. Brotherly. Is it too early for you to be grumpy? Lin Ming jested. Ah, don't mention it. If only it were merely morning grumpiness, Li Hongyuan sighed. You must have called for some good news, right? Unfortunately, I fear I cannot partake this time. My assets have been frozen. Assets frozen? Lin Ming was taken aback. Why? Is it because money has been flowing in too quickly? It has nothing to do with that. It's my spouse causing a ruckus, but it's a long story. Li Hongyuan seemed to be preoccupied with some pressing matter, his tone laced with urgency. Domestic affairs. I am unable to assist, brother. Lin Ming shook his head. After hanging up, Lin Ming recalled Shou Chong, that wealthy young man. The fellow currently idolized him immensely, and given his recent loss of 50 million, he was likely searching for a shoulder to cry on. Their differing statuses meant that Lin Ming would need Shou Chong's assistance in the future. And with Li Hongyuan lacking luck this time, it was a perfect opportunity to lend a hand to Shou Chong. He dialed Shou Chong's phone number, and the call connected swiftly. Lin Gu? Shou Chong responded, his tone laced with surprise. He even harbored a suspicion that Lin Ming had somehow disowned whom he was with at that moment and what they were discussing. What is the matter? Did you not expect me to call? Lin Ming chuckled. No, we just parted ways yesterday, Shou Chong replied bashfully. Let us skip the pleasantries. You lost 50 million yesterday, so I thought I might help you recuperate some of that loss, Lin Ming stated directly. On the other end of the line, Shou Chong's eyes widened in astonishment. He glanced at the middle-aged man across from him and then remarked, Indeed, it is my Lin Gu. Always thinking of me when there is an opportunity to make money. How could I not adore you? Lin Ming rolled his eyes, recognizing that this individual's flattery was rather juvenile, even inferior to that of Li Hongyuan. Are you familiar with the Purple Gold Mansion? Lin Ming inquired. Ah, yes. The real estate development in the southern suburbs of Blue Island City? Shou Chong nodded. Indeed, bring the money over. I shall await you at the sales office. Lin Ming stated, preparing to end the call. Wait, brother Lin. Shou Chong exclaimed urgently, I understand that you can lead me to profit. But may I ask why it is at the Purple Gold Mansion? The current property prices there have plummeted to around 20,000, and it appears to be on a downward trend, making it one of the least favored developments in all of Blue Island City. It is situated in a desolate area, where even birds hesitate to relieve themselves, and it is rumored that the lack of buyers nearly drove the developers to bankruptcy. At this moment, Shou Chong suddenly exclaimed, Brother Lin, you aren't planning to acquire it, are you? You truly overestimate me. Lin Ming chuckled and shook his head. You need not concern yourself with the details, just come over. The amount you earn this time will depend on how much you bring today. In the heart of Blue Island City, at the Zhou family estate, Shou Chong could only set down his phone as he listened to the dial tone, glancing at the middle-aged man beside him. This man was Shou Chong's father, Zhou Mingli, the current leader of Blue Island City. On a typical day, Zhou Mingli appeared no different from an ordinary person, lacking any semblance of official authority. Beside him sat an elder in his 70s, Shou Chong's grandfather, Zhou Zhou Chong had returned to the family estate primarily to discuss the matter of a batch of red wine. Both his grandfather and father were not opposed to Zhou Chong engaging in business, as long as he did not exploit their name. The young man had indeed proven himself. Although he was not inclined towards politics, he thrived in the commercial realm, with his wealth nearing 100 million. Despite the shadow of his grandfather's influence, one could not deny Zhou Chong's efforts. Upon learning that the batch of red wine was counterfeit, both Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan were infuriated. They were aware of this batch and had previously mentioned the need for testing, but Zhou Chong had disregarded it. Given that the foreign supplier had collaborated with him several times, they had grown weary of intervening. No one had anticipated that, amidst this silence, a monumental disaster was on the verge of befalling the Zhou family, if it weren't for Lin Ming's timely warning. This counterfeit wine could have plunged the Zhou family into irretrievable ruin. As Zhou Chong was reporting to his father and grandfather, Lin Ming's call unexpectedly arrived, promising to lead him to profit. Out of gratitude and curiosity, both Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan were eager to hear what Lin Ming had to say. Thus, after Zhou Chong ended the call, Zhou Mingli immediately inquired, what did he say? He mentioned the Purple Gold Mansion, the development in the southern suburbs, as a pathway to wealth. Zhou Chong replied to himself, but that shouldn't be the case, should it? The Zijin Shengfu project is on the verge of stagnation, with workers merely hanging around and showing little diligence. I have passed by there several times, pondering whether the developers are lacking in judgment. What profit could possibly be gleaned from such a development? Little did I know, Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan had already been rendered utterly astonished. The southern suburbs are indeed desolate, and at present, Zijin Shengfu is undeniably deserted, with no one inclined to make a purchase. However, just the day before yesterday, the provincial government set a new direction, aiming to attract investment and vigorously develop the southern suburbs, transforming the term suburb into new district. The official approval arrived at the city yesterday afternoon, with remarkable swiftness and scarcely any objections. Tomorrow morning, the municipal committee will hold a press conference to prominently announce this initiative, preparing for investment attraction. This means that the currently overlooked Zijin Shengfu will, starting tomorrow, metamorphose into a highly sought-after property. Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan can easily envision the fervor of queues for housing. Consequently, property prices are bound to soar. Yet, this matter is shrouded in utmost secrecy. The provincial government has explicitly stated that no information is to leak, or the consequences will be borne by those who do. How, then, does Lin Ming possess this knowledge? Could it truly be, as Zhou Chong suggested, that he divined it through fortune-telling? Chapter 28. She poured me a glass of water in the southern suburbs of Blue Island City, at the esteemed Zijin Shengfu. Lin Ming sat on the sofa in the sales office, observing several property salespeople engrossed in their phones, completely disregarding his presence. And he couldn't help but shake his head in disapproval. It was truly understandable, however. This spacious sales office exuded sophistication, yet, looking around, apart from those few salespeople, it was devoid of any other souls. There had been visitors in the past, and promotional events had been held, during which these salespeople had been exceedingly enthusiastic. Yet, upon seeing the location of the property, most individuals had hastily fled from this desolate place. The few who remained were merely reluctant to leave, having accepted small gifts from the sales office, promising to discuss it with their families before ultimately disappearing from the scene. Now, the salespeople still stationed here were either compelled by circumstance or merely passing the time. Those with any ambition had already sought opportunities in more appealing developments. As the clock approached 10, the sound of brakes echoed from outside the sales office. Zhou Chong had arrived. Despite driving an Audi Q7, the salespeople merely lifted their eyelids, still showing no inclination to engage. In their eyes, the wealthier clients were the least likely to consider purchasing property here. However, a receptionist, noticing that Lin Ming had been seated for nearly half an hour, felt compelled to offer him a glass of water. "Brother Lin," Zhou Chong waved to Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded and jested, "It seems you still have some money left. You haven't sold your car after all." "Brother, are you underestimating me? Whether in life or in business, I always prefer to leave myself a way out. Even if I lost 50 million on that wine, it wouldn't come to selling my car," Zhou Chong replied with a smile. The two exchanged glances before addressing the matter at hand. "Chong, how much money did you bring?" Lin Ming inquired. "Brother, let's not discuss finances just yet." Zhou Chong waved his hand dismissively. "Just look at this sales office. There isn't a soul in sight, not even a ghost. And those salespeople, they appear utterly soulless. Why would anyone buy property here?" Zhou Chong's disappointment towards the development was palpable, especially given the salespeople's demeanor. His voice was loud enough for them to overhear. How dare you speak like that? A male salesperson retorted. What? You still want to contest that? Come here, and let us settle this. Zhou Chong sneered. Every common citizen looking to buy a home has likely saved their entire lives for it, spending 1 or 2 million, and in the end, they still have to cater to your whims? No wonder there isn't a single person here with attitudes like yours. It's a wonder anything sells at all. The male salesperson was left speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. All right, enough of this. I brought you here to make money, not to argue. Lin Ming interjected helplessly. You yourself mentioned that there isn't even a ghost here. Who are they supposed to serve? Am I not a person? Is it that you aren't a person, brother? You called me at 9. You must have arrived by now. After waiting for so long, not even a glass of water has been offered. What on earth are these people doing? Zhou Chong declared, tilting his chin upwards. At that moment, the receptionist approached with 2 glasses of water. Upon hearing Zhou Chong's words, her fairly attractive face trembled slightly, and she nearly stumbled over her high heels. Was Tishi here with the water? You should say less. Everyone has their struggles. Lin Ming took a glass of water. Zhou Chong huffed, yet chose not to utter another word. His temperament was quite volatile. A fact Lin Ming had sensed during their first encounter. Were it not for Lin Ming's intervention, Zhou Chong would likely have unleashed a torrent of curses at the male salesperson's remark. Observing Zhou Chong's demeanor, the receptionist decided to leave after placing the water down. However, Lin Ming called out, "Please wait a moment. Sir, do you require anything else?" The receptionist asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. This seemingly handsome man. Could he be a wolf in sheep's clothing? Appearing gentle on the surface, yet harboring ulterior motives? Can you facilitate a contract? Lin Ming inquired. The receptionist paused for a moment, then responded with surprise, Well, I'm not a salesperson, but if you're interested in purchasing a property, I can assist you in finding one. No need, you're perfect for the task, Lin Ming replied with a warm smile. Trust me, you can do this. Pei Shui, fresh out of university and newly entered into society, lacked the extensive experience of seasoned salespeople, hence her role was limited to pouring water and tidying the desk. This was the first time someone had praised her in such a manner, stirring a small sense of gratitude within her. Lin Ge, you're not thinking of wooing her. Are you? Zhou Chong exclaimed. What nonsense! Lin Ming retorted, his expression darkening. Stop wasting time, just tell me if you're in or not. If you're in, disclose how much you've brought. Zhou Chong, suddenly subdued, replied candidly, 5 million. Lin Ming chuckled softly, realizing that this fellow indeed had limited resources. He then turned his gaze to Pei Shui, the receptionist. What is the current price per square meter? It seems to be 18,000, depending on the floor and building number. I'm not too clear on the specifics, Pei Shui responded, her nervousness evident. All right, since we're purchasing in bulk, please call the manager over, Lin Ming instructed. Okay, right away. Pei Shui hurried off to summon the manager. Lin Ge, are you truly considering buying property here? Zhou Chong asked, his brow furrowed. He had not been informed about the developments in the new district by Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan, so he felt somewhat hesitant. I'm not planning to buy. I'm merely using the properties here for a brief turnover, Lin Ming replied with a mysterious smile. He briefly shared his plan with Zhou Chong, who did not inquire further. He was not one to dither. Having brought the money, he was ready to follow Lin Ji's lead. Before long, the manager arrived accompanied by Pei Shui, a shrewd-looking man. Good day, I am Wang Xingyong, the sales department manager of Zijin Shinfu. Hello, Manager Wang, Lin Ming said, shaking his hand before getting straight to the point. We are considering purchasing over 100 units at 16,000 per square meter. Can the price be negotiated? In truth, the price per square meter was of little consequence, as Lin Ming had no genuine intention of buying property. He was merely going through the motions of negotiation. Little did he know, once his words were spoken, they left Wang Xingyong utterly astonished. 100 sets? Pei Shui also gasped in disbelief. The salespeople who had been engrossed in their phones perked up their ears. The male salesperson, who had previously been skeptical, exclaimed, 100 sets? Did I mishear you? Or did you misspeak? Your voice is truly unpleasant. Could you please silence yourself? Zhou Chong's expression turned icy. At that moment, Wang Xingyong regained his composure and shot a glare at the male salesperson. He then addressed the gentleman. Are you serious? If the price is agreeable, please fetch the contract. But the commission must be attributed to her. Lin Ming pointed at Pei Shui. Sir, you may be unaware, but Pei Shui is not a salesperson. She. Wang Xingyong attempted to clarify. However, Lin Ming interrupted with a shake of his head. Whether she is a salesperson or not is of no concern to me. I only recognize her. Why? Wang Xingyong instinctively inquired. Lin Ming offered a slight smile. Because she just poured me a glass of water. Chapter 29. I am married. As Pei Shui followed Wang Xingyong to prepare the contract, she felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought, because he had just poured her a glass of water. Sometimes, a mere phrase or a small gesture can indeed alter the course of a person's life. From that moment onward, Pei Shui approached everything with unwavering diligence. Too afraid to succumb to any semblance of complacency, she finally grasped the truth behind the adage, the harder you work, the luckier you become. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Xingyong and Pei Shui returned, clutching a stack of contracts. The price of 16,000 per square meter required no elaborate negotiation, given the current circumstances at Zijin Shinfu. The developer's bottom line was actually around 12 to 13,000, as they had acquired the land at a bargain. To be candid, there was not a single community in the entire Blue Island city that could be found at 12 or 13,000, even among the older neighborhoods. Nevertheless, the developers still stood to profit handsomely. As he observed Lin Ming and Shou Chong signing the contract, Wang Xingyong harbored thoughts akin to those of ticket agent Lu Wenxuan, two wealthy fools. Of course, he would soon come to understand Lu Wenxuan's simmering frustration. Today, they were merely signing a deposit contract with a deposit of 50,000 per unit, non-refundable in case of breach. According to Lin Ming, the down payment would be assembled within a month, which exhilarated Wang Xingyong, for properties like Zijin Shinfu typically required a deposit of only 10 to 20,000. The situation in Blue Island City was somewhat similar. Unless dealing with top-tier communities or villa districts, deposits exceeding 100,000 were rare. The fact that Lin Ming and Shou Chong proposed a deposit of 50,000 per unit was a clear indication of their sincerity. With swift strokes, the two men finalized the agreement, Lin Ming for 4.8 million, securing 96 units, Shou Chong for 5 million, acquiring precisely 100 units. They had selected only the finest buildings and floors, with areas ranging from 120 to 140 square meters, as such sizes are the most marketable. The entire development was planned for 200 units, with fewer than 100 sold previously, meaning Lin Ming and Shou Chong had absorbed 1/6 of the inventory. The collaboration was fruitful. Once the contracts were signed, Wang Xingyong, brimming with excitement, extended his hand once more. The recent period had been exceedingly stifling. With nearly 10 million entering the accounts, he felt it imperative to indulge in a celebratory drink tonight, perhaps even seek the company of a charming companion. Pleasant collaboration. Lin Ming and Shou Chong exchanged a handshake with him. Manager Wang, now that the contracts are finalized, we shall take our leave, Lin Ming stated. Please drive safely, gentlemen. Wang Xingyong replied, his face alight with joy. Mr. Lin. Pei Shui suddenly sprinted up from behind. I want to express my gratitude for your guidance. May I add you on WeChat? Should you have any questions regarding the property in the future, feel free to consult me. As she spoke, her voice was a mere whisper, her cheeks flushed, and her head nearly retracted into her shoulders. Though she was new to the workforce, she was not entirely naive. Wang Xingyong had subtly shared a few insights with her when they discussed the contract. In truth, she did not harbor much resistance. First, Lin Ming was undeniably handsome. And second, he was affluent. Thirdly, it was imperative for her to serve as the intermediary, persistently reminding Wang Xingyong that the commissions were hers. To anyone observing, this was sufficiently revealing. Pei Shui held a strong confidence in her appearance, and considering all these factors, she believed that Lin Ming would certainly add her on WeChat. However, Lin Ming chuckled and said, let us skip the WeChat edition. Focus on your work, and you will undoubtedly live the life you desire in the future. Pei Shui stood there, momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Was he rejecting her? Mr. Lin, Lin Ming interrupted, raising his hand. I am already married, with a wife and children whom I love dearly, and they love me in return. Pei Shui was rendered speechless. Young lady, I was merely jesting. Do not overthink it. Lin Ji's wife is indeed beautiful. Shou Chong laughed heartily as he walked out with Lin Ming. Once they left, a few salespeople hurried over to Pei Shui. Xiao Shui, you've truly struck gold this time. Nearly 200 homeowners. With a commission of 10,000 each, that's a staggering 2 million. Oh dear. Why am I not so fortunate? One lamented. What a pity that Mr. Lin didn't add you on WeChat. Otherwise, you could have enjoyed a life of luxury. What if his wife is beautiful? In time, the novelty wears off. Indeed, if all else fails, our Xiao Shui could always become a mistress. The group surrounded Pei Shui, their apparent envy tinged with jealousy, their words dripping with bitterness. I must thank the experienced ones for their keen observations. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this opportunity. Pei Shui replied, unfazed. As for treating you, let us pass on that. I have no time tonight. Perhaps another time based on my mood. The salespeople were vexed, their teeth gritting in frustration, yet they could do nothing to sway Pei Shui. After leaving the sales office, Zhou Chong refrained from discussing real estate matters further. Instead, he remarked, Lin Gu, I want to pass judgment on your past, but you're quite affluent now. At least you should consider getting a car. Nothing too extravagant. Even a 5 Series, E-Class, or A6 would suffice. It's merely a matter of hundreds of thousands. Not having a car is undeniably inconvenient. Lin Ming nodded, acknowledging that he indeed ought to purchase a vehicle. Otherwise, he would always be hailing cabs, which wasted much time. Do you have friends in the car sales business? Actually, I don't, but I could inquire for you. Zhou Chong scratched his head. Let us discuss it later, Lin Ming replied. Where are you headed? I can give you a ride, Zhou Chong offered. Lin Ming initially intended to return to his apartment, but just then, a WeChat notification chimed. Someone was adding him as a friend. Thinking it was Pei Shui again, he paid it no mind. However, shortly after, he received a call from Chen Jia. Xian is desperate for you to add her on WeChat. Hurry up, she said before hanging up. Lin Ming swiftly opened WeChat and added the new contact. The username was a system-generated name, yet the profile picture was a photo of Xian. Realizing Lin Ming had accepted, a video call was initiated once more. Let us head to the Unju community, Lin Ming decided on a whim, addressing Zhou Chong. As he stepped into the car, he chuckled, Oh, who is this little princess that has graced us with her presence? Allow me to guess your identity. The mischievous father, fully aware that it was Xianyuan, feigned ignorance. Xianyuan, with an air of maturity beyond her years, left Lin Ming momentarily speechless. Daddy, I wish to indulge in a feast. Xianyuan pouted, adopting a pitiful expression. Lin Ming had treated her to delightful treats on 2 occasions, causing her to nearly forget past grievances. Her thoughts solely consumed with the desire for her father to procure her delectable delights. Just as he was about to inquire whether her mother was at home, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure darting behind Xianyuan. With a self-deprecating smile, Lin Ming chided himself for being so flustered. If Chen Jia were not home, how could she assist Xianyuan in adding him as a friend? As mealtime approached, Lin Ming declared, Xianyuan, wait here for Daddy. I shall fetch you a sumptuous meal. Yay. Yay. Daddy, you are the best, Xianyuan exclaimed with delight. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ming added, Xianyuan, why not ask your mother if she needs to go to work later? Xianyuan promptly shouted a few inquiries into the video. Shortly thereafter, she turned back to him. Mommy isn't saying anything. All right, Daddy understands, he replied. Upon ending the video call, a joyful expression illuminated Lin Ming's face. He knew Chen Jia all too well. If she truly wished to avoid him, she would have certainly mentioned having to go to work. Chapter 30, Progress Indeed. I have never encountered a man as extraordinary as you, Brother Lin. You have a beauty presenting herself to you, yet you remain unmoved. Meanwhile, a mere video call from your daughter brings you such joy. As Lin Ming put away his phone, Zhou Chong sincerely remarked, compared to you, Brother Han pales in comparison. He has ventured abroad because he couldn't thrive domestically. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have doubted whether he would return this time. You don't understand. I owe too much to those two. As long as they are happy, I would do anything for them, Lin Ming said, rubbing his temples. Brother Lin, are you planning to buy something for Xian? I know a fine Western restaurant where the steak is quite exquisite. Shall we get some takeout from there? Zhou Chong suggested. Sounds good. Do they have fries? Xian adores fries, Lin Ming nodded. Absolutely. I am a regular there. Even if they are busy, they will gladly prepare it for us. Zhou Chong laughed heartily. The Western restaurant? This was indeed the establishment Zhou Chong was referring to. Lin Ming had heard of its esteemed reputation. It was regarded as one of the more upscale dining venues in Blue Island City. However, the prices were not trivial, averaging over 1,000 per person. For 2 people, it would likely cost 3,000 to 4,000 to satiate their appetites. It could not be deemed expensive. Rather, dining in such a place was not merely for the sustenance, but rather to relish the ambience and savor the atmosphere. Zhou Chong did not permit Lin Ming to exit the car. He went inside to procure 3 portions of steak, a large box of fries, and several elegantly packaged desserts. Lin Ming did not protest. After all, their acquaintance had not been forged in a day, and he could always reciprocate the gesture later. After dropping Lin Ming off at the Unju community, Zhou Chong politely declined Lin Ming's invitation to come inside, driving away instead. As he watched the large Q7 fade from view, Lin Ming felt a pang of envy. He was merely an ordinary man who admired luxurious watches, opulent cars, and spacious villas. These were the aspirations of every common citizen. Although Lin Ming now possessed the means to earn a living, it did not erase his vanity. The difference was that if he wished to flaunt anything now, it would undoubtedly include Chen Jia and Chen Xian by his side. Without them, his life would eternally remain incomplete. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Ming rapped on the security door. Daddy. It's Daddy. Daddy has brought me delicious food. Xian Xian exclaimed, rushing to open the door. Good girl. Have you missed your father? Lin Ming laughed heartily. Yes, yes. I missed you so much, Daddy. Xian Xian nodded vigorously, her eyes fixated on the items in Lin Ming's hands. What a little rascal you are. Do you miss your father, or are you just after the treats? Lin Ming teased. I want both. Xian Xian chirped enthusiastically. Lin Ming chuckled even more. Xian Xian, you must never open the door for strangers when you are home alone. Understand? What if it's not Daddy but a bad person? I know. I'm not a silly goose. I want to eat the delicious food, Daddy. Hurry up and show me. As Xian Xian urged him on, Lin Ming revealed the steak, fries, and other delights. The little girl was filled with excitement and soon began to devour her meal, mumbling through her bites that it was delicious. At that moment, Chen Jia stepped in from the balcony. Her eyes immediately landed on the takeout box labeled Lu Yu, and she frowned, remarking, Why must we buy steak there? It's so expensive. Lin Ming remained silent, his lips pressed together. What was the matter today? Why was he not speaking? Was he finally at his wit's end? Chen Jia felt a twinge of surprise. Lin Ming forced a sheepish smile, explaining, Last time I misspoke. And I was worried I might upset you again, so I decided to keep quiet. As Chen Jia turned to fetch a water bottle for Xian Xian, hearing his words caused her crimson lips to curve upwards once more. Nearly 2 weeks had passed, and the bruises on Chen Jia's face had nearly vanished. It was undeniable that without the bruises, even without makeup, she was breathtakingly beautiful. In such moments, Lin Ming would often lament, reflecting on how he had failed to cherish such a lovely and virtuous wife in the past. When Chen Jia turned back, the smile on her face faded. She handed the adorable cartoon water bottle to Xian Xian, saying, Eat slowly. The steak is tough to chew. Be careful not to choke. You should join us as well. I packed 3 portions, Lin Ming suggested. It seemed you hadn't eaten either? Chen Jia shot him a sideways glance before opening one of the portions and placing it in front of him. She opened the last portion for herself, choosing silence as she began to eat. The atmosphere was warm and cozy. Lin Ming couldn't fathom Chen Jia's thoughts, but he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. After a while, Lin Ming suddenly remarked, There's just over a week until the Mid-Autumn Festival. I want to send some mooncakes to my parents. Only then did Chen Jia respond, The Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for reunion. You haven't returned in years. It has always been uncle and aunt visiting you. They are getting older, and it isn't easy for them to come. We can't keep making them travel, especially after what happened last time. It's only right to go see them. They're your parents too, Lin Ming replied. Chen Jia instinctively glanced at Lin Ming, but upon meeting his gaze, she quickly averted her flustered eyes back to the steak. I owe not only to you and your mother, but also to the Chen family. I still remember the words your parents spoke on our wedding day. They didn't ask for much, only that I could provide you with a stable home. Lin Ming endeavored to steady his emotions. They have never looked down on me, regardless of my entrepreneurial failures or my moments of despair. They have supported me immensely, even dipping into their retirement savings. I feel indebted to them and ashamed to face them, but I cannot continue to hide. I want them to see who I am now. I want them to know that their hopes for me have not been in vain. Chen Jia's shoulders trembled, her eyes reddening as tears began to flow unbidden. Over the past few years, she had always hoped Lin Ming would express words that illuminated a path forward, just as he was now. But why? Why did he have to wait until after their divorce to say these things? Lin Ming remained oblivious to Chen Jia's unusual demeanor and continued, Now that we are divorced, I fear that a sudden visit might provoke anger from my parents. Not to mention Chen Sheng. You know how impatient he can be. Chen Jia swallowed her bite of steak and replied, The ones you should be visiting are your parents. Do you understand? I comprehend your sentiments. Yet you must also recognize that my feelings towards your parents mirror my current emotions towards yours, Lin Ming remarked. Have you finished eating? If so, you should head back, Chen Jia declared, ushering him away. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Lin Ming. I can leave, but regarding what I just mentioned, your legs are your own. How could I possibly dictate your actions? Once again, in a manner reminiscent of the previous day, Chen Jia pushed Lin Ming out. However, this time, Lin Ming's face was alight with joy. Could this be considered a step forward? Xian Xian, you little imp, all you do is eat. Even when your mother chased me away, you showed no concern for me. I could be heartbroken," he exclaimed playfully as he descended the stairs, his heart brimming with delight. Chapter 31. The press conference and previous visits, entry was denied. The last time, however, I was allowed inside. And this occasion was even more significant as I enjoyed a meal and lingered for over an hour. Lin Ming felt that he had taken a substantial step on the path of reconciliation. All the grievances that Chen Jia had borne before could now be unleashed upon him. On the way back to the apartment, Lin Ming casually called Zhou Chong, requesting him to procure some exquisite, delectable mooncakes with elegant packaging. While the mooncakes available on the market were certainly commendable for Lin Ming, this visit to the Chen family was even more pivotal than his first encounter with the elderly couple. In addition to the mooncakes, Lin Ming also asked Zhou Chong to arrange for a few bottles of Fei Tian mitai and other gifts. The cost was inconsequential. What mattered was that the quality was assured and of high caliber. He silently regretted not having saved a few bottles of Fei Tian mitai earlier, as it meant incurring additional expenses now. At the Zhou family estate, Zhou Mingli was absent. Observing Zhou Chong hang up the phone, the elder Zhou remarked, "He truly regards my eldest grandson as a servant. Grandfather, it's not as severe as you say. I have connections, and it's only natural for him to seek my assistance." Zhou Chong quickly defended Lin Ming. Zhou Wenian was not a petty person. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the rank of governor of Donglin province. "Did you go to Zijin Shenfu this morning? Have you purchased several properties? I seem to recall that your funds were rather limited," Zhou Wenian inquired. "Yes, I only brought 5 million, but Lin Ji's intent is not to buy properties. He merely signed a deposit contract, 5,000 for 1 unit. I secured 100 units, and he took 96. Zhou Chong disclosed the details of the contract candidly. Zhou Wenian's eyes gleamed with interest as he muttered to himself, "Indeed, he is quite remarkable." "Grandfather, what are you mumbling about?" Zhou Chong inquired, puzzled. "I truly cannot comprehend Lin Go. He is so enigmatic, not revealing his true intentions. What if he genuinely expects me to purchase these 100 units? Where would I find the funds? He is aware of your financial situation. He wouldn't put you in such a predicament," Zhou Wenian reassured him, rising to pat Zhou Chong on the shoulder as he made his way inside. "You did well this time. In the future, pay more attention to Lin Ming's suggestions. And if the opportunity arises, do bring him to meet me." Zhou Chong stood there, bewildered. Listen to Lin Ming's advice? Introduce him to the elder? This is truly an eye-opener. After living for over 20 years, it was the first time he had witnessed the elder express such admiration for someone. Later that evening, Xianxian initiated a video call with Lin Ming, yearning for a lavish meal. However, before Lin Ming could respond, Chen Jia firmly intervened. Her stance was clear. She would prepare dinner for Xianxian, and excessive eating at night would lead to indigestion. Lin Ming felt helpless. He had hoped to seize this opportunity to visit the two of them. He longed to be in the company of Chen Jia and Xianxian at all times. The little girl, though somewhat disappointed, still conversed with Lin Ming for a while before reluctantly ending the video call. Perhaps in her heart, she finds her current life to be quite blissful. One evening, Lin Ming experienced a dream in which Chen Jia had a change of heart. In this reverie, he possessed immense wealth, and the three of them traveled the world together, a sense of fulfillment overflowing from the dream itself. On September 3rd, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the municipal government of Blue Island City convened a press conference, emphasizing their intention to transform the southern region into a new district. Concurrently, they formally commenced efforts to attract investment. Following a grandiloquent discourse, the emphasis lay predominantly on the planning and development of the new district, alongside the various incentives offered to prominent enterprises that would establish a presence there. Anyone with a modicum of sense who watched the news would discern that the area, once deemed a remote wilderness, was poised for prosperity. At Lao Yang's breakfast shop, where he had served patrons for nearly 20 years, the prices for breakfast remained unchanged since the beginning. Thus, even at this hour, many gathered to enjoy their morning meal. The old television was broadcasting the news. Development in the southern suburbs? The fervor of the municipal government's promotion was palpable. "Alas, we lack industry in the suburbs. Otherwise, we could reap considerable benefits, as merely relocating would yield great wealth." "Old Sheen, refrain from such talk. It sounds as if you possess industry elsewhere," came the retort. "Haha, astute observation. Speaking of the suburbs, there is a development called something like Purple Gold." "Ah, yes, Purple Gold Mansion. That's it. Surely, its value will rise in tandem with the new district." "Not merely rise. Did you not see the municipal planning map? Purple Gold Mansion is situated at the heart of the new district. Once the development is complete, It shall become the CBD of the area. Nonsense. That S referred to as the CBD, not CAD. Regardless, I must rush to secure a property for my son. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, Lin Ming found himself stifling a laugh. Ultimately, it is these unpretentious common folk who are most endearing. The notion of a CBD seems implausible. Considering this is a new district's development, not solely a commercial area, commerce is but one facet of it. However, it is indeed true that Purple Gold Mansion will emerge as the most striking community in the new district. There's a saying that goes, "Today you ignore me. Tomorrow I shall make you yearn for me." One might surmise that the high-rise residents of Purple Gold Mansion are currently thinking along those lines. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Lin Ming broke into a smile, easily guessing the caller's identity. "Is there something you need?" he inquired cheerfully. "Not just something. It's a monumental matter," Zhou Cheng exclaimed with uncontainable joy. "Lin Ge, did you foresee the development of the new district? Is that why you had me sign the deposit contract?" "Incredible, Lin Ge. You truly are my brother. This is extraordinary." After watching the news, Zhou Cheng finally understood why his father had remarked that he was doing well and encouraged him to heed Lin Ming's counsel. Clearly, both the elder and his father had been privy to this information long before, yet had chosen not to share it with him. "Why the commotion? Do you fear others might not know you're about to strike it rich?" Lin Ming remarked. "Oh my, how could I not be pleased? We currently hold nearly 200 properties. I've heard the news that the price of Zijin Xingfu is set to at least double. If we manage to sell all these houses..." Zhou Cheng could hardly contain his excitement. "Stop dreaming. Do you have enough money to buy all these properties?" Lin Ming doused the enthusiasm with cold reality. Zhou Cheng instantly sobered, lamenting, "You're right. Even if we calculate at 16,000 per square meter, our properties would still..." "Don't calculate any further. It only brings discomfort. I've already told you, we're not actually buying properties. We're merely using these houses for temporary liquidity. Do you understand now?" Lin Ming explained. I understand. In any case, Brother Lin, you are indeed impressive," Zhou Cheng replied. "The influx of buyers at Zijin Xingfu must be overwhelming. We have selected the finest buildings and floors, which gives us an advantage," Lin Ming pondered. Then added, "However, 200 units is indeed excessive. We cannot continuously peddle at the sales office. Whether they believe us is uncertain, and it could provoke their displeasure." I grasp Brother Lin's point. There are certainly many speculators eyeing Zijin Xingfu. I'll make some inquiries to see if anyone is willing to take over our 200 units. Zhou Cheng displayed his cleverness, quickly grasping the situation. After hanging up, Lin Ming took a sip of water. Once the property matters were settled, he would turn his attention to the stock market. Life is indeed fulfilling. Chapter 32. We are willing to pay the penalty for breach of contract. The once desolate sales office of the Zijin Xingfu is now bustling with activity. Over 20 sales representatives, hastily summoned, are engrossed in signing contracts, scarcely finding a moment to sip water. In the third-floor office, Wang Xingyong stands by the window, gazing at the crowd that has formed a queue stretching several hundred meters outside. He takes a deep drag from his cigarette. His emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity and contradiction. It is neither a bad situation nor entirely good. At 10:30 in the morning, an hour and a half has elapsed since the press conference commenced. The moment the conference concluded, a call from the board arrived, delivering a clear directive: raise the prices. The minimum price per square meter is set at 60,000, while the maximum soars to 90,000. Such pricing is considered relatively high even within the context of the entire Blue Island city. This frenzied surge in price, a dramatic 5- to 6-fold increase, does not catch Wang Xingyong off guard. He understands what Zijin Xingfu represents. It is the most coveted property in the entire southern New District. Purchasing a home here guarantees unparalleled convenience in the future, with essential amenities such as schools, hospitals, and large supermarkets poised to spring up around Zijin Xingfu. Once these developments materialize, the property prices will inevitably rise once more. Although not a top-tier community, its unique standing in the new district could very well elevate it to the pinnacle of property prices in Blue Island City, excluding the Villa District, of course. The individuals queuing at this moment are acutely aware of the limitless potential and bright prospects that Zijin Xingfu holds, which is why they exhibit such remarkable patience. Wang Xingyong is well aware that this is merely the beginning. An increasing influx of people is anticipated, and speculative investors will undoubtedly join the fray. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances and to showcase the value of Zijin Xingfu, the lottery phase will officially commence in the afternoon, unless one has connections with the sales office. Only those who secure a number will qualify to purchase a property here. This decision from the board is not born of impulse. It reflects the undeniable reality that Zijin Xingfu is no longer in need of sales assistance, despite approximately 900 units remaining. While such prospects would typically elate Wang Xingyong, he is unsettled by the memory of two individuals who, just yesterday, purchased nearly 200 units in one fell swoop. Initially, he regarded them as naive fools. Now, he sees himself as the true fool, a complete imbecile. Those two individuals selected the prime units, the best floors, and the most desirable square footage, based on a day's pricing. Even at a moderate estimate of 80,000 per square meter, Zijin Xingfu would endure a staggering loss of at least 1.5 billion. What does that figure signify? If those 200 units remain unsold, that 1.5 billion would be pure profit for the group. Wang Xingyong could have leveraged such an impressive performance to ascend to the upper echelons of the group, achieving financial freedom in the process. Yet now, he truly dares not report this matter to the board. Wang Xingyong had initially planned to wait until Lin Ming and Shou Chong submitted their down payments before presenting this to the group headquarters, intending to astonish the board with the news. Who could have imagined that, in the span of a single night, this delightful surprise would transform into sheer terror? Wang Xingyong could vividly envision the scene of the board of directors erupting in fury upon learning of this incident. It was clearly not his fault, and the property was currently selling exceptionally well. So why did he feel an overwhelming urge to weep? Manager Wang's assistant stood behind him, observing as he chain-smoked one cigarette after another, until she could no longer contain herself. Gritting her teeth, she asserted, "This matter will eventually come to light. Rather than prolong the agony, it would be prudent to report it to the higher-ups while their spirits are still high. You are right. I do not wish to delay any further. Otherwise, I want to be able to sleep tonight," Wang Xingyong resolved. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number labeled General Cheng. "Is that you, Xiao Wang?" General Cheng's voice exuded an air of contentment. "Are you planning to report on the Zijin Xingfu project? The finance department has just completed a financial assessment, and due to the provincial government's policies, Zijin Xingfu is expected to yield nearly 10 billion in profits for us. This is exceedingly rare in the national real estate market. Prepare for a promotion, haha." Wang Xingyong could sense General Cheng's elation. Otherwise, he would not share such matters with a mere sales manager from a small property division. Little did he know, the more delighted General Cheng was, the more it pierced Wang Xingyong's heart. "Why the silence? Are you overwhelmed with excitement?" General Cheng teased, gathering his resolve. Wang Xingyong replied, "General Cheng, there is something I must discuss with you. Yesterday, two individuals visited the sales office and purchased 196 units, each priced at 16,000 per square meter." A profound silence enveloped the phone line. In the office, one could hear a pin drop. Cold sweat began to bead on Wang Xingyong's forehead, and his assistant trembled. They had braced themselves for the impending storm, yet when it finally arrived, they realized they had grossly overestimated their capacity to endure. 196 units. At 16,000 per square meter? After a prolonged pause, General Cheng's voice returned, devoid of the previous warmth, now oppressive and suffocating for Wang Xingyong. Yes. What is the size of each unit?" General Cheng inquired. "Between 120 to 140 square meters, Wang Xingyong confessed, unable to conceal any details. "What about the building numbers and floors?" General Cheng pressed on. It was evident that, as a senior executive, General Cheng had already begun to calculate the potential losses incurred from these 196 units, yet he held back his outburst and continued to question with precision. All of them are the best buildings and floors. 80% are in prime locations." Wang Xingyong felt utterly despondent. Once again, silence fell on General Cheng's end. "General Cheng?" Wang Xingyong tentatively called out. Suddenly, a frantic roar erupted through the receiver. "Why did you not report such a significant matter to headquarters immediately yesterday?" Wang Xingyong's scalp felt as if it had been set ablaze, nearly causing him to lose his composure. "General Cheng, I did not foresee this. Yesterday, the contract I signed was merely a deposit agreement. I had intended to surprise you once they paid the full down payment or the remaining balance. But who could have foreseen such an abrupt turn of events?" At this juncture, Wang Xingyong felt a wave of injustice wash over him, and he truly wept. The staggering sum of 1.5 billion yuan compelled him to forego food and drink, spending countless days counting the cash. A task that would take him 2 to 3 months to complete. Such a monumental loss could hardly fail to incite the wrath of General Cheng. "Wang Xingyong, you are finished," General Cheng declared, and immediately after uttering these words, a series of beeping sounds emanated from Wang Xingyong's phone. In a fit of frustration, He let out a thunderous shout to the heavens and slumped weakly onto the sofa. He felt an impulse to smash his phone. Yet remembering that General Cheng might call him again, he restrained himself. Indeed, half an hour later, his phone rang once more. It was General Cheng calling. "What type of contract did you say you signed yesterday?" he inquired. "A deposit agreement," Wang Xingyong replied. "What is the penalty for breach of contract?" 3 times the deposit. "Is it limited to the deposit only?" "Yes, it is solely limited to the deposit." "Immediately inform the other party that we are willing to pay the penalty." Wang Xingyong stood there for a moment, stunned, before a spark of hope ignited in his eyes. Chapter 33. Everything is under control now. Lin Ming found a quaint little restaurant, where he casually packed a few dishes before hailing a taxi towards Unju community. The little girl had been eating quite well these past few days, but given her tender age, it would not be wise to indulge her in lavish meals constantly. This was a realization Lin Ming had come to. Once this batch of property contracts was finalized, he intended to transfer some funds to Lin Ku and Lin Chu. Seated in the back of the taxi, Lin Ming contemplated his plans. At the very least, he should return the bride price and dowry that had been deceitfully extracted from them, ensuring they could enjoy better food and clothing. The Lin family was currently in dire straits, with Lin Ku and Lin Chu toiling away in the county, while Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan tended to their modest crops. Their earnings were meager, and with daily expenses to consider, the prospect of accumulating the bride price and dowry in the near future seemed insurmountable. It was often suggested that Lin Chu, being beautiful, could demand a higher bride price from her future husband, allowing Lin Ku to use those funds to marry, thus achieving a win-win situation. However, Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan found such notions profoundly unfair toward their daughter, reaching the point of resentment. Having spent their lives in agriculture, they were simple and traditional in their thoughts. Yet, this did not imply they favored sons over daughters. Lin Chenghua had stated that the old Lin family had 2 sons and only 1 daughter. When it came time for her marriage, they would do everything in their power to ensure Lin Chu had a splendid send-off. Perhaps it was precisely these values that had led to Lin Chu remaining unmarried, and Lin Ku being unable to find a wife. Lin Ming, now 30 years old and the eldest son in the family, reflected on these matters with a sense of guilt. He had failed to fulfill the responsibilities of an elder brother, nearly ruining their lives, a reality that had, in truth, already transpired. However, there still existed a chance for redemption. Before long, they arrived at Unju community. Lin Ming had already sent a WeChat message to Chen Jia with a photo of the packed food. To his embarrassment, she had not replied. With no other option, he called Chen Jia while ascending the stairs. "What do you want?" Chen Jia inquired. She seemed less impatient than before, almost tinged with anticipation, though Lin Ming failed to perceive it. "I sent you something. I'm busy and don't have time to look." Chen Jia interrupted him directly. Lin Ming chuckled softly. "I never said what I sent you. Why are you so eager to respond? What if it was a delivery notice?" Chen Jia paused for a moment, hastily explaining. I was just guessing." "Haha." Lin Ming laughed heartily. He was now entirely convinced that Chen Jia had indeed seen his WeChat message but chose not to reply. "What are you laughing at? Be careful not to lose your teeth." Chen Jia huffed. It was evident that her words had increased significantly compared to before, reminiscent of their flirtatious banter during the early stages of their relationship. "You have never been one to curse. Even when angry, you remain endearingly charming," Lin Ming remarked. Chen Jia still found it difficult to acclimatize to this sudden tenderness. The experiences of the past few years left her feeling utterly uncomfortable. Xian was at home, likely having not eaten, and upon your arrival, she would open the door for you. After saying this, Chen Jia ended the call. Lin Ming was filled with immense joy. This indicated that Chen Jia had informed Xian that she could now open the door for her father. At that moment, this path had truly taken a significant step forward. At the very least, Chen Jia was no longer resistant to his presence. As an ordinary citizen, today was indeed a day of great happiness. Humming a little tune, Lin Ming ascended the stairs with a light heart. Considering that Chen Jia was not at home, Lin Ming first knocked on Wang Lanmei's door. "Lin Ming, you're back again." Wang Lanmei opened the door and said, "I heard from Jia that you two have divorced, yet you've been visiting quite frequently these past few days. Have you really turned over a new leaf?" "Grandma Wang, what can I say to that? I find myself at a loss for words," Lin Ming replied with a wry smile, then continued. "I packed a few dishes from the restaurant, but since Chen Jia is not home, Xian and I cannot eat them. If you don't mind, you can take these 2 back with you." Lin Ming had packed 6 dishes, giving 2 to Wang Lanmei, leaving 4 for himself and Xian, sufficient for their meal. "You keep buying takeout every day?" Are you truly so wealthy that you have nowhere else to spend it? Wang Lame chided gently. I've always taught you to be frugal. Why can't you listen? Also, divorce is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is a lack of appreciation and ambition. If you can continue like this, you will eventually win Jia back. I have faith in you. After mumbling a few words, Wang Lame happily accepted the dishes. Filial piety is the foremost virtue. Although they were fundamentally unconnected by blood, merely neighbors, Wang Lanmei believed that if Lin Ming treated her so well, he would surely treat Chen Jia and Xian with equal kindness. Once Wang Lanmei returned home, Lin Ming called out to Xian again. Indeed, it was her mother's words that held sway. Upon hearing Lin Ming's voice, the little girl eagerly opened the door for him. Dad, are you here to bring me a feast again? Why have you become so nice? You don't scold or hit me anymore. And you bring me delicious food every day. I love you so much. The innocence of a child stirred a mix of emotions within Lin Ming. This was not an inherently introverted girl. Rather, his past actions had stripped her of the courage to even speak in his presence. Now, he was gradually mending the wounds to her spirit, guiding her back towards the vivacious and sunny disposition that she was meant to embody. They enjoyed a delightful meal together. Around 1:30, the little girl yawned and went off for a nap. Lin Ming did not leave, but instead fixed his gaze on the phone resting on the table, seemingly awaiting something. The potential for future change might create a butterfly effect, yet such an effect would hardly influence Lin Ming. For irrespective of how the future, stirred by the butterfly's wings, might unfold, it could never escape Lin Ming's foresight. As anticipated, approximately 2 minutes later, a call from an unfamiliar number came through. Lin Ming squinted and answered, "Hello? Is this Mr. Lin?" The caller cheerfully inquired. "This is Wang Xingyong, the sales manager of Zijin Shinfu. We met just yesterday." Lin Ming smirked coldly, responding indifferently, Manager Wang. I've heard that the city is planning to develop a new area in the south, which has turned Zijin Shinfu into quite the hot commodity. I suppose congratulations are in order." Wang Xingyong was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to engage Lin Ming in casual conversation about various topics, but Lin Ming had directly addressed the crux of the matter. It felt as though Lin Ming was fully aware of the purpose behind the call yet remained unperturbed. Was it merely his own illusion? Wang Xingyong furrowed his brow but dismissed the thought. Since Lin Ming had broached the subject, he had no choice but to be forthright. "Mr. Lin, the situation is as follows." Wang Xingyong cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. "Last night, several indicators regarding the property were found to be non-compliant, prompting an emergency board meeting to decide on significant alterations to Zijin Shinfu. Under these circumstances, we cannot guarantee the delivery timeline of the property. I am calling to inform you of this and to see if we can mutually agree to terminate the contract, as this will undoubtedly affect the usability of your home." Before Lin Ming could respond, Wang Xingyong continued, "Considering you and Mr. Zhou are our esteemed clients and that the cause for the contract termination lies with our property, the board has unanimously decided to compensate you and Mr. Zhou with triple the penalty stipulated in the contract. What are your thoughts on this, Mr. Lin?" Chapter 34. The world has turned upside down. In truth, Lin Ming had anticipated the unfolding of events even before the press conference. However, the difference between foreseeing and experiencing the reality is stark. It is akin to knowing someone intends to strike you versus actually being struck. The sensations are entirely distinct. Lin Ming initially believed he would remain composed. Yet, upon hearing Wang Xingyong's seemingly polite yet utterly shameless and despicable remarks, the anger he had long suppressed surged forth uncontrollably. Instinctively, he reached for a cigarette from his pocket, but fearing it would disturb the sleeping Xian, he stealthily made his way to the hallway. Lighting the cigarette, Lin Ming took a deep drag before saying, "I am not concerned about the timeline for the property handover. After all, I never intended to reside here. I will soon transfer these deposit contracts." "Transfer the deposit contracts?" Wang Xingyong was taken aback. "Indeed," Lin Ming affirmed with a nod. Wang Xingyong reflexively inquired, "Mr. Lin, was your initial intention merely to sign a deposit contract? Was your mention of settling the down payment or full payment within a month merely a pretense?" This time, Lin Ming chose not to respond. However, within Wang Xingyong's mind, a tempest of realization was brewing. Just yesterday, there had been no news regarding the Southern New District. How could Lin Ming be so certain that the prices at Zijin Shinfu would undoubtedly rise? If not, why would he and Zhou Chong sign 196 deposit contracts? Why would they pay a deposit of 50,000 rather than just 10,000 or 20,000? It was worth noting that should their gamble prove erroneous, they risked losing nearly 10 million in deposits. Wang Xingyong did not believe that either of them lacked such a sum. Thus, he concluded that Lin Ming and Zhou Chong were unequivocally convinced of an impending price increase. Had it been another community, Wang Xingyong might have suspected a gamble was at play. But Zijin Shinfu? That was an entirely different matter. No one would be foolish enough to wager here, let alone on nearly 200 units. His mind a whirlwind of confusion. Wang Xingyong was too perturbed to ponder further. He simply wished to recover the 1.5 billion loss for the group. Amidst his shock, he also felt irked by his own deception at the hands of Lin Ming and his companion. Noticing Lin Ming's silence, Wang Xingyong continued, Mr. Lin, you may not be aware that privately transferring deposit contracts is against regulations. Furthermore, the group plans to rectify matters concerning Zijin Shinfu, and they would certainly not consent to your actions. Against regulations but not illegal. After all, property prices have risen, which is a reasonable development. As long as your understanding prevails, this cannot be deemed a private transfer. You have the right to be informed, yet no right to interfere, Lin Ming replied calmly. The group would hardly comprehend. Wang Xingyong had effectively closed off Lin Ming's avenues for retreat. So, Manager Wang's implication is that this contract must be terminated? Lin Ming's voice grew increasingly frigid. Wang Xingyong remained unperturbed. That is indeed the group's stance, and it is truly for your and Mr. Zhou's benefit. I am powerless in this matter. Lin Ming discarded the extinguished cigarette but into the trash bin. Your name is Wang Xingyong, is it not? I recall vividly the moment we signed the contract yesterday. Your smile was nearly uncontainable. Merely a night has passed, and now, due to the surge in property prices, you have turned your back on our agreement. Truly, you embody the essence of a sales department manager. Mr. Lin, I am merely considering your perspective. Why must you retaliate? Wang Xingyong no longer intends to maintain a faade. Given the drastic escalation in property prices, it is well understood that such matters cannot be amicably resolved. It is simply that no one wishes to sever ties at the outset. Now that negotiations have reached an impasse, let us proceed with a more assertive approach. Mr. Lin, I trust you are aware that Zijin Shinfu belongs to the esteemed Dingxing Real Estate. Wang Xingyong invoked Dingxing Real Estate, renowned for its stringent quality control. Multiple indicators of Zijin Shinfu are currently unsatisfactory, necessitating rectification. We cannot jeopardize the esteemed reputation of Dingxing Real Estate for the sake of you and Mr. Zhou. The deposit contract you initially signed stipulates a penalty of 3 times the deposit amount. We are willing to compensate you with a penalty of 150,000 for each unit. However, should you remain obstinate, we will have no choice but to escalate this matter to Dingxing Real Estate's legal department. By the end of the conversation, Wang Xingyong's address had shifted from you to you in a more familiar sense, indicating his complete disregard for Lin Ming and Zhou Chong, viewing them as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Just 2 local real estate speculators, perhaps possessing a modicum of foresight, yet what do they possess to contend with Dingxing Real Estate's legal team? We are talking about a potential profit of at least 1.5 billion. If salvaged, what does a falling out truly signify? Very well, Wang Xingyong, you are audacious. Since Lin Ming's awakening, he had never felt such anger. He remarked, I suggest you convey your previous statement to Zhou Chong. He is likely to provide you with a satisfactory response. There is no need for your reminder. I shall call Zhou Chong as it is an inevitable course of action. With that, Wang Xingyong ended the call, utterly devoid of the obsequious demeanor he exhibited yesterday. Especially with his final words, he had practically laid bare his intent. This is merely a notification. You must comply, whether you agree or not. At Qingyao CAF, Zhou Chong occupied a window seat. While ostensibly observing the bustling traffic outside, his thoughts had already drifted far away. He calculated the potential profits from this venture, which would undoubtedly recoup the 50 million loss incurred from the wine, perhaps even more. Brother Lin, I genuinely wish to warm your bed. Zhou Chong's excitement was uncontainable. Just then, an unfamiliar number rang in. Assuming he had found a buyer, he promptly answered. Mr. Zhou, is it? This is Wang Xingyong. This time, Wang Xingyong could hardly muster the courtesy. Wang Xingyong, the sales manager of Zijin Shinfu? What is the purpose of your call? Zhou Chong inquired, puzzled. The group has decided to terminate the contract you signed with Lin Ming at the sales office yesterday. As compensation, a penalty of 150,000 per unit will be transferred to your account within 30 working days, Wang Xingyong stated plainly. Zhou Chong nearly lost his grip on the cup in his hand. His mind momentarily faltered, and then he abruptly rose to his feet. What did you say? Wang Xingyong replied with a faint smile. You must have understood clearly. There is no need for me to elaborate further. Given the current real estate prices in Zijin Xingfu, the penalty for breach of contract is 150,000. Are you attempting to beg for alms? Zhou Chong shouted vehemently. The CAF, a tranquil space, was immediately filled with curious gazes drawn to his outburst. However, Zhou Chong was utterly unconcerned, his mind consumed by the figure of 150,000. The disparity from his expectations was staggering. I've already contacted Lin Ming. If you disagree, take it up with the legal department. As before, Wang Xingyong unceremoniously hung up the phone after making his point. Listening to the beeping tone in the receiver, Zhou Chong felt his anger reach a boiling point. How dare such a mere sales manager exhibit such arrogance? The audacity was outrageous. Chapter 35. Lin Ming was not particularly enraged by Wang Xingyong's phone call. Rather, he was irked by Wang's audacious demeanor. He stood at the entrance for a moment. Predictably, his phone rang. Expecting it to be Zhou Chong, he was surprised to see it was actually Chen Jia. Miss me? Lin Ming chuckled. Are you out of your mind? Lin Ming's lips twitched. It appeared that given his current relationship with Chen Jia, such banter was ill-advised. Has Xian finished her meal? Chen Jia inquired. Yes, she has already gone for her afternoon nap, Lin Ming replied candidly. Send me a video to show me, Chen Jia insisted. It was evident that she was anxious about Lin Ming being alone with Xian. Previously, she had been present during their last two encounters, fearing that without her, Lin Ming might reveal his true nature and take out his frustrations on Xian. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Ming ended the call and quietly opened the bedroom door to record a video for Chen Jia. The little girl seemed to be dreaming sweetly, occasionally smacking her lips, her face radiating happiness. All right, since Xian is already asleep, you can head back now, Chen Jia sent a voice message. When I come over next time, you won't chase me away, will you? Lin Ming asked. It depends on my mood, came the typed response. With a contented smile, Lin Ming tucked his phone away. Reflecting that Chen Jia was indeed quite easy to appease, and he had merely been a cat in the past. Gently closing the security door, Lin Ming departed. Although he anticipated that Xian would feel lonely upon waking, he dared not disregard Chen Jia's wishes. Just after exiting the community, his phone rang again. This time, it was Zhou Chong calling. Lin Go, that bastard Wang Xingyong must have called you, right? Zhou Chong's tone was grim. He struggled to suppress his anger while conversing with Lin Ming. Yes, Lin Ming acknowledged. Is Zijin Xingfu planning to breach the contract? Do they think they can silence us with triple the penalty fee? Zhou Chong ground his teeth in frustration. Isn't this just too arrogant? To them, a contract is merely a piece of paper. Without waiting for Lin Ming to respond, Zhou Chong continued, Lin Ge, I am truly furious. You can't even imagine the tone Wang Xingyong used when he called me, saying if we disagreed, he would take it up with the legal department of Dingxing Real Estate. When the housing market was stagnant, he practically begged us to accept his terms. Now he acts as if we should be grateful to him. He truly believes we are easy prey. Don't be too upset. Considering the current housing prices, our nearly 200 properties would indeed cause significant losses for Zijin Xingfu. I had already anticipated this scenario, Lin Ming replied with a smile. It's disingenuous not to be angry. I wish I could pound that dog Wang Xingyong into the ground. In this Blue Island city, aside from my parents and grandfather, no one dares to speak to me that way, Zhou Chong asserted. Lin Ming chuckled softly. Zhou Chong's words held a kernel of truth, at least in Blue Island City. He was indeed a small tyrant. Lin Gu, what exactly did he say to you? Even in the event of a breach of contract, there must be a reason, right? Zhou Chong inquired, his voice brimming with indignation. Did he not inform you? Lin Ming asked, momentarily taken aback. No. He merely stated that Zijin Xingfu intended to terminate our contract, without providing any rationale, Zhou Chong replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming could vividly envision the arrogant expression and tone of Wang Xingyong when he had called Zhou Chong. It was no wonder Zhou Chong was so furious. Wang Xingyong implied that Zijin Xingfu was failing to meet various standards and thus intended to rectify the situation. Lin Ming elucidated, if they are to rectify matters, the delivery of the property will be postponed. Considering the uncertainty surrounding the delivery timeline, from our perspective, Zijin Huafu can only be deemed to have breached the contract. So, this was ostensibly for our benefit? It was truly laughable to Zhou Chong. Enraged, he declared, all right, I now comprehend the true nature of these individuals. Lin Ge, you need not concern yourself with this matter any longer. I shall handle it. If Wang Xingyong says the standards are inadequate, then I will ascertain precisely which standards Zijin Xingfu has failed to meet. Without waiting for Lin Ming's response, Zhou Chong abruptly hung up the phone. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been so disrespectful to Lin Ming, a testament to his profound anger. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sales office of Zijin Shinfu was bustling with an increasing number of people queuing outside, the line seemingly endless. Meanwhile, Zijin Shinfu officially commenced the lottery phase for purchasing properties. In the current market of Blue Island City, where housing prices were relatively stable, Zijin Shinfu was the only development to offer such a lottery system. In the third-floor office, Wang Xingyong sat back in his chair, his legs propped up on the desk, devoid of the frantic demeanor he had exhibited in the morning. He inwardly congratulated himself for having informed General Manager Chung about the nearly 200 housing units in advance. Thus, even in the event of triple penalties for breach of contract, the losses to the group would not be substantial. Wang Xingyong would not face any repercussions from this incident. Promotions and salary increases were still on the horizon. When one is at a dead end, a glimmer of hope often appears, Wang Xingyong mused, gazing at his computer screen. For the first time, he found these lines of poetry profoundly resonant. Suddenly, the office door swung open with a bang. The assistant, clad in a sharp professional outfit, rushed in, her previously alluring visage now fraught with anxiety. "Xiao Chang, what is troubling you?" Wang Xingyong feigned displeasure. "Is there a commotion downstairs over the housing scramble?" Throughout his speech, his eyes were fixated on the assistant's statuesque figure, certain areas of his being stirred involuntarily. Indeed, she is a remarkable beauty, a true enchantress. "Manager Wang, the fire department has arrived," the assistant exclaimed. Wang Xingyong was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. "The fire department? What brings them here?" "I do not know. They simply requested to see you," the assistant responded urgently. Wang Xingyong's frown deepened. As the sales manager, he believed the fire department should be seeking the engineering manager, not him. Before he could ponder further, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside his office. A group of over a dozen individuals came into view of Wang Xingyong. At the forefront stood Han Gongya, the second-in-command of the fire department of Long Island City. "Director Han?" Wang Xingyong was taken aback, immediately sensing that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, Han Gongya would not personally come here accompanied by such a significant entourage. Each member was adorned in work attire, displaying their identification badges, which clearly indicated they were not merely here for casual conversation. "What wind has brought Director Han to this place?" "Please, take a seat," Wang Xingyong urged, his face adorned with a forced smile. "No need," Han Gongya replied, scrutinizing Wang Xingyong for a moment before adding, with a semblance of a smile, "I am here today due to reports alleging that multiple indicators of the Zijin Shinfu do not meet the required standards, including fire safety. This is the matter that brings me here." Chapter 36. Hitting a brick wall. Upon hearing Han Gongya's words, Wang Xingyong was utterly bewildered. His first thought was that someone could not bear to see the Zijin Shinfu rise to prominence and was attempting to undermine them. "Director Han, as you know, this is a project developed by Dingxing Real Estate. There is absolutely no possibility of quality issues, especially concerning the fire safety aspects." Wang Xingyong paused momentarily before adding, "Surely this must be a malicious report? Such a trivial matter does not warrant your personal attention, Director Han. Is there truly no quality problem? That seems rather dubious." Han Gongya replied slowly. "The individual who reported us claimed that Manager Wang stated multiple indicators of Zijin Shinfu were substandard. How is it now that you assert there are no quality issues?" Wang Xingyong's heart raced. Having attained the position of sales department manager, he was certainly astute enough to discern what had transpired. Since the launch of Zijin Shinfu, there had never been any allegations of quality concerns. Thus, when Han Gongya uttered those words, Wang Xingyong immediately recalled the 2 calls he made at noon. He had used the pretext of substandard quality would inevitably lead to delays in delivery to placate Lin Ming and Shou Chong. But that was merely a pretext. Why was the fire department making such a significant effort to investigate? "I did not say such a thing," Wang Xingyong stammered, beginning to panic. "Manager Wang, it seems you have forgotten some matters of importance, but that is of no consequence. After all, we have the recorded conversations. If Manager Wang wishes to listen, we can certainly oblige," Han Gongya stated. Wang Xingyong's expression changed dramatically. They had even obtained the call recordings? This was clearly a targeted attack against him. "Director Han, I did indeed make those 2 calls at noon, but they were merely..." Han Gongya waved his hand, signaling Wang Xingyong to cease his explanation. "Whether there are issues or not, we shall investigate ourselves. If no problems are uncovered, then it will be my oversight. And I shall naturally extend my apologies to Manager Wang." Having concluded his remarks, Han Gongya instructed his subordinates to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the Zijin Shinfu project. Wang Xingyong felt utterly paralyzed. He understood all too well that even a small restaurant could easily be found lacking in numerous compliance aspects regarding fire safety, let alone such a large development. Please summon Manager Sun from the engineering department. Until the inspection is passed, Zijin Xingfu is not permitted to commence construction or pre-sales. Han Gongya added. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xingyong's legs trembled, nearly causing him to lose control. There were throngs of people waiting outside to purchase homes. And they were simply going to halt sales? If word got out that the sales were suspended due to quality concerns, the recently inflated prices of Zijin Xingfu would plummet. Director Han, given your rapport with Manager Sun, surely this is unnecessary? Wang Xingyong replied, his voice quivering. However, Han Gongya's expression hardened. This is a matter of official business. Personal relationships must not intermingle. Does Manager Wang not grasp this principle? Wang Xingyong inwardly cursed his misfortune. He has finally come to a complete understanding. Those two whom he regarded as fools are indeed plotting against him. Wait a moment, Han, he said. I will call Manager Sun right away. Stepping out of the office. Wang Xingyong's first call was not to Manager Sun, but to General Cheng. Once the line connected, Wang Xingyong immediately stated, General Cheng, the fire department has arrived. And Han Gongya himself has come with his team, insisting that we must cease sales until the investigation is concluded. The fire department? Why have they suddenly shown up? General Cheng inquired. I called Lin Ming and Zhou Cheng at noon and mentioned. Wang Xingyong relayed the details of the call to General Cheng, including how he had used quality issues as an excuse. They were notified at noon, and by afternoon, the fire department had arrived, with Han Gongya personally overseeing the matter. General Cheng instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. Those two individuals are no trifling matter. What should we do now? Wang Xingyong lamented. Han Gongya is clearly targeting me. His words leave little doubt. This incident is unlikely to be resolved easily. First, send Sun Hong over. I will call you back shortly, General Cheng instructed. Wang Xingyong steadied his emotions before dialing the number of the general manager of the engineering department, Sun Hong. Before long, Sun Hong arrived, bearing a substantial amount of fire safety documentation regarding the property. He first prepared a cup of tea for Han Gongya before stating, Director Han, here are the fire safety documents for Zijin Xingfu for your review. Han Gongya did not touch the tea. Instead, he began to examine the documents one by one. Wang Xingyong and Sun Hong stood to the side, hardly daring to breathe. It was not until 10 minutes had passed that Han Gongya remarked, the documents are indeed comprehensive. But we must assess the site further. Do not worry. If one has no guilty conscience, there is no fear of ghosts knocking at the door. We shall await the results. Sun Hong's heart raced suddenly. Having dealt with Han Gongya on multiple occasions, he had a fair understanding of his character. Today's situation would likely prove to be troublesome. After about half an hour, Han Gongya's subordinates began returning from the construction site. They whispered a few words into Han Gongya's ear, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Is Zijin Xingfu relying solely on these papers? Do they think I, Han Gongya, can be easily deceived? With so many issues unresolved, how can the public feel safe living here in the future? After this exchange, Wang Xingyong and Sun Hong felt their spirits plummet. Han Gongya seemed disinclined to say more, his face cold as he shot a glare at Wang Xingyong and Sun Hong before turning to leave. Old Han. Sun Hong rushed after him, urgently asking, what is the reason for this? We have known each other for years. You must at least inform me of the costs. Han Gongya slowed his pace, speaking softly. You may earn the money that is rightfully yours, but do you dare to profit from that which is not? Do you not know the current state of affairs in Lanao City? Before you turn against others, consider whether you possess the capability to do so. Sun Hong was no fool. He immediately grasped Han Gongya's intention. Han Gongya continued, Old son, while Dingsheng real estate undoubtedly possesses strength, a businessman is ultimately just a businessman. Do you comprehend my meaning? My visit today is merely a prelude, a warning to you all. If you remain oblivious, the next time I come, it will be the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. Sun Hong's expression shifted repeatedly. Eventually, he returned to the office that now housed only Wang Xingyong. What did he say? Wang Xingyong inquired. Sun Hong looked at him and asked, what is the name of the head of Landa City? Of course, it is Zhou. Wang Xingyong responded, a hint of urgency in his voice. Isn't that obvious? How could one not know the leader of Landa City when developing properties there? Do you recall the names of the two individuals who purchased houses yesterday? Sun Hong pressed. One is named Lin Ming, and the other is Zhou. Wang Xingyong trailed off. Sun Hong recognized that he had pieced it together and sighed. This time, it seems we have indeed kicked a steel plate. Chapter 37. I shall no longer sell. Throughout the afternoon and evening, Lin Ming diligently researched information on Chilling Motors. This electric vehicle brand, which had ascended to the pinnacle of its industry since its inception, continued to bask in the halo of divinity. Little did anyone anticipate that, in just a few days' time, it would undergo a tumultuous ride. Although Lin Ming possessed the foresight of the future, he understood that preparations were nonetheless essential. September 4th, 8 a.m. Zhou Chong called. Brother Lin, are you busy? If not, let us meet, as I have something to discuss with you. The calmness in his tone marked a stark contrast to his earlier fury. Not busy at all. I too have matters to address. Where shall we meet? Lin Ming replied. How about Qingyao CAF? I'll send you the location. Sounds good. Around 8:30 a.m., upon seeing Lin Ming step out of the taxi, Zhou Chong sighed. Brother Lin, didn't I already tell you to get a car? We can't keep relying on taxis for every outing, can we? Didn't you just mention this yesterday? Lin Ming chuckled. Zhou Chong paused for a moment, then smacked his forehead, chuckling ruefully. It truly was just yesterday, but it feels like ages have passed. Indeed, much had transpired since then. As they entered the CAF, Lin Ming surveyed the quaint decor with mild surprise. Given Zhou Chong's personality, it seemed rather uncharacteristic for him to choose such a place. His thoughts were clarified when a young woman, approximately 1.7 meters tall, appeared, dressed in a remarkably pure and lovely manner. Brother Lin, would you like something to drink? She asked with a smile, confirming Lin Ming's suspicions about her familiarity with Zhou Chong. It seemed he had shared some details about himself, at least enough for her to know his name. I'll have a latte, please, Lin Ming replied. And you? The girl turned to Zhou Chong. Same as usual, he beamed, almost grinning from ear to ear. To Lin Ming. Zhou Chong resembled the archetypal sycophant. After the girl left, Lin Ming inquired with a smile, are you fond of her? Zhou Chong scratched the back of his head and, without reservation, sighed. The king is interested, yet the goddess remains indifferent. She is indeed a wonderful girl, tastefully attired and quite polite, Lin Ming praised. Of course. How could the woman Zhou Chong, fancy be anything less? She has such a natural beauty. She hardly needs embellishment, Zhou Chong said with pride. Receiving a few compliments has made you rather puffed up, has it? As if she has already accepted you, Lin Ming teased, shaking his head. May I offer you a piece of advice? Zhou Chong perked up immediately. Oh brother, please help me. I have been pursuing her for years at this rate. I fear I shall be left in despair. Call me tonight at 7, Lin Ming instructed. Can't you say it now? Zhou Chong's face was fraught with urgency. Impatience yields no results. Some matters require a fortunate alignment. Do you understand? Lin Ming cast him a sidelong glance. Very well then. Zhou Chong sighed in resignation. Soon, a cup of latte and a glass of orange juice were placed before Lin Ming and Zhou Chong, prompting them to address the matter at hand. It seems you have already begun addressing the issues concerning the Zijin Shenfu, Lin Ming inquired. Indeed, Brother Lin, your foresight is remarkable. Sometimes I feel you can predict when I need to relieve myself. Zhou Chong flattered him. Get lost. Lin Ming replied, his expression darkened. Am I unwell? To be calculating your restroom breaks? Heh. Zhou Chong chuckled awkwardly, then continued. That scoundrel Wang Xingyong truly believes we are easy targets? After our phone conversation yesterday, the fire department dispatched personnel to the Zijin Shengfu construction site, led personally by Chief Han Gongya. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming glanced at Zhou Chong. No wonder he is the first son of Blue Island City. His connections are indeed formidable. Zhou Chong continued. In any case, my temperament is not easily appeased. If there is no news from Zijin Shenfu today, it will be the turn of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau to intervene. That's enough. There is no need for such drastic measures, Lin Ming remarked. Brother Lin, you do not understand. These so-called businessmen require discipline. If we do not show them some color, they will genuinely believe we are pushovers, Zhou Chong retorted, still somewhat irate. And you, are you not a businessman yourself? Lin Ming teased. Indeed, I am a businessman, but I am a legitimate one, earning my profits with integrity. How can Zijin Shenfu compare? Zhou Chong huffed. This is indeed true. Over the years, he has earned some money through his connections but has never harmed anyone, unlike Wang Xingyong and his ilk, who turn on their allies the moment the southern new district is set for development. Enough about that foolish Wang Xingyong. There is another matter. Zhou Chong continued. I have already found a buyer, a property speculation group from Lingnan, but the specific transfer price for the deposit contract must be determined by you. Lin Ming nodded. With Zhou Chong's connections, finding a buyer was naturally not difficult. Moreover, the deposit contracts in their possession were based on a price of 16 000 per square meter and included only the finest buildings and units. Such a substantial opportunity would attract many buyers. It remained to be seen whom Zhou Chong and Lin Ming would favor. Brother Lin, I truly feel it's a pity. If only we had more capital. We could acquire these properties and resell them for a greater profit. Zhou Chong expressed with regret. There's no point in lamenting the lack of resources, Lin Ming replied. Zhou Chong pouted, secretly admiring Lin Ming's positive outlook. After sipping his juice, Zhou Chong posed the question he most wished to ask. Brother Lin, what do you think is a suitable price for each of our deposit contracts? 2 million, Lin Ming stated. Cough cough. Zhou Chong nearly choked, stammering. How much? Look at your pitiful state. After all, you are the first son of Blue Island City. Is this small sum of money enough to leave you utterly disoriented? Lin Ming remarked with exasperation. Well, Zhou Chong found himself momentarily speechless. The earnest money contract was set at 50,000, and he had initially contemplated selling it at 500,000 per unit, which would yield a tenfold profit. To his surprise, Lin Ming was even more audacious, proposing a staggering 40-fold increase. You previously mentioned that our earnest money contract is based on a price of 16,000 per square meter. While the current market price of Zijin Shenfu has soared to a peak of 90,000, if we compromise, calculating at 80,000 per square meter, we find a disparity of 64,000 for each square meter, Lin Ming elucidated. Take, for instance, a 120 square meter apartment that amounts to a shortfall of 7.68 million per unit. For 130 or 140 square meters, the figures are even more substantial. Even if the other party were to purchase these earnest money contracts at 2 million each, the pure profit would exceed 5 million. Have you not calculated this? Zhou Chong had indeed overlooked such calculations. He had only considered how much profit he could derive from these earnest money contracts. If one unit could yield 5 million, then 196 units would amount to nearly 1 billion. Zhou Chong abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming, I will not sell the contracts. I want to buy the properties. Chapter 38. Taking one step to see 10 ahead, could you lower your voice a bit? Constantly talking about billions. It's like you're boasting to take it home. This is a CAF. Please keep it down. Discontented murmurs echoed from the surrounding tables. Zhou Chong, face flushed, sat down and muttered, Lin Ge, you know I'm not boasting. What is the difference between this and boasting? Lin Ming teased. I told you long ago. We can't afford this batch of properties yet, so no matter how much we earn, we can only watch from the sidelines. Lin Ge, calculate again. Where else can you find such a development? Even if I have to take a loan from the bank, I won't let this opportunity slip by. Zhou Chong's eyes glistened with fervor. You think such opportunities are as common as cabbages by the roadside, just waiting for you to pick them up? Lin Ming shook his head. Seeing Zhou Chong's disappointed expression, he added, currently, there truly aren't any properties available, but there are alternatives. Zhou Chong paused, his breath quickening. So there's south another avenue? The profits from the Zijin Shenfu Haven Tea even materialized yet, and now there's already a new path laid out? Lin Ge. Others plan 3 steps ahead. You're planning 10. Zhou Chong exclaimed eagerly. Quick, tell me, what is the new opportunity? His urgency was palpable as he implored his brother to speak. Lin Ming felt a chill. He swore, if it weren't for the other customers present, he would have throttled this insistent fellow. Have you heard of Cheeling Motors? He said, rolling his eyes. Of course. It's the pinnacle of global new energy vehicles. In terms of luxury and driving experience, it surpasses all its peers. I even test drove one at a dealership recently and was considering purchasing it, Zhou Chong replied. Lin Ming lightly tapped his fingers on the table, speaking slowly, let us forget about it. In just 4 or 5 days, Cheeling Motors will encounter trouble. Trouble? Zhou Chong looked puzzled. Lin Ge, could you elaborate? If you've been following the news these days, especially from abroad, you'd understand, Lin Ming explained. Much of the international news doesn't air domestically and can only be accessed online. Of course, the true downfall of Cheeling Motors would come days later at the International Auto Show in Tianhai City, a fact Zhou Chong could not possibly know. He gazed at Lin Ming with a forlorn expression, thinking his brother was being unreasonably tight-lipped, wishing he would disclose a bit more information. However, Zhou Chong was unwaveringly loyal to Lin Ming. He absorbed every word spoken, not daring to miss a single detail. Cheeling Motors had gone public on Nasdaq 3 years prior, and through market scrutiny, its valuation had reached approximately $1 trillion. Lin Ming paused briefly before continuing. Our target this time is the Cheeling stock market. Are we going to short it, or buy the dip? Zhou Chong inquired. He had some knowledge of the stock market and had dabbled in it for a while. However, the stock market was notoriously expensive. Most participants were akin to chives, and once you fell behind, any profits made could evaporate in an instant. Zhou Chong harbored some reservations about this matter, having previously suffered losses amounting to hundreds of thousands. Consequently, he had refrained from further involvement. Initially, he presumed Lin Ming intended to manipulate Qiling Automobile, only to discover that Lin Ming's true objective was the stocks of Qiling Automobile. Short selling, Lin Ming mused. We can leverage borrowed funds for that. However, bottom fishing requires substantial capital, which we currently lack. We can revisit this opportunity in the future. Very well. I shall heed your counsel, Zhou Chong replied without further inquiry. Do you have acquaintances capable of operating with leverage? Lin Ming inquired again. Leverage? Zhou Chong exclaimed. Taken aback. Brother Lin, are you certain that Qiling Automobile is on the verge of a significant event? I do know a skilled trader, yet if this endeavor fails, we could face utter ruin. Weren't you already on the brink of ruin? Lin Ming chuckled. That's not the same. Zhou Chong's brow furrowed in concern. Trust me. Follow my lead, and you shall reap bountiful rewards, Lin Ming stated, taking a sip of his coffee. Naturally, I hold great faith in you, Brother Lin. However, considering the substantial sum at stake, my brotherly concern is merely human. Zhou Chong jested. Who taught you to be so overly dramatic? If you continue this way, I might be compelled to retaliate. Lin Ming responded with a wry smile. Zhou Chong was unbothered, although their acquaintance was relatively recent in Zhou Chong's heart. Lin Ming represented more than just a financial benefactor. He was a lifesaver. Hence, before Lin Ming, Zhou Chong maintained no pretense, instead embodying the demeanor of an adoring disciple. After refilling his cup of coffee, Zhou Chong hesitated and asked, Brother Lin, shall we handle the matters concerning Qiling's stock market ourselves? Lin Ming glanced at him, a playful smirk gracing his lips. I also intend to involve Li Hongyuan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chong inquired, to be honest, I've never quite understood why you treat Li Hongyuan so kindly, given that he previously lent you a considerable sum. Borrowing and lending are two distinctly different matters. Lin Ming explained. Everyone knows Li Hongyuan's true character. However, when I was at my lowest, he chose not to exploit my misfortune by troubling my wife and children. For that alone, I must repay this kindness. Zhou Chong was moved. Brother Lin, not only is your foresight exceptional, but your character is also rare in this world. In comparison, I feel quite ashamed. Enough of your flattery. You were not finished earlier, were you? You wish to recruit Hongming and Han Changyu? Lin Ming teased. Zhou Chong, unpretentious, nodded affirmatively. Both of them are grateful individuals. If Brother Lin is willing to include them, they will undoubtedly follow you as devotedly as I do. That is of little consequence. After all, with such a vast market in Qiling's stock, extracting some profits from those capitalists is inconsequential, Lin Ming shrugged. Then I shall extend my gratitude on their behalf. Zhou Chong exclaimed, his spirits lifted. The two continued their leisurely conversation for a while longer before parting ways. Zhou Chong returned to contact his trading associate, preparing for the forthcoming lucrative venture. Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Ming made a call to Li Hongyuan. Brotherly, have you managed to calm things down with your wife? Lin Ming inquired with a smile. Don't even mention it. There's a minor quarrel every 3 days and a major one every 10. My head feels like it's going to explode, Li Hongyuan replied with a sense of resignation. It's quite normal for couples to have their ups and downs. Just don't be like me, brotherly, Lin Ming remarked. Li Hongyuan's heart skipped a beat. In truth, Lin Ming was merely speaking casually. Yet Li Hongyuan instinctively believed that Lin Ming was deliberately offering him a reminder. I shall remember your words, Brother Lin. I will treat her better in the future, Li Hongyuan declared. This time, it was Lin Ming who was taken aback. He let out a bitter laugh, secretly thinking that this fellow had surely misunderstood his intention. Chapter 39. Mr. Lin, please spare me this time. In the ensuing hours, Lin Ming briefed Li Hongyuan on matters pertaining to the Qiling stock market. Li Hongyuan expressed profound gratitude and a strong desire to collaborate with Lin Ming. With the precedent set, both Li Hongyuan and Zhou Chong recognized that Lin Ming's audacity guaranteed profitability. At noon, Lin Ming ventured to KFC, purchasing an ample supply of fried chicken and burgers, which he delivered to Xianyuan. Observing the little girl indulge with grease-laden lips brought Lin Ming a sense of fulfillment. It was not until Xianyuan had drifted into her afternoon slumber that Lin Ming departed from the Unja community. While en route back to his apartment, a call interrupted his thoughts. It was a number both unfamiliar yet vaguely recognizable. With a derisive snicker, Lin Ming declined to answer, opting instead to terminate the call. However, the caller was not easily dissuaded, attempting to reach him 7 or 8 times. Only upon arriving at the apartment building did Lin Ming finally answer. "Manager Wang? My sincerest apologies. I was in the shower and did not hear the phone ring," Lin Ming stated as he exited the taxi. On the other end, Wang Xingyong cursed inwardly. Who showers at noon? This isn't summer. What a preposterous excuse. Yet, he would never dare voice such thoughts. "Mr. Lin, I must apologize for intruding on your busy schedule," Wang Xingyong replied, his face adorned with a forced smile. "With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I wanted to inquire about your home address. The company has prepared some mooncakes, and I thought it would be nice to send some your way. If you are too occupied, I could send them to your parents instead. These mooncakes are truly delectable." Listening to Wang Xingyong's earnest yet nonsensical prattle, Lin Ming's smile widened. Even the wicked must be tempered by their own kind. Compared to yesterday, Wang Xingyong exuded no trace of arrogance. He was excessively courteous, nearly addressing Lin Ming as grandfather. Lin Ming silently rejoiced, grateful that this venture with Zijin Shengfu included Zhou Chong. Had it been Li Hanyuan, dealing with Wang Xingyong would have posed a greater challenge. "Mooncakes are hardly a rarity. I can easily procure a few boxes," Lin Ming replied nonchalantly. "Please, Mr. Lin. Our mooncakes are one of a kind, not available in stores. If you would just..." "Enough," Lin Ming interjected before Wang Xingyong could finish. "With the soaring property prices at Zijin Shengfu, I imagine you are quite busy, and I too have matters to attend to, so I shall end this call." With that, Lin Ming hung up, relishing the irony of the situation. Wang Xingyong's attempts at shifting his demeanor from arrogant to obsequious were futile. He would experience the discomfort of being abruptly cut off. The development of the Southern New District was now a foregone conclusion, and the skyrocketing property prices at Zijin Shengfu were inevitable. With no immediate developments in the chilling stock market, Lin Ming felt no urgency to finalize any deposit contracts. By keeping Wang Xingyong at bay, he also aimed to stall the property speculation group, simplifying negotiations considerably. In the sales office of Zijin Shengfu, on the 3rd floor, Wang Xingyong endured the monotonous beeping of the disconnected call, his face twitching with frustration. Beside him stood 2 middle-aged men. One was manager Sun from the engineering department, while the other was Cheng Tianlin, the president of Dingxing Real Estate. Upon learning of Zhou Chang's identity, Cheng Tianlin hurriedly flew from the corporate headquarters to Blue Island City. Although he was eager to expel Wang Xingyong immediately, he understood that the one who had to apologize was Wang Xingyong himself. "What did you say?" Cheng Tianlin inquired, his brow furrowed. "And nothing." Wang Xingyong's face flushed crimson. "Damn it." Cheng Tianlin slammed his fist onto the desk, the thundering sound causing both Wang Xingyong and Sun Hong to tremble. "Manager Sun, are you really going to follow Wang Xingyong's foolishness? How could you not have a clue about Blue Island City's most prominent young master, even if you have never met him? You should at least know what car he drives and his license plate number. He right under your noses, and yet you all choose to act blind?" Sun Hong did not dare to breathe. Although the idea of breaking the contract originated from Cheng Tianlin, it was based on his ignorance of the situation. He and Wang Xingyong had been in Blue Island City for several years and should have been well informed about those influential figures. The primary responsibility lay with them. "President Cheng, the other party is clearly showing us disdain. What should we do now?" Wang Xingyong asked, mustering his courage. Ask, always asking. What is the matter with you becoming the sales department manager? Can't you use your brain for once?" Cheng Tianlin retorted irritably. Under this barrage of insults, Wang Xingyong's face turned the color of liver. Sun Hong interjected, "It's evident that young Master Zhou will not see us now, and without his consent, we cannot enter the Zhou family estate. Our immediate priority is to resolve matters with Lin Ming. From our previous interactions, it seems young Master Zhou has been influenced by him." Upon hearing this, Wang Xingyong felt as if he had been enlightened. He quickly replied, "President Cheng, I will find out Lin Ming's address right away. No matter what, I must deliver this mooncake to him today." Cheng Tianlin scoffed but chose not to elaborate further. Clearly, this was the only course of action left. At 3 p.m., a sudden knock echoed at the apartment door. When Lin Ming opened it, he found none other than the lofty manager Wang standing before him. "How did you know I lived here?" Lin Ming frowned. Wang Xingyong brought several bags filled with items, including Maotai liquor, Zhonghua cigarettes, and Bird's Nest nutritional products. However, there were no mooncakes. "Lin, I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you can forgive me." Wang Xingyong tactfully sidestepped Lin Ming's question. He found it perplexing that a person capable of casually taking out millions resided in such a modest 30-square-meter apartment. Understanding Wang Xingyong's purpose, Lin Ming chose not to pursue the matter further. Please, come in and take a seat. Wang Xingyong smiled obsequiously and nodded. While discreetly assessing the apartment, the sparrow, though diminutive, is complete in its internal organs, presenting an appearance that is remarkably tidy and clean, almost incongruous for a man's dwelling. My abode is rather modest, lacking the grandeur of Manager Wang's residence, so I shall refrain from inviting you for tea, Lin Ming remarked. Nonsense, nonsense. Wang Xingyong set down the items he was holding, saying, President Lin, this is merely a token of our group's appreciation for you. Please do not dismiss it lightly. Lin Ming cast a sidelong glance at the offerings, a faint smile playing on his lips as he replied, Wasn't it mentioned that there would be mooncakes? President Lin. The Mid-Autumn Festival is still several days away. I implore you to show mercy and let me off this once, if you would be so kind, Wang Xingyong pleaded. His tone filled with despair. From where does this sentiment arise? Lin Ming tilted his head, inquiring, I recall Manager Wang was rather arrogant just yesterday. The one who should be pleading for clemency should indeed be me, Lin Ming, no? Chapter 40. The thunderstorm in Valinanya with the conversation already initiated. Wang Xingyong felt no need to prolong the discussion. He bent slightly before Lin Ming and stated, Mr. Lin. Yesterday, I was blind to fail to recognize you and young Master Zhou as two towering figures, which compelled me to utter those foolish words. In truth, I have come here today solely to extend my sincerest apologies. Lin Ming blinked, slightly perplexed by his words. Is it truly necessary for someone of Manager Wang's stature to apologize to me? Is it merely about the triple penalty for breach of contract? A mere 150,000 for a contract. Dingxing Real Estate can certainly afford it. Your legal department is notoriously overbearing. I wouldn't dare entertain even the slightest thought of litigation. Listening to Lin Ming's sardonic tone, Wang Xingyong felt a deep sense of frustration. He regretted his attitude towards Lin Ming and Zhou Chong from the previous day. Had he only been a touch more courteous, the current ordeal could have been avoided. Mr. Lin, you are a man of understanding. Let us speak candidly. Wang Xingyong inhaled deeply before continuing. We have already witnessed your methods yesterday. The fire department halted the sales of Zijin Huafu under the pretext of quality inspection failures, which represents a substantial loss for the entire group. Every day of delay equates to lost revenue. Director Han has made it clear that if we continue to be obstinate, the housing authority will take action. Zijin Huafu has been under construction in Landau City for 2 to 3 years, languishing in obscurity, and just as it was poised to flourish. I foolishly offended both you and young Master Zhou. Not only you, but the voices within the group are nearly overwhelming me. The group's position is to continue honoring the previous deposit contract, and the housing prices will adhere to the agreed terms. You two are free to sell to whomever you wish, and the sales office will provide you with unobstructed support until you and young Master Zhou are appeased. At this juncture, Wang Xingyong paused before adding, This situation is my fault from the outset. You may chastise or reprimand me as you see fit. However, the journey of Zijin Shenfu has not been easy, and I genuinely hope you can show magnanimity and forgive my transgressions. Lin Ming smiled slightly for this matter. You must consult Zhou Chong. It is beyond my purview. Wang Xingyong wore a look of melancholy. Mr. Lin, it is well known that young Master Zhou listens to you. Is that so? Lin Ming shrugged. In that case, I shall give Zhou Chong a call to inquire, though his temper is quite volatile. I cannot guarantee the outcome. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you. Wang Xingyong finally exhaled in relief. He recognized there was no longer a need to linger and stood to take his leave. Lin Ming urged him to take the documents back, and the man nearly leapt in fright, hastily shutting the apartment door and fleeing as if from a disaster. Just as well. I had intended to visit old Chen's home these days, saving me the expense of cigarettes and alcohol. Lin Ming felt an exhilarating sense of joy. All of this was due to his foresight and the unintentional push from Chen Xing. He truly ought to extend his gratitude to this little brother-in-law. Taking out his phone, Lin Ming dialed Zhou Chong. Wang Xingyong, unbeknownst to me, had somehow discovered my residence and visited earlier. Expressing his willingness to honor the deposit contract we had previously signed with Dingxing Real Estate and to offer us a green light. Henceforth, we may dispose of these contracts as we see fit, and you may reach out to that real estate speculation group. Zhou Chong scoffed. Only when faced with the grave do they shed tears. Lin Go, did you not berate him a bit more for my sake? Lin Ming smiled gently. I believe you must be feeling quite distressed at this moment. Zhou Chong erupted in laughter. All right, Lin Go, I shall contact the speculation group post-haste. Converting those contracts into liquid assets is the right course of action. Lin Ming nodded. Wang Xingye brought me a few gifts, mitai and Zhonghua cigarettes. Would you care for a share? Zhou Chong replied. At 7 p.m., Lin Ming called Zhou Chong. Xiangli Middle Road, bring a few more people. The girl at the CAF is waiting for you. Without further ado, and before Zhou Chong could inquire, Lin Ming abruptly ended the call. He had a simple bowl of ramen at the plaza below. On his way back to the apartment, Xianyan called him via video. Daddy, I miss you. The little girl pouted, her face a picture of grievance. Daddy misses you too. You must behave at home, Lin Ming replied with a smile. When will you come again? I'm nearly starving. As soon as Xianyan finished her sentence, Chen Jia seized the phone. In the video, Chen Jia appeared astonishingly beautiful, although the coldness in her expression somewhat marred the atmosphere. You bought Xianyan so much fried chicken. Aren't you worried she'll get sick? Those aren't healthy choices. Don't buy them again. Lin Ming chuckled wryly. How could there be so many unhealthy options? They are sourced from legitimate channels. I wouldn't dare to buy junk food. As if you've seen it yourself, Chen Jia huffed. For some reason, Lin Ming felt that this video call was not initiated by Xianyan, but rather at Chen Jia's behest. Xianyan, are you there? Lin Ming inquired. Daddy, I'm here. Gazing at the little girl's curious face peeking into the screen, Lin Ming chuckled. Did you wish to video call Daddy on your own? Or did Mommy prompt you to? It was Mom, Xuanyan's words were abruptly silenced as Chen Jia covered her mouth. Then, amidst Lin Ming's elation, the video call was abruptly cut off. Laughing heartily, Lin Ming held his phone and reveled in his joy for quite some time on the street, indifferent to the peculiar glances from passers-by. What mattered to him was the melting iceberg that resided within Chen Jia's heart, a sensation far more exhilarating than the prospect of earning millions overnight. The following day, at 9 a.m., at Old Yang's breakfast shop, a new segment interrupted the routine. A report from the Valinanya Meteorological Bureau stated that around 7 a.m., a rare thunderstorm had suddenly emerged approximately 700 nautical miles off the coast, with waves reaching heights of 50 meters in the span of merely 2 minutes. The colossal cruise ship, Poseidon, found itself at the epicenter of a tempest, causing several tourists to be swept into the sea, their fates uncertain. The aged television crackled to life, broadcasting the voice of a renowned host. Lin Ming savored the last morsel of his youtiao, washing it down with the remnants of his soy milk, reclining contentedly. The luxury of sleeping whenever one pleased and indulging in food at will constituted two of life's greatest pleasures. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Han Changyu. Mr. Han, it must be around 9 in the evening on your side. Aren't you heading to bed? Lin Ming inquired with a smile. Mr. Lin, such kindness cannot be overstated. I, Han Changyu, shall remember it always. Were it not for my age, I would wish to call you Brother Lin like Shou Chong and the others. Currently, Han Changyu was gripped by a sense of trepidation. He had learned of the storm's chaos almost immediately. While the domestic audience might perceive it merely as news, those abroad, ever eager to stir the pot, had already begun to propagate rumors of impending doom and disaster. The primary reason for the frenzy lay in the rarity of such storms, appearing but once in a century. Let us refrain from discussing this further. Just be kinder to Chen Jia in the future, Lin Ming suggested. Mr. Lin, please do not hang up just yet. Han Changyu hesitated before asking, I wish to know, had I been aboard Poseidon at that moment, would I have been among those swept into the ocean? You should rest. Upon your return, I shall host a grand welcome for you, Lin Ming replied, his response indirectly conveying the answer to Han Changyu's question. For Lin Ming had previously stated that Han Changyu's first trial was that very tempest. If he emerged unscathed, how could it be deemed a trial at all? Chapter 41. Contract in hand. Fortune exceeds 100 million. After concluding his phone call with Han Changyu, Lin Ming did not depart immediately. Last night, Shou Chong had informed him that the real estate investment group was already in touch and that they would meet at 9:30 this morning. Lin Ming, feeling no inclination to venture elsewhere, decided to hold the meeting at Old Yang's breakfast shop, knowing that the other party was eager for his presence. Before long, the clock struck 9:30, and Shou Chong arrived punctually, his large Q7 coming into view. To be frank, the Q7 hardly qualified as a luxury vehicle in present-day Blue Island City. Yet, parked outside Old Yang's breakfast shop, it appeared conspicuously out of place. Brother Lin. Shou Chong approached with a brisk gait, his demeanor radiant. Did everything go as planned last night? Lin Ming inquired. Thank goodness you called me, Brother Lin. Otherwise, Qingyao would have. Shou Chong's expression darkened at this point. In broad daylight, they attempted to use drunkenness as an excuse to forcibly drag Qingyao into a hotel. Had I not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Ming let out a sigh. He had foreseen the potential turmoil of the previous night, but refrained from alarming Zhou Chong. The girl named Qing Yao, full name Jiang Qing Yao, was the proprietor of the Qing Yao CAF. On her way home, she encountered a group of intoxicated men, and the ensuing events required no elaboration. Zhou Chong had heroically intervened just in time. What struck Lin Ming was how he saw a reflection of his former self in those drunken men. "It's all well that ends well," Lin Ming reassured, patting Zhou Chong on the shoulder. Zhou Chong, his emotions settling but his face flushed, continued, "Brother Lin, last night Qing Yu stayed over at my place." Lin Ming's expression was a mix of amusement and intrigue. Zhou Chong hastily added, "But we didn't do anything. She was frightened. And I just slept on the sofa for the night. Such a fine opportunity wasted. No wonder it's been years without making any progress with her," Lin Ming remarked, bemused. Zhou Chong attempted to defend himself, but at that moment, the sound of revving engines interrupted them. A brand new Bentley Bentayga parked beside the Q7. "They've arrived," Zhou Chong stated, rising to greet them. Only one individual alighted from the Bentayga. A hefty fellow weighing around 200 pounds and standing at a modest height of 5 feet 7 inches, clutching a briefcase. He walked with a peculiar gait that belied his status as a billionaire. "Mr. Zhao, over here," Zhou Chong called out cheerily. "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Lin, apologies for the wait." Zhao Chuanshu greeted them, shaking hands before entering Old Yang's breakfast shop. He paid no heed to the shabby decor or the untidiness surrounding him. Once seated, he remarked, "You two certainly chose the right venue for discussions. I've dined here once before, and the food is superb at reasonable prices." As he spoke, Zhao Chuanshu ordered a pound of fried dough sticks and a bowl of tofu pudding. "Well, I have yet to dine, and my stomach is growling. I hope you two do not mind." Zhao Chuanshu feigned innocence. "As it happens, I have not eaten either. Let us partake together," Zhou Chong replied. The two devoured their breakfast voraciously, finishing within a mere 10 minutes. Lin Ming maintained a constant smile, aware that Zhao Chuanshu was extending him ample respect, as the venue had been his selection. It was not until all the plates were cleared away that Zhao Chuanshu remarked, "General Manager Lin, General Manager Zhou, we are all familiar with the situation regarding Zijin Shinfu, so I shall be direct. Please, do not mince words," Lin Ming encouraged. "The potential of Zijin Shinfu is immense. I trust you both can recognize this, or you would not have signed such a substantial number of deposit contracts at once," Zhao Chuanshu continued. "However, I have heard that the fire department visited the property yesterday, apparently due to a failure in fire safety inspections, which has led to a suspension of sales at the sales office. Although I, Zhao Chuanshu, earn my livelihood through real estate, I must act with integrity. If Zijin Shinfu truly harbors quality issues, I would never dare to intervene." Lin Ming and Zhou Chong exchanged glances. What nonsense about integrity? In the entire realm of Huagua, anyone could claim to possess integrity, but to suggest that these real estate speculators have integrity is sheer absurdity. How much suffering have the common people endured because of these individuals? Not to mention farming families. Even retired workers must expend their life savings to secure a home for their children, burdened with debt for half a lifetime. Meanwhile, these speculators grow wealthy beyond measure. Lin Ming and Zhou Chong harbored disdain in their hearts, though they would not expose it outwardly. Zhao Chuanshu's comments about the fire department were merely a tactic to negotiate a lower price. Unknown to Zhao, Zijin Huafu would soon resume sales. Lin Ming smiled and said, "The primary issue lies with the sales manager, Wang Xingyong, who lacks acumen. Although we had already signed a contract, he unilaterally declared a breach. Do you think we will allow him to bully us?" Zhao Chuanshu's corpulent frame trembled slightly. "This matter with the fire department, was it instigated by you?" "Oh, please do not misunderstand. Director Han is merely executing the law in the interest of the nation and the people. He is a commendable leader for our citizens. Who would dare to influence him?" Lin Ming feigned trepidation. Zhao Chuanshu was no fool. He comprehended Lin Ming's insinuations. It appeared that these seemingly ordinary individuals possessed remarkable influence. "Let us discuss serious matters," Lin Ming proposed, presenting a deposit contract. "Zhou Chong has likely already informed you. There are a total of 196 units, all contracted at a price of 16,000 per square meter, and all situated in the finest buildings and floors. There is no need for us to deceive you. Director Zhao, feel free to obtain a property planning map from the sales office, and it will be abundantly clear." Zhao Chuanshu's heart raced slightly. Despite having engaged in real estate speculation for over 20 years, he had never encountered a situation quite like this. "I am aware of all this. Yet I find myself somewhat perplexed," Zhao Chuanxiu replied nonchalantly. Regarding these 196 units, you must surely have a clearer understanding of the potential profits than I. If that is the case, why do you not purchase these properties yourselves? The opportunity to effortlessly earn over $1 billion is akin to a windfall from the heavens. Lin Ming and Shou Chong exchanged glances, then simultaneously raised their hands in resignation. We are devoid of funds. Zhao Chuanxiu, suppressing his irritation, could no longer contain himself and rolled his eyes. Do not doubt us, Zhao. If we had the capital, we certainly would not be sitting here with you. Zhou Chong remarked with a bitter smile. Then what of these 196 deposit contracts? Do not tell me you are merely gambling in that context. Only a fool would stake the Zijin Xingfu. Although, in hindsight, it appears to have been a most astute choice, Zhao Chuanxiu pressed further. Every situation has its clues. It depends on how we choose to interpret them, Lin Ming replied with an air of wisdom. Zhao Chuanxiu rolled his eyes for the second time, thinking this was akin to saying nothing at all. However, this was not the crux of the matter. If Lin Ming was reluctant to elaborate, he would not press further. Upon examining the deposit contracts meticulously, Zhao Chuanxiu confirmed there was no deception involved. He had previously leveraged connections to validate at the Zijin Xinfu sales office that Lin Ming and Shou Chong had indeed signed 196 deposit contracts there. Given this, the next phase was to negotiate the price. What is your ideal price point for these deposit contracts? Zhao Chuanxiu inquired. 2 million each, Lin Ming replied without hesitation. Zhou Chong stared intently at Zhao Chuanxiu, anticipating that he would find the price unacceptable and attempt to negotiate downwards. To his surprise, Zhao Chuanxiu appeared relieved. 2 million is indeed a reasonable price. Let us finalize it. We can head to the sales office to proceed with the transfer, he said, rising from his seat, seemingly eager to prevent Lin Ming and Shou Chong from changing their minds. Zhou Chong felt as though his entire worldview was being upended. Is this how the affluent behave, so whimsically? He had feared that Zhao Chuanxiu would deem the price excessive, yet the acceptance was swift and uncomplicated. With the price settled, the subsequent steps were much simpler. The three men made their way to the Zijin Xingfu sales office, where Wang Xingyong personally attended to them, his demeanor radiating respect that left Zhao Chuanxiu inwardly astonished at Lin Ming and Shou Chong standing. The process unfolded seamlessly, transfer first, then the contract assignment. After parting ways with Zhao Chuanxiu, Zhou Chong glanced at the bank notification on his phone and suddenly embraced Lin Ming, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. What on earth are you doing? Lin Ming exclaimed, astonished. 200 million. Brother Lin, 200 million. Zhou Chong exclaimed, exhilarated. I have never encountered such a sum in my entire life. How could I not be thrilled? Lin Ming wiped his face, yet chose not to respond further. He could indeed empathize with Zhou Chong's emotions. Beyond the title of first son, Zhou Chong was merely an ordinary individual. In contrast, Lin Ming felt an equal, if not greater, surge of excitement within, for his own account had also swelled by 192 million. What does this signify? Even if deposited in a bank as a substantial certificate of deposit, it would yield an annual interest income of 7 to 8 million. In other words, even if Lin Ming were to lose his ability to foresee the future, the financial resources for his family's sustenance for the remainder of their lives would still be more than sufficient. Chapter 42. The Old Shin Family. Lin Good. We must indulge in a lavish feast at noon to celebrate. How about the Tianyang Hotel owned by Hong Ning? Proposed Zhou Chong. Are you hoping to flaunt your success in front of Hong Ning? Lin Ming chuckled. Believe it or not, that brat possesses far more wealth than I do and constantly boasts before me. This time, I shall make him aware of grandfather Zhou's capabilities. Zhou Chong said, noticing Lin Ming's gaze upon him, and he awkwardly cleared his throat, adding, Hong Ning's grandfather Zhou. I want to be joining you. I need to have lunch with Xian Xian, Lin Ming replied, shaking his head. Ever since Chen Jia consented to let Lin Ming enter the family, delivering lunch to Xian Xian every day had become a steadfast routine. Come on, it's just one meal. She can eat well at home, Zhou Chong remarked, somewhat disheartened. Lin Ming frowned, his tone turning cold as he said, I shall consider that remark as if you never uttered it. Zhou Chong jolted, promptly realizing his error. In that case, Lin Gu, you needn't trouble yourself. I will call Hong Ning right away to prepare a few dishes for you to take home, as my treat for my lovely niece. No need. Lin Ming huffed, turning away to hail a taxi. What a foolish mouth I have. Zhou Chong chastised himself, filled with regret. He knew well how deeply Lin Ming cherished his wife and child, yet still allowed such thoughtless words to escape his lips. What a blunder. At 11:30, Lin Ming arrived once more at the Unju community. He had deliberately packed extra dishes to deliver to Wang Lanmei across the way. After witnessing her bashful expression, he proceeded to Xian's place. Daddy. The little girl, upon seeing Lin Ming, was even more delighted than when she saw Lin Jia, and she leapt into his arms. Are you hungry? Go ahead and eat. It's all your favorite dishes, Lin Ming said with a smile. Daddy, you are the best. I love you. Xian exclaimed joyfully. Watching the little girl devour her meal, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before finally pulling out his phone and dialing Chen Jia's number. Is there something you need? Chen Jia answered promptly. I have something to share with you, Lin Ming said, pursing his lips. This morning, I earned nearly 200 million. A prolonged silence ensued on the other end of the line. Chen Jia, are you listening? Lin Ming inquired cautiously. Why are you telling me this? Even if you earned 100 billion, that is solely your achievement. It has nothing to do with me, Chen Jia replied. One could detect a tremor in her voice. After all, she was merely an ordinary office worker, and hearing Lin Ming claim to have earned nearly 200 million was enough to unsettle anyone. Chen Jia, I understand that you may not care about how much I earn, but 200 million is a figure I never dared to dream of before. Upon receiving this sum, the person I most wish to share it with is you. Chen Jia remained silent. During our romantic relationship, I once dreamed that after graduation, I would double my efforts, earn boundless wealth, and purchase for you the car you adore, the cosmetics and bags you cherish, and the home you desire. However, as I ventured into entrepreneurship, all my dreams shattered, and reality dealt me a harsh lesson. My pride could not withstand such blows, and I unleashed all my anger and resentment upon you. I am a bounder, undeniably a bounder. I dare not ask for your forgiveness, yet I hope you will no longer reject my goodwill towards you and Xian. Lin Ming spoke softly, slowly unveiling the words he had hidden deep within his heart. Chen Jia, unusually, did not interrupt him, nor did she hang up the phone. She seemed to be quietly listening. When we divorced, you pleaded with me for custody of Xian, and I acquiesced. Lin Ming murmured. Now, it is my turn to plead with you, to allow me to treat you both a little better, just a little better. Lin Ming, you are right. You truly are a bounder. Chen Jia suddenly shouted, seemingly expending all her strength. There was sobbing, there was grievance. Soon after, the call was abruptly terminated. Lin Ming inhaled deeply. Though Chen Jia was scolding him, he understood that the past and the future were a scale in her heart. If the former Chen Jia had always lived in the past, then from today onward, she should be leaning toward the future. After Xuan's afternoon nap, Lin Ming reluctantly departed from the Anju community. On his way back to the apartment, Chong, who had been separated from him for only a short while, called again. Is there something urgent? Lin Ming feigned annoyance. Hey, Lin Gu, I was just missing you. Chong chuckled awkwardly. Spit it out quickly, Lin Ming retorted with a smile, amused despite his irritation. You asked me a few days ago to prepare some mooncakes and gifts. I have everything ready and can bring them over now, Chong said. All right, come over to the apartment, Lin Ming replied. Sure thing. After hanging up, Lin Ming shook his head. He knew Chong's intentions were not what they seemed. But he genuinely did not wish to hear any further remarks that disregarded Chen Jia and Xian, even if such words came from others. He had frightened Chong this time. Surely, the fellow would think twice in the future. Upon returning to the apartment, Chong was already waiting outside. He did not go upstairs but stood by the car with a heap of items, waiting for Lin Ming. Just a single phrase had rendered the illustrious Chong so humble. Should I boast to others about this? Lin Ming chuckled to himself. Lin Gu, I admit I was indeed abrupt before, and I assure you that from now on, I will prioritize your wife and niece. Chong declared. Get lost. They are my wife and child. Do you need to prioritize them? Lin Ming laughed, playfully chastising him. After some banter, Chong had other matters to attend to. And seeing that Lin Ming was no longer upset, he felt relieved to take his leave. Lin Ming did not inquire about the cost of the gifts, as Chong would undoubtedly dismiss such concerns as trivial, especially since he had just earned 200 million alongside Lin Ming that very morning. Around 4 p.m., Lin Ming took a taxi to the residence of Old Chen. The Chen family resided in the county town of Muling, under the jurisdiction of Long Island City. Approximately a 30-minute journey from his apartment. By the time Lin Ming arrived, dusk had begun to settle in. The autumn evening brought with it a hint of chill. Uncertain whether it was anxiety or genuine cold, he inexplicably shivered upon exiting the vehicle. Reflecting on the events of the past few years, he consoled himself with a bitter thought. It was only fitting that the elderly couple would berate him, with a resolute determination akin to one facing death. He entered the Gardner community where the Chen family lived. Building 6, Unit 2, Room 502. Lin Ming knocked on the door. Who is it? Came the voice of his former mother-in-law, Lvume from inside. Lin Ming remained silent until the door swung open, at which point he spoke, his voice barely a whisper. Mother. Chapter 43. Mother, I do not want money. Lin Ming? It took a while for Lu Yufang to register the name. She had completely overlooked the items Lin Ming was holding and failed to notice his awkward expression. Her mind was in chaos. The first thought that crossed her mind was, this is it, he is here to stir up trouble again. For reasons unknown, whenever Lin Ming showed up, it never boded well. Each visit wreaked havoc on the old Chen household. In just a few short years, both Lu Yufang and Chen had aged significantly, nearly driven to the brink of a heart attack by Lin Ming's antics. You, what brings you here? Lu Yunfang forced herself to appear composed, all the while contemplating her next move. Under normal circumstances, it might have been manageable, but the key issue was that Chen Sheng's girlfriend was present. If she were to learn of Lin Ming's troublesome presence as a brother-in-law on her first visit, would it not instill doubts and lead to a breakup with Chen Sheng? Mother Lin Ming was about to speak when Lu Yunfang hastily interjected, Xiao Lin, you and Chen Jia are already divorced. Please refrain from causing us any more trouble, all right? Gazing at Lu Yunfang's anxious expression, Lin Ming found himself at a loss for words. An explanation? How could a few words suffice for the mess he had created? Lu Yufang and Chen were genuinely kind-hearted individuals who had once harbored great hopes for him, but Lin Ming's repeated foolishness had extinguished their hopes, leaving them in despair. Do you want money again? Fine, fine, I shall give you money. Lu Yunfang, in a fluster, grabbed her phone. Just the other day, old Chen received last month's pension. I can give you. She truly wished to prevent Lin Ming from entering further, fearing he would disturb Chen Sheng's girlfriend. She would rather part with money than allow Lin Ming to disrupt their household once more. Mother. Seeing Lu Yufang genuinely intent on handing him money, Lin Ming quickly exclaimed, I do not want money. What do you want then? Lu Yufang shot up, her eyes slightly reddening. Lin Ming, after all these years. Jiajia's father is nearly sick from worry because of you. What do you truly desire? You and Jiajia are already divorced. Why can't you leave us be? Must you drive us to despair before you are satisfied? Even though he had prepared himself before coming upstairs. Hearing her words still left Lin Ming feeling a tightness in his chest. Once upon a time, this kind-hearted woman would never raise her voice when speaking to him. She had always treated him with such kindness. How had it come to this? Lin Ming, I will be frank with you. Chen Xing's girlfriend is here today. If you continue with your disruptions, I will take drastic measures. Lu Yufang attempted a juvenile threat to compel Lin Ming to leave. Mother, Lin Ming called softly, his tone gentle. I never intended to cause any trouble. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, I came to bring you some mooncakes, hoping for your and father's good health. Having said that, Lin Ming set down the items he was holding and turned to descend the stairs. It was not until this moment that Lu Yunfang finally noticed the large bundle of items. She could hardly believe it. Her son-in-law had actually brought her gifts? And such a multitude? Lin Ming, stop. Lu Yufang suddenly exclaimed. Lin Ming halted in his tracks. Where did you get the money? Lu Yufang inquired with a furrowed brow. Such a simple sentence, composed of merely 5 words, brought tears to Lin Ming's eyes. Despite harboring deep resentment towards himself, upon seeing the items, Lu Yunfang's immediate concern was for their origins and her own future. Mom, I've started a new venture and earned some money. You needn't worry. All of this is legitimate, Lin Ming replied softly. But these cigarettes and liquor, they must be quite expensive? Lu Yufang retorted. Although she did not smoke or drink, she was aware that the Zhonghua cigarettes and Matai liquor did not come cheap. They're not expensive, just take them inside. Once my dad has finished, I'll buy him more, Lin Ming assured her. Lu Yufang bit her lip, suddenly feeling that her earlier words had been rather harsh. Lin Ming had come to visit her and her husband, only to be met with her outburst. This indicated her innate kindness, a trait that Chen Jia had evidently inherited. Mom, I have indeed made many mistakes in the past. Your reprimands are warranted, Lin Ming acknowledged, understanding her thoughts. I won't intrude any longer. You should head inside. You can take some of these mooncakes back for Chen Xing's girlfriend. She won't mind. Lu Yufang hesitated for a moment but ultimately could not resist. It's almost 5 o'clock. It'll take you over half an hour to return. Why don't you stay and have dinner before you leave? As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. To her surprise, Lin Ming shook his head. Mom, I won't disturb you any further. I'll come to visit you and Dad again soon. Lu Yufang was taken aback. Today, Lin Ming neither asked for money nor entered the house. He simply brought in a large assortment of items. This was a stark contrast to his usual behavior. Old lady, who are you talking to? The vegetables are going to burn. At that moment, Chen Ening's voice suddenly rang out. LV Yunfang's expression changed. She was well aware of Chen Eniying's temper and quickly replied, "No, it's just sisterly from upstairs who brought some things." Unbeknownst to her, Chen Eniying was already standing behind her and had spotted Lin Ming. "It's you?" Chen Eniying's previously pleasant demeanor instantly darkened. "You wretched scoundrel, how dare you show your face here?" Chen Eniying exclaimed as he rushed out. And despite LV Yunfang's attempts to restrain him, he broke free. "Dad," Lin Ming called out. "Don't call me Dad. I'm not your father." Chen Eniying confronted Lin Ming, raising his leg to kick him. Upon witnessing this, LV Yunfang's face went pale, fearing that this would truly be the end. Given Lin Ming's temper in the past, it would have been surprising if he did not retaliate. However, when Chen Eniying's kick connected with Lin Ming, he nearly toppled down the stairs. Lin Ming, however, uttered not a single word. He merely stood there, his expression intricate, seemingly awaiting Chen Eniying's second strike. "Why don't you dodge?" Chen Eniying exclaimed with anger. "Aren't you quite skilled? Don't you relish causing a commotion? Come, let us see what tricks you intend to conjure today." As he spoke, Chen Eniying advanced and delivered yet another kick. It was a kick, not a mere shove. Lin Ming keenly discerned this distinction. It was evident that, despite Chen Eniying's fury, he still retained a measure of respect. This reflection evoked memories of how Chen Eniying had once treated him, genuinely regarding him as a son. At this moment, the two kicks directed at Lin Ming carried a hint of disappointment, as if to convey a sentiment of unfulfilled potential. Chapter 44. An unpleasant dinner. After delivering a couple of kicks to Lin Ming, Chen Eniying seemed to have calmed down somewhat. He regained his composure and noticed the peculiarity in Lin Ming's demeanor today. Ordinarily, not only would he have retaliated, but even a few words would have provoked this wretched fellow into a fit. Why, after receiving a beating today, is he silent as a grave? "What are you up to? Are you after money again? The meager funds I possess have been thoroughly drained by you. Should I resort to selling my blood for you?" Chen Eniying said. "Dad, I don't want money. I just came to see you and Mom," Lin Ming replied earnestly. "Humph. A weasel wishing a chicken well is never sincere," Chen Eniying retorted. "Let me make this clear. You no longer have any ties to the Chen family. If you dare to disturb us or Jia again, do not expect me to be courteous." Lin Ming sighed inwardly. The adage rings true. Deep affection breeds intense resentment. Perhaps it is precisely because Chen Eniying loves his daughter so profoundly that, after all the grievances Chen Jia has endured, he exhibits far more fury than Lu Yufang. Given the current situation, any attempts at explanations or reassurances would undoubtedly be futile. Only tangible actions could serve as proof. Lin Ming, wishing to spare the elderly couple any further distress, said, "Dad, Mom, you should return quickly. Don't neglect Chen Sheng's girlfriend." "Wait." Chen Eniying lit a cigarette and scoffed. "You foolish boy, can't you see the time? By the time you return, there may not be any dinner left." With that, Chen Eniying strolled toward the house. Lin Ming stood there in a daze. "Come inside first. Your father, your Uncle Chen, means for you to eat before you leave," Lu Yufang called out. Uncle Chen. Lin Ming let out a self-deprecating smile. He had indeed managed to ruin this family. In truth, Lin Ming had no intention of staying for dinner, but since the elderly couple had extended their kindness, he could not rebuff them. The Chen residence was a cramped, traditional three-bedroom apartment of about 70 square meters, yet it was immaculately maintained by Lu Yunfang. The moment Lin Ming stepped through the door, he spotted Chen Sheng seated there, alongside a girl. The girl appeared to be of a similar age to Chen Sheng, reasonably attractive, yet modestly dressed without ostentation. Chen Sheng noticed Lin Ming. Unlike the dark demeanor of Chen Eniying upon seeing Lin Ming, Chen Sheng's eyes widened in fury, and he shot up from his seat. "Shut your mouth," Chen Eniying bellowed, silencing Chen Sheng, who had been poised to speak. No matter how furious Chen Sheng was, he dared not oppose Chen Eniying. The very attitude of Chen Eniying made it clear that he had permitted Lin Ming to enter. "Chen Sheng, who is this?" the girl inquired. "My former brother-in-law," Chen Sheng scoffed. The girl exhibited a hint of surprise, evidently having heard of Lin Ming from Chen Sheng. Nevertheless, she smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Jiang Pingping." "Hello," Lin Ming nodded. Truth be told, at that moment, he felt a sense of discomfort akin to sitting on pins and needles. Lu Yunfang was busy preparing a meal in the kitchen, while Chen Chong and Chen Eniying were fixated on him with an air thick with tension. Lin Ming felt utterly awkward and exposed. It would have been better not to enter at all. One should have anticipated such a situation. The atmosphere, once harmonious, began to grow oppressive after Lin Ming's arrival. Jiang Pingping, with her cheerful demeanor, initially attempted to lighten the mood with a few words. However, upon noticing that Chen Sheng and Chen Eniying bore expressions as if facing a dire threat, She ceased her attempts to engage in conversation. It was not until Lu Yunfang brought the dishes to the table that Chen Jia finally announced, "Let's eat." Sweet and sour ribs, oil-splashed carp, braised pork with preserved vegetables, and crispy fried delicacies, all specialties of Lu Yunfang. When Lin Ming first visited the old Chen household, it was these very dishes that had welcomed him. "Why aren't you eating? Are you too ashamed to do so?" Chen Sheng sneered, his gaze fixed on Lin Ming. Jiang Pingping quickly elbowed him, then turned to Lin Ming with a smile. "Brother Lin, what Chen Xing means is that Annie's cooking is delicious, so we should eat up." "Indeed," Lin Ming replied with a forced smile, lifting his bowl to begin eating. Lu Yunfang's culinary skills were undeniably exceptional and had remained unchanged over the years. "Humph, he must be out of money and here to mooch off us," Chen Xing declared, bitterness evident in his tone. "Why should we allow someone like him, especially on Pingping's first visit, to intrude on our family? I suggest you keep your mouth shut. Are you deaf or simply foolish?" Chen Jia retorted sharply. "Father, he is already divorced from my sister. What right does he have to come here?" Chen Xing could no longer contain his frustration. "He thinks he can just grab a few things and come back to con you and my mother for money. Does he take the Chen family for fools? It seems my previous confrontation with him was too lenient. If it weren't for Pingping being here today, I would show him why flowers bloom so red." "Chen Xing, please refrain from speaking so much," Lu Yunfang interjected. "Mother, am I wrong? That Lin Ming is not even worthy of being called a man." Chen Sheng grew increasingly agitated. When he first met Lin Ming, he had thought him a commendable individual, someone worthy of trust, which is why he had encouraged Chen Jia to marry him. Little did he know it was all an act. After marrying, Lin Ming transformed entirely, drinking, gambling, neglecting his responsibilities, and often taking out his frustrations on Chen Jia and Xian Xian. Chen Sheng wished nothing more than to do away with Lin Ming. He believed he had ruined both Chen Jia's and Xuan Chuan's lives. Had he seen through Lin Ming's true nature sooner, Chen Jia's life would not have been so devastated. "Get him out. I cannot bear to look at him for another moment. He must leave immediately," Chen Xin shouted. Bang! Chen Jia slammed his hand on the table. "What a lovely meal this could be. Can you not say a word without causing a scene? Must you turn this into a spectacle for Pingping? Father, am I the one making a fool of Pingping? Had you and my mother not allowed him to enter, I would not be this furious." Chen Xin shot back. "You insolent brat. Dare you raise your voice at me? You've crossed the line." Chen Jia's anger flared. Lin Ming understood that the meal was beyond salvaging. He rose from his seat and bowed deeply to the group. "I apologize." With that, he turned and walked toward the door. "What a performance. As if you could truly apologize. Do you know how to write the words 'I'm sorry'? Despite having struck my sister and Xianyan numerous times, I have yet to hear you utter those words." Chen Xing exclaimed from behind. Lin Ming stepped outside, grasping the stair railing, taking several deep breaths. Chen Xing's words rang true. Chen Jia and Xianyan had endured so much injustice. When had he ever apologized to them? Bang! The front door slammed shut. And Lin Ming initially thought it was Chen Xing who had done it. Upon turning around, he discovered Chen Jia had followed him out without him noticing. "Dad, you should hurry back to have dinner. Chen Xing's girlfriend is waiting for you," Lin Ming said. Chen Jia glanced at him and then pulled out a box of cigarettes from his cloth pocket. A pack of coarse piece cigarettes, priced at 11 yuan per box. Chapter 45. His name is Lin Ming, not Dog Thing. "Would you like one?" Chen Jia inquired. "Dad, I've quit," Lin Ming replied, shaking his head. "Stop with the nonsense." Without further ado, Chen Jia tossed a cigarette to Lin Ming and handed him a lighter. "Dad, I'll do it myself," Lin Ming quickly responded. After lighting it, he took a deep drag and remarked, "This cigarette isn't bad, but it's becoming quite hard to find." "This was the very brand you brought me the first time you came," Chen Jia stated. Lin Ming paused momentarily. "Ever since getting married, I've been buying my own," Chen Jia continued. Lin Ming lowered his gaze, feeling unworthy to face Chen Jia. "Let's not discuss that." Chen Jia waved his hand dismissively. "What are you up to now? I saw the items you brought, Chinese cigarettes and Maotai, if I'm not mistaken, even the flying fairy Maotai? Just the other day, some old friends and I were talking about it. The price of flying fairy Maotai has skyrocketed, nearly 8 or 9,000 a bottle. Currently, I'm engaged in a small business, and in due time, I plan to register a pharmaceutical company," Lin Ming replied. "Starting a pharmaceutical company isn't easy. It requires specialized technical talent, and the registration process can be quite cumbersome," Chen Jia cautioned. Lin Ming did not respond but instead asked, "Dad, do you believe in me?" In his past, Lin Ming was known for his habitual deceit, assuming Chen Jia would not wish to hear his boasts. Yet, Chen Jia sighed. Does it matter whether I believe or not? If your mother and I had not believed in you, how could we have allowed Jia to marry you? Lin Ming was deeply touched. He had never expected such words to come from Chen Jia. It was important to note that the anger within his father-in-law was no less than that of Chen Xing. Dad, I feel sorry for Jia and the Chen family. Lin Ming said softly. Enough of that. Let's not dwell on it, Chen Jia replied, taking a puff of his cigarette. Your mother and I are aging and no longer hope to enjoy any luxury. We merely wish that you refrain from causing further trouble for Jia and Xian. Jia is a stubborn child. She was determined to marry you, and though your mother and I did not oppose, we were concerned about her enduring hardship given your circumstances back then. Now, with your divorce, she has gone through quite a lot. It's unlikely she would easily marry again. It's challenging for a woman to raise a child while working. I hope you can be more understanding of their situation. His words were heartfelt and earnest, devoid of the fury that once characterized their exchanges, instead articulated with a calm resolve. Chen Jia had truly exhausted himself. Inviting Lin Ming for dinner, following him outside, everything was for the sake of Chen Jia. In the absence of effective discipline, he merely hoped Lin Ming would show some restraint. Considering his age, though this was likely a mere wish. Dad, may I borrow your phone for a moment? Lin Ming suddenly asked. What for? Chen Jia frowned. For a fleeting moment, he instinctively feared Lin Ming intended to seize his phone to sell it. You shall soon find out, Lin Ming remarked. Chen Jia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately unlocked his phone and handed it to Lin Ming, without allowing Chen Jia to refuse. Lin Ming transferred 20,000 yuan to him via WeChat and promptly accepted it. What are you doing? Chen Jia exclaimed, wide-eyed. Father, you are right. I have divorced Jia. And in the future, I may not have the privilege to visit you and mother frequently. This 20,000 yuan is not a substantial amount. Please use it to purchase some nutritional supplements for your health. Lin Ming returned the phone to Chen Jia and added, I understand that no amount of explanation will convince you and mother, so I shall prove myself through my actions. The Lin Ming you once held boundless expectations for has returned. With that, Lin Ming departed decisively. Chen Jia stood at the doorway, staring at the 20,000 yuan transfer on his WeChat, lost in thought for quite some time. It was only when the cigarette in his hand had nearly burned out that he snapped back to reality. From the very beginning, he had never believed in Lin Ming, let alone the notion of a pharmaceutical company. Yet, he refrained from confronting Lin Ming, fearing that it might provoke him and lead to trouble for Chen Jia and Xian. Nonetheless, everything Lin Ming had done today made Chen Jia feel as though he were in a dream. He did not retaliate when struck, remained silent in the face of Chen Xing's scorn, and even managed to earn himself 20,000 yuan in the end. Had this lad truly changed his temperament? Upon returning home, Chen Xing immediately inquired, has that scoundrel left? Chen Jia replied somberly, since he and your sister are divorced now, it would be wise for you to temper your anger. Even if you dislike him, you should regard him merely as a stranger, otherwise. It is your sister who will suffer the consequences, do you understand? If he dares to harm my sister again, I will take his life. Chen Xing retorted coldly. Chen Jia shook his head, choosing not to respond further. Lu Yufeng interjected, Old man, what shall we do with the items Lin Ming brought? Throw them all out. Chen Xing bellowed. Chen Jia promptly presented the bags before Chen Xing. 8 packs of soft cigarettes, 6 bottles of Fei Tian Mitai, and bird's nest with shark fin, altogether worth nearly 100,000. You want to throw this away? Chen Xing questioned, doubting his own hearing. He quickly rummaged through the bags and discovered that Chen Jia had indeed not deceived him. They were all genuine goods. Could these possibly be fake? Chen Xing pondered aloud. Lu Yufeng added, how could Lin Ming suddenly possess such wealth? It must be a ruse. He has even repaid the money he borrowed from our relatives. He is likely attempting to fool you with counterfeit products, unaware of the schemes he is plotting. At this juncture, Chen Xing immediately took out his phone and called Chen Jia, putting it on speaker so that Chen Jia and Lu Yufeng could hear. The call was quickly answered. Jia, that scoundrel just came to our home and took a considerable amount of items, but they are all fake. Chen Xing declared. How do you know they are fake? Chen Jia inquired. Isn't it obvious? It's either fake in mitai, soft cigarettes, or bird's nest with shark fin. If he were truly wealthy, why has he repaid the money he owes our relatives first? Chen Xing scoffed. I have 100,000 yuan here, Chen Jia said. He gave it to me a few days ago, requesting repayment. Upon hearing this, the members of the Chen family were momentarily taken aback. Sister, what are you doing? You are already divorced. Why are you still lying for that scoundrel? What kind of enchantment has he cast upon you? Chen Sheng expressed his dissatisfaction. I am not lying. The money is at home, all in cash. If you don't believe me, come over when you have time, and you can take it to return to our relatives. Chen Jia replied. Chen Sheng grew increasingly indignant. He believed Chen Jia was speaking nonsense. After all, at the time of their divorce, Lin Ming was burdened with debts amounting to nearly $1 million. How could he have earned so much in just a few days? Sister, I understand you are afraid of mom and dad blaming you, but that scoundrel. Enough. Chen Jia suddenly interrupted sharply. His name is Lin Ming. Do not refer to him as that scoundrel. After saying this, Chen Jia hung up the phone. Chen Sheng was left stunned. He could discern that Chen Jia had been somewhat angry when she uttered her last words. At this point, his sister was still defending Lin Ming. Just then, Chen quietly added, when Lin Ming left, he also transferred 2,000 yuan to me. Chapter 46. Mother, let us ride the horse together. Around 6 in the evening, Lin Ming returned to his apartment. His visit to old Chen's house proved fruitful. Not only did he win the favor of Chen Ying and LV Yufang, but he also showcased his personal growth to them. However, he still needed to put in more effort with his brother-in-law, Chen Sheng. While Chen Sheng's temperament could not be blamed for their issues, his hot-headed nature certainly gave Lin Ming a headache. As soon as Lin Ming settled onto his bed, his phone rang. It was Chen Jia calling. Did you go to my parents' house? She inquired. Indeed, Lin Ming replied with a smile. The old couple even invited me to dinner. It was quite a rewarding visit. Chen Sheng scolded you, didn't he? My mom just called to say that Chen Sheng's girlfriend happened to be there today. Chen Jia's tone softened, losing its earlier chill. No, we merely chatted for a while. And I returned home after dinner, Lin Ming reassured her. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Jia slowly declared, You're lying. Lin Ming sprang up, feigning surprise. Jia, are you expressing concern for me? My mom mentioned that Chen Sheng gave you a good scolding and that you barely ate before he sent you away. Chen Jia informed him. What should I do? I'm really quite hungry now. Lin Ming pretended to be aggrieved. Chen Jia recognized his act, but still responded with a huff. Xian misses you. There's still some food left. If you don't mind, come over to eat. Upon hearing the beeping sound at the other end of the line, Lin Ming's worries dissipated instantly. Brother-in-law, you truly are my lucky star. He hurried to Anju Community. The security door opened, leaving only the entrance door closed. Lin Ming dashed inside, startling Chen Jia, who was in the midst of serving dishes. Daddy! Xian exclaimed excitedly. What delicious treats did you bring me? Your daddy is still hungry. Come help me find something to eat. Lin Ming pouted playfully. Hee, mommy told me all about it. Hurry and eat. She made scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried pork with green peppers. Xian replied eagerly. Lin Ming glanced at Chen Jia, who was standing by the dining table, and grinned. Someone mentioned on the phone that there were only a few leftovers. Chen Jia's face flushed as she shot a sharp glance at Xian. The little girl looked utterly aggrieved. Why was her mother scolding her when she had done nothing wrong? Truth be told, Lin Ming had barely eaten at old Chen's house, and he was genuinely famished. Snatching a steamed bun, he began to devour it ravenously. The dishes made by my wife are truly delectable. In about 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Ming polished off all the dishes completely. Just as he lifted the plate to lick it clean, Chen Jia promptly snatched it away. That's enough. I know how my cooking tastes. Why act so exaggeratedly? But it's really delicious. I'm still not full, Lin Ming said, patting his stomach. Save your appetite for later, Chen Jia declared as she took the plate into the kitchen. Only when Lin Ming could no longer see her did she burst into a smile. After washing the dishes, Chen Jia stepped out of the kitchen. There, she beheld Lin Ming sprawled on the floor, with Xian perched on his back, her little mouth calling out, Gallop, horse, gallop. At that moment, Chen Jia felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. If happiness were an emotion that existed in this world, then it was perhaps for the first time since her marriage that she truly felt it. Mom, come quickly. Let's ride the big horse together. Xian's voice shattered Chen Jia's reverie. Instinctively, she glanced at Lin Ming, who was looking at her with eager anticipation, as if she could indeed mount him. You come down first. I need to talk to your father, Chen Jia said. No. Xian protested, her face full of reluctance. But ultimately, she ran off to play under Chen Jia's stern gaze. I will help you repay those relatives the 100,000 yuan, Chen Jia stated. It should have been repaid long ago. It's been 2 or 3 years, and the interest in the bank has accumulated quite a bit. Lin Ming replied joyfully. In that case, I will transfer some money to you so you can buy something for them as a token of gratitude. Before Chen Jia could respond, Lin Ming took her phone, effortlessly unlocked it, and remarked with a complex expression, as expected, You still haven't changed the password. The unlock code for Chen Jia's phone was Lin Ming's birthday. I couldn't be bothered to change it, Chen Jia said, avoiding Lin Ming's gaze. WeChat has a daily transfer limit of 30,000. I will transfer you 30,000 first, Lin Ming continued. Chen Jia frowned. Why are you still sending me money after our divorce? I don't want it. This is not merely for you. Part of it is to repay a favor, and part is for Xian's kindergarten expenses, Lin Ming said earnestly. Although we are divorced, I still have to provide child support. The law doesn't specify a cap on child support, does it? Chen Jia was at a loss for words. With this money, you should show more filial piety to your parents. I do plan to visit them soon, especially with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching. I want to spend the holiday with them. Lin Ming replied. That's only right, Chen Jia nodded. Lin Ming hesitated. They must miss Xian as well. Chen Jia was not taken aback. Then you should take Xian back to see them. What if they miss you too? Lin Ming asked immediately. We are divorced. I am no longer part of the Lin family. They won't miss me, Chen Jia stated. They will. Lin Ming quickly countered. You know my parents have always regarded you as their own daughter. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for reunion if you don't come back. Lin Ming. Don't push your luck. Chen Jia's cheeks flushed, feeling an overwhelming heat. She was well aware of her place in Lin Xinghua and Qi Yufan's hearts. But she was still unaccustomed to the current situation. For a fleeting moment, Chen Jia also wished to agree to Lin Ming and return with him. However, the anxiety and fear she felt were even more intense and conflicting than her first visit to Lin Ming's home. Thus, she instinctively chose to refuse. Lin Ming understood that such matters could not be rushed. Pushing further would be excessive. However, Lin Ming found solace in the fact that Chen Jia did not rush him to leave. Instead, she engaged him in casual conversation, exchanging words intermittently. It was not until around 9 o'clock that Chen Jia remarked, if you don't head back soon, you won't be able to catch a cab. Xianyuan, not wanting her father to depart, hurried over, exclaiming, Daddy, please don't go. Lin Ming glanced at Chen Jia and noticed her resolute demeanor. He could only turn to Xianyuan and say, be a good girl and protect your mother at home. Ensure that no ill-intentioned individuals take her away. You and your mother belong solely to your father, do you understand? Yes, I will definitely protect Mommy. The little girl nodded vigorously. After bidding farewell to Lin Ming, Chen Jia leaned against the door, clutching her chest, her heart racing like a startled fawn. You and your mother belong solely to your father. When did this fellow become so possessive? Chapter 47, Limit Up, $900. Upon returning to the apartment, Lin Ming cheerfully dialed Zhou Chong's number. As emotions began to blossom, the pursuit of profit could not be neglected. Lin Gu, you finally called. I've been waiting. Zhou Chong chuckled. We just parted ways this morning. And you're already waiting by the phone? Have you cleaned yourself up? Lin Ming teased. Zhou Chong replied, TSK, it seems Lin Gu is quite elated. Did you have a fruitful visit to your father-in-law's today? Ah, you know my family situation. It is what it is. I must earn their trust step by step. Especially since I had been quite a scoundrel in the past, Lin Ming sighed. Lin Gu, if I were in your position, I would simply present them with the bank's outstanding debts. Wouldn't they believe you then? Zhou Chong suggested. You know nothing. If they were solely interested in money, they wouldn't have allowed Chen Jia to marry me in the first place. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. When Chen Jia married Lin Ming, he was utterly impoverished, with little to boast about except for his education and appearance. Yet, in today's society, where countless graduates abound and looks can't fill one's stomach, the Chen family valued Lin Ming's character above all. The greater the expectations, the deeper the disappointments. This encapsulated the current reality of the Chen family. Enough of that. Lin Ming interjected. Is the trader ready? Yes, everything is fully prepared, just awaiting your command. Lin Gu, Zhou Chong responded solemnly. Lin Ming chuckled wryly. You make it sound as though we are heading into battle. Here's the plan. The Nasdaq opens at midnight. There is no rush to leverage just yet. Around 3 p.m., the Chiling stock market will hit its limit up, reaching approximately $900 per share. During the window from 3 p.m. to 3:30 p.m., instruct the trader to proceed with borrowing and simultaneously initiate leveraged operations. The higher the multiplier, the better. Zhou Chong marveled quietly. Lin Gu, you've laid everything out so clearly before me. You might as well have revealed how much we stand to gain. How much we earn depends on your willingness to invest, Lin Ming replied with a smile. Need I say more? Working with Lin Gu means risking it all or going home empty-handed, Zhou Chong said earnestly. My funds should have reached your account by now, correct? Lin Ming inquired. Yes. Li Hanyuan transferred the funds to my account this evening, though it's only 20 million. Zhou Chong replied. Lin Ming had already briefly hung you on about the stock market, and he promptly transferred the funds once his account was unfrozen. It was likely that Hong Ning, Han Changyu, and the others had also positioned their funds. Let us proceed with that. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to call me, Lin Ming concluded before hanging up. In truth, Lin Ming had only a superficial understanding of the stock market. Compared to the seasoned traders, his knowledge was merely skin deep. His daring gamble was rooted in his most formidable asset, his ability to foresee the future. Yilin Bay, the premier villa district of Blue Island City. Zhou Chong sat in one of the villas with the 3 traders he had recruited. Certainly, this villa is not his purchase. It is merely rented for a few days. After all, each villa starts at no less than 50 million. Before encountering Lin Ming, Zhou Chong could not afford to buy here at all. A plethora of snacks and various imported wines and beers adorned the table, and Zhou Chong lounged comfortably with his legs crossed. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? A young man across from him inquired. What do you think? Zhou Chong replied nonchalantly. I believe you are quite mad. Daring to short sell even a giant like Qiling, the young man, named Su Jin, one of the 3 traders Zhou Chong had invited, remarked. What is the big deal? The bigger the giant, the more exhilarating the challenge. Zhou Chong took a sip of beer, excitement evident in his voice. Just imagine. To harvest profits from the world's top capitalists, what an accomplishment to boast about. Whether it's worth boasting about is one matter. The critical point is whether you can actually do it, Su Jin countered. Qiling Automotive has already ascended to the pinnacle of global new energy. With its stock market performance soaring, many investors struggle to even gain entry, and yet you contemplate profiting from it? I fail to understand why you are so confident that Qiling's stock will decline. Su Jin and Zhou Chong were university classmates with a good rapport, allowing for a more casual exchange. Just leave it to me. I will undoubtedly discover a profitable path, Zhou Chong replied with a mysterious smile. Su Jin furrowed his brow and added, Let me advise you once more. You must think this through. The larger the enterprise, the harder it is to penetrate. Your funds, in relation to the entirety of Qiling's market, are negligible. Even a slight fluctuation could result in total loss. To put it euphemistically, it's total loss. To put it bluntly, it means financial ruin. Su Jin was genuinely perplexed. With 200 million in cash, why would Zhou Chong gamble on the stock market? His experience as a trader suggested that there were no signs of a downturn for Qiling. Was this not akin to searching for excrement with a lantern in a latrine? Even knowing Zhou Chong's background, he could not possibly have insider information regarding such a global matter. Yet, Zhou Chong paid no heed to Su Jin's words. He smiled amiably at Su Jin and said, Old Su, do not say I have not offered you this opportunity. Your family can spare a few tens of millions. Can't you? Would you care to wager with me? Get lost. Su Jin's expression shifted. If I squander my father's assets, he would undoubtedly kill me. And you too? Zhou Chong then turned to the other 2 individuals present. Without exception, they shook their heads as if avoiding a plague. Very well, you simply lack the fortune. Zhou Chong's sigh was not one of regret. Rather, it brimmed with schadenfreude. He seemed to envision the 3 of them regretting their hesitance. The group had not slept, having sat before their computers since 2 in the morning, intently watching the Qiling stock market. Indeed, from 10 minutes past 2, the Qiling stock market entered a phase of explosive growth. This came as no surprise to Su Jin and his companions. For Qiling Automobile, it was merely par for the course. At 3 a.m., merely 3 hours after the market opened, Qiling stocks officially reached their limit. Zhou Chong's eyes nearly bulged from his sockets, for the final cap price was precisely as Lin Ming had predicted, $900. At that moment, Su Jin glanced up at Zhou Chong. Shall we proceed? Spare me the trivialities. Just wait and witness how I am destined to prosper. Zhou Chong laughed heartily. You have truly lost your mind. Don't come crying to me when the time comes. Observing Zhou Chong's exuberance, Su Jin silently concluded that there was no saving him. After all, Zhou Chong was the boss. He would follow his lead without question. With a flurry of activity, Su Jin left Zhou Chong in a state of astonishment. Minutes passed, and the trio completed all their transactions. Is everything settled? Zhou Chong inquired. One cannot speak of specialized matters without expertise. Do you think I merely subsist on idle chatter? Su Jin retorted with a chuckle. Damn, several hundred million in cash vanished just like that. The stock market truly is an abyss. Zhou Chong shook his head. Many investors have lost their fortunes and found themselves deeply in debt, all due to the perilous nature of the stock market. In many respects, it bears a striking resemblance to gambling. Were it not for Lin Ming's insistence on this course of action, he would never have dared to engage with such a venture again. Chapter 48. The arrogant giant in the opulent suite of a grand hotel in Europe, Han Changyu reclined on the sofa, swirling the red wine in his glass. His gaze intermittently drifted to the four corners of the ceiling. Although cleverly concealed, it was unmistakable that each corner housed a miniature camera. For cameras in this very room alone, there were likely more elsewhere. They truly intend to bring about my demise. Had it not been for Mr. Lin's warning, I would never have discerned these surveillance devices. Slangikoff, you wretched scoundrel. Anger surged within Han Changyu, nearly causing him to shatter the glass in his grip. Lin Ming's caution would alter the timing of certain events, yet it would not prevent their occurrence. Had he initially embarked on the cruise, even if he had safely reached Europe, it would not have been at this moment. At least 4 or 5 days would have been delayed. He had called the Ukrainian woman in advance, requesting her to reserve a hotel room, eager to ascertain the veracity of his romantic misfortune. As Lin Ming had predicted, even if he had arrived at the corporate headquarters by plane, Slangikoff's nefarious tactics would still be in play, despite the fury boiling within him. Han Changyu had not betrayed his emotions thus far. Approximately 10 minutes later, a stunning blonde woman, clad in a sheer negligee, emerged from the bathroom. Are you waiting eagerly? She purred, her Chinese accented but charming. Han Changyu narrowed his eyes, advancing to tear the fabric of her robe away. The woman gasped in terror. No, not want me to, he scoffed, forcefully pushing her onto the bed. Please, brother Changyu, not like this. The blonde recoiled in fear, her previous endearments now nauseating him. He approached the bed, leaning slowly toward her. The woman, taken aback by his brutality, presumed he was indulging in SM play and attempted to match his demeanor. However, the words that followed nearly shattered her composure. If someone were to witness you in this vulnerable state, they would surely think I am attempting to force myself upon you. The blonde's eyes widened in horror. Brother Changyu. What do you mean? Han Changyu yanked the blanket that enveloped her away, sneering. Have I not treated you well? What has Slangikoff offered you to compel you to act against me? I don't understand what you mean, she stammered defiantly. Do you not comprehend? Today, I shall make you understand. Han Changyu opened the notebook she had brought with her, swiftly revealing the entirety of the room's happenings. With undeniable evidence laid bare, the blonde could no longer maintain her facade. Brother Changyu, I don't wish for this either. Slangikoff is forcing me. Please, don't be angry. I am well aware that it was Slangikoff who coerced you, yet you are hardly blameless yourself. Han Changyu, weary of further discourse, retorted. Your filthy body has been entirely backed up on the computer. If you wish to avoid global notoriety, then at the headquarters meeting, allow Slangikoff to be truly surprised. On September 6th, at 8 a.m., a piece of news silently permeated the global digital landscape. A malfunction in the autonomous driving system of the Chen automobile, a leader in new energy technology, resulted in a tragic collision on the highway, leading to the owner's untimely demise despite desperate attempts at rescue. Upon encountering this news, anyone with a modicum of automotive knowledge was left astounded. It is important to note that Chen had positioned itself as a beacon of future technology, having never encountered any negative press since its inception, coupled with a price point approximately 10% lower than that of Tesla. Its customer retention rate surpassed that of its rival. This was a significant factor in Chen's rapid ascendance to the pinnacle of new energy vehicles within a mere few years. Autonomous driving was poised to become an inevitable trend of the future. Many professionals, weary of their myriad client interactions, yearned for the relaxation that autonomous driving promised after a long day's work. It could be said that the desire to purchase a Chen automobile was greater than the number of those who had already made the investment. However, just as countless individuals were filled with anticipation for Chen, the autonomous driving system malfunctioned, resulting in a fatality. If this news merely elicited a sense of pity among netizens, subsequent revelations regarding Chen's questionable practices extinguished any lingering thoughts of making a purchase. Numerous automotive apps, short video platforms, and the illustrious Facebook were inundated with voices denouncing Chen. A staggering 80% of the complaints pertained to the autonomous driving system, while others highlighted various system failures. Although labeled as scandalous, these were indeed facts, suppressed until now due to Chen's substantial stature in the industry and the absence of prior fatalities. Yet, the unfortunate death of the vehicle owner became the catalyst that unearthed these suppressed issues. Fans of Chen clamored for the corporation to provide an explanation, some even resorting to orchestrated troublemaking. Nevertheless, by the afternoon, there was no follow-up regarding this tragedy. It was as if Chen had chosen to disregard the incident entirely. Within the villa, Zhou Chang's laughter resounded powerfully. Su Jin and the others were engrossed in short videos or perusing prominent foreign websites. The negative press surrounding Chen was overwhelming. Yet the corporation remained silent, refusing to clarify the situation. The giants truly deserve their reputation for arrogance, Shou Chong exclaimed with excitement. He relished the idea of Qiling's silence. The more adverse news that emerged about Qiling, the better it was for him. After all, it was a foreign brand, and he felt no sorrow at its fall from grace. Did you already know about the plethora of controversies surrounding Qiling? Or did you foresee that the vehicle owner would encounter such misfortune? Su Jin inquired. I share in the sorrow and regret of the car owner. However, to speak candidly, I truly know nothing of the matter, Zhou Chong remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Su Jin, deep in thought, remained silent. At midnight, the Nasdaq opened. And for the first time since its listing, Qiling Automotive experienced a decline instead of an increase. Nevertheless, the drop was modest, from 900 to 874. You have made a profit, albeit a meager one, Su Jin commented. This is likely just the beginning, Zhou Chong replied, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Despite his outward composure, he felt a twinge of anxiety within. If what Lin Ming had hinted at was indeed the case, then the profits might be disappointingly scant. Yet, Zhou Chong maintained his faith in Lin Ming. The fact that Lin Ming had yet to contact him suggested that this matter was far from resolved. Chapter 49, Sibling. I wish to grant you a few days of leisure. September 7th, Qingyao CAF. Lin Ge, has the true plunge of Qiling Motors not yet commenced? In front of Zhou Chong sat a glass of juice, which he seemed to relish immensely. Isn't that quite astute of you? Lin Ming chuckled. Of course I'm clever. Zhou Chong muttered, then chuckled again, but in the presence of Lin Ge, my little wits are hardly worth mentioning. Lin Ming, uninterested in idle chatter, inquired. Do you have time tomorrow? Shall we visit Tianhai City? Zhou Chong was momentarily taken aback. Tianhai City, the internationally renowned metropolis? Why the sudden desire to go there? Lin Ming continued. The International Auto Show begins in Tianhai City tomorrow, with many prominent automotive brands in attendance, including Qiling Motors. Suddenly enlightened, Zhou Chong exclaimed, Lin Ge. You mean, there will be quite the spectacle at tomorrow's auto show? Not merely a spectacle, but a grand performance. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. This grand performance will mark the true onset of Qiling Motors' decline. Zhou Chong inhaled sharply. But Lin Ge, does it really matter whether we attend? The show will proceed regardless. Are you planning to take the stage yourself? Get lost. Lin Ming rolled his eyes dramatically. Zhou Chong laughed heartily, knowing he was jesting. In his heart, he regarded Lin Ming not merely as a benefactor, but as a true friend. At Tui International Project Department, since assuming the projects from Huazhong and Tingguang, Chen Jia had become somewhat superfluous. These projects required little oversight. As long as there was cooperation, anyone could smoothly finalize the contracts. Recently, whispers of jealousy had circulated within the company, suggesting that since her divorce, Chen Jia had begun to let herself go, now seemingly climbing the social ladder through her connection with Han Chanyu. The means of this ascent were self-evident. Yet, before Chen Jia, no one dared to voice such sentiments. After all, she was divorced, and Han Chanyu was still single. Even if they were indeed together, little could be said. Sister Chen, these rascals are merely envious of you. Do not take it to heart. Yu, noticing Chen Jia lost in thought, huffed. They lack ability themselves, yet begrudge others their success. It truly baffles me how they cannot stand to see others thrive. I am not upset at all. Chen Jia smiled faintly. Did you not see me strutting around before them daily? I take pleasure in witnessing their disdain for me, while they are powerless to act. Bravo. That is my sister Chen. Not only grand and elegant, but also formidable. Yu gave a thumbs up. Chen Jia blushed slightly. You little rascal. Aren't you barely 25 or 26? Why do you spend your days speaking such risky words instead of learning something worthwhile? Besides, how can you discern my grandeur? My fairness? Do you possess some sort of X-ray vision? Chen Jia's words were not unfounded. Her attire was exceedingly modest, never revealing even the slightest hint. Naturally, Yu could not have seen anything. Hee, I can certainly guess. After all, Chen Jia, your complexion is naturally quite fair. Yu tilted her head, subsequently displaying a look of contentment. However, Chen Jia, judging by your current demeanor, it seems you have emerged from the shadow of your divorce. You would never have joked with me like this before, and I genuinely feel happy for you. Well, it's not quite that straightforward. Chen Jia pursed her lips. What Yu did not anticipate was that when discussing this matter, a smile graced Chen Jia's face. My heavens, is this truly the same Chen Jia? Chen Jia, I mean no offense, but I am genuinely curious. You haven't already entered a new romance, have you? Yu waved her delicate hand in front of Chen Jia. Am I that sort of person? Besides, I am 30 this year, with a child. Who would dare to take me on? Chen Jia shot Chen Yu a glance. Oh please, with your qualities, I suspect men would line up to be with you. It's just that your scoundrel of an ex-husband failed to appreciate you. Chen Yu defended Chen Jia. To her surprise, Chen Jia furrowed her brow. He is not a scoundrel anymore. Chen Yu was taken aback. Among everyone in the company, she was arguably the one who understood Chen Jia the best. Yet now, she suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity with her. Compared to just a few days ago, it was as if she were a completely different person. Chen Jia, you are not coming down with a fever, are you? Or has your ex-husband been feeding you some sort of potion? I must remind you, domestic violence is either non-existent or boundless. You. Shen Yu. Chen Jia interrupted her. She looked at Shen Yu with a serious expression. I know what kind of man Lin Ming is better than you do. I am not feverish. Nor has he given me any sort of potion. I can tell you plainly, everyone in the company believes I have some unspoken secret with General Manager Han. But the truth is, my ability to take on projects like Huazhong and Tingguang is entirely due to Lin Ming. Shen Yu found herself at a loss for words. In the past, whenever Lin Ming's name was mentioned, Chen Jia would not speak a word, yet her expression would be one of profound sorrow. But today, she appeared to be radiating happiness. Oh dear, Chen Jia, I truly think you should consult a great master. Shen Yu remarked. You should be the one to consult someone. Being in your 30s and still single, you must avoid becoming an old leftover woman. Chen Jia retorted. Just then, Chen Jia's phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing down, she saw it was a call from General Manager Han. Shen Yu noticed as well and quickly said, Chen Jia, I have work to do. I'll take my leave. Hold on. Chen Jia called out to Shen Yu. The people in the company may not believe me, but you must, understood? With that, Chen Jia took Shen Yu by the hand, and they hurried to the rooftop. Now, only the two of them could hear Han Changyu's voice. Chen Jia answered the call, switched to speaker mode, and then looked at Shen Yu. General Manager Han. Dear sister-in-law, please do not belittle me. You may simply address me as Changyu or Old Han when you call. Han Changyu remarked with a hint of awkwardness. This casual introduction left Shen Yu utterly astonished. Chen Jia, seemingly foreseeing the situation, inquired, Mr. Han. Is there something you wish to discuss? Discussing may be too grand a term, Han Changyu replied. Ahem, I merely intended to grant you a few days off. Chen Jia's expression shifted to one of confusion. A holiday? Why the sudden break? Are you sending me on a business trip? Yes, indeed, a business trip to Tianhai City. You may return whenever you wish. Han Changyu hastily provided a justification. Before Chen Jia could pose further questions, he continued, This is settled then. I heard your niece has yet to visit a major city, so you should take her out for some enjoyment. I've already booked your flight for this afternoon at 3. Before Chen Jia could even respond, Han Changyu terminated the call. Did I mishear that? Shen Yu gasped in disbelief. That was undoubtedly Mr. Han's voice, but his tone. It was excessively polite, wasn't it? Now do you believe me? If he were truly like what those in the company say, would he treat me with such courtesy? Chen Jia shook her head in resignation and, before Shen Yu, dialed Lin Ming's number. Chapter 50, The Most Beautiful Form of Love Without Much Delay. Lin Ming's call was quickly connected. The speakerphone was on, allowing Shen Yu to listen in. What are you up to? Chen Jia inquired. Nothing much, Lin Ming replied. Speak honestly. If you don't, I will hang up. Chen Jia feigned displeasure. No, please don't. I'll tell you, all right? Lin Ming conceded. Tomorrow. There is an automobile exhibition in Tianhai City. I plan to take you both to see it. Xian has been cooped up at home and could use a change of scenery. Chen Jia couldn't help but smile, a realization dawning upon her. What is so interesting about an automobile exhibition? I might as well work. If the exhibition doesn't appeal to you, we can explore other attractions. Tianhai City is vast, and its nightscape is stunning. Isn't your dream to visit the Bund and the Oriental Pearl Tower? Lin Ming urged. There are also many delicious foods there. Xian would surely enjoy it. Just think of it as doing it for her sake. Chen Jia's smile broadened. Xian is only 4 years old. She won't remember it. Since you've bought her a phone, let her play games at home. She won't feel bored. My beloved Chen. Han Changyu even booked the tickets for you, over 3,000 each. Please, show me some mercy and grant me this opportunity, would you? Lin Ming pleaded. On the verge of tears. Who is your beloved? Don't utter nonsense. Chen Jia retorted playfully. All right, you're right. As long as you agree to accompany me to Tianhai, I'll do whatever you ask. Lin Ming surrendered. Then I'll ask Xian. But you must promise not to take matters into your own hands anymore. After all, President Han is the executive director. And he is so courteous to an ordinary employee like me. How can I handle that? Chen Jia complained. Understood, Lin Ming exclaimed joyfully. After hanging up, Chen Jia shrugged at Xin Yu. Did you catch all that? Sister Chen, I naturally believe you have no relations with President Han, but I must say, why were you so cheerful during your call with your ex-husband? Xin Yu questioned. Was I smiling? Chen Jia's cheeks flushed slightly. You not only smiled, but you radiated happiness, just like a young girl in love. Xin Yu placed her hands on her hips. Do you think I can't tell? You keep insisting you're not interested, yet it's clear you're playing hard to get. No, wait, it's more like you're teasing. TSK, TSK, TSK. Indeed, my dear sister Chen, you certainly have a knack for handling men. When will you properly teach me? Stop talking nonsense, Chen Jia exclaimed, reaching out to tickle Xin Yu. Ha ha ha, sister Chen, I wouldn't dare. That tickles. On the rooftop, the two women chased each other playfully. If Lin Ming had witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly feel immense joy, for it had been a long time since he had seen Chen Jia so blissful. At 2 in the afternoon, in the Unju community, Zhou Chong drove his Q7 and arrived downstairs with Lin Ming. Lin Ming struggled a bit with several bags in hand as they ascended the stairs. On the second-floor landing, he encountered Wang Lamei, who was out for a stroll. Grandma Wang, Lin Ming called out. Lin Ming, you've come. Grandmother Wang leaned mysteriously to Lin Ming's ear and said, You are here to pick up Jia and Xian, aren't you? Jia told me that you planned to take them on a trip to Tianhai City. She looked so delighted. Is that true? Lin Ming exclaimed happily. Grandma Wang, you truly are like a real grandmother to me. You little rascal, when did you learn to be so eloquent? Wang Lamei chuckled, then added seriously, the trip is merely the first step. If you truly earn some money, you should buy a spacious house and strive to bring them back to live with you. It cannot go on like this indefinitely. Your grandmother looks forward to the day you remarry. Don't forget to bring me wedding sweets then. Forget about the wedding sweets. I will also buy you and Grandpa Song a big house, and we can be neighbors. Lin Ming replied with a smile. You little rascal, always spouting nonsense. Wang Lanmei shook her head, clearly taking Lin Ming's words as a jest. However, Lin Ming was not joking at all, awakening to the reality. He understood better than anyone the principle of a drop of kindness requires a fountain of gratitude. Without the care that Wang Lanmei and her husband had provided to Xian over the past few years, Jia and her daughter would have undoubtedly faced much more hardship. After bidding farewell to Wang Lanmei, Lin Ming ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon knocking on the door, Xian eagerly rushed to open it. Jia was in the bedroom packing her luggage. She had changed into a striking, form-fitting long dress, her hair cascading down her back, exuding a captivating charm that momentarily left Lin Ming spellbound. The only drawback was that she still wore the high heels from their wedding. What are you staring at? Jia's face flushed slightly as she attempted to hide it from Lin Ming. You were simply stunning, Lin Ming said, lost in admiration. Jia ignored Lin Ming and, upon stepping out of the living room, noticed that he was carrying many items. What have you brought? She inquired. All right. These are clothes and shoes I bought for you and Jia. Try them on to see if they fit, Lin Ming responded, coming to his senses. New clothes? Oh, new clothes. I haven't worn anything new in such a long time. Xian cheered joyfully. However, her innocent remark tugged at Lin Ming's heartstrings, reminding him of the struggles caused by having such a negligent father. Daddy isn't negligent. Daddy is a good father, Xian asserted earnestly. Lin Ming fought back tears, forcing a smile as he said, Hurry and try them on. My little Xian will surely become the most beautiful princess in the world. Okay, Xian exclaimed, clutching a pile of clothes as she dashed to the bedroom. Being only 4 years old, she couldn't dress herself. So Jia followed her into the bedroom to help her try on the clothes Lin Ming had bought. Unintentionally, Jia had transitioned from her previous refusal to a newfound acceptance. Before long, the mother and daughter emerged from the bedroom. In their new clothes and shoes, Jia transformed into the most radiant sight in the living room, while Xian radiated vivacity and charm. Inheriting the genes of Lin Ming and Chen Jia, this little girl is undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Hurry and pack your things. I just saw your friend waiting downstairs through the bedroom window. I wonder why they haven't come up to rest. Chen Jia bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed under Lin Ming's gaze, leaving her to search for conversation. This is truly everything you both deserve. Lin Ming took a deep breath and swore to the heavens, if I ever allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance again, then no more. Chen Jia abruptly interrupted. Mom is in charge now. Dad is not allowed to continue. Xian chimed in as well. All right. I won't say another word. Dad won't say anything. Lin Ming displayed a wry smile. Chapter 51. The Fire Within. As Zhou Chong aptly remarked, regardless of whether they journeyed to Tianhai City The grand spectacle at the auto show would remain unchanged. Lin Ming's primary intention for personally attending was to seize the opportunity to deepen his relationship with Chen Jia. As for Zhou Chang's presence, if one were to ponder his utility, well, it was perhaps merely to alleviate any awkwardness. It is uncertain whether Zhou Chang would retch upon hearing such a statement. In any case, as Chen Jia and Xian Xian descended the stairs, he wore a beaming smile. "Sister-in-law, greetings. Simply call me Chen Jia," she replied, feeling a touch of discomfort given her divorce from Lin Ming. Zhou Chang, however, countered, "Sister-in-law, your statement is rather misplaced. I am younger than you. If I were to address you by your name, wouldn't Lin Gu be furious with me?" This fellow was not truly oblivious. He recognized who Lin Ming cherished most. From certain perspectives, flattering Lin Ming was perhaps less advantageous than flattering Chen Jia. "Hello, uncle," Xian Xian chirped cheerfully. "Ha. Greetings to my lovely niece," Zhou Chang exclaimed, playfully embracing Xian Xian before opening the trunk of the car. Inside, it was brimming with toys and snacks, along with several cartoon-themed dresses. "Wow," Xian Xian exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. "Uncle, are all these for me?" "Of course. With these, you won't be bored at home anymore," Zhou Chang replied with a smile. Such sentiments were not mere flattery. He genuinely found the little girl to be exceedingly delightful, polite, and utterly charming. "If I ever marry, I must have a daughter," Zhou Chang declared. "Considering you don't even have a partner, isn't it a tad premature to speak of marriage?" Lin Ming chuckled. "Who says I don't have a partner? Qing Yao will soon agree to be with me," Zhou Chang asserted. This revelation surprised Lin Ming. It appeared that after the events of that fateful night, the two were on the cusp of breaking through their barriers. "Lin Gu," Zhou Chang raised an eyebrow, implying, "Shall we have a competition to see who can win her over first?" At this, Chen Jia's cheeks flushed crimson. "I shall not compete with you. My actions will speak for themselves." Lin Ming laughed heartily. The group climbed into the car, heading straight for the airport. Chen Jia recognized the vehicle as an Audi Q7. She felt perplexed as to why, after their divorce, Lin Ming had become acquainted with so many influential figures, all of whom appeared to treat him with great courtesy and respect. However, given their status as ex-spouses, she refrained from probing further. Not only had tickets been booked for Chen Jia and Xian Xian, but Lin Ming and Zhou Chang's had also been arranged, all in first class. This was Chen Jia's inaugural experience in first class. Both the service and the ambience left her in awe. Xian Xian was even more enthralled. It was her first time flying, and everything appeared novel and exciting to her. Zhou Chang observed the family of three seated together, feeling a twinge of discomfort, as if he were an unwelcome third wheel. At 4 p.m., the plane landed at Hangzhou Airport. The hour-long journey had not fatigued Xian Xian. Instead, she exhibited a sense of reluctance to part from the experience. Chen Jia finally understood that agreeing to Lin Ming's invitation to bring Xian Xian out was indeed a most prudent choice. Upon exiting the airport, she spotted someone standing by a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, waving towards Zhou Chang, a young man adorned with spectacles. "You arranged for someone to pick us up?" Lin Ming inquired. "I certainly couldn't have orchestrated this. I never anticipated it would be him," Zhou Chang responded, nudging Lin Ming and whispering, "Xiang Zhe, the son of the top leader in Tianhai City. Lin Gu, would you like to make his acquaintance?" Lin Ming expressed surprise. "You know such individuals?" Tianhai City is not comparable to Landa City, as one of China's 4 direct-controlled municipalities. Tianhai City holds the status of a provincial-level administrative region and serves as an international hub for economy, finance, trade, shipping, and technological innovation. In terms of position, the top leader of Tianhai City, Xiang Weidong, holds a rank equivalent to that of a provincial governor. However, in terms of social standing, many local officials cannot rival Xiang Weidong. Therefore, in the hierarchy of second-generation elites, Zhou Chang is certainly several tiers beneath Xiang Zhe, which explains Lin Ming's bewilderment. Xiang Diren actually hails from East Lin Province. He is one of my family's most esteemed prot-gs and shares a close relationship with my father. Zhou Chang quickly elucidated. Lin Ming's expression shifted to one of understanding. "So, you are quite well acquainted with Xiang Zhe?" "Not really. We've only met a few times." Zhou Chang replied dismissively. "If you don't know him well, why is he here to pick us up?" Lin Ming astutely focused on the crux of the matter. "Well," Zhou Chang hesitated slightly. "Is it the old gentleman's intention or your father's? It seems you have already informed them about my situation." A barrage of questions from Lin Ming left Zhou Chang feeling somewhat overwhelmed. To Zhou Chang, it seemed Lin Ming would prefer to keep his capabilities under wraps, especially from those in positions of power, to avoid inciting any unnecessary complications. The prudent approach is to amass wealth quietly. That's fine. Your father and the old gentleman are not strangers to me. I may require their assistance in the future, so it's essential to make their acquaintance, Lin Ming assured him. Zhou Cheng then exhaled in relief. I certainly cannot conceal the matter regarding that batch of red wine. And concerning the Zijin Xingfu, my father and the old gentleman were already aware of the development in the southern New area. However, the provincial government requested a news blackout, so they did not inform me. Therefore, when they learned you were taking me to sign the deposit contract, they were quite astonished. Lin Ming nodded, silently awaiting further information. Zhou Cheng continued, my grandfather mentioned to me just a few days ago that he would like to meet you if you have the time. However, I was concerned that you might not be inclined, so I refrained from mentioning it. The old gentleman was the former governor of East Lin province and is a paragon of integrity, a leader devoted to the nation and its people. It would be my honor to meet him. Countless individuals wish to have such an opportunity, yet you think I would decline? You truly overestimate my significance. Lin Ming chuckled ruefully. Zhou Cheng, however, replied earnestly, Lin Gu, you may not consider yourself a significant figure now, but I firmly believe that it will not be long before you find yourself at the pinnacle of success. Indeed, you speak as if it were a certainty. I shall take your words as an omen of good fortune. Lin Ming laughed heartily. The conversation between the two was inaudible to Xiang Zhe. Yet Chen Jia heard every word distinctly. The mention of the former governor of Donglin province in the head of Tian'ai city left Chen Jia utterly incredulous. How could Lin Ming, a mere commoner, have connections to such high-ranking figures? Had he not yet abandoned his penchant for exaggeration and deceit? And was he merely entangled with a kindred spirit like Zhou Cheng, leading them both to dwell in a world of delusion? These thoughts occupied Chen Jia's mind. However, when she recalled Zhou Cheng's Q7, Han Changyu's demeanor towards her, and the imposing Mercedes G-Class that Xiang Zhe drove, she couldn't shake the feeling that the man who had once plunged her into despair had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. Before she could ponder further, Xiang Zhe's teasing voice reached her ears. The arrival of young Master Zhou truly brings glory to Tian'ai City. Zhou Cheng retorted, if my presence could illuminate Tian'ai City, then you, young Master Xiang, would surely make Blue Island shine. It was merely a jest, yet you always managed to kill the mood, he thought. Xiang Zhe turned to Lin Ming and inquired, and who might this be? This is Brother Lin, Zhou Cheng replied. Xiang Zhe chuckled lightly, Brother Lin? Does he have no name, or is it simply Brother Lin? Zhou Cheng furrowed his brow at this remark. It seems Xiang Zhe was less than pleased. I am Lin Ming. Lin Ming interjected at an opportune moment. Zhou Cheng added, in my eyes, Brother Lin holds a status no less than that of my father or the old master. Given our similar ages, calling him Brother Lin would not be a loss. Zhou Cheng, our acquaintance is limited. Yet you should understand that those deemed worthy of being called brother by you may not necessarily hold the same privilege in my eyes. Do you comprehend? Xiang Zhe gently shook his head, the air of arrogance unmistakable. Meanwhile, Zhou Cheng's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that if he had come alone, the old master would not have informed Xiang Weidong, nor would Xiang Weidong have sent Xiang Zhe to fetch him. The sole reason Xiang Zhe stood before them was Lin Ming's presence. This clearly indicated that the old master and Zhou Mingli, despite not having met Lin Ming, were nonetheless highly concerned about him due to the events surrounding Zhou Cheng. This was, in essence, an unspoken gesture of goodwill towards Zhou Cheng. However, Zhou Cheng was taken aback by Xiang Zhe's blatant rudeness in front of Lin Ming. Had Xiang not been informed? Or had the old master failed to disclose Lin Ming's significance to Xiang? The atmosphere, once pleasant, abruptly turned awkward. Xiang Zhe continued. Although my father sent me to pick you up, I am not a mere idle individual, but a businessman. You surely understand that for a businessman, time equates to money. If you cannot provide me with a compelling reason to get in the car today, I regret to inform you that I shall have to leave on my own. Lin Ming and Zhou Cheng exchanged glances, fully grasping that Xiang Zhe was brimming with resentment, which was why his words dripped with sarcasm from the outset. What they did not realize was that Xiang Weidong had not actually informed Xiang Zhe about whom to pick up. He merely notified Xiang Zhe at the last moment, urging him to hasten to the airport. Originally, Xiang Zhe was preoccupied with the simultaneous grand openings of 3 Mercedes-Benz dealerships the following day, feeling utterly overwhelmed. However, he dared not defy his father's command and thus rushed over. Yet, upon discovering that the individual he was to collect was Zhou Cheng, he immediately felt discontent. He had anticipated an important figure, only to find it was someone of such insignificance. What right did Zhou Cheng have to insist on being personally picked up? Was it merely because he was the grandson of old Master Zhou? His father was making a mountain out of a molehill. Xiang Zhe was not particularly familiar with Zhou Chong, and there was a significant disparity between their statuses. Zhou Chong's business accomplishments were far inferior to Xiang Zhe's. Consequently, Xiang Zhe held Zhou Chong in little regard. When it came time to speak, he naturally lacked politeness. Xiang Zhe, you are being rather excessive, aren't you? Zhou Chong's expression darkened. I do not believe I am being excessive. Everything should adhere to a principle of equality. Is such a simple truth beyond your comprehension? Xiang Zhe scoffed. What temper did Zhou Chong possess? He was about to unleash an outburst when Lin Ming restrained his arm. What's this? Do you also think I am being excessive? Xiang Zhe scrutinized Lin Ming from head to toe. Lin Ming offered a slight smile. 3 Mercedes-Benz dealerships, opening simultaneously tomorrow? Xiang Zhe's expression faltered momentarily before he inquired, how do you know? How I know is of no concern to you, but you are correct. Even if we do not take your car today, we cannot let you make a fruitless trip. Lin Ming paused briefly before continuing. As for the dealership in Xiangtian district, do refrain from setting off fireworks tomorrow. It could be hazardous. With that, Lin Ming patted Xiang Zhe's shoulder and walked ahead. Xiang Zhe furrowed his brow, perplexed by Lin Ming's meaning. However, Zhou Chong's spirits soared. He trusted that Lin Ming would not speak without purpose. Xiang Zhe, do you truly believe that Master Xiang sent you personally just to pick me up? Have you not considered your own standing? Why else would I insist you address him as Brother Lin? Zhou Chong scoffed. I understand your pride, but it must be applied judiciously. Brother Lin has repaid malice with kindness. He has highlighted this crisis for you, and you would do well to take it seriously. Do not let it go in one ear and out the other. When the time comes, it will be too late for regrets. Chapter 52. He sleeps on the sofa. Lin Ming and his companions ultimately chose not to ride in Xiang Zhe's car, but instead hailed a taxi to the Taiwei Hotel. Despite Xiang Zhe's elevated status as a second-generation heir, Lin Ming and Zhou Chong were not inclined to seek his favor. Lin Ming had brought Chen Jia and Xian Xian along for a leisurely outing and wished to shield Chen Jia from any undue worries over trivial matters. Moreover, Xiang Zhe's cold demeanor today would undoubtedly transform into a warm reception by tomorrow. In his current state, he bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Chong during their first encounter. After Lin Ming and the others departed, Xiang Zhe remained standing in place, his expression somewhat sullen. He was perplexed about how Lin Ming had learned of the opening of the 3 Mercedes-Benz dealerships and why he had insisted that no fireworks be set off at the one in Xiangtian district the following day. Yet, he had taken note of the phrase fire burns the body with a sense of unease. To be frank, young people generally dismiss such superstitions. Particularly someone like Xiang Zhe, who was proud and believed that his fate was in his own hands, not dictated by destiny. He regarded Lin Ming's words as a petty attempt to embarrass him, inciting his ire. With a cold smirk, Xiang Zhe retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Xiang, have you returned? The voice on the other end inquired. Not yet. I'm still at the airport. I wanted to check if the fireworks and firecrackers for the 3 stores are ready, Xiang Zhe replied. Rest assured, Mr. Xiang. Everything has been prepared and delivered to the 3 locations. We ensured that only the finest quality was purchased. You need only await the grand opening tomorrow. The other party assured him with a chuckle. Very well, then, Xiang Zhe acknowledged, feeling a slight relief from the confident tone of his associate. Mr. Xiang, did you call just to inquire about this matter? Is it necessary for you to oversee such trifles personally? Came the slightly perplexed voice from the other end. Xiang Zhe retorted with a hint of sarcasm. I just encountered a charlatan who advised me against setting off fireworks at the Xiangtian district dealership tomorrow. Foolishly, I let such nonsense occupy my mind. Ha ha ha, fireworks and firecrackers are hardly as formidable as missiles or cannons, even if there were quality issues. What could possibly be the repercussions? His counterpart laughed heartily. Indeed, it was merely a matter of seeking good fortune. The upper echelons of Tian'ai City are well aware that those stores belong to you, Mr. Xiang. If we forego the fireworks, we would be the subject of ridicule. And our competitors would gain the upper hand, the voice continued. You make a valid point. We must not only proceed with the fireworks, but do so with great fanfare. Prepare accordingly. I will not be joining you today, Xiang Zhe concluded, feeling a weight lift from his chest. Rest easy on this matter, Mr. Xiang. If need be, I will have extra fire extinguishers on hand, just in case, the other assured him. That sounds prudent, Xiang Zhe replied before hanging up. Taiwei Hotel, a 5-star establishment under the auspices of the Taiwei Group, stands as one of the largest hotels in proximity to the International Exhibition Center. The upcoming auto show is set to take place at this very venue. What Lin Ming and the others did not anticipate was that, due to the upcoming International Auto Show, All the hotel rooms had been fully booked. The affluent truly abound. Not a single room available? Zhou Chong furrowed his brow. Already feeling disheartened by Xiangzhe, the absence of accommodations was a further blow, like a house leaking during a downpour and a ship encountering headwinds. Sir, it's not that there are no rooms left. There are indeed 2 suites available, but they are both presidential suites, the receptionist informed. How much? Zhou Chong inquired. 888 for a night. Zhou Chong's expression tightened. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. Rather, his funds were tied up in the stock market, leaving him without such disposable income at hand. Let us take those 2 presidential suites, a loud and arrogant voice suddenly interjected from behind. Zhou Chong and Lin Ming turned to see a portly, greasy man approaching with several foreigners in tow. As they reached the front desk, the rotund man rudely nudged Zhou Chong aside. Zhou Chong's temper flared instantly. Damn it, did I not say I didn't want it? Everything should be done in order. At his age, how can he be so impolite? Nearly 90,000 a night. He should save some for future dowries, he scoffed. Who the hell? Zhou Chong began, but Chen Jia quickly stepped in to restrain him. 90,000 a night is indeed quite steep. We could use that money for better purposes. Since this hotel is fully booked, let us seek accommodations elsewhere. Sister-in-law, it's not that we can't afford it. Look at that insufferable attitude. I can't stand such sycophancy towards foreigners, Zhou Chong retorted. Since Jia has spoken, let us take our leave, Lin Ming suggested, approaching. This time out. I do not wish to add any troubles for them. Let us not allow such trivial matters to affect our spirits. With Lin Ming's words, Zhou Chong was left with no choice but to suppress his anger. However, just before departing, he spat on the ground, aiming it perfectly onto the shiny shoes of the portly man, much to the latter's disgust. Subsequently, the group spent nearly an hour searching before finding a guest house. The surrounding hotels were all occupied, showcasing the overwhelming influx of visitors in this international metropolis. The guest house was not inexpensive, typically under 1,000. The price had soared to 5,000 a night, and only 2 rooms remained. Yet, the environment was quite pleasant, tidy, and well-maintained, which brought satisfaction to Chen Jia. After arranging their lodgings, they took Xian to the pedestrian street. It was as bright as day, bustling with stalls. Toys, snacks, and various street performances abounded. Xian seemed eager for everything she saw, her excitement almost palpable. Initially, Chen Jia admonished her sternly, but neither Lin Ming nor Zhou Chong paid her any heed. It was either Lin Ming or Zhou Chong making purchases, leaving Chen Jia feeling rather helpless. In truth, at that moment, Chen Jia felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She believed she had become the happiest woman in the world. Watching Lin Ming and Xian reveling in their fun, the smile on Chen Jia's face never wavered. The proper dinner had been neglected, as everyone had already satisfied their appetites at the snack street. Upon returning to the guest house, Chen Jia found herself in a predicament. With only 2 rooms available, how would they manage? Zhou Chong was playfully entertaining Xian when he suddenly sensed a threatening gaze fixated upon him. Setting Xian down, he straightened his attire and solemnly declared, Brother Lin, I must apologize. I cannot sleep with others, nor do I have the habit of sharing a bed. Thus I must occupy 1 room alone. Oh, is that so? Lin Ming looked at Chen Jia, his expression filled with concern. Chen Jia hesitated momentarily, aware that she could not place Zhou Chong in a difficult position. She said, Zhou Chong, you've been holding Xian all day. You should rest now. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhou Chong exclaimed, relieved, and swiftly made his way to his room. This left only the 3 of them in the remaining room. Mom, is Dad going to sleep with us tonight? Xian asked eagerly, setting aside the state of Chen Jia and Lin Ming's relationship. It was evident that the bond between father and daughter was rapidly strengthening. Chen Jia glanced at Lin Ming and stated, he will sleep on the sofa. Lin Ming. Chapter 53. The auto show commences, a grand performance unfolds. Chen Jia was indeed correct. Lin Ming had fallen asleep on the sofa. Yet, on this particular night, Lin Ming found himself devoid of any real desire for slumber. He had long forgotten the last time he shared a room with the 2 ladies. In the past, consumed by the vices of gambling and intoxication, he had felt a sense of aversion towards Chen Jia and Xian, making him reluctant to share a bed with them. It is often only after losing something that one truly realizes its value. Even while resting on the sofa, Lin Ming felt a profound sense of happiness. At 5:30 in the morning, Lin Ming refrained from washing up, mindful of not disturbing the 2 ladies, and quietly ventured out to procure some breakfast. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from the previous day's activities, when Lin Ming returned, both Chen Jia and Xian remained in slumber. The little girl was restless in her sleep, nearly pushing Chen Jia off the bed. Gazing upon Chen Jia's serene and beautiful visage, Lin Ming felt a pang of sorrow. Historically, the institution of marriage has been a union of man and woman. However, why should a young maiden, like Chen Jia, endure hardship upon her arrival? Are we not all cherished by our parents? Having grown up without even a finger being laid upon her by her parents, what right did he have to inflict pain upon her? Reflecting on the tribulations Chen Jia had faced in recent years, Lin Ming believed that had he been in her position, he might have succumbed to despair. Chen Jia, I am so sorry. Lin Ming gently approached Chen Jia, squatting down as he felt an irresistible urge to lean in and kiss the woman to whom he owed so much. Yet, at that very moment, Chen Jia's sleep-laden eyes suddenly fluttered open. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Chen Jia's bright eyes gradually narrowed. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Her shriek echoed through the bedroom, startling Zhou Chong awake as well. "What is happening? Is there a thief?" Zhou Chong's voice called out from outside. "Lin Gu, Saozi, are you both all right?" It was only at that moment that Chen Jia and Lin Ming truly comprehended the situation. Both of their faces flushed crimson, embarrassment enveloping them. Had it not been for the child's deep slumber, Chen Jia would have certainly been roused much earlier. Lin Ming wished for nothing more than to vanish into the floor. Chen Jia hastily dashed into the bathroom. In truth, she had not intended to embarrass Lin Ming, but found it hard to accept any overly intimate gestures from a man under the pretext of their impending divorce, including Lin Ming himself. Her scream had merely been instinctive. Now, Chen Jia's heart raced, her mind still replaying the moment Lin Ming had drawn near to her. Once she calmed down, she recalled the tenderness Lin Ming had exhibited during those fleeting seconds, along with the slight redness in his eyes. Clearly, it was not an act. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking reverberated once more, causing Chen Jia's cheeks to redden even further. "Stop knocking, you might break the door." Lin Ming rolled his eyes as he opened the door. Outside, Zhou Chong stood, saying, "Lin Gu, I thought I heard Saozi scream just now. I was worried there might be a thief." "She didn't scream. You must have misheard," Lin Ming replied. "That can't be right. The sound was so loud, she definitely screamed." Zhou Chong replied, still half asleep. Lin Ming's face was filled with a dark cloud. "She didn't shout." Zhou Chong was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "All right. She didn't shout. I must have misheard. Alas, I truly am getting old. My hearing is failing me. Freshen up and come eat," Lin Ming urged. All right. Breakfast was consumed amidst an atmosphere thick with awkwardness and silence. Even Zhou Chong, not known for his intelligence, could roughly guess what had transpired. Seeking conversation, he remarked, "Lin Gu, the car exhibition begins at 8 o'clock. At what time will that grand show take place?" 9:30, Lin Ming replied. "That fat man we encountered at Taiwei Hotel, who tried to steal our reservation, is the head of the Qi Ling exhibition booth. Those foreign faces belong to the upper management of Qi Ling Group. Damn, no wonder he was so arrogant," Zhou Chong cursed, then seemed to have an epiphany. Excitedly, he continued, "So, does that mean that fat man wants to be so arrogant for much longer? Much longer? Tonight, once the market opens, Qi Ling stocks will plummet dramatically. That fat man, along with those foreign executives, will likely face lawsuits. His future is doomed," Lin Ming remarked with a slight smile. "Is it really just because of this car exhibition? While I can't stand that fat man, I must admit, those vile capitalists have some terribly unscrupulous methods for finding scapegoats." Zhou Chong replied, "It's not that their methods are unscrupulous. It's simply that this fat man has made such a mess that he deserves to be punished for his arrogance," Lin Ming stated. Zhou Chong refrained from asking further questions. The outcome would soon be revealed at the exhibition. Meanwhile, Chen Jia sat quietly beside them, feeding Xian her millet porridge. She maintained her dignity. Although she was curious, she believed that since she and Lin Ming had divorced, such matters were not her concern. Even though Lin Ming genuinely wished she would inquire. "Sister-in-law, just keep your joy to yourself. Soon Lin Gu will become a wealthy man," Zhou Chong interjected at an opportune moment. Chen Jia smiled softly. "Then I must congratulate you in advance." "Ha ha, congratulations to us both." Zhou Chong laughed heartily. He was secretly amazed by Chen Jia's astuteness. She had avoided directly emphasizing the divorce, allowing Lin Ming to save face. Zhou Chong found it perplexing. How could a woman so beautiful, with a great figure and sharp wit, lead Lin Ming to agree to a divorce? Was the thrill of pursuit even more enticing? At 8:30 in the morning, Lin Ming and the others entered the venue. They had purchased tickets online the previous day. Despite the large crowds, the organizers were eager to profit, making tickets readily available. Mommy, what kind of car is that? Daddy, that one is so cute with its 2 ears. I want that one, the pink car. Xianxian's excited exclamations filled the air. Lin Ming held her close, chuckling. If Xianxian likes a car, Daddy will buy you one just like it. All right? Okay. Daddy is so nice. Xianxian beamed, leaning down to peck Lin Ming's cheek, bringing him immense joy. Xianxian still has a long way to grow up. Chen Jia teased. Indeed. Lin Ming fixed his gaze upon Chen Jia. Xianxian will take quite some time to grow up. But you must have nearly a decade of driving experience, right? Perhaps we should consider purchasing a vehicle for you? I don't want one. Chen Jia instinctively retorted. Look, Xianxian is often in your care. It's manageable during spring and autumn, but in summer and winter, her little body surely cannot withstand the elements. We really ought to buy a car, Lin Ming stated earnestly. Before Chen Jia could respond, Zhou Chong interjected, Lin Gu, you might be mistaken. Who knows? By the time winter arrives, sister-in-law might have a change of heart. At that point, the responsibility of driving will fall upon you. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Jia shot Zhou Chong a glare. She then seized the opportunity to say, however, since you are earning money now, it indeed is time for you to purchase a vehicle. Regardless of its cost, having a means of transportation is always convenient. Are you truly considering my needs? Lin Ming exclaimed joyfully. He had anticipated Chen Jia to be obstinate again, but to his surprise, she merely turned away, pretending not to have heard his words. The International Auto Show in Tianhai City was indeed a bustling spectacle. Countless automotive brands were showcased at various booths, ranging from luxury and high-end vehicles to more commonplace models. From affordable sedans priced at a mere 100,000 to top-tier supercars costing millions, there was an abundance of options. The crowd surrounding the Cheeling Automotive booth was particularly dense. Even after the recent news of autonomous driving malfunctions, the enthusiasm of the fans remained undeterred. Around 9:30 a.m., Lin Ming and his companions found themselves in front of the Cheeling Automotive booth, which was packed to capacity. Many devoted potential customers were examining the vehicles both inside and out. It was evident that they genuinely admired Cheeling cars, marveling at each model on display. At that moment, an elderly woman, approximately 60 years of age, suddenly charged onto the stage. Her movements were swift as she sat atop the hood of one of the cars. Shortly thereafter, 2 or 3 individuals rushed in, unfurling vibrant banners that read, Cheeling Automotive, quality in question. Big stores bully customers, utterly dismissive. The scene unfolded so rapidly that everyone was left stunned. The staff was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Even Zhou Chong, who had been mentally prepared, felt a sharp twitch at the corner of his eye. Only Lin Ming, holding Xianxian in his arms, smiled and spoke. The show is finally beginning. Chapter 54. Utterly Arrogant. In Lin Ming's foresight of the future, this woman, appearing to be around 60 years old, is the central figure in the incident at the auto show. Her hair, slightly graying, is complemented by a face that bears few wrinkles, evidently well-maintained and indicative of an upper-middle-class background. At this moment, amidst the astonished staff, the elderly woman produced a loudspeaker seemingly from nowhere. Dear enthusiasts of Cheeling automobiles, I did not intend for matters to escalate to this extent, but the after-sales service of Cheeling is, without a doubt, the most abysmal I have ever encountered. I purchased the HX3 model for approximately 730,000 yuan, which should place it among the more expensive offerings from Cheeling. Since the end of last year, my vehicle has encountered numerous system malfunctions, details of which I have printed on this sheet for everyone to see. As the inaugural owner of the HX3, Cheeling promised a lifetime warranty. However, every time I bring my car to the 4S store, the after-sales personnel delay repairs indefinitely under the pretext of long queues, or they postpone the replacement of parts. I cannot afford to wait for days or even weeks, so I am compelled to leave each time. If that were the extent of my grievances, I might have borne it. After all, their influence is considerable, and I do not wish to squander my time in fruitless disputes, especially as I value my reputation. However, earlier this year, while driving, my vehicle's system suddenly crashed. At that moment, I was utilizing the autopilot mode. Without any warning, the car collided with a large tree by the roadside, resulting in multiple fractures and a severe concussion from my head striking the steering wheel. Yes, you heard me correctly. I crashed into the steering wheel, and alarmingly, the safety airbag did not deploy. At this point, the elderly woman produced several disability assessments, clearly having prepared thoroughly. I was furious. After my discharge from the hospital, I confronted the 4S store, for had they provided timely repairs, my vehicle would not have experienced a system failure. Yet, The attitude of the 4S store revealed what it truly means to be a giant bullying a customer. They had the audacity to claim that my disability assessments were fraudulent, asserting that my accident was not due to a system crash, but rather my advanced age leading to improper operation. On such absurd grounds, they refused any compensation, including my medical expenses during hospitalization. I cannot fathom this. The reason I initially purchased this vehicle was due to the exemplary attitude of the 4S store and the favorable reviews online. Why then? Is there such a disparity between the pre-purchase and post-purchase experience? What is even more intolerable is that while any excuse would suffice, they resorted to my age as a justification. I am merely 59 years old. Have I truly lost the right to drive? This is the territory of Huagua. And as a foreign enterprise, how dare you display such arrogance? The elderly woman spoke rapidly, her Mandarin impeccable. Her delivery was impassioned and eloquent, resonating with fervor. Her automobile warranty, repair orders, disability assessment, and detailed hospitalization medical expenses were all meticulously prepared. No one doubted her veracity under duress. Few would choose to confront a colossal entity like Chen Group. Cameras and recorders were all fixated on the elderly woman. Such sensational news was exceedingly rare, particularly for Chen's competitors, who were eager to capture every moment of the woman's plight. Although no one knew her name, it did not hinder her from becoming the most formidable figure in Chen Automobile's history. The once boisterous auto show was shrouded in an eerie silence at the Chen booth. Voices were hushed, leaving only the sound of the woman's voice resonating in the air. Being a woman, she shed tears as she recounted her sorrowful tale. At that moment, the person in charge of the Chen booth finally made an appearance. It was indeed the same rotund man from yesterday. Trailing behind him were several foreign faces. Upon spotting the elderly woman perched atop the car's hood, the man executed an unexpected action that left everyone aghast. He charged forward, seized the woman's collar, and yanked her down with force. The elderly woman stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud, eliciting sympathetic gasps from onlookers. "You old hag, have you lost your mind? How dare you cause a scene at my booth?" he bellowed. His vitriol shocking not only the car enthusiasts present, but also the foreign dignitaries and the journalists wielding cameras. Striking a woman of nearly 60 in public, was this the attitude of Chen Automobile? Regardless of the woman's alleged misbehavior, it was utterly unacceptable to resort to violence in front of such a crowd. Has he gone mad? Zhou Cheng exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder Lin Ming referred to today as a grand performance. It truly was a spectacular drama. How could such a person hold a position of authority? Chen Jia was equally incensed. It was evident that the fault lay with Chen, yet the rotund man acted as if he were in the right. The elderly woman's family, appalled by the assault, could not stand idly by. They discarded their banners and surged towards the man. Staff and security rushed to the scene, plunging the atmosphere into chaos. It was clear that the staff and security were not merely intervening. They were entangled in a brawl with the elderly woman's family. By this point, even the foreign dignitaries who might have wished to intervene found themselves powerless to do so. Incredible, absolutely incredible, Zhou Cheng fumed. The attitude displayed by Chen was appallingly atrocious. Their audacity in the face of such public scrutiny was astonishing. Without the need for further explanation from Lin Ming, Zhou Cheng could already foresee that this farce would soon engulf the global internet, even if the elderly woman lacked the means. Chen's competitors would ensure that the Chen Group learned the meaning of regret is too late. Are you at ease now? Lin Ming turned to Zhou Cheng and said, "Let us depart. There is no longer any necessity to linger at this auto show. Please inform those few operators that after the conclusion of the Chen automobile matters, they need not rush to leave. We must seize this opportunity to profit from Tesla once more." Zhou Cheng shivered with excitement. "Brother Lin, what do you mean? Is Tesla in trouble too?" While Tesla itself had not encountered any difficulties, the quality of its vehicles was questionable, and it would soon face a deluge of negative news. Suffering alongside Chen, Lin Ming paused momentarily before continuing. "Of course, the impact will not be as significant as that on Chen. Hence, our strategy with Tesla is to buy at the bottom rather than short sell." Zhou Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Lin Ming and shower him with affection. Ever since he embarked on this journey with Lin Ming, his path to wealth could not merely be described as smooth sailing. It was akin to riding the waves with unyielding determination. At this point, he would not hesitate to call him Brother Lin or even Father Lin. "By the way, what is the leverage for the short selling of Chen on the stock market?" Lin Ming inquired. 30 times. Zhou Cheng replied. "So much?" Lin Ming exclaimed in astonishment. If this were the Chinese stock market, a 30-fold leverage would not be surprising. However, this is the American stock market. Do they think that Wall Street's top capitalists are merely idling away? Is 30 times a lot? Zhou Cheng asked, scratching the back of his head. Lin Ming understood his lack of comprehension and chose not to elaborate. Do you have any idea how much you could earn this time? Lin Ming teased. Zhou Cheng instantly became animated. How much? A secret, Lin Ming replied. Zhou Cheng. Chapter 55. Expanding the Horizon. At the same moment that the elderly woman caused a commotion at the auto show, in the Xiangtian district at the Xingzhe Mercedes-Benz dealership, an array of firecrackers lay before the entrance, accompanied by dozens of fireworks. The atmosphere was quite grand. Xiangzhe stood to the side, engaging in cheerful conversation with friends while awaiting the launch of the firecrackers and fireworks. Having just completed the ribbon-cutting ceremony, he anticipated that once these displays concluded, he could proceed inside for the vehicle handover ceremony. Given his distinguished status, many young scions of affluent families had already reserved their cars with him, eager to collect them today for an auspicious start. Xiangzhe had completely dismissed Lin Ming's earlier warnings from his mind. Xiang, it's time. Shall we begin? Someone approached him. Let them off. Xiangzhe nodded, exuding an air of calm control over the situation. Let us go. The individual shouted, and the firecrackers were ignited. The cacophony of sounds indeed elevated the celebratory spirit of the grand opening. Once the firecrackers concluded, the fireworks commenced. The first several fireworks went off without incident. But unexpectedly, upon the ignition of the 15th firework, the explosive charge did not ascend as anticipated. Instead, it emitted a muffled bang, bursting through the protective casing of the firework. To the horror of Xiangzhe and the others, the projectile shot directly into the open dealership. Not just one, but multiple. Ironically, the showroom was filled with dozens of vehicles, adorned with festive red silk. Bang! The tremendous sound reverberated throughout the dealership, startling everyone present. Following this was a thick cloud of smoke that began to rise. Bang, 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 the series of detonations echoed from within, leaving all in shock. Xiangzhe could already see flames rapidly ascending. The dealership was ablaze. In that instant, a few words flashed in Xiangzhe's mind. Fire burns fiercely. Lin Ming's face momentarily flickered before his eyes. How could he have known? A chill ran down Xiangzhe's spine. If this were secretly orchestrated by Lin Ming, it was certainly implausible. He lacked the audacity. Moreover, if Lin Ming had truly arranged this, why would he have offered a warning? Clearly, this was not the time for such contemplation. Xiangzhe was livid. Put out the fire. What are you all standing there for? Go extinguish the flames. Where's Gusin? Get out here. He shouted. Didn't you say these fireworks were of the highest quality? Today is our grand opening. Do you understand? I could strangle you. You worthless piece of trash. Time passed, though it felt interminable. Eventually, the flames were subdued. For Mercedes-Benz S-Class vehicles were rendered total losses, reduced to mere shells. Others suffered varying degrees of paint damage, and the dealership's interior was devastated, with estimated losses exceeding 10 million. Yet, amid his fury, Xiangzhe felt a surge of relief. The primary reason the fire was controlled so swiftly was due to the additional fire extinguishers purchased in advance. The fire extinguishers were purchased only after Xiangzhe made that phone call. In other words, Xiangzhe indeed benefited from Lin Ming's assistance. Had he not acquired those additional extinguishers, relying solely on the few aesthetically pleasing ones displayed in the shop, it is likely that by the time the fire truck arrived, the entire store would have been reduced to ashes. The losses at that point would have far exceeded 10 million. What Xiangzhe was contemplating remained unknown to Lin Ming. At this moment, he had already brought Chen Jia and Xin to the Oriental Pearl Tower. Zhou Cheng feigned fatigue to avoid joining them, preferring not to be a third wheel. Now, only the three of them remained, gazing at the Oriental Pearl Tower standing majestically above the sea. Chen Jia felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. She had envisioned this scene countless times, but never imagined her actual visit would occur after their divorce. Daddy, it's so high here. Can we go up and take a look? Xuan's small face radiated with anticipation. Of course, Daddy is taking you and Mommy up. Lin Ming replied with a hearty laugh, cradling Xin in one arm while grasping Chen Jia's wrist with the other, leading them toward the tower. Chen Jia instinctively resisted a few times, but Lin Ming's strong grip compelled her to follow, her cheeks flushed. Entry to the Oriental Pearl Tower required a ticket priced at over 200 yuan each. However, Lin Ming wished to avoid the crowds and provide a pleasant experience for Chen Jia and Xin. Thus, he spent a substantial 5,000 yuan to have a scalper escort the three of them through a special passage and reserved a table at the 230 hotel on the highest level. Standing in the hotel lobby, overlooking the clouds below, one truly felt a sense of grandeur. Chen Jia's face glowed with excitement, and Xian danced joyfully beside her, filling the air with laughter. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Ming asked gently. Yes. Chen Jia nodded vigorously. You are actually a woman easily pleased, yet I lost you back then. Lin Ming said with a self-deprecating smile. Suddenly, Chen Jia turned to him, gazing silently. Lin Ming, forcing a bitter smile, asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Lin Ming, have you truly changed? Chen Jia inquired. Lin Ming was taken aback, then took a deep breath. I dare not make any promises anymore, as I have failed to fulfill them in the past. All I wish for now is to ensure that you and Xian live a good life and do my utmost to make amends for you both. Upon hearing this, Chen Jia suddenly burst into laughter, an unrestrained, radiant laugh. In that moment, Lin Ming found himself momentarily entranced. Now that we are here, you must be planning to take Xian and me out to eat, right? Chen Jia stated. Let us eat first. I'm starving. But let me make it clear. Don't order anything expensive. Earning money isn't easy. All right. I want to order anything pricey. Lin Ming chuckled, only to later order French red wine, foie gras, avocado salad, steamed grouper, and charcoal grilled wagyu beef among other exquisite dishes, each priced over 2,000 yuan, with some reaching as high as 5,000 a dish. It is no exaggeration to say that this meal would cost at least 60 or 70,000 at the very least. However, Lin Ming remained unfazed. He had previously amassed a fortune of 192 million, yet he had only invested 190 million in the stock market, leaving him with a modest sum of 2 million. Spending such an extravagant amount merely for a meal, are you out of your mind? Chen Jia exclaimed in a hushed tone. What? Another bottle of wine? Lin Ming immediately called out, Waiter, bring a bottle of red wine. Li Ping red wine, produced by the Maowei winery, priced at 58,888. In truth, if Shou Cheng were to handle it, a bottle would only cost around 30,000. Lin Ming, are you trying to throw your life away? Upon hearing the price of the wine, Chen Jia nearly fainted with indignation. I am in high spirits today. I am willing to spend any amount. Lin Ming replied. Jia, we are wealthy now. You must learn to embrace life. Mother, father is right. I learned a phrase from those short videos, expand your horizons. Xian chimed in cheerfully. Expand what horizons? Stop watching such frivolous things. Chen Jia shot a glare at the little girl. Is that expanding horizons? It is clearly about opening one's wallet. Chapter 56. Brother Lin, my apologies, the blissful moments are always fleeting. The lunch was spent amidst the resounding praises of Xian. When it came time to settle the bill, which included a bottle of red wine, the total reached an astonishing 113,680. This figure completely extinguished Chen Jia's interest in conversation. If there were to be any solace, it was that despite not lodging there, the hotel still gifted them 2 commemorative wristwatches and a limited edition plush bear for children. Do I resemble a nouveau riche? In the glass elevator, Lin Ming wore a beaming smile. Whether or not I resemble a nouveau riche is beside the point. I truly wish to give you a good thrashing. Chen Jia replied weakly, over 110,000 for just a meal. Why not save this money for something worthwhile? Lin Chu and Lin Ku are still working hard outside, and your parents toil away in the fields. Why not let them enjoy this money instead of indulging in such extravagance? I will ensure they enjoy life. But I also want you all to experience happiness. Lin Ming declared. That kind of happiness is beyond my reach. Chen Jia scoffed. She had become accustomed to frugality. The habit of meticulously counting every penny was deeply ingrained in her psyche. Thus, despite knowing that Lin Ming had previously amassed close to 200 million, she still felt a pang of regret. Then go ahead and hit me, Lin Ming suddenly suggested. Chen Jia was slightly taken aback. Before she could respond, Xian chimed in from the side. No hitting daddy. Daddy is the best daddy in the world. No one is allowed to bully him. From now on, you two can go off together, Chen Jia said, exasperated. Afternoon came. The family of 3 returned to their lodging for a brief rest. At 6 in the evening, Lin Ming and Chen Jia took Xian to the Bund. The night scenery of the Bund was breathtaking, yet it was equally crowded. Chen Jia had always relished such bustling locales. Even when she would go out for a bowl of spicy noodles, she preferred the busiest establishments. In her view, crowded places were a testament to public approval. However, in later years, she had refrained from visiting such thronged venues, fearing the whispers of others behind her back. Lin Ming, anxious that Xian would get lost in the crowd, held her tightly, occasionally allowing her to ride on his shoulders. Chen Jia observed all of this. She was now certain that Lin Ming had genuinely changed. In the past, he would never have held Xian, and even when he had to, It would last only a few minutes at most. Now, however, he was reluctant to let her go for even a moment, his eyes brimming with affection. If he were to pretend, he could hardly do so convincingly. Moreover, now that Lin Ming had come into substantial wealth, there was little reason for him to feign anything. Yet, understanding this did not erase the barriers formed by the experiences of previous years. No woman could quickly mend her heart after enduring years of torment and suffering. Under the persistent admonitions of Chen Jia, the family of three merely partook of a modest meal, thereby extinguishing Lin Ming's aspirations for a romantic candlelit dinner. Upon returning to their lodging, they found Xian already asleep. The little girl rested upon Lin Ming, a smile gracing her lips as if she were lost in a delightful dream. When Lin Ming attempted to place her on the bed, she surprisingly clutched his clothing, refusing to release her grip for over 10 minutes. "My dear, I am so sorry," Lin Ming murmured, gently kissing her forehead. "Zhou Chong is waiting for you in the living room. You should head out first." "I will take a shower and retire for the night," Chen Jia suggested. "All right, then rest well," Lin Ming nodded in agreement. Upon entering the living room, Lin Ming indeed found Zhou Chong awaiting him. "Brother Lin, did you enjoy yourself today? I noticed that when sister-in-law returned, she was still wearing a smile," Zhou Chong remarked. "What, feeling envious?" Lin Ming inquired with a chuckle. "What is there to be envious of? I can hardly wait for you to reconcile with sister-in-law," Zhou Chong retorted, rolling his eyes. "What brings you here to wait for me?" Lin Ming asked. "Xiangze called me, asking for your number." "Didn't he call you?" Zhou Chong replied earnestly. "It seems my words have come to fruition. However, you did not call me," Lin Ming responded. "That shouldn't be the case. He called me at 4 p.m., and his tone was devoid of the previous arrogance, quite polite in fact. I truly experienced the notion of one achieving success while their associates rise as well." Zhou Chong laughed, then opened Douyin to showcase a short video. "Brother Lin, have a look. This is the Mercedes 4S dealership in the Xiongtian district where Xiangze works. It is said that several S-Class vehicles were rendered inoperable, and the newly renovated premises suffered extensive damage, with estimated losses exceeding 10 million. After a brief pause, Zhou Chong continued. All of this chaos was merely caused by a substandard firework. Lin Ming glanced at the video, finding it eerily aligned with his foreknowledge of the future. He returned the phone to Zhou Chong and was about to speak when his own phone rang. Noticing the unfamiliar number, he looked towards Zhou Chong. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." "Hello," Lin Ming answered. "Lin Go," came Xiangze's awkward voice from the other end. "I hope I'm not disturbing your rest at this late hour?" "And you are?" Lin Ming feigned confusion. "Ahem. I am Xiangze, your younger brother." Xiangze persisted, unabashed. "Oh, so it's Master Xiang. However, please refrain from calling me brother. I cannot bear such a title," Lin Ming replied with a smile. "Brother Lin, I was wrong, gravely mistaken. I apologize to you. If it weren't for my arrogance and disregard, this fire would not have occurred today. The reason I am calling is to express my gratitude, for it was your reminder that led me to ensure additional fire extinguishers were prepared. Otherwise, my business would have been in jeopardy." Upon hearing this, Lin Ming chose not to continue feigning superiority. He smiled and remarked, "You, the eldest son, are the first to remain unfazed even after I issued a reminder." Xiangze, ever astute, immediately grasped the implication within Lin Ming's words. It appeared that Zhou Chong had already benefited from Lin Ming's kindness. Otherwise, given Zhou Chong's disposition, how could he possibly treat Lin Ming with such deference? And how could he insist on addressing him as Brother Lin? "Brother Lin, I have erred," Xiangze exclaimed dramatically. "I only called you now because Zhou Chong informed me you were enjoying an outing with your wife and niece, so I hesitated to disturb you, considering my youthful ignorance. I implore you to forgive me this once. I shall never dare again." Lin Ming found himself at a loss for words. Why were all these second-generation heirs so similar? He possessed no means to reprimand Xiangze, so why was this fellow being so obsequious? He glanced at Zhou Chong, who was gazing at him with eager anticipation, eliciting a mix of amusement and exasperation. Lin Ming was keen to cultivate a rapport with someone of Xiangze's stature. Otherwise, he would not have reminded him about the 4S dealership despite the latter's previous lack of respect. Thus, Lin Ming refrained from further teasing Xiangze. Given that the latter had already adopted such a humble stance, it would be excessive to say anything more. Money can be earned again. But there lies a promising opportunity before us. If you trust me, discuss it in detail with Zhou Chong. I must attend to my wife and child. "So I shall take my leave now," Lin Ming stated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chong's eyes brightened. He realized that Lin Ming was elevating his status. Just wait and see if Xiangze dares to be arrogant in his presence again. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you. Amidst Xiangze's incessant flattery, Lin Ming ended the call. He then turned to Shou Chong and remarked, as for the matter of shorting Qiling, he cannot involve himself. You can take him to play in the Tesla stock market. Once he profits, he will likely treat you like a revered elder. That cannot be. He calls you Brother Lin. How could he possibly call me grandfather? Zhou Chong feigned dissatisfaction. You little rascal, do you dare to take advantage of me? Lin Ming chided playfully. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin, rest well. I shall keep an eye on the stock market. Chapter 57. The collapse of the U.S. stock market. The incident involving the head of Qiling Automotive assaulting an elderly woman. A 60-year-old matron brutally attacked in public. Qiling Automotive's outrageous exploitation of customers. The Qiling Group remains unresponsive. How can foreign enterprises exhibit such arrogance in China? Fellow countrymen, awaken. At present, upon unlocking one's mobile device, the first thing that catches the eye is the news regarding the assault on a 60-year-old woman. As one of the pinnacles of the new energy sector, Qiling Automotive has enjoyed a smooth trajectory from its inception to its public offering, facing nearly no setbacks. Prolonged indulgence has rendered Qiling Automotive's public relations department utterly incapable of mounting an effective response in the face of adversity. Perhaps, they simply never considered the necessity of a response. The fatal incident caused by autonomous driving malfunctions merely served as the initial spark. The brutal beating of the elderly woman, however, truly propelled this matter to its zenith. At the onset of the farce at the auto show, major media outlets swiftly disseminated the news, allowing it to proliferate across the internet in a matter of moments. By evening, social media was in an uproar. Those who could access foreign websites would undoubtedly discover that the outcry against Qiling Automotive abroad was no less fervent than that within the country. However, the majority of discussions on foreign platforms revolved around various system malfunctions of Qiling vehicles, while over 90% of domestic discourse was dedicated to advocating for justice for the elderly woman. Such outrage from the Chinese populace is entirely understandable. Qiling Automotive commands a staggering 40% market share in China. Yet, the Qiling Group, despite this affection from Chinese consumers, fails to extend any preferential treatment to the Chinese automotive enthusiasts, instead harboring a deep-seated disdain for the Chinese people. Otherwise, how could they possibly exhibit such an attitude towards the elderly woman? That very night, on September 8th, at the stroke of midnight, the Nasdaq opened. Qiling Automotive stock faced an unprecedented nosedive. From the previous day's 874, it plummeted to 622 by the closing bell, compared to its peak of 900. This represented a decline exceeding 30%. The entire U.S. stock market suffered collateral damage due to Qiling Automotive's crash. According to the Securities Times, by 8 a.m. Beijing time, the Nasdaq index had fallen by 337.05 points, tumbling from its record high into correction territory. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped by 722 points, a 3.2 decrease, while the S&P 500 index slipped by 3.0. Among these losses, Apple's market capitalization evaporated by $168 billion, Amazon by $86.9 billion, Facebook by $45 billion, and Tesla by $76 billion. The U.S. stock market experienced a complete collapse. As the principal culprit behind this calamity, Qiling Automotive saw its market value evaporate by $287 billion overnight, nearly 2 trillion yuan. This represents one of the most terrifying debacles in the annals of the U.S. stock market, leaving Wall Street's capital magnates utterly astounded. Finally, the Chinese people have demonstrated their strength to the world. The 59-year-old woman has already been revered as the legendary figure of 20 trillion in one night. In the villa, Su Jin lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. What have I missed? The other two men wore expressions of deep regret. Since entering the realm of traders, they had accumulated some wealth, ranging from a few million to over 10 million. Take Su Jin, for instance. Combined with his father's assets, their fortune exceeded 40 million. If only they had heeded Shou Chong's advice and invested everything in the stock market back then. Now, Zhou Chong, why didn't you threaten us with a knife to join you back then? In Tianhai City, at the Wanghai homestay, when Shou Chong stood before him, Lin Ming immediately noticed that this fellow had slept a wink all night. The dark circles under his eyes were almost akin to panda eyes. Yet, despite this, Zhou Chong appeared exuberant, looking as though he could endure 3 more sleepless nights. In truth, Lin Ming felt a tumult of excitement within. Although he was aware of these matters, the reality of their occurrence still made his heart sore. After all, this amounted to over 2 billion. Did you not sleep last night? Chen Jia asked Zhou Chong. Sister-in-law, it's not that I didn't want to sleep. I simply couldn't tea. Zhou Cheng exclaimed. The market value of Qiling Auto has evaporated by nearly 300 billion US dollars, with a drop of 30%. Do you understand the gravity of this? I don't comprehend what you're saying, Chen Jia replied, shaking her head. Zhou Cheng was undeterred and turned to Lin Ming, saying, Brother Lin, I've calculated it. Even if Qiling's market value does not decline further, we can still profit this amount. With that, Zhou Cheng gestured towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming smiled but chose not to elaborate. However, Xian, curious, inquired, Uncle, how much is that? Is it 18 yuan? Haha, my dear niece, that is 8 billion. 8 billion. Zhou Cheng was practically bursting with excitement. What does 8 billion even mean? Xian had little concept of money. But Chen Jia's body trembled at the figure. 8 billion. Is this a joke? How many red bills would that entail? Did you earn that much too? Chen Jia asked Lin Ming. A little less, though not by much, Lin Ming replied candidly. Zhou Cheng invested 200 million, while Lin Ming put in 190 million. So the difference was indeed minor. In an instant, Chen Jia felt her breakfast lose its flavor. She neither envied nor resented. She was simply taken aback by the sheer enormity of the number. Brother Lin, when will you pull back? Zhou Cheng inquired, already envisioning himself swimming in a sea of money. Tomorrow, Lin Ming stated. When Qiling Auto's stock drops to 448 US dollars, instruct the trader to pull back immediately. The action must be swift. 448. Zhou Cheng's eyes widened. Brother Lin, are you saying this incident will cause Qiling's stock to plummet by 50%? Let us eat first, Lin Ming chuckled. Zhou Cheng had little appetite for dining. Lin Ge, how about this? You stay here with your sister-in-law while I return to keep an eye on Su Jin and the others. Please, do not let this matter go awry. Zhou Cheng eagerly suggested. All right, Lin Ming nodded in agreement. It's unlikely we will make a mess of things. However, Chen Jia has at least softened her stance towards me. Zhou Cheng's presence here serves little purpose. It would be better if he didn't play the role of the third wheel. If Zhou Cheng were privy to Lin Ming's thoughts, he would undoubtedly harbor a quiet disdain, recognizing that Lin Gu was adeptly executing the concept of burning bridges after crossing them. You all continue dining. I will book my return flight. Zhou Cheng declared as he pulled out his phone. Lin Ming, Chen Jia suddenly interjected. Now that we've enjoyed ourselves, shouldn't we consider leaving? Are you eager to return? Lin Ming felt a pang of disappointment. This was a rare opportunity for connection. Yet he heard Chen Jia say, the Mid-Autumn Festival is on the 10th, and didn't you mention your parents miss Xian? Why not fly directly from Tianhai to Changguang? Changguang City was in the same province as Lin Ming's hometown. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming's heart raced. Shall we go together? He asked, breathless. If you can take good care of Xian, I will accompany Zhou Cheng back to Blue Island, Chen Jia replied. Lin Ming leapt to his feet. Care for her? How could a grown man like me possibly look after a child? My dear Chen, it must be you. Chapter 58. Returning home in wealth. Observing the ecstatic expression on Lin Ming's face, Chen Jia couldn't help but chuckle. While he had maintained his composure upon learning he had earned over 10 billion, his excitement was uncontainable when he heard that she would accompany him back to their hometown. Could it be that in his eyes, she and their daughter held more significance than a fortune of billions? Book the tickets. Our family of 3 will be flying to Changguang City, Lin Ming declared to Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng, sharing in Lin Ming's joy, laughed heartily. Brother Lin, your fortune is thriving, and you have double happiness. Lin Ming was too excited to eat breakfast, pacing restlessly. What are you doing? Chen Jia inquired, puzzled. I'm contemplating the items I previously prepared, which are still in Landau City. Suddenly flying from Tianhai to Changguang, what should I bring back? Lin Ming's face reflected his anxiety. At least you have the decency to think of bringing something for your parents, Chen Jia remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Ordinary gifts could easily be purchased in Changguang City. Lin Ming's considerations were clearly of a different caliber. Treating Chen Jia and their daughter to a meal cost over 110,000. The gifts for his parents could not be inferior. Brother Lin, I think you're getting flustered. Don't we have people here in Tianhai City? Zhou Cheng winked. Lin Ming paused his steps and promptly took out his phone to call Xiangzhe. Brother Lin? Xiangzhe seemed surprised that Lin Ming was calling him. I need a favor, Lin Ming said. I wish to buy some premium cigarettes, liquor, mooncakes, and other gifts to take back home, but I lack connections in Tianhai City. Could you assist me? Xiangzhe immediately grasped Lin Ming's intent. While ordinary gifts could be found in general supermarkets, acquiring truly top-notch items required connections. Otherwise, one risked spending a fortune on counterfeit goods. Rest assured, Brother Lin, consider it a trifling matter. Leave it to me, Xiangze assured, then asked, when do you plan to return home? The flight is at 2 o'clock this afternoon, Lin Ming replied. All right, please send me your location. And I will arrange everything for you by noon, Xiangze said. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ming finally exhaled in relief. Were people to claim he was unfilial? No, he had never been a disobedient son. He understood better than anyone the toil his parents endured. The recklessness of his earlier years had brought him profound regret in later times. At any moment, filial piety must be expressed through material and financial means. Mere words could not suffice. At 12:30 in the afternoon, a Mercedes G-Class halted at the Wang Haichi homestay. 20 bottles of flying mitai, 20 cartons of soft Zhang cigarettes, 20 exquisitely packaged mooncake gift boxes, 20 bottles of red wine valued at 3,000 yuan, 20 boxes of dried sea cucumbers, and 20 boxes of bird's nest. When Lin Ming beheld the trunk brimming with items, his mind nearly exploded. It wasn't due to the expense, but rather that he and Chen Jia simply could not manage all of it. Why do you have such an affinity for the number 20? Lin Ming sighed in exasperation. Lin, it is not that I particularly favor this number. Rather, I believe that since it is a festive occasion and I have finally returned to my hometown, I ought to pay visits to all the relatives, regardless of how distant our connections might be. I simply gathered these items for you. And I even worried along the way if it would be sufficient, Xiangze remarked with a beaming smile. Standing nearby, Chen Jia observed the eldest son of the prominent figure in Tianhai City with curiosity. She recalled their first meeting when he had been quite arrogant, yet, in such a short span, he had transformed into someone exceedingly courteous. Courteous seemed an inadequate term. He appeared to be excessively flattering towards Lin Ming. Unbeknownst to Xiangze, Chen Jia's thoughts were far from his mind, nor would he care if he were aware. This must be your niece, right? She resembles Lin quite a bit, haha, he exclaimed. Hello, uncle. Xian greeted politely. Greetings to you, Xiangze said as he scooped Xian into his arms, appearing even more affectionate than her own uncle. Cough. What is your name? Xiangze lightly coughed to mask his embarrassment. My name is Xian, she replied brightly. Xian, what a delightful name. Uncle has prepared some toys for you, so you can play with your little friends when you return home. He opened the rear door of the car, revealing it filled to the brim with toys, all of which appeared quite lavish. How much did all this cost? Chen Jia inquired at a timely moment. Xiangze's expression grew serious. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Is there a need for such formality with your brother? This is merely a small token of my affection. If you refuse it, I would be quite displeased. Uncle, you are so kind. Why didn't you let us ride in your car that day? Xian suddenly asked. Xiangze felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He realized she was referring to the day they had arrived at the airport. That day Uncle had matters to attend to, so you had to take a taxi. I apologize for that, he said, a hint of shame in his tone. Chen Jia understood that this apology was more directed at her. Her curiosity piqued further. She wondered how it was possible for Xiangze to have changed so dramatically in just 2 days. Could it be that Lin Ming had influenced him? Whatever the cost may be, I am merely requesting your assistance, not asking for charity, Lin Ming stated solemnly. Brother Lin, you have already forgiven me, haven't you? Xiangze replied with a pitiful expression. In comparison to the losses I incurred, this little gesture is insignificant. One must at least recognize kindness and be grateful. In Tianhai City, I am not without my standing. If you cannot accept even this small token, I fear I may struggle to maintain my reputation. Lin Ming had not intended to accept anything from Xiangze for free, especially since they had only known each other for a few days. He did not wish to owe the other any favors over such trivial matters. Brother Lin, do not overthink it. Compared to the losses you have alleviated for him, these gifts are indeed but a mere drizzle. Furthermore, he will soon be making money alongside you, with just a casual remark from you. He could easily regain these items many times over. Zhou Chong provided the two with a graceful exit from their predicament. Indeed, Brother Lin. Let us refrain from discussing the matter of money any further. As for these belongings, you and sister-in-law need not worry about their transportation. I have brought along a few associates to assist us in transferring everything to the airport for check-in. Xiangze, anxious that Lin Ming might refuse his possessions, gestured towards the 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles trailing behind them. In Chongguang City, I happen to own a 4S dealership. I will make a prior arrangement so that when you and sister-in-law disembark from the plane, they will be there to receive you. Very well then, Lin Ming reluctantly acquiesced. At 1:30 p.m., Lin Ming and his companions arrived at the airport. Amidst the astonished gazes of numerous passengers and staff, Xiangze and his team eventually managed to transfer all the items to the check-in counter. Chen Jia, hiding behind Lin Ming, felt too embarrassed to lift her head. For who would carry such an abundance of belongings when flying? Chapter 59. Do you trust your son? Zhou Chang's flight was also scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After hastily delivering Lin Ming and the others to their destination, he rushed off to his own boarding gate. While waiting, Lin Ming turned to Chen Jia and inquired, "How was the ride in that Mercedes S-Class earlier? Comfortable?" Chen Jia, disinterested, chose not to respond. Wasn't it obvious? Driving a BMW and riding in a Mercedes is not merely talk. Why don't we purchase one of those when we return? Lin Ming persisted. That's your affair. It has nothing to do with me. By whatever you wish, Chen Jia replied. Lin Ming's expression turned helpless. Come on, Miss Chen. Could you indulge me just a little? Treat me like a beggar and chat with me as a friend? Hee, Daddy is so adorable. Xianyuan tilted her little head. Lin Ming playfully scratched her nose. You are even cuter. Chen Jia couldn't help but laugh at Lin Ming's antics. Exactly. Smile more. You already look great. But you are even more radiant when you smile. Lin Ming exclaimed. You're quite the charmer. Chen Jia shot Lin Ming a glance at your age. Driving an S-Class makes you seem rather old-fashioned, like a chauffeur. If you truly wish to buy a car and aren't short on funds, consider a Range Rover or perhaps a Lincoln Navigator like Zhou Chang's. Do you think those cars would suit me? Lin Ming asked eagerly. Can you engage in a serious conversation? Chen Jia replied, exasperated. Lin Ming burst into laughter. Haha, I think you're the most adorable one here. Get lost. Chen Jia retorted, then asked, aren't you going to call Lin Ku and Lin Shu? Since it's the reunion festival, they should join us at home. They likely have time off too. Lin Ming pressed his lips together, feeling a pang of shame at the thought of contacting his younger siblings. Even though he knew Lin Ku and Lin Shu had never held any grievances against him. I'll make the call. Chen Jia seemed to sense Lin Ming's reluctance and took out her phone. To her surprise, both Lin Shu and Lin Ku's numbers were no longer in service. That makes sense. I haven't spoken to them in over 2 years. You must have lost touch even longer. Chen Jia sighed. Lin Ming was filled with bitterness. Indeed, since he had fallen into despair, he had scarcely reached out to Lin Ku and Lin Shu, never notifying them of his returns home. Simply taking money and leaving. Not only had he not contacted them, but the number of times they had met in recent years could be counted on one hand. In contrast, Chen Jia had maintained contact with Lin Ku and Lin Shu until she finally lost heart and ceased reaching out. When they attempted to call her, she no longer wished to answer. Now, it seemed they had completely severed ties. Upon arriving in Changwang City, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Xiangze had indeed arranged for someone to pick them up, with 3 vehicles waiting, 2 for passengers and 1 for luggage. Lin Ming's hometown was in a village named Lin Family Ridge to the southeast of Changwang City. The drive from the airport took approximately an hour and a half. Years had passed. Yet Lin Family Ridge remained unchanged. In contrast to the bustling city, Linjiling at 7 in the evening exudes an extraordinary tranquility. After setting down the numerous bags, the personnel arranged by Xiangze departed. However, before leaving, they insisted on leaving behind one of the Mercedes, despite Lin Ming's persistent refusals. They claimed it was Xiangze's instruction, stating that Lin Ming had no vehicle at home and it would be inconvenient until his return to Landau City, when someone would come to drive it. Lin Ming felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed his previous reminders had solidified Xiangze's determination to befriend him. After lingering at the entrance for quite some time, Lin Ming finally knocked on his own door. Who is it? Came the voice of Qi Yufan. Mom, it's me, Lin Ming replied. Qi Yufan fell silent, seemingly in a daze. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed, and the door was opened halfway. Lin Ming then noticed that not only Qi Yufan but also Lin Qinghua had rushed to the door. The elderly couple must have returned from the fields not long ago, still clad in their dusty work clothes. Lin Ming? What brings you back? Qi Yufan asked, somewhat incredulous. Mom, Dad, I came back to see you, Lin Ming replied softly. You've chased away such a wonderful daughter-in-law. What face do you have to return? Lin Qinghua scoffed, his words betraying his true feelings. If he truly wished Lin Ming to stay away, he wouldn't have hurriedly dashed out in his slippers. Rarely do paternal affections manifest overtly. Yet it is undeniable that a father's love is as immense as a mountain. The Lin family consists of 3 children, with Lin Ming being the eldest. Logically, he should be the one least worried about, yet he had become the source of the most concern. Well, since you've come back, hurry and come inside. Lin Qinghua urged again. Dad, there are others with me, Lin Ming smiled. At that moment, Chen Jia and Xian approached from the side. They had been standing outside the unopened half of the door, thus Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan had not noticed them. Truth be told, this was not Chen Jia's first visit to the Lin family home. Yet, at this moment, she felt a wave of anxiety. Jia? Xian. Upon seeing Chen Jia and Xian, Qi Yufan and Lin Qinghua were momentarily taken aback. Lin Qinghua, being straightforward, instinctively exclaimed, "What brings you here as well? Dad, what are you saying?" Lin Ming sighed. "No, what I meant was, you all have already." "Oh dear, my clumsy tongue." Lin Qinghua, flustered, struggled for words. Observing the joy on the faces of the elderly couple, Chen Jia's unease finally dissipated. She opened her mouth, intending to say uncle, aunt, but instead, it came out as dad, mom. Oh. Qi Yufan's eyes instantly filled with tears as she trembled. Come in. Grandpa, Grandma. Xian exclaimed, rushing forward. My dear granddaughter. Qi Yufan exclaimed, embracing Xian. Meanwhile, Lin Ming interjected from behind. Dad, don't rush inside just yet. Jia brought a whole bunch of things for you to help me carry. Chen Jia's lips curled into a slight smile. Yet she seemed oblivious to her surroundings as she followed Qi Yufan into the house. How did you manage to bring so much? Lin Qinghua inquired, his irritation dissipating upon seeing Chen Jia and Xian. He muttered to himself while assisting Lin Ming with the bags. However, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the crimson soft cigarettes, he was momentarily taken aback, abruptly setting the bag down and inquiring in a low voice. Where did the money come from? Dad, let's discuss this at home, Lin Ming replied. I demand to know, where did the money come from? Lin Qinghua retorted sharply. Lin Ming, feeling helpless, looked at his father and said, Dad, do you trust your son? Trust what? With your character, how could I possibly believe you? Lin Qinghua's bluntness left Lin Ming both amused and exasperated. If this money were stolen, or obtained through deceit, do you think Chen Jia would willingly return with me? Even if you don't trust me, surely you can have some faith in Chen Jia? Lin Ming defended, bringing Chen Jia into the conversation. Lin Qinghua paused, compelled to acknowledge the validity of Lin Ming's argument. Chen Jia, known for her strong sense of justice, would not have accompanied Lin Ming back if the money were not acquired through honorable means. Rascal, make sure to explain this properly to me at a later time. With that, Lin Qinghua carried the items into the house. Chapter 60. You are my brother. Only after moving everything back home did Lin Qinghua, unable to contain himself, utter a remark. Have you struck it rich? Indeed, he was a simple old farmer, not overly acquainted with the world. Yet, has he never seen a pig run after having eaten one? The advertisements that incessantly play on television are not viewed in vain. Yes, I have become prosperous. Lin Ming replied earnestly, nodding. Father, you and mother are approaching 60. Shall we refrain from working the fields from now on? Nonsense. That land has nurtured you 3 siblings. We cannot let it lie fallow, can we? Lin Qinghua playfully scolded. The mindset of the elderly is often such. Even though they understand that the current grain prices are dismal and likely insufficient to cover labor and costs, they would rather continue farming than allow the land to become barren. Lin Ming was not in a hurry. After all, he would be staying for several more days. So time was on his side. At this moment, Chen Jia had already been pulled by Qi Yufan to sit on the Kong. Northerners have a fondness for this earthen bed. It may be hard, but come autumn and winter, adding firewood to the boiler brings unparalleled comfort. Jia, you've just returned. You haven't eaten yet, have you? What would you like? Tell mother, and I'll prepare it for you, Qi Yufan said cheerfully. Mother, I want to eat your meat rolls, Chen Jia replied, cradling her stomach. In the presence of Qi Yufan and Lin Qinghua, she behaved like a child. Chen Jia was never one to dwell on past grievances. She understood that since she had chosen to return, there was no need to wear a stern expression over the events of the past few years. Nor did she wish for Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan to be burdened by worry and anxiety. No matter how much of a rogue Lin Ming had been, it had nothing to do with these 2 kind-hearted souls. Meat rolls, is it? Very well, I shall go prepare the dough and make them for you, Qi Yufan exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. As she turned, Chen Jia caught sight of the white hair that should not have been present at her age. At that moment, she suddenly felt that informing her parents of the divorce would indeed hurt them deeply. Chen Jia sat on the Kong watching television, while Lin Qinghua and Lin Ming enjoyed tea at the coffee table. Xian bounced around, chattering cheerfully, ensuring that smiles never left Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan's faces. This scene was truly more heartwarming than any other. The family of 5 was in perfect harmony. Although the Mid-Autumn Festival was still 2 days away, the festive atmosphere was already palpable. Around 8:30, Chi Yufan finally brought out the freshly steamed meat rolls. Chen Jia was already famished, undeterred by the heat. She grabbed one and popped it into her mouth under Chi Yufan's loving yet exasperated gaze. While eating, she mumbled, "Mother's meat rolls are the best. They are so fragrant. Slow down. Don't burn yourself with those delicate rolls," Chi Yufan admonished gently. "Mother, we had lunch at 11:30. We're starving now." Chen Jia replied, adopting a look of feigned grievance. However, Chi Yufan frowned and said, "Hasn't Lin Ming taken you all to eat something? After 8 or 9 hours. You must be exhausted. Even Xian can't hold out." Hee. Lin Ming mentioned wanting to eat something in the city first. "I couldn't help but crave your meat rolls. If I eat in the city, there won't be room left for your delicious rolls, and they won't taste as delightful." Chen Jia leaned closer to Chi Yufan, resembling a daughter more than a daughter-in-law. "Move back a bit. I'm covered in dirt. I don't want to soil your clothes," Chi Yufan chuckled. No, Mom. You're not dirty at all." Chen Jia's playful demeanor nearly brought tears to Chi Yufan's eyes. What a wonderful daughter-in-law. Where in the world could one find another like her? How could that rascal Lin Ming bear to leave her behind? Around 9 o'clock. Chi Yufan quickly prepared a few more dishes. The family of 5 gathered around the table on the heated bed to dine together. From self-indulgence to sudden enlightenment. It was the first time Lin Ming found his mother's cooking so aromatic in years. While Lin Qingwa could only eat 1 meat roll, Lin Ming devoured 2.5, with Chen Jia finishing 1.5 too. Even Xian managed to eat a small half, which filled Chi Yufan's heart with joy. Once everyone was completely satisfied, Lin Ming cleared the table. Chi Yufan intended to wash the dishes, but Chen Jia insisted on taking over, stating that Chi Yufan had worked all day and deserved a good rest. Reluctantly, Chi Yufan had to coax Xian. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before asking, "Dad, Mom, the Mid-Autumn Festival is in 2 days. Won't T Lin Ku and Lin Chu be coming back?" "I called them. Lin Chu said he would return, but the factory is on a late holiday, so he won't be home until tomorrow afternoon," Lin Chengwa replied. Lin Ku initially said he wouldn't come back, but if he knows you and Jia are home, he will definitely return. Why not give him a call? Chen Jia had already tried calling. The previous number was out of service, Lin Ming replied, lowering his head. Lin Chengwa exchanged glances with Chi Yufan, saying little more. "Then I'll call him. He should still be awake. You talk to him." "All right," Lin Ming nodded. Before long, the call connected. "Dad," came Lin Ke's voice, sounding somewhat fatigued. "Lin Ke, it's me," Lin Ming responded. Lin Ke paused for a moment before bombarding him with questions. "Brother, you're home? Planning to celebrate the festival here?" Hearing Lin Ke's surprised voice stirred a deep sense of bittersweetness within Lin Ming. Trembling, he couldn't help but say, "Lin Ke, you're really foolish. I even lost all the betrothal gifts for your wedding. Don't you resent me at all?" Once these words left his lips, both Lin Qingwa and Chi Yufan fell silent. Chen Jia, who was washing dishes, also paused. Then Lin Ke laughed heartily, carefree as ever. "Why would I resent you? You are my brother. You are my brother." With just these 4 simple characters, Lin Ming felt a suffocating weight in his chest that he could no longer endure. Tears flowed uncontrollably as he rushed into the yard, fiercely pounding the ground. He was filled with hatred. Hatred for his own self-destructive and selfish nature. Hatred for being oblivious to the feelings of others, lost in the depths of drunken gambling. If alcohol truly had the power to numb all pain, then the word suffering would have long vanished from the lexicon. After a while, Chen Jia quietly emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing Lin Ming's bloodied and bruised fists, she felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. "It's all in the past," Chen Jia said. Lin Ming suddenly rose, tightly embracing Chen Jia. Then, like a child, he broke down in tears. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I apologize to you and Xian, to Mom and Dad, to Lin Ku and Lin Chu, and to Chen Xing. I, Lin Ming, am truly sorry to all of you." Chen Jia did not resist, allowing Lin Ming to hold her. Once upon a time, Lin Ming was the shoulder she relied upon, and now she had become his warmest refuge. Chapter 61. Have you considered remarriage? After spending quite some time outside, Lin Ming, accompanied by Chen Jia, returned to the house once more. Lin Qingwa and Chi Yufan acted as if nothing had transpired. However, the concern and sorrow for Lin Ming were evident in their expressions and gazes, despite the fact that this son had disappointed them time and again. "Dad, when I first returned, you asked me how I earned this money, didn't you? Allow me to explain." Once seated, Lin Ming recounted his journey to financial success, omitting only his ability to foresee the future. This power, fraught with uncertainty, made him apprehensive about alarming his parents, so he chose not to disclose it even to Chen Jia. While it appeared he was clarifying matters to Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan, he was, in fact, also elucidating to Chen Jia. The listeners appeared entranced, particularly Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan, who found it hard to believe. The Qiling automobile? The one mentioned in the news 2 days ago? The one involved in the incident at the auto show? Lin Chenghua inquired. Yes, Lin Ming affirmed with a smile. In this world, what flourishes must eventually decline. I was essentially taking a gamble, albeit a different kind than before. Fortunately, this time, I gambled correctly. Chen Jia observed Lin Ming quietly. Based on her understanding of him, she sensed that his words were a blend of truth and fabrication. Whether it was regarding the Zijin Shinfu real estate or the stock market, Lin Ming had been wagering each time. Yet, he had always been fortunate. Coincidentally timing his bets with the soaring real estate prices and the Qiling automobile incident. How could one individual possess such extraordinary luck? Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan were less doubtful. They lacked knowledge about real estate and stocks, merely believing that their son, having studied extensively, was well informed enough to take such risks. So, how much will you earn from this stock? Lin Chenghua asked. Less than 3 billion, Lin Ming replied. Before his parents, he desired no semblance of concealment. The expectations they had once placed upon him were exceedingly high. What? Lin Chenghua's eyes widened in disbelief. Qi Yufan, heading towards the kitchen, nearly collided with the wall. Only Chen Jia remained relatively composed. She had previously heard about it from Zhou Chong and was somewhat prepared. Less than 3 billion, Lin Ming reiterated. Jia, Lin Chenghua stammered, struggling to find words as he sought affirmation from Chen Jia. Dad, I cannot say how much he will earn this time, but I have seen his bank statements, and they were close to 2 billion, Chen Jia replied. Lin Chenghua fell silent. He picked up a glass teapot, trembling as he poured himself a cup of tea. Dad, trust me. I am no longer the Lin Ming I once was, Lin Ming said, taking a deep breath. I assure you, I will not act foolishly again. From now on, I will be a man of integrity, just like you. Lin Chenghua remained silent. He stepped outside to smoke a cigarette before returning to the house. Then, gazing intently at Lin Ming, he spoke earnestly. You have attended university, and the knowledge in your mind surpasses mine, yet I am your father. Having lived over half a lifetime, possessing an understanding of the ways of the world greater than yours, Jia and her mother have had a difficult time. Despite your numerous past mistakes, she has never uttered a single complaint to either me or your mother. And what of the old Chen couple? Do they not cherish their daughter? Yet even as you treated Jia and Xin in such a manner, the Chen family has never approached us regarding this matter. The wealth you accumulate is a testament to your abilities, but I reiterate, harmony within the family breeds prosperity. Do you comprehend? Lin Ming nodded solemnly. Father, I understand. And as for Jia, Lin Chenghua turned his gaze to Chen Jia. We do not live in ancient times. Marrying into the Lin family does not mean you must become one of us. You have your own thoughts and are entitled to make choices you deem right. Lin Ming is our son, and despite his past misdeeds, he is inextricably linked to us. For years, I have not offered you an apology. And today I wish to say I am sorry. Father, you need not apologize. This is not your fault. Chen Jia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Alas, Lin Chenghua sighed. Lin Ming, remember what you told me. Should you revert to your former ways, your mother and I, even in death, shall find no peace. Father. Suddenly, Lin Ming stood up and knelt before Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan. You rascal, what are you doing? Get up. Qi Yufan hurried over to assist Lin Ming. Yet, Lin Ming only rose after bowing 3 times. Enough of this futile display, Lin Chenghua said, hands behind his back. As he walked with a contented demeanor, my eldest son returns home bringing me so many gifts. I have yet to properly examine them. What treasures are these? Upon hearing this, both Qi Yufan and Chen Jia couldn't help but chuckle as the earlier somber and moving atmosphere dissipated. Soft, fragrant cigarettes. My, what fine goods. 1, 2, 3. 20 packs. What is this? Feitian mitai? You scoundrel, you wouldn't be trying to deceive me with fakes, would you? They say on television that the price of Feitian mitai is nearing 10,000. Another 20 bottles. Lin Ming, smiling helplessly, heard his father's astonished voice. Father, with your esteemed authority, do you think I would dare bring back fakes to fool you? You little rascal, daring to tease me as well? But why purchase so many when these items are so expensive? Jia, you should have advised him to save that money for you too. Lin Chenghua grumbled. Chen Jia, in high spirits, replied, Father, you need not worry about that. Your son has become quite capable, having befriended numerous influential figures. These were all gifts from friends. And he didn't spend a dime of his own. Had we not flown back, they would have feared we bought too little. Nonsense. Which friends of his are so generous? The mere 20 bottles of Flying Heaven Mount I amount to over 100,000, not to mention those birds' nests and sea cucumbers. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. I have heard that a box of dried sea cucumbers can cost several thousand per pound. Lin Ming wore an expression of disbelief. Chen Jia refrained from further explanation and instead remarked, "All right, let us assume this is a gift from your son to you. After all, he is poised to earn billions soon. Spending 30 to 40,000 is hardly extravagant. Wouldn't you agree?" This statement carried a degree of logic, and Lin Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Don't pay heed to your father's nonsense. Even if you earn vast sums, there is no need to squander it so recklessly. We have lived humbly all our lives and are unaccustomed to such luxuries. You must not purchase these again in the future, Chi Yufan admonished. Mother, it is precisely because you and Dad have toiled for most of your lives that you should now indulge a little, Chen Jia replied, grasping Chi Yufan's hand. Chi Yufan glanced at Lin Ming and Lin Chenghua, who were engrossed in examining a pile of items. Seizing the moment, she whispered, Jia, I understand that you are concerned for your father and me, which is why you act so nonchalantly. However, you need not feel this way. I am aware of the burdens you carry in your heart. Chen Jia shuddered slightly. Chi Yufan continued, I know you are not a woman driven by material wealth. Otherwise, you would not have married Lin Ming in the first place. However, now that he is capable of providing a better life for you and Xin, and has shed his former ways, have you considered the possibility of remarrying him? Chen Jia pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Chi Yufan did not wish to pressure her, but sought to comfort her instead, saying, in my heart, my greatest wish is for you and Xin to thrive in this family. In comparison to the happiness of your trio, Lin Ming's wealth, whether in the hundreds of millions or billions, holds little significance. Mother, tears streamed silently down Chen Jia's face. She opened her arms and embraced Chi Yufan tightly. Chapter 62, 500 million. Brother Lin is impressive. That evening, an exceedingly awkward incident transpired for Chen Jia. The old Lin family resided in 4 humble dwellings, 1 main room, 1 kitchen, and 2 additional rooms. Apart from the earthen Kong, the westernmost room housed a bed. This meant that, without a sofa, Lin Chenghua and Chi Yufan would sleep on the Kong, leaving Lin Ming and Chen Jia to share a single bed. It was hardly appropriate to suggest that Lin Ming sleep on the floor, was it? Chen Jia did entertain this notion, but given the autumn chill, the ground was far too cold, risking a cold for anyone who dared to sleep on it. Moreover, what would Lin Chenghua and Chi Yufan think if they were to witness such a sight? Dad, I'm sleepy. Please stay with me. By sheer coincidence, Xin, rubbing her eyes, clung to Lin Ming. In the presence of Lin Chenghua and Chi Yufan, Lin Ming winked at Chen Jia, silently asking for guidance. Chen Jia, her heart brimming with resentment yet maintaining a smile, replied, why don't you go ahead and soothe her to sleep? I'll have a chat with Mom and join you shortly. No need to say more. I'm quite tired today, and we have to work in the fields tomorrow. You all should retire early, Chi Yufan stated. Chen Jia's face flushed crimson. She understood all too well that Chi Yufan was providing her son with an opportunity. However, with Chi Yufan having issued the guest order, Chen Jia had no choice but to accompany Lin Ming to the western room, where the bed awaited. Indeed, Chi Yufan had already prepared the bedding, and the family's pillows were neatly arranged. I'll be inside, Xin in the middle, and you on the outside, Chen Jia remarked. Her expression devoid of emotion. Lin Ming felt a genuine urge to embrace Chen Jia, but their ambiguous relationship rendered such an action inappropriate. Aside from allowing Lin Ming to embrace her in the courtyard, Chen Jia recoiled from his touch, as if electrified, whenever he brushed her hand. The path of love is long and arduous. Lin Ming sighed deeply. Enough with the chatter, don't wake Xin. Let us get to sleep. Chen Jia instructed. At your command. September 9th. At midnight, the Nasdaq opened. Cheeling Motors faced yet another debacle, failing to maintain the critical threshold of 622. The entire American stock market witnessed a staggering decline, with the Dow Jones plummeting over 900 points, falling below the 32,000 mark, while the Nasdaq dropped beneath 13,000, reaching a new low not seen in 66 weeks. The Nasdaq bore the brunt of the pressure, particularly from Cheeling Motors and Tesla, the 2 titans of the new energy technology sector. By 6 a.m., Cheeling Motors stock had plummeted to 448, a drop of 20 from the previous day, with its overall market value suffering a decline exceeding 50, evaporating 191 billion, over a trillion RMB. It officially hit the limit down. Furthermore, The American stock market experienced the true meaning of the adage misfortunes never come singly. Other major enterprises under pressure in the Nasdaq aside, Tesla, a fellow giant in the new energy sector, found itself at the eye of the storm. If Cheeling Motors' market value had already reached its nadir, for Tesla, the descent had only just begun. By tomorrow evening, on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Tesla will truly reach an unprecedented low. This signifies a dearth of funds. Otherwise, Lin Ming would genuinely consider shorting Tesla. Short selling and bottom fishing are fundamentally different in nature. The potential for profit in short selling is greater, yet the associated risks are significantly heightened. Moreover, one must possess social connections to borrow an equivalent ratio of stocks from brokerages. Bottom fishing, conversely, is considerably simpler. It involves purchasing a stock when it plummets to its nadir and subsequently selling it as its price rises. On this night, countless investors are lamenting their losses. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, they find themselves destitute. At 9 a.m., the urgent ring of a mobile phone pierced the air. Without needing to glance, Lin Ming recognized it was Zhou Chong calling. "Brother Lin, what are you up to?" Zhou Chong jested. "Harvesting peanuts," Lin Ming replied. Zhou Chong responded, "You, with your privileged background, could never comprehend the joys of farming. When shall I take you to experience it?" Lin Ming retorted, "Brother Chong, are you jesting? The over 2.8 billion you earned today is about to be credited, and you claim I'm out in the fields harvesting peanuts? If anyone could earn even a few million, who would bother with farming? I do as I please. It's none of your concern," Lin Ming shot back. All right. I'll pretend I didn't say anything." Zhou Chong conceded. "This morning, as per your instructions, I had Su Jin and the others execute the operations. However, I truly cannot believe that Brother Lin's predictions were so accurate. Cheeling Automotive indeed plummeted to $448 before hitting the limit down. What an uncanny precision. Brother Lin, you aren't a time traveler, are you? Or can you foresee the future?" The latter remark caused Lin Ming's eyelids to twitch. It seemed that tales of time travel and rebirth were not mere fabrications. Perhaps among those who pen web novels, there existed individuals with such abilities. Enough of this nonsense. If you have something to say it quickly. I still have work to do, Lin Ming stated. Su Jin has already communicated with the brokerage. And by this afternoon at the latest, you will see 85 billion credited to your account. I've made 3 billion this time, 5 billion more than you. How about I share half with you? Zhou Chong chuckled shamelessly. "I do not partake in handouts," Lin Ming huffed. Zhou Chong, undeterred, continued, "After these two significant drops, Cheeling Automotive is in utter disarray. Brother Lin, have you seen the news?" "I have no time to watch," Lin Ming replied. The Public Relations Department of Cheeling Automotive has hastily convened a press conference, promising substantial compensation to the 60-year-old lady and that the president of Cheeling Automotive's China division would personally extend an apology. Furthermore, Cheeling Automotive has finally lowered their proud heads, claiming they will diligently research the Chinese market and enhance system configurations tailored to Chinese consumers. In essence, they are trying to appease the Chinese automotive enthusiasts. This time, we, the Chinese, have truly gained face. The top-tier giants have finally bowed before us. Lin Ming curled his lips and said, "Just transfer 50 million to me first. The remaining 2.8 billion will all be used to capitalize on Tesla." Upon mentioning business, Zhou Chong immediately perked up. "Brother Lin, when shall we proceed?" Lin Ming replied, "Tomorrow night, precisely at 3 a.m. on the 11th. Tesla will face a limit down at that time, with its market value evaporating by at least 20 trillion. Zhou Chong scoffed. "Is it true that Cheeling Automobile's arrogance has brought misfortune upon Tesla? They truly deserve it." The actual failure rate of Tesla was significantly higher than that of Cheeling Automobile. It had merely remained concealed until now. And this incident had ultimately dragged Tesla down as well. Lin Ming smiled. "Very well then, I will inform Su Jin. When does Brother Lin plan to pull out?" Zhou Chong inquired again. "After Tesla's limit down tomorrow night, the Public Relations Department will swiftly take evasive measures. Unlike those pampered individuals at Cheeling Automobile, Tesla's public relations team is not to be underestimated," Lin Ming elucidated. "After the limit down on the night of the 11th, the Public Relations Department will promptly issue an announcement. By 3 p.m. on the 12th, Tesla's stock will reach a limit up, with the share price hitting new heights around $100. Given this figure, it is undoubtedly feasible for us to double our money." "Brother Lin, I think I'm going to lose my voice," Zhou Chong suddenly remarked. "What do you mean?" "Brother Lin is incredible," Lin Ming responded with a pause. Chapter 63, The Reunion of Siblings. After finishing his call with Zhou Chong, Before Lin Ming could put away his phone, Li Hongyuan called again. Brother Lin, do you have an inclination towards men? Was the first line uttered by Li Hongyuan. Brotherly, has your wife been causing trouble again? You seem a bit neurotic. Lin Ming replied. If you do prefer men, I shall marry you. Li Hongyuan said with utmost seriousness. Lin Ming felt a shiver run down his spine. Brotherly, with such a charming tongue, you would do better to flatter your wife, perhaps than she wouldn't quarrel with you so incessantly. Ah, Lin Ming. How fortunate I am to have made your acquaintance, Li Hongyuan sighed. Young Master Zhou just called me, saying I stand to earn 3 billion this time. I was dumbfounded for quite a while before it registered. There will be many more opportunities to earn in the future, brotherly, so no need to be overly excited. The reason I treat you well is due to the kindness you once showed me, Lin Ming remarked. Brother, let us not speak of gratitude. Even if you refuse to marry me, I, Li Hongyuan, shall still be yours. Brotherly, I have matters to attend to. I shall hang up now. Lin Ming said swiftly, hanging up the phone, feeling goosebumps all over. Even if he were inclined towards men, he certainly would not fancy a man in his 40s like Li Hongyuan. Before long, the third phone call came in. It was from Han Changyu. Should I extend my congratulations in advance to President Han? Lin Ming teased. Mr. Lin, please don't jest with me. Han Changyu chuckled bitterly. Young Master Zhou informed me that you all have earned around 30 billion. As the regional president of Huagua, do I qualify to be called president in your eyes? Now, Han Changyu had been officially appointed as the regional head of TUI International in Huagua by the group headquarters. The individual who had intended to scheme against him, Si Langjifu, had met with a sudden backlash from a woman named Wu Kellen during a quarterly meeting at the headquarters. Under irrefutable evidence, Si Langjifu was not only unable to compete with Han Changyu, but was also expelled from TUI International amidst the fury of the upper management. Aside from the promotion, I must also express my gratitude to Mr. Lin regarding the stock market. Although I did not earn as much as you all, I still gained over 2 billion. Considering my current annual salary plus bonuses, it would take me roughly 20 years to amass such wealth, Han Changyu continued. Lin Ming chose not to elaborate further on this matter and instead smiled. Han Changyu, your capabilities are recognized within the circle. Would you be interested in joining me in the future? Han Changyu paused for a moment. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Are you planning to start a company? It's not urgent at the moment, but I do intend to establish a pharmaceutical company, ensuring that the quality of the products is beyond reproach. It remains to be seen if anyone can assist me in carving out a path in the market, Lin Ming replied. If Mr. Lin is willing to extend this olive branch, I, Han Changyu, vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. Han Changyu declared earnestly. With the tumult of storms, Si Langjifu, and the stock matters, Han Changyu had long since placed unwavering trust in Lin Ming. Lin Ming expressed his ambition to establish a company. Surely his future would be bright. Do not speak so gravely, as if preparing for battle. You have just been promoted. So relish your position as the head of the Greater Huagua District. When I require your assistance, I shall inform you. Lin Ming chuckled. Very well. I shall return to the country in a day or two. Let us celebrate with a drink then. After hanging up with Han Changyu, Hong Ning's call came through. Su Han sighed, realizing that his plans for peanuts today would not come to fruition. Brother Lin, you haven't forgotten your younger brother, have you? They say like attracts like, and it seems Hong Ning and Zhou Chong are quite similar in nature. It's no wonder they have such a close bond. Among the three of us, only Han Changyu is a bit older and more composed. How could I possibly forget the young heir of Tianyang Group? Lin Ming replied. Oh dear, when others say such things, I perceive it as jealousy, but when it comes from your lips, Brother Lin, it sounds so delightful, so fulfilling. And such an extraordinary honor, Hong Ning shamelessly remarked, entirely forgetting his earlier declarations of self-determination. You seem to have made quite a profit this time. Otherwise, you would not be so elated, Lin Ming observed with a smile. Not as much as you, just 2 billion. Thankfully, I stubbornly negotiated some funds from my father back then. He now looks upon me quite favorably, and that feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Hong Ning replied. You may not appreciate this, but I must say, he is your father. Show him some respect and refrain from referring to him as that old man, Lin Ming advised. Yes, Brother Lin, your words are wise. The two continued their banter for a while. Once Lin Ming ended the call, he finally found some peace and quiet. In the past, he had envisioned achieving success, basking in the compliments of many, which greatly satisfied his vanity. Now he realized that navigating the intricacies of human relationships was indeed quite exhausting. It was no wonder that some celebrities sometimes shun their fans. Such overwhelming enthusiasm could truly be unbearable. At noon, he returned home for a meal. In the afternoon, he went back to the fields. With only a few peanuts left to harvest, it was just Lin Xinghua and Lin Ming who remained to finish the task. Once they completed their work in the fields today, they could look forward to a peaceful mid-autumn festival tomorrow. Around 4 o'clock, they finally brought all the peanuts back home. During this process, news arrived from the bank confirming a deposit of 50 million. The string of zeros left Lin Ming exhilarated for quite some time before he calmed down. Just as he was about to enter the house, he heard the sounds of laughter and joy emanating from within. Lin Chu? Even after years of limited contact, Lin Ming instantly recognized his younger sister's voice. Lin Chu has returned? He exclaimed with delight. It must be her. You go in and check first. I can handle these peanuts myself, Lin Xinghua chuckled. Without hesitation, Lin Ming set down what he was carrying and hurried into the house. There, he beheld a beautiful girl. Dressed modestly yet standing elegantly, her light makeup accentuating her features, as she playfully chased after Xian, eliciting peals of laughter from the little one. It is uncertain whether it is Lin Xinghua or Qi Yufan's genes that are remarkable, but the appearances of the Lin siblings are undeniably appealing, even without any deliberate adornment. Lin Chu surpasses many so-called internet celebrities in beauty. Brother. Upon seeing Lin Ming, Lin Chu momentarily paused, then set down Xian and leapt into Lin Ming's embrace. The notion of differences between genders is rendered trivial in the presence of these two siblings. I have just finished working and am covered in dust. To be careful not to soil your clothes, Lin Ming chuckled. Pfft. When you used to take me and our second brother to jump into muddy puddles as children. I never minded the mess. Why would I care now? Lin Chu replied, utterly unconcerned. Qi Yufan interjected with a smile. You two are reaching a point, if this continues. Your sister-in-law might grow envious. Lin Chu, with her charming large eyes, turned to Chen Jia and inquired, Sister-in-law, are you jealous? Chen Jia shrugged. I dare not feel jealousy. Otherwise, you siblings might conspire together to tease me. Sister-in-law is the best. Lin Chu released Lin Ming and embraced Chen Jia, bringing a radiant smile to Chen Jia's face. This girl certainly has a talent for charming affection. Chapter 64. I sense something awry though the festival is yet to arrive tomorrow. Qi Yufan remains ardently occupied in the kitchen. Lin Chu initially intended to lend a hand, but Chen Jia suggested that the siblings should relish their rare reunion and engage in conversation while she managed the chores. Lin Xinghua was amusing Xian, while Lin Ming and Lin Chu settled on the concrete steps in the courtyard. Brother, do you remember when I was 8 years old? And you carried me and jumped down from here, resulting in a nasty tumble that left my lip bruised? Lin Chu chuckled. Of course, I remember. It was your mischievous spirit that led to your misfortune, and then you went and complained to our parents, which earned me a scolding. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Lin Chu wrapped her arms around her knees. In the silence, Lin Ming produced a cigarette. Lighting it and taking a deep drag. He had vowed to quit, but ultimately found it impossible. Brother, it's fine to drink a bit, but smoking offers no benefits. You should really consider quitting, Lin Chu advised. All right, I won't smoke anymore, Lin Ming replied, yet he took another puff before reluctantly extinguishing the cigarette on the ground. Where are you working now? Lin Ming inquired. In Chongguang City, at a private garment factory. It's quite large, with hundreds of employees, Lin Chu shared, engaging in casual conversation. She was indeed a university student. Even though it was a second-tier institution, securing a respectable job was feasible. However, Lin Chu felt that those seemingly glamorous positions yielded meager pay, often only 2,000 or 3,000 during the probation period, necessitating long years to gain experience. With the family currently in need of financial support, Lin Chu was unafraid of hardship and preferred to work as an ordinary seamstress in the factory. At least as a seamstress, her earnings were piece rate, meaning her wages were directly proportional to her effort. How's the work? Is your salary sufficient? Lin Ming asked with concern. It's manageable, though the frequent overtime can be bothersome. However, the overtime pay is generous, averaging around 5,000 a month, and at times, it can reach nearly 6,000. Lin Chu seemed quite proud of her accomplishments, smiling as she added, I can certainly cover my expenses. And sometimes I even send 1,000 or 2 to her parents. At this point, Lin Chu became serious. Brother, I've heard from mom and sister-in-law that you've changed, that you're not the same as before. Indeed, I have changed, Lin Ming said, ruffling Lin Chu's hair. When we were young, I enjoyed teasing you, and even now, I still relish it. Do you resent me? I do not. For I know that my brother has never been a bad person. Lin Chu shook her head. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Find your WeChat QR code. I'll add you as a friend. I I thought you truly intended to cut off contact. Lin Shu playfully huffed, and they proceeded to add each other as friends. Just as she was about to put her phone away, a notification popped up on her friend page. A transfer of 30,000. Brother, what is this for? Lin Shu exclaimed. I cannot accept your money. I was just about to ask if your funds are sufficient. The daily limit for WeChat transfers is 30,000. And I haven't bothered to increase that limit. You take it and spend it. Lin Ming's eyes brimmed with affection. No, absolutely not. Lin Shu firmly refused. Brother, even though your life is now on the right track, you still owe a considerable amount of debt. Plus, Xian is about to start kindergarten, and expenses are everywhere. How can you still transfer money to me? As she spoke, Lin Shu intended to return the money to Lin Ming. However, he snatched her phone away, chuckling, silly girl. Our parents prepared 50,000 as your dowry, but I squandered it all on gambling. Tell me honestly, do you hate me? I said I don't hate you. With my looks, do I really need a dowry to get married? Brother, you underestimate me. Lin Shu replied proudly. I used to let you down. But that won't happen again, Lin Ming silently vowed. Brother, if you keep saying these things, I'll get angry. Give me back my phone. Lin Shu feigned annoyance. Once Lin Ming returned her phone, she immediately attempted to refund the money. At that moment, however, Lin Ming presented his phone to her, displaying a bank deposit notification. Take a look at how much this is, Lin Ming said. Lin Shu instinctively glanced at the screen and was left dumbfounded. She reached out and swiped a few times, ultimately confirming that it was not a doctored image. 5, over 50 million? The astonishment on her face was utterly adorable. Haha. Brother is rich now. You can spend to your heart's content. Whatever you want to buy, we'll get it. If you no longer want to work at that garment factory, we'll simply stop. With me around, you need not fear anything. I will take care of you. Lin Shu stammered. Brother, where did you get so much money? 50 million. For a girl who had only ever earned a maximum salary of 6,000 since starting work, this was a sum beyond her wildest dreams. Of course, I earned it. Think about it. If I were to resort to deceit, even if I managed to acquire some money, I wouldn't be able to get so much. Moreover, if I truly had that much, I wouldn't be chatting with you casually, I'd be hiding somewhere or have been caught. Lin Ming sensed her thoughts and quickly clarified. Don't worry, the money's origins are known to our parents and your sister-in-law. Since I'm giving it to you, spend it openly, for our money is clean. Lin Shu remained silent for a while before finally breaking down in tears. After 4 or 5 years of decline, Lin Ming had not only awakened but had also earned so much. Lin Shu felt joy not just for herself and their parents, but more so for Chen Jia and Xian. Fortune had finally turned, and the two of them had emerged from their struggles. Brother, you have so much money, and it's only natural for me to be happy about it. However, won't sister-in-law be displeased if she finds out? Lin Shu wiped her tears. The foul-mouthed girl. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not know what kind of person your sister-in-law is? Moreover, my assets are not merely 50 million, but rather this amount. Lin Ming extended 3 fingers. 300 million. Lin Shu was taken aback. Lin Ming smiled slightly. Multiply that by 10. Lin Shu. Without a doubt. This dinner was a joyous occasion for Lin Shu, for her elder brother was finally capable of supporting the family. Initially, Lin Shu worried that with newfound wealth, Lin Ming might grow distant towards Chen Jia and Xian. After all, men often change when they acquire riches. And Lin Ming had been quite the scoundrel even in times of poverty. However, as time passed, Lin Shu noticed that Lin Ming seemed to be making efforts to appease Chen Jia, while she appeared indifferent. It seemed that after the divorce, her brother truly had come to understand. Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan had long since informed Lin Shu and Lin Ku about Lin Ming's divorce from Chen Jia. As she ate, Lin Shu pondered, having failed to cherish her before, now she is filled with regret. Sister-in-law is right to act this way. It is good for this fellow to learn a lesson. In Blue Island City, within a villa. Master Zhou, may we call you grandfather? Will you take us along this time? Su Jin held a bag of chips, while the other two carried beer and drinks. All three gazed eagerly at Zhou Chong, who lay leisurely, as if attending to a lord. What could they do? After experiencing the Qi Ling stock market incident, Su Jin and the others were filled with regret. A slight investment back then could have yielded tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Yet at that time, they had dismissed Zhou Chong's words entirely. A few days ago, I kindly reminded you, but you all didn't take it to heart. This puts me in a difficult position. Zhou Chong shrugged, a smug expression on his face, which stirred an impulse in Su Jin to strike him. Had we known you had a wise manner, we would have certainly followed you into the fray, Su Jin said with a bitter face. Zhou Chong ceased his jesting and, emulating Lin Ming's tone, declared, tomorrow night. We shall bottom feed on Tesla. The profit you make will depend on how much courage you have to invest, Sujin remarked. Why do I feel like you were promoting a pyramid scheme? I was just joking, merely a jest. Why take it so seriously? Truly lacking in composure. Zhou Chong thought of giving these three fellows a good thrashing. They implored him to lead them to fortune, yet accused him of running a scam. What nonsense. Chapter 65, Ordering the Car, Lamborghini Urus. That evening, Lin Ming found his spot usurped by Lin Chu, leaving him begrudgingly to share the bed with his parents. Yet, sleep eluded him entirely. He was not a magnate, but with the finalization of the Qiling automobile venture, he realized he had amassed a staggering fortune of 28.5 billion. The exhilaration within him was beyond expression. Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan, too, tossed restlessly on the bed. Though silent, Lin Ming was acutely aware that they, too, were wide awake. After midnight, the Nasdaq opened. Indeed, Tesla's stock exhibited a downward trend. Previously, it had dipped but rebounded, however. This time it plummeted from 966 per share to 842, an 11% decrease. For a company with a market capitalization of 1.5 trillion, such a decline equated to a staggering evaporation of 1 trillion yuan. This sudden drop left many investors bewildered, even if Qiling Automobile faced repercussions. Surely it could not warrant such a drastic fall? Except for Lin Ming, no one knew that today's decline was merely the beginning. September 10th. The 15th day of the 8th lunar month. The Mid-Autumn Festival. This night, the moon shines bright, and everyone gazes upon it, unaware of whom their autumn thoughts might fall upon. This line, penned by the Tang Dynasty poet Wang Jian, profoundly encapsulates the longing of wanderers for their homeland and loved ones. The nation had designated a 3-day public holiday for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and those who could return home did so, for it is indeed a time of reunion. After breakfast, Lin Ming strolled outside with Xin Xian, observing that nearly every household had a car parked at their doorstep. The festive atmosphere had quietly descended upon the community. Early in the morning, Qi Yufan busied herself with preparations for lunch, while Lin Qing was sat contentedly watching television, occasionally stepping outside to light a cigarette. The elderly couple, relieved of considerable worries, appeared remarkably at ease. Around 9:30 a.m., the last member of the Lin family finally returned. Brother. Upon seeing Lin Ming standing at the door, Lin Ku immediately quickened his pace, clutching his belongings. Slow down, why the rush? Lin Ming greeted him with a smile. Lin Ku's eyes were instantly drawn to the Mercedes-Benz S450 parked at the entrance. Brother, did you buy a car? He inquired, circling around it, his envy unabashedly evident. Lin Ku had a profound passion for cars and often browsed automotive websites. Unfortunately, despite holding a driver's license for 7 years and even having it renewed once, he had yet to purchase a vehicle of his own. It's not mine. A friend lent it to me for a few days, Lin Ming replied. Wow, this is the latest model of the Mercedes S450, and it hasn't even been registered yet. Your friend is quite generous to let you drive this, Lin Ku remarked. Do you like this car? Lin Ming asked playfully. I do like it, but I'm still young. I prefer sports cars and the like, Lin Ku responded. He remained oblivious to Lin Ming's true thoughts, mistakenly believing their conversation to be mere casual banter. However, Lin Ming secretly took note of Lin Ku's words. The two things that captivate a man the most are, without a doubt, beautiful women and automobiles. When it comes to cars, who wouldn't desire to drive a more impressive supercar if they had the means? Let us head home. Your parents are waiting for you, Lin Ming suggested. Yet, Lin Ku stood still, gazing at Lin Ming for a while before finally saying, Brother, I can't shake the feeling that you've changed. You seem more refined now. Is that so? Just a bit of jest, Lin Ming replied playfully. Lin Ku nodded in agreement. Indeed, you do exude more charm than before. Stop flattering me. I'll be grateful if you just don't resent me. Let us go home, Lin Ming said, feeling a slight sting in his nose. Lin Ku's return brought immense joy to Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan. With Chen Jia and Xian Xian included, the Lin family of 7 rarely gathered in such harmony. The members of the old Lin family have always been easy to get along with. It was Lin Ming's previous antics that had cast a shadow over their home. While Lin Ku chatted with the family, Lin Ming stepped into the courtyard and dialed Xiang Zhe's number. Brother Lin, have you arrived home? Xiang Zhe inquired. I got home the day before yesterday. Thank you for your gift. My parents were delighted, Lin Ming replied. Brother Lin, we're family, so there's no need for formalities. As long as uncle and aunt are satisfied, that's what matters, Xiang Zhe feigned dissatisfaction. I called to ask for your help in purchasing a few cars. What kind of cars? Lin Ming asked. Benz? But honestly, Brother Lin, at your age. Driving an S-Class seems too serious, and the E-Class doesn't quite match your stature. Unless it's something like my G-Class, I wouldn't recommend a Benz. Xiangze advised. Lin Ming thought to himself that this fellow was quite the chatterbox. Yet he smiled and replied, actually, I wasn't planning on buying a Benz. I'm interested in acquiring a few Lamborghini Uruses. Do you have any leads? The Urus is the only SUV under the Lamborghini brand. Lin had a penchant for supercars, but even in his hometown, the roads of Chongguang City might not accommodate such speed. Thus, the Urus, a fusion of supercar and SUV, was the most suitable choice. Brother Lin, the Urus may look flashy, but it's not particularly comfortable. I still advise against it. Xiangze remarked dismissively. That can't be helped. My younger brother and sister are fond of it. Lin Ming chuckled. Ah, in that case, it's no problem. I have connections for most cars on the market, and you won't need to pay a premium or wait. Just tell me how many you want, and when you'd like to pick them up, Xiangze said. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. Let us say 2. 1 in blue and 1 in pink, preferably within 3 days. If not, 4 or 5 days will suffice. I'll do my best, Xiangze responded. Are you sending the money over to Zhou for the Tesla acquisition? Lin Ming inquired casually. I've already sent it, 100 million, Xiangze replied. He thought 100 million was quite substantial, but Lin Ming remarked, only 100 million? The amount is insufficient. It hardly yields any profit. You should transfer all the available funds you have to Zhou. The return will be swift this time, and you need not worry about having insufficient capital to sustain the operations of the store. Xiangze possesses a remarkable talent for interpersonal relations. He not only purchases gifts but also arranges for someone to pick up guests from the airport, and even leaves behind a brand new, unregistered car for Lin Ming to drive. Furthermore, with Lin Ming enlisting his assistance in acquiring another vehicle, Xiangze has meticulously orchestrated everything. Lin Ming, wishing to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude, makes a point to remind Xiangze, hoping to ensure that he can profit even more. 100 million is still a meager sum, Brother Lin. Xiangze finds himself in a quandary. How much does he actually possess? There are still considerable loans in the bank. Should it all go awry? The consequences would be dire. Enough with the small talk. I expect you to comply. Lin Ming disregards Xiangze's concerns and abruptly ends the call. All that needs to be said has been articulated. Should Xiangze remain unwilling to invest further, that would be his own predicament. Chapter 66, A Sense of Pride at Noon. A lavish spread of delectable dishes adorned the table, prepared by the diligent efforts of 3 women. Lin Qinghua uncorked a bottle of Fei Tian Mitai, laughing heartily. After all these years, this is the first time I've tasted such a fine spirit. I must see if it truly merits its price tag of several thousand yuan. With your penchant for a mere 6 yuan erguo, what can you possibly discern? Teased Qi Yufan. What do you know? Good wine is indeed good wine. It's precisely because I've indulged in erguo so frequently that I can appreciate the unique qualities of this drink, retorted Lin Qinghua with a scoff. As they engaged in lively conversation, Lin Ku learned from Lin Chu and their parents about Lin Ming's newfound wealth. A wave of joy washed over him as he downed 4 or 5 cups of mitai, which left Lin Qinghua visibly distressed. Father, look at you being so stingy. Brother brought back 20 bottles, and you think I'm oblivious? Lin Ku remarked helplessly. Yet Lin Qinghua replied, your brother mentioned that these are intended as gifts for this afternoon. After all is said and done, I can only keep 7 or 8 bottles. How can you drink so freely? Gifts? You're giving away bottles of Fei Tian Mitai worth thousands? Brother, isn't that a bit extravagant? Lin Ku exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Ming shook his head slightly. Those I intend to gift are either close relatives or individuals who lent me money back then. It's been several years. I feel a moral obligation to present them with something of value. Lin Ku nodded in understanding, choosing not to press further. They all understood that Lin Ming's intention in presenting these gifts was to restore dignity to Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan. Wealth that does not return home is akin to walking in splendid attire under cover of darkness. In previous years, Lin Ming had brought shame upon Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan, leading to countless whispers behind their backs within the village. Lin Ku and Lin Chu could perceive that many villagers, who once maintained amicable relations with their parents, had gradually distanced themselves, wary of Lin Qinghua's potential request for loans. Even some relatives had reduced their interactions with the Lin family. It was hardly surprising, given Lin Ming's past conduct. Who would dare lend money to Lin Qinghua? Lin Ming had been a bottomless pit, and should anyone have lent him money, how would Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan repay it? With Lin Ku on the verge of marriage and Lin Chu soon to wed as well, relying solely on farming seemed insufficient to settle their debts within a lifetime. Now that Lin Ming had prospered, it was time to reclaim the dignity he had once stripped from his parents. From this day forward, Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan could hold their heads high within the village. Just then, as they contemplated these matters, the front door swung open. A middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 50s, entered. Upon seeing Lin Ming, her expression shifted noticeably. "Aunt Wang? Please, come in," Lin Ming greeted with a smile, rising to his feet. "Have you eaten? Join us for a meal." "Oh no, I've prepared a meal at home. I must return shortly," Aunt Wang replied, her smile somewhat strained. Her unexpected visit and evident discomfort led the Lin family to surmise the reason behind it. Aunt Wang, named Wang Weiwei, was the wife of Lin Chenghua's old friend, Lin Yixing. Previously, Lin Qinghua borrowed 20,000 yuan from Lin Yixing, and to this day, he has yet to repay it. Lin Yixing, feeling too embarrassed to voice the matter, found that Wang Weiwei had approached him several times about the debt. However, Wang Weiwei was not the type of assertive woman to confront Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan directly. "Please, have a seat, Aunt Wang," Lin Chenghua offered, pouring her a cup of tea. Since you are dining, perhaps we can discuss this another time. I should take my leave now." Wang Weiwei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not bring herself to mention the debt. "Aunt Wang, is Dazai about to get married?" Lin Ming suddenly inquired. "Yes, soon. He has a girlfriend from a big city, and they are asking for a bride price of 180,000 yuan, Wang Weiwei replied, her expression somber. "Such customs exist in some places, but it is understandable. Raising a daughter is no easy task." Lin Ming smiled and said, "Well, Aunt Wang, it has been several years since you lent us that 20,000. I had intended to withdraw cash from the city this afternoon to repay you. But since you are here, let me assure you that you need not go anywhere this afternoon. I will bring you the money." "Really?" Wang Weiwei could hardly believe her ears. She had come specifically to request the repayment, timing her visit during mealtime, knowing the Lin family would be gathered. However, she had not anticipated Lin Ming's return, and seeing the family so joyful made it difficult for her to bring up the debt. To her astonishment, Lin Ming had mentioned it first and even indicated his intent to repay. Indeed, Lin Ming nodded with a smile. "After all these years, I feel quite guilty. And I must extend my apologies to you, Aunt Wang." "No need for such formalities. Given our relationship, there is no need for apologies," Wang Weiwei replied, her joy palpable. "Lin Ming, it's not that I am pressuring you. With Dazai's impending marriage, the bride's family is urging for the funds. If your uncle and I cannot come up with the money, they may break off the engagement. Please do not hold it against me." "I understand," Lin Ming nodded. Wang Weiwei left with a beaming smile, while Lin Ming hurriedly finished his lunch and set off for the city that afternoon. Although it was a national holiday, the bank still had staff on duty. Lin Ming withdrew a substantial sum of 300,000 yuan in cash. Upon returning to the village, he took Lin Qinghua directly to Lin Yixing's home. Wang Weiwei was indeed waiting at home. However, when she saw the 3 stacks of red bills, she momentarily froze. "Old Lin, you must be mistaken. You only borrowed 20,000 from us," she exclaimed to Lin Chenghua. "Aunt, this extra amount is the interest," Lin Chenghua explained. Placing various gifts such as cigarettes, liquor, and mooncakes on the coffee table, his chin nearly raised to the heavens in pride. "And these items are from Lin Ming as a token of respect for you and Yixing, so please do not think ill of them." While Wang Weiwei was unacquainted with the finer things, Lin Yixing gasped, "Fei Tian Mitai. Soft Joan? This is too much. Chenghua, we cannot accept this." "Yixing, take it." "There's no need for formality between us," Lin Chenghua replied with a smile. "This little rascal Lin Ming has done well for himself. Oh, he has earned enough to afford these gifts." "Huh, you old rascal, are you subtly boasting about your son?" Lin Yixing feigned jealousy. Lin Chenghua, however, did not pretend. "This scoundrel nearly drove me to my wit's end in the past. Now he has finally turned out to be someone respectable. I can hold my head high." The saying, "In youth, a son looks to his father. In old age, a father relies on his son," holds true indeed. Lin Ming observed the prideful demeanor of his father, his heart a tumult of emotions. After lingering for a while at Lin Yixing's home, Lin Ming and Lin Qinghua took their leave. Despite Lin Yixing and Wang Weiwei's insistence on not needing any interest, Lin Ming and Lin Qinghua still left behind an additional 10,000 yuan, along with various gifts of tobacco and alcohol. The entire afternoon was spent with Lin Ming guiding Lin Qinghua around the town, repaying old acquaintances or delivering gifts to distant relatives. Not once did the smile fade from Lin Qinghua's face until they returned home. "Father, they say that prolonged laughter can cause muscle spasms in the mouth. Do you feel that way?" Lin Ming teased. "What nonsense. After bending over for years, I can finally stand tall today. And you want to deny your old man a laugh? Lin Qinghua retorted with a chuckle. In Lin Qinghua's eyes, no matter how wealthy Lin Ming became, it was still Lin Ming's fortune. Only after settling all debts could he truly rest easy. Everything owed has been repaid. There remains 100,000. You and your mother should keep it to spend. Lin Ming handed the remaining sum, wrapped in a plastic bag, to Lin Qinghua. All right. Then I'll make sure to spend this money lavishly with your mother, Lin Qinghua replied as he got out of the car. Father, aren't you going to be a bit sentimental about this? Lin Ming called out. My son earns billions, and you expect me to be sentimental about a mere 100,000? Hurry and get out. They'll be setting off firecrackers soon. Lin Qinghua waved his hand dismissively. With a smile, Lin Ming parked the car. This life, in its essence, might just be called happiness. Chapter 67. Caught in the crossfire in the countryside, festive occasions are invariably accompanied by the sounds of firecrackers. Starting around 4:30 p.m., the nearby village erupted with the crackling of fireworks. The Lin family, however, would commence a bit later. It was nearly 6 p.m. when Lin Qinghua finally took Lin Ming and Lin Ku outside to set off firecrackers. Lin Ming was concerned about frightening Xian Xian. To his surprise, the little girl was quite brave. Not only was she unafraid, but she also joined them at the entrance, covering her ears as she watched. Qi Yufan had prepared a grand feast, featuring dishes such as braised pork ribs, pan-fried ribbonfish, pig trotters and broth, and spicy sour bean sprouts. Though not delicacies, these dishes embodied the essence of home, evoking a hearty appetite. This time, there was an additional treat, mooncakes. The three siblings, Lin Ming, Lin Chu, and Lin Ku, each brought a portion. Delicious, delicious. The mooncakes bought by second uncle are the best, Xian Xian exclaimed, shaking her little head. In the countryside, she referred to Lin Ku as second uncle rather than second brother, lending a sense of intimacy. Lin Ku affectionately pinched Xuan Xuan's cheek, saying, Little girl, you have no taste. The ones your father bought are the most expensive. Nonetheless, I prefer the ones second uncle bought, Xian Xian mumbled, her words unclear. TSK, who does this girl take after? Such eloquence. Lin Ku was even more pleased. She must take after her aunt, Chen Jia remarked with a smile. Lin Chu immediately pouted. Sister-in-law, are you mocking me? How can this be seen as mockery? Haven't you heard the saying? Actions speak louder than words. Your sweet tongue is a gift. Others cannot imitate it, Lin Ming interjected. Oh, so now you're defending your sister-in-law, big brother? But you're not wrong. Among us siblings, your tongue is the least skilled. Perhaps I should teach you? Lin Chu's face was filled with playful pride. All right, I might just take you up on that to prepare for charming your sister-in-law, Lin Ming joked. Chen Jia playfully pinched Lin Ming's waist. Just focus on your own meal. Ouch, that hurts. Lin Ming grimaced, eliciting laughter from everyone. Dinner concluded in a joyous atmosphere. By 8 p.m., Lin Ming and Lin Ku, amidst Xuan Xuan's cheers, set off several colorful fireworks, loud and visually stunning, which Lin Ming had purchased just the day before. The Lin family had not celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival with firecrackers and fireworks for several years. That night, Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan slept soundly. Lin Ming and Lin Ku squeezed together on the earthen Kong, the feeling reminiscent of their childhood. Brother, are you asleep? Lin Ku whispered. Not yet. Lin Ku smiled. Shall we sit in the courtyard for a bit? Lin Ming immediately got up. The two brothers casually draped on some clothes and settled on the cement steps. Do you have any cigarettes? Lin Ku asked. Have you taken up smoking now? Lin Ming frowned. There are too many worries at the company, filled with intrigue. Sometimes, when I feel agitated, I smoke a cigarette, Lin Ku replied. Lin Ming took out a cigarette and handed one to Lin Ku. Within this soft atmosphere, my father still has several left. When I leave, I must take one with me, Lin Ku chuckled. Reduce your consumption. This substance brings no benefits, Lin Ming admonished. You criticize me, yet you indulge as well. I learned this from you, Lin Ku retorted. You little rascal, why not learn something worthwhile instead of these vices? At this point, Lin Ming fell silent. Learn something worthwhile? What virtues did he possess that Lin Ku could emulate? Brother, when do you plan to return to Blue Island? Lin Ku lit up a cigarette for Lin Ming before taking a puff himself. I can return whenever. By the way, when will you head back to the company? Lin Ming countered. Perhaps the day after tomorrow. Work is busy. I can't afford an extended leave, or else that old witch will start nagging again. Mentioning work brought a frown to Lin Ku's face. They say to share good news, not worries. Yet, in front of his elder brother, he felt no desire to conceal his troubles. If you don't want to work, then don't, Lin Ming said, patting his shoulder. Not working is not an option. I'm still young, without a girlfriend. If I don't earn money quickly, how will I support a family in the future? Lin Ku replied with a bitter smile. Lin Ming pondered. You graduated from medical school and have some understanding of pharmaceuticals. I'm planning to start a pharmaceutical company. Why don't you and Lin Chu come help me? Lin Ku's eyes brightened. Although Lin Ming had already become wealthy, Lin Ku had never contemplated living off his brother's success. However, working at Lin Ming's company would be different. At least Lin Ku would earn money through his own efforts while also assisting Lin Ming. Moreover, Lin Ku was currently employed at a small pharmaceutical firm and had experience. Working at Lin Ming's company would certainly not be a matter of idling away time. Brother, isn't it often said to hire outsiders rather than relatives? Are you not worried I might cause trouble or that others might gossip? Lin Ku joked. Lin Ming shook his head. You and Lin Chu are my siblings. I know your characters better than anyone. Just the fact that I gambled away your dowry and wedding gifts without you complaining speaks volumes. I can confidently assert that you are not the type to. Brother, let's not discuss that. Our family's finances are not a matter of who owes whom. If you spend it, then so be it. Haven't we already earned it back? Lin Ku interjected unhappily. All right. I want to mention it again. Lin Ming chuckled wryly and continued. Regardless, I trust you and Lin Chu. Working in my company will surely be more comfortable than your current situation. And I won't have to worry about you. Do you understand? For Lin Ming, setting aside the question of Lin Chu and Lin Ku's characters. Even if he did support them, what of it? These two were simply too stubborn. Otherwise, he would have considered transferring them a few million to spend. What he most desired now was to make amends to those he felt he had wronged. Brother, I can work with you. But what salary do you intend to offer me? Lin Ku asked with a grin. You are my dear brother, and you dare to discuss money with me? That is quite disheartening. Lin Ming feigned displeasure. Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, this is rather excessive. No matter what, Lin Chu and I must eat. Are you really withholding our living expenses? The company has a cafeteria. And what about accommodation? Sleep on the streets? On the evening of the Mid-Autumn Festival, joy and sorrow coexisted. Lin Ming's foreknowledge proved accurate. Tesla's stock experienced a true plummet at the market's opening. At 1 a.m., the share price fell to 756. By 2 a.m., it had dropped to 612. At 3 a.m., Tesla's stock officially hit the limit down at 498. Within just 3 hours of trading, the stock faced a halt. Unable to sustain even until the close of the market, causing Wall Street's capital tycoons to erupt once more. This marked the lowest point for Tesla's shares since its IPO. Had the fervor of Chinese car enthusiasts reached such extremes? Was it not enough to target Xiling, but now even Tesla was in their sights? The most alarming aspect was that this dramatic drop had shown no prior warning signs. This truly exemplified the phrase caught in the crossfire. Curse the Xiling Group. Curse the organizer of the Chinese auto show. Chapter 68. A spirited encounter. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, and Lin Ming stretched luxuriously. Observing his parents, who had already dressed, he inquired, Dad, Mom, are you planning to head to the fields again? Keep your voice down. Your brother is still asleep, Chen Yufan gently admonished, pressing her hand down. Now that the festival is over, your father and I intend to plant sweet potatoes. You can rest a bit longer. After all, we won't be going anywhere today. We'll be back by noon. Lin Ming leaped from the bed, exclaiming, Mom, I've already mentioned to Dad that in the past. When we lacked resources, it was understandable. But now that I have some means, I can easily provide for you. Working in the fields is exhausting. Let us not go. Shall we? Who said you had to work? Why the rush? Lin Qingwa chuckled. I'm not afraid of hard work myself, but I worry about you too. Lin Ming replied with exasperation. Don't worry, your old man is not tired. I'm in high spirits, and everything feels effortless. Lin Qingwa hoisted a hoe onto his shoulder. The elderly couple sauntered off to the fields, perhaps relishing what they envisioned as a pastoral existence. With financial stability at home, they could choose to work or not as they pleased. Unbeknownst to them, their children felt a pang of concern. Their parents, now advanced in years, should not be toiling so hard. Your parents are off to the fields again? Chen Jia's voice came from behind. Lin Ming quickly extinguished the cigarette in his hand and replied, Yes, they went to plant sweet potatoes. I saw it all. What are you trying to hide? Those cigarettes cost $3 or $4 each, and you just lit one. Isn't that wasteful? Chen Jia remarked. I was just trying to avoid your judgment. Lin Ming admitted sheepishly. Ah, the tyranny of matrimony. Lin Chu carried a basin of water, passing by Chen Jia. Lin Ming shot her a sharp glance before turning back to Chen Jia. I truly don't understand these two. It baffles me how they think. When they lacked money, they farmed to earn a living, and now that they have it, what are they still planning for? Those crops are hardly worth anything. After a year of hard labor, they might only earn 2 or 3,000. 2 or 3,000 a year is hardly substantial. For contemporary young people, not only is that little, but they might even have to spend several times that amount. They have cultivated these fields their entire lives. It has become second nature to them. Suddenly being idle leaves them at a loss, and they grow anxious, Chen Jia observed. Moreover, without these tireless laborers, where would our food come from? Yes, you've earned money, but you must not forget your roots, she added. I haven't forgotten my roots. I just wish for them to have an easier life. Lin Ming mumbled. Listen, if you genuinely want to keep them from working the fields, then buy them a house in the city. If they no longer live in the countryside, they won't feel the urge to farm, Chen Jia advised. You make a valid point. I will certainly purchase a spacious home for them, ideally one with a view of the sea. As they adore the ocean, Lin Ming affirmed with conviction. Chen Jia furrowed her brow, sensing that Lin Ming was eagerly awaiting her suggestion about buying a house. Indeed, her intuition proved correct. Lin Ming continued, let them move to Blue Island. I will purchase several more homes. One for our family of 3, one for my parents, one for your parents, and individual ones for Lin Chu, Lin Ku, and Chen Xing. What do you think? Why on earth would anyone want to live with you? Chen Jia retorted. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Xian and I are quite comfortable in our rental. Instead of daydreaming about such matters, you should focus on earning more money. The rental is far too small, and Xian can't always be alone at home. Whether my parents or yours come over, they can take care of her. Lin Ming insisted, making excuses. Xian will soon start kindergarten, so I won't have to worry during the day. I'll pick her up after school, Chen Jia replied. Hey, Shin the Beautiful, is it really fair to be this heartless? Go wash up. Don't you have to make a trip to Chongguang City? Mom has already prepared our meal. You can leave once you eat. As Chen Jia spoke, she walked into the kitchen. What Lin Ming failed to notice was that the once dull light in Chen Jia's eyes had rekindled. During breakfast, Lin Ming once again mentioned his plans to start a pharmaceutical company to Lin Chu. Naturally, she did not hold back in her response to her brother. Although she had little knowledge about pharmaceuticals, she was eager to learn. Given Lin Chu's vivacious personality, youthful beauty, and quick wit, even if she didn't engage in research, she could at least serve as an assistant. With his siblings agreeing to join his company, Lin Ming felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. Regardless of their capabilities, they could find joy in their work without being burdened by worry. After breakfast, Lin Ming took Lin Chu and Lin Ku to the city. They were resigning from their jobs, while Lin Ming sought a fateful encounter. Remarkably, the legendary figure in medicine, Zhang Kuang, hailed from Chongguang City as well. After dropping Lin Ku and Lin Chu at their respective workplaces, Lin Ming drove alone to the First People's Hospital of Chongguang City. At 10 a.m., in the hematology department, a man appearing to be in his late 20s sat with his hands clasped over his head, lost in thought. His name was Zhang Kuang. At that moment, his gaze was vacant, consumed by the doctor's earlier words. How could this be? My mother is nearly 70 years old. How could she possibly have leukemia? Illness is not terrifying. What is truly daunting is the exorbitant medical expenses required for treatment, especially in the case of leukemia. Often deemed a bottomless pit of costs, it becomes an unbearable burden for any ordinary family. Zhang Kuang, the youngest in his family, had 2 older brothers and a sister, all of whom were working class, and their financial situations were not particularly favorable. Thus, when he learned of his mother's leukemia diagnosis, he lacked the courage to share the news with them. Being a medical student, he was acutely aware of the potential expenses that lay ahead. To them, it was an astronomical figure. Why are you still sitting here? At that moment, the doctor emerged from the ward, his brow furrowed. Your mother's condition cannot be delayed any longer. Once leukemia fully manifests, it becomes exceedingly difficult to treat. While there are still available hospital beds, you must promptly pay the deposit. If our hospital is truly incapable of helping, I will assist you in transferring to a larger city for treatment. Thank you, doctor. Zhang Kuang felt even more despondent. The doctor's words had inadvertently revealed the gravity of the situation. Chongguang City was merely a county-level city. Procedures such as dialysis and chemotherapy were feasible, but achieving a cure for leukemia was highly improbable. Furthermore, transferring hospitals would exponentially escalate the medical expenses. Contemplating this, Zhang Kuang slammed his fist onto the chair. Years had passed since graduation, and he had accomplished nothing. Beyond a couple of years of employment at the outset, he had indulged in fanciful dreams of researching some miraculous cold medicine. Now, with his mother diagnosed with leukemia, He found himself unable to afford even the hospitalization deposit. Possessing less than 1,000 yuan in total, that sense of helplessness morphed into frustration, which then transformed into anger, threatening to engulf Zhang Kuang. I am nothing but a failure, Zhang Kuang bellowed inwardly. He raised his fist, intending to strike himself, only to suddenly notice the presence of another person beside him. Hello. Lin Ming greeted with a smile. Chapter 69. Every dream deserves respect. Greetings. Although I truly lack the inclination to exchange pleasantries, out of courtesy, Zhang Kuang responded. In the past, I often resorted to self-harm out of anger and grievance, but eventually, I realized how foolish such actions were, Lin Ming remarked. Zhang Kuang snorted, remaining silent. Lin Ming, undeterred, continued. Do you need money? This abrupt inquiry instantly furrowed Zhang Kuang's brow. He scrutinized Lin Ming, questioning, What do you do? Fundraising platform? Before Lin Ming could reply, Zhang Kuang coldly retorted, Get lost. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your kind. You exploit the lives of the sick as bargaining chips for profit. Don't you feel a twinge of conscience? Those who donate do so out of compassion and kindness. Yet you shamelessly capitalize on such pity to earn money. You will surely corrupt societal morals. If there comes a day when no one is willing to extend a helping hand, you scoundrels will bear the inescapable consequences. This tirade left Lin Ming momentarily speechless. He understood that Zhang Kuang was a proud individual, intolerant of any insolence. Yet today, he truly witnessed the depth of his character. It was no wonder he would later be awarded the title of national hero. This man possessed not only extraordinary talent, but also an unwavering disdain for evil. Lin Ming mused. Platforms like some fundraising and some charity had long been exposed online for exploiting public sympathy for profit. However, it was rare for someone in Zhang Kuang's circumstances to resist such temptation. After all, these platforms could indeed help patients raise funds. Even if the patients only received a fraction of the total, anything was better than nothing. Nevertheless, Zhang Kuang's outright and unyielding refusal, despite knowing this, underscored his deep-seated hatred for unscrupulous merchants. No one's money comes easily. I have always detested those who profit from the exploitation of humanity, Zhang Kuang declared impatiently. I'm not in the mood right now, so don't provoke me. I do not wish to see you, just leave. I do not belong to any platform. You might want to temper your temper, Lin Ming calmly stated, then opened the documents he had long prepared. Zhang Kuang, 28 years old, unmarried. A graduate of Bayan Medical University, with a degree from a prestigious institution. At this juncture, Lin Ming smiled. There is no need for me to elaborate on your family situation. The facts are laid bare. You investigated me? Who exactly are you? Zhang Kuang's pupils narrowed slightly. Lin Ming no longer beat around the bush. My name is Lin Ming, and I intend to establish a pharmaceutical company. I have heard that you have substantial ideas regarding special cold medicine, and thus, I am here to invite you to join my team. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuang instantly felt mocked. Since the inception of his idea for special cold medicine, it seemed to have become the greatest joke in the world. Day and night, he tirelessly crafted proposals and sought employment at various pharmaceutical companies, only to be met with rejection at every turn. The myriad of responses, subtle, blunt, sarcastic, derisive, echoed in his ears, leaving him disheartened. His fervent aspirations and lofty ambitions gradually waned under the weight of these voices. Today, upon learning of his mother's leukemia, he resolved to abandon his fantasies and pragmatically seek a job to finance her treatment. Just then, someone approached him with an invitation to develop a miraculous cold remedy. Accustomed to rejection, he had long believed that no one would ever place their faith in him. Thus, when Lin Ming uttered those words, rather than feeling elated, he was consumed by anger. So, you know about my situation? Zhang Kuang's temples throbbed with indignation. You may dismiss me and mock me in the shadows, but why must you bring such disdain into the open? Developing a miraculous cold remedy is my dream. Is it not enough to cast me aside? Must you pursue me, trampling on my dreams and dignity until you feel satisfied? Having conducted thorough research on Zhang Kuang, Lin Ming understood his current turmoil, especially given his awareness of Zhang Kuang's mother's illness. He could not possibly feel anger or resentment in response to Zhang Kuang's words. While others may consider your aspirations mere daydreams, I, Lin Ming, am filled with confidence in you. Since you claim that developing a miraculous cold remedy is your dream, are you truly willing to relinquish it? What good would that do? Can dreams be turned into sustenance? Zhang Kuang shouted, pointing toward the clinic door. Just moments ago, the doctor informed me that my mother has leukemia. Leukemia? Do you understand what that signifies? Even if she could recover, the cost would be astronomical, far beyond my comprehension. I do not even have 1,000 yuan to my name, not enough for the hospital deposit. The pharmaceutical companies were right. Zhang Kuang was indeed a deluded fool, a self-important, inept individual. I cannot afford to treat my mother's illness. What else can I do? I might as well die. As he spoke, tears streamed down his reddened cheeks. In him, Lin Ming saw a reflection of his former self, albeit with a more tragic plight. At least his own parents were healthy. Your mother's ability to receive treatment depends entirely upon you, Lin Ming stated earnestly. I have never wished to trample upon your dreams or dignity. Rather, I respect the aspirations of every individual, for we all live for our dreams. A person devoid of dreams, endlessly repeating the same monotonous tasks, is no different from a stagnant fish. If Lin Ming's earlier words had failed to inspire belief in Zhang Kuang, this statement resonated deeply within him. Your words are easy to say. With billions of people in the world, over 90% are trapped in a ceaseless cycle. Do they not have dreams? Do they wish to live like stagnant fish? Zhang Kuang gazed at Lin Ming's earnest expression and sighed. I too wish to pursue my dreams. Yet every aspiration demands financial backing. My mother is afflicted with leukemia, and I no longer dare to hope for much. The so-called dreams may yet be realized in the future. But my mother, there is only one of her. Filial piety is paramount. I admire those who embody it. Lin Ming was moved by his words. Initially, I harbored doubts about your character, but it seems I have underestimated you. Zhang Kuang shook his head slightly. No amount of eloquent words could stir him now. His mind was solely occupied with thoughts of how to procure funds for his mother's treatment. At that moment, Lin Ming suddenly turned and walked away. Where are you going? Zhang Kuang instinctively inquired, a profound sense of loss and sorrow welling up within him. The departure of the other seemed to carry his dreams away as well. Do you wish to pursue your dreams? Then follow me. Lin Ming's voice caused a gentle tremor in Zhang Kuang. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to follow. Chapter 70. Recruitment at the Hospital Billing Department. Zhang Kuang stared blankly as Lin Ming submitted the hospitalization deposit. 100,000 yuan, not a penny less. This amount merely covered the initial treatment costs at the First People's Hospital, a trifling sum compared to the entire course of treatment required for his condition. Do you believe me now? Lin Ming smiled at Zhang Kuang. I have restored your dreams. Whether they can be fulfilled depends on you. But I truly have no money to repay you, Zhang Kuang murmured. If you had the funds, would you need my assistance to cover these expenses? Moreover, what I seek is not your money but your commitment. Why can't you grasp this simple fact? Lin Ming replied, exasperated. What is it that you see in me? My alma mater is hardly prestigious. My work experience spans only 2 or 3 years, and my temperament leaves much to be desired. What makes me worthy of your journey to seek me out? Zhang Kuang frowned. Believe it or not, it wasn't such a long journey. I'm from Changwang City as well. You know Tongling Town? There's a village called Linjiling in the southeast, and I hail from there. Lin Ming shrugged. Zhang Kuang had little interest in Lin Ming's background. Although he had previously harbored lofty ambitions, he was not one to boast of his talents. Lin Ming's sudden appearance left him perplexed. If I must provide a reason, it would be this. Lin Ming paused before meeting Zhang Kuang's gaze. You are the first and only person to propose this special cold medicine plan. Do you truly have faith in me? You probably haven't even read my proposal, have you? To be frank, I have presented this plan to no less than 50 pharmaceutical companies, only to be dismissed each time. No one believes I can bring this special cold medicine to market. They regard me as foolish, thinking my ideas are fanciful, Zhang Kuang continued. Though there are many cold medications available, they largely share the same ingredients, only the branding differs. A cold is hardly a grave ailment, and no one worries excessively about it. If medication fails, they simply resort to injections. Recovery is inevitable. Given this context, those pharmaceutical companies are reluctant to invest in such endeavors. They would rather direct their funds towards researching treatments for other diseases. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming smiled. You understand this well, yet you still entertain the notion of developing a special cold medicine. Pray tell, to what extent is this medicine special? In truth, Lin Ming was feigning ignorance. He was well aware of the potential of the special cold medicine. His intention was merely to instill confidence in Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang, however, remained oblivious to this. A spark ignited in his eyes. If it can indeed be developed, I am confident that patients suffering from an ordinary flu could recover within a day of taking the special cold medicine. A day? Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. It appeared that repeated rejections had indeed diminished Zhang Kuang's confidence. In his vision of the future, he believed that patients would recover within merely 2 to 3 hours of consuming the special cold medicine. Some individuals with robust constitutions can completely regain their health within 30 minutes to an hour, a phenomenon that can only be described as instantaneous and miraculous. While it is conservatively estimated that recovery might take a day, it could indeed occur even sooner. However, such assertions remain mere speculation until the efficacy of the special cold medicine has been thoroughly validated through its actual development, remarked Zhang Kuang. Shall I then await your assurance? You won't let me down, will you? Lin Ming replied. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Kuang responded, launching a pharmaceutical company is not as simple as it seems. It requires substantial funding and presents numerous registration challenges. Are you truly confident in establishing it? That is not a concern you should bear once my pharmaceutical company is operational. The question is whether you shall join me, Lin Ming said with a cheerful smile. You have already covered my hospitalization deposit. How could I possibly decline? Zhang Kuang replied with a wry smile. Very well, send me your bank account number, and I shall transfer some funds to you. This way, when the time comes for Annie's treatment expenses, you won't be left scrambling for money, Lin Ming suggested. Let us hold off on that for now. You've already lent me 100,000 yuan, and if I need more in the future, I will find other means. Zhang Kuang stated. Lin Ming's expression turned serious. You are well aware of the cost involved in treating leukemia. The 100,000 yuan merely covers initial expenses. We cannot predict how much more will be required. If your hesitance over finances delays the progress of the special cold medicine, it would be a grave loss for me. Do you understand? Seeing Zhang Kuang still wavering, Lin Ming continued, you need not feel burdened by this money. Consider it a no-interest loan from me. Think about it. Once the special cold medicine is successfully developed, how much profit could it generate? Even you would be able to comfortably repay me the medical expenses. Thus, there should be no pressure on you. As Auntie's condition stabilizes, your sole focus should be on preparing for the special cold medicine. Zhang Kuang gritted his teeth. A great favor is never spoken of lightly. Let us head to the bank. Your account may not facilitate large transfers. Lin Ming laughed heartily. Subsequently, the two made their way to the bank. After Zhang Kuang enabled high-value transfers, his phone immediately buzzed with a notification of funds received, 2 million. This figure left Zhang Kuang momentarily speechless. In typical circumstances, treating leukemia would not necessitate such an exorbitant sum. Let us clarify. I am not cursing Annie's health to worsen by transferring this money. It is merely a precaution for unforeseen circumstances, Lin Ming jested. All right, I have other matters to attend to. You may return to the hospital. I look forward to our next meeting. Without waiting for Zhang Kuang's thoughts, Lin Ming turned and exited the bank. It took Zhang Kuang 5 minutes to regain his composure. From the moment he had paid the 100,000 yuan deposit for hospitalization to receiving 2 million, he had never uttered a word of thanks to Lin Ming. He was truly not one for eloquence, reserving his gratitude deep within. Ironically, those who are less expressive often possess a profound understanding of gratitude and reciprocity. Requesting paper and pen from a bank employee, Zhang Kuang penned a promissory note to Lin Ming. He then took out his phone and dialed his elder brother's number. Once the call connected, Zhang Kuang spoke first. Brother, the results are in. It's leukemia, and our mother has already been hospitalized. The succinct words plunged the other party into silence. After a prolonged pause, he finally responded, how much will it cost? I will find a way. Zhang Kuang felt a sense of relief and shook his head, saying, you need not worry about the finances. I have already gathered the necessary funds. However, I may be quite busy moving forward and might not be able to care for mother in the hospital. Please inform our elder brother and sister. And it would be best if they could take turns looking after her. What are you planning to do? The expenses for leukemia treatment are substantial. Where will you procure the funds? The other party seemed anxious about Zhang Kuang's intentions. Brother, you need not be concerned. I intend to develop an effective cold medicine. Zhang Kuang clarified. A prominent figure from a pharmaceutical company has personally approached me, expressing a willingness to invest. The medical expenses for our mother are also covered by his loan. The treatment for leukemia is a lengthy process, and I cannot disappoint his expectations, otherwise we would be regarded as heartless beings. The other party let out a sigh of relief and replied, developing an effective cold medicine is also your dream. Since this opportunity has arisen, do not let it slip away. As for mother, I will go with your sister-in-law this afternoon. And I will notify our elder brother and sister as well so that we can discuss it. All right, Zhang Kuang nodded. After hanging up, he clenched his fists. Not only the effective cold medicine, but I also aim to develop effective anti-blood medicine and effective anti-cancer injections. I want to ensure that all patients no longer suffer. And I wish for these vile pathogens to perish. Perhaps only Lin Ming understands that it is precisely due to his mother's illness that a legendary figure in medicine, renowned and celebrated in the future, was born. Chapter 71. Oh, my dear elder brother. Having made a call to Lin Ke and Lin Chu, Lin Ming discovered that both had already completed their resignation procedures. He drove over to pick them up. As the clock approached noon, the trio decided to find a restaurant in the city to satiate their hunger. There was no need to worry about Chen Jia and Xian. They had plenty of food at home to keep them well fed. After finishing their lunch and during their return journey, Lin Ming teased, "You two just quit without a second thought. Did your superiors approve of this?" "Humph, that wretched old witch would probably rejoice at my departure. I am the only one in the company daring enough to stand up to her, and she has likely harbored disdain for me for quite some time," Lin Ke scoffed. Lin Chu interjected, "Our workshop supervisor has been trying to persuade me to stay, but my brother is now a big boss. It's time for me to showcase my talents. You ought to find a respectable job being a university student, especially as a young lady. It's been unfair to you all these years," Lin Ming sighed. "Brother, must you always say such things? It's infuriating. Is being a seamstress not respectable? Do you despise seamstresses?" Lin Chu retorted, visibly displeased. Lin Ming hastily attempted to clarify, but at that moment, his phone rang. Since he was connected to the car's Bluetooth for music, he answered without hesitation in front of Lin Chu and Lin Ke. "Hey, brother Lin, a new massage parlor just opened in the city center. And the ladies there are exquisite. Why not hurry back and indulge?" Lin Ming. He could see in the rearview mirror that Lin Chu and Lin Ke were glaring at him, clearly having misconstrued the situation. "Zhou Cheng, my brother and sister are in the car. Prepare for a verbal onslaught when I return." Lin Ming gritted his teeth. "Come on, brother Lin, don't be so serious. You know me well enough. This is a legitimate massage parlor. Would I dare invite you otherwise?" Zhou Cheng chuckled mischievously. "Besides, given your sister-in-law's looks and figure, you'd struggle to find anyone better in the entire Blue Island." Lin Ming's expression darkened. "Spare me your nonsense. I'm driving and have no time for your banter. I'm just sharing information. You keep interrupting me before I finish," Zhou Cheng retorted. The Lin siblings exchanged glances, exasperated. "Brother Lin, last night Tesla experienced a dramatic plunge. The stock hit a limit down when it reached 498. I've already invested my money, just waiting for Tesla to rebound." "Yes, I'm aware," Lin Ming replied, uninterested in elaborating. He had foreseen this situation long before. "How can you remain so calm?" The stock plummeted from nearly 1,000 to 498, evaporating trillions of RMB in market value overnight. "Trillions," Zhou Cheng exclaimed. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. "It's not as though I'm the one who lost trillions. Why shouldn't I remain calm? Truly, you are my brother. Unfazed as Mount Tai collapses before you, unperturbed as the Yellow River surges above you, I am in awe. Truly." Zhou Cheng offered a flattering remark. "Tesla has officially issued an announcement." "Brother Lin, you haven't seen the news, have you? Can you guess how they plan to rescue Tesla's market value? Lowering car prices for sale?" Lin Ming responded. Zhou Cheng's tone faltered momentarily. Then, with a hint of resignation, he said, "This is rather dull. Can't you pretend to be oblivious just to amuse your little brother? To entertain this big baby of several hundred months?" Lin Ming could not help but chuckle in exasperation. Tesla's public relations strategy starkly contrasts with that of Cheeling Automobile. Their approach is more direct and rather brusque. They are implementing a price reduction across all models to stabilize their global car enthusiasts. The price cuts range from 20,000 to as much as 60 or 70,000. While this may not satisfy current owners, it will undoubtedly please countless prospective buyers. There is no denying the efficacy of this method. From the opening of the market tonight until 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Tesla's market value will likely experience an explosive surge, continuing until it reaches its limit. Forget it. Forget it. Brother Lin, you have certainly exemplified the essence of tedious. I might as well update you on the financial matters, Zhou Cheng stated. We acquired the shares at 498. If, as you say, Tesla's stock price reaches 100, then your investment would transform from 2.8 billion to approximately 6.2 billion, amounting to a profit of 3.4 billion. At this juncture, Zhou Cheng paused. Then, with a chuckle, he added, "I shouldn't even mention it, as I would have made a full 400 million more than you, nearing the ranks of a centibillionaire. You invested 3 billion, and it is certain that you would earn 400 million more than me. What is there to boast about?" Lin Ming replied, shaking his head with a smile. Unbeknownst to him, this light-hearted conversation had left Lin Ke and Lin Chu seated in the back, utterly astounded. The siblings exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Brother Lin, the main reason I'm calling is that my grandfather wishes to meet you. Zhou Cheng ceased his jesting, as I told you before. He holds your abilities in high regard and is very grateful for your help during the wine incident that saved our family. When will you return to Blue Island? Come over for some tea. That sounds wonderful, for I also have a matter I would like your assistance with, Lin Ming replied. What is it? Zhou Cheng perked up immediately. Wow, my omnipotent brother Lin actually needs my help? I am utterly honored. Lin Ming was momentarily speechless. I plan to start a pharmaceutical company. I've heard that registering one can be quite troublesome, and I hope Uncle Shou can facilitate the process and expedite the necessary qualifications without violating any regulations. A pharmaceutical company? What do you intend to do with that? Although the drug industry is highly lucrative, many wealthy individuals have lost their fortunes due to it. Zhou Cheng frowned. The pharmaceutical field is one that can yield quick returns, yet it also demands substantial investment. Before developing a product that gains public acceptance, one will inevitably incur losses. I will discuss it further when I return to Blue Island, Lin Ming concluded. Upon witnessing him hang up the phone, Lin Chu abruptly embraced Lin Ming's chair from behind. Brother, was that guy serious? You earned 6 billion. To be precise, I only made 3. 4 billion. The remaining 8 billion is the principal, Lin Ming replied with a smile. My dear elder brother, you cannot be jesting. Over 60 billion, if piled together. It would form a mountain. Lin Chu's wide eyes brimmed with disbelief. Lin Ming glanced at Lin Ke through the rearview mirror and teased, Why so silent, young man? Hurry and praise your brother. Lin Ke curled his lip. Forget about 60 billion. Even if it were 600 billion, what difference would it make? You still expect me and Lin Chu to dine in the cafeteria and sleep on the streets. Lin Ming remained speechless. Around 1 p.m., the 3 siblings arrived home. Just as he turned off the engine, Lin Ming received a call from Xiang Zhe. Brother Lin, the 2 Lamborghini Urus vehicles you ordered have been loaded. They should arrive in Chongguang City in about 2 days. However, since you lack the time to wait, I couldn't customize them for you. I can only select 2 higher spec models from the available stock to send over. Lin Ming nodded. That's fine. Just send me your bank account details, and I will transfer the payment for the cars. Before Lin Ming could finish, the call was abruptly disconnected. He was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Xiang Zhe sent a voice message to Lin Ming on WeChat, which elicited an expression of bemusement from him. The message was quite simple. Consisting of just one sentence, Zhou Cheng said, This time I can make 6 billion. Chapter 72, guided by my elder brother and Lin Ming's foresight. His recent investment in Tesla was expected to yield a profit of approximately 2 times. This implies that if Xiang Zhe were to earn 600 million, his initial investment would amount to 500 million. However, when Lin Ming contacted him, Xiang Zhe claimed to have invested only 100 million. It appears that due to the fire incident at the 4S dealership, Xiang Zhe now places immense trust in Lin Ming, which explains his subsequent additional investment of 400 million. Xiang Zhe's total assets are barely under 1 billion, with the majority tied up in those 4S dealerships, alongside considerable loans from banks. Clearly, to part with 500 million, Xiang Zhe is indeed taking a significant risk. According to the official pricing, 2 Lamborghini Urus models should cost less than 10 million without markup. In comparison to Xiang Zhe's anticipated profit of 600 million, this sum is merely a drop in the ocean. Nevertheless, it is not a mere gift. 10 million, which Xiang Zhe dismisses as inconsequential, leaves Lin Ming feeling uneasy. At 4:30 p.m., Qi Yufan and Lin Chenghua finally returned from the fields. Lin Ming and his siblings were sitting at the entrance, engaged in conversation, and could see the elderly couple from afar, covered in dirt yet laughing joyfully. The worries that once lingered on their faces had completely vanished. Father, mother. Lin Ku was the first to rush over, taking the hoe from Lin Chenghua's hands. What are you doing sitting here? The weather has turned cool. You should hurry back inside. Lin Chenghua chuckled. There's nothing to do while idling about. Your father and I are living a life akin to a paradise. Lin Chu interjected with a hint of reproach. But father, didn't T elder brother say you shouldn't be working in the fields? Why do you not heed his advice? Having nothing to do is no reason to fret. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, why haven't you returned to work? I thought you would have gone back by now, Lin Chenghua inquired. Lin Chu's face illuminated with pride. Because we have an elder brother who is our boss. Both Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan looked perplexed. Lin Chu then explained with a smile, Father, mother. Elder brother informed us that he plans to start a pharmaceutical company and wants me and second brother to work at his company. Upon hearing this, Lin Chenghua's eyes sparkled with excitement. He approached Lin Ming and suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Good lad. You have alleviated your parents' worries. Lin Ming's transformation and newfound prosperity brought immense joy to Lin Xinghua and Qi Yufan. For parents, a child can often be a source of anxiety. Lin Shu and Lin Ku occasionally expressed their grievances about work, and while they would dismiss it by saying that everyone faces similar challenges, their hearts were undoubtedly filled with concern. Now, with Lin Ming inviting his siblings to work at his company, Lin Xinghua was undoubtedly elated. As the elder brother, Lin Ming has truly embarked on a commendable path. You may work at your elder brother's company, but you must not cause him any trouble, understood? Qi Yufan said, feigning seriousness. Mother, do we possess such audacity? The elder brother has declared that we shall dine at the cafeteria and sleep on the streets, refusing to pay us our wages, claiming that discussing money tarnishes relationships. Lin Ku wore an expression of utter grievance. Haha. Lin Xinghua and Qi Yufan both erupted in laughter. During dinner that evening, Lin Shu suddenly recalled Lin Ming's financial endeavors. She leaned on Chen Jia's arm and said, "Sister-in-law, do you know that elder brother is about to make a fortune again?" Chen Jia appeared puzzled. "I am not aware. We heard it in the car today. By tomorrow night at the latest, elder brother will have earned several billion." Lin Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Before Chen Jia could respond, Lin Xinghua interjected. "Did he not previously amass nearly 3 billion? This has been mentioned before." "No, Dad. Elder brother has earned an additional 3 billion on top of that." Lin Chu quickly clarified. Lin Xinghua nearly choked. "So you mean your brother now possesses over 6 billion? At this juncture, the entire family turned their attention to Lin Ming, while only Xian remained oblivious, lost in her meal. "Approximately 2 billion, Lin Ming replied with a smile. He had been contemplating how to boast to their parents, and his little sister had already paved the way for him. "Your speed in accumulating wealth is astonishing. Is it truly so exaggerated?" Qi Yufan expressed disbelief. The concept of several billion was unfathomable to ordinary folk like them. They could hardly grasp what could be purchased with such an amount. "Not every time do I earn billions. This recent success has been due to a stroke of luck, benefiting from the support of top-tier capital," Lin Ming vaguely explained. No one was particularly interested in the specifics of how Lin Ming accumulated his wealth. The process was inconsequential, and what mattered was the outcome. They merely needed to know that their son, their elder brother, their former husband, had now become a billionaire. "Yufan, fetch me some fate yin mitai," Lin Xinghua commanded with a thud on the table. Qi Yufan admonished, "Another drink? That liquor costs nearly 10,000 yuan a bottle. Can't you settle for something else? My son casually earns billions. What harm is there in my indulging a little?" Lin Xinghua's pride soared. Lin Ming chuckled. "Mom, that liquor is meant for drinking. Please refrain from criticizing Dad. Those birds' nests and shark fins are beneficial for beauty and health. You should consume them promptly before they expire. Expiration is merely a temporary concern," Lin Ming jested, intending to tease Qi Yufan, for otherwise, she would surely hesitate to partake. Alas, now elder brother is the family's darling. "Both second brother and I have fallen out of favor," Lin Chu feigned a sigh. Chen Jia shot her a glance. "Isn't your elder brother essentially yours? In the eyes of our parents and your elder brother, you are more important than anyone else. What about sister-in-law? Am I not as important?" Lin Chu asked playfully. Chen Jia's face flushed, and she instinctively glanced at Lin Ming. Everyone is important, huh? Lin Ming quickly assured. Chen Jia retracted her gaze, a slight smile gracing her lips. "I am important. I am the most treasured darling in Dad's heart." Xian held a chicken leg aloft, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. On September 12th, Tesla's market capitalization began to soar at an astonishing pace from the moment the market opened. The roller coaster-like sensation nearly induced a heart attack in countless investors. By 3 p.m., Tesla's stock finally hit the ceiling, reaching an impressive 1,100 per share. In Blue Island, at Yilin Bay, when Tesla's stock surpassed 1,100, Su Jin and his companions wasted no time in liquidating their shares. There was no need to contemplate whether there would be buyers. After all, this was a limit-up situation. Such a condition implied that, at the opening of the next trading day, if not further increases, at the very least, a decline was highly improbable. The strategy of reducing prices across all Tesla models had, in a single day, propelled its market value to new heights, setting a record for the highest single share price since its listing. As they watched the stock swiftly sold off, Su Jin and his companions felt utterly exhausted, collapsing into their chairs. As seasoned traders, they had witnessed countless market fluctuations, yet the peculiar circumstances of this day were unprecedented. "It's done," Su Jin declared, popping open a can of beer and finishing it in just a few gulps. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he inquired, "Zhou Chong, Who exactly do you know that possesses such remarkable insights? How did he come to know all of this? Zhou Chong raised his chin confidently. Su Jin shook his head, remarking, the speed at which money is made here is faster than robbing a bank. If this continues, you'll surely qualify for the young millionaire list. Rest assured. With my elder brother's guidance, I will inevitably make it onto that list, Zhou Chong replied, brimming with confidence. He then asked, by the way, how much did you all earn this time? About 30 million, considering I didn't invest much, and my father gave me quite the scolding, Su Jin responded. Only 30 million? Zhou Chong scoffed, regarding Su Jin and his friends with an air of superiority. A mere drizzle. Su Jin and the others remained speechless. Chapter 73. A call from the bank at 5:30 in the evening. A notification of funds deposited arrived on Lin Ming's phone. 18 billion. Upon seeing this message, Lin Ming was momentarily stunned. He hurriedly rushed to Chen Jia. The funds have arrived. 18 billion. Jia, take a look. Lin Ming exclaimed excitedly. To be honest, at that moment, Chen Jia was not focused on how much Lin Ming had earned. Rather, she was captivated by the childlike expression on his face. Instead of seeking out his parents first, he sought her out. It felt as if a hidden part of her heart had been stirred. Chen Jia revealed a joyful smile that she had not worn in years. Congratulations, Lin Ming. You have truly realized your dream of becoming a wealthy man, she said softly. No. Lin Ming retracted his phone and replied earnestly, my current dream is to win you and Xian back. Chen Jia smiled gently. Well, that dream may not be easily fulfilled. You must strive hard for it. With that, she went to the kitchen to prepare dinner with Qi Yufan, leaving Lin Ming standing there in a daze. His mind was filled with Chen Jia's beaming smile and the gentle whispers that lingered in his ears for what seemed like an eternity. How long had it been? How long since Chen Jia had smiled at him like that, since she had shown him such tenderness? Lin Ming was unsure of what had touched Chen Jia, but he knew that if things continued as they were, he would eventually win them back. During dinner, Lin Ming unexpectedly received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello. Is this Mr. Lin? A middle-aged man's voice on the other end was exceedingly polite, which surprised Lin Ming. Yes, may I ask who is speaking? Lin Ming inquired. Good day, Mr. Lin. I am Yang Zushan, the branch manager of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Long Island City, the voice replied with a smile. Lin Ming expressed his confusion. So it is Manager Yang. What is the reason for your call? Mr. Lin. Please rest assured that our bank guarantees absolute privacy for our clients. However, the amount you received is quite substantial, which has caused an anomaly in your account. Thus, I took the liberty of calling you. I hope you do not misunderstand, Yang Zushan said cautiously. These funds are all from legitimate sources. If you have any doubts, Manager Yang, feel free to investigate. Lin Ming frowned. No, Mr. Lin, you misunderstand. I would never question the source of your funds. The purpose of my call is. Yang Zushan was apprehensive that Lin Ming might misinterpret his words. He cleared his throat before continuing. I hope that you might consider depositing some funds with our bank. Before Lin Ming could respond, Yang Zushan added, of course, our bank will offer you the highest interest rates, and we would also reserve a position for you, with benefits equivalent to those of regular staff, making it convenient for you to manage your assets. Whenever you wish to visit the bank, we can arrange transportation for you. Upon hearing these words, Lin Ming finally grasped the essence of the matter. The adage that wealth begets wealth holds true indeed. Once one's financial resources reach a certain magnitude, even a bank president must implore one to deposit funds, setting aside the interest rates. The perks associated with such a position, comparable to that of a full-time employee, have left countless individuals envious. It is well known that in contemporary society, numerous young aspirants vie fiercely for the stability offered by a banking career. However, mere educational qualifications are insufficient. What is paramount is possessing the right connections. In Lin Ming's case, a modest deposit with Yang Zushan would easily secure him such a role, allowing him to lounge at home while earning a salary and enjoying benefits, with the freedom to choose his level of involvement. So this was the intent of President Yang. Lin Ming pursed his lips. However, this may prove challenging. My company requires substantial operational capital, and the expenses are rather exorbitant, which might disappoint President Yang. Yang Zushan promptly replied, Mr. Lin, I understand that you support many individuals and have consistently made significant contributions to society. However, I do not wish for you to deposit all your funds with us. Even a small amount, say 1 billion, would suffice. If that is too much, perhaps 800 million, or 60 million, or even 50 million. Lin Ming was both amused and exasperated. When had he ever contributed to society? Indeed, those who ascend to the position of president possess remarkable rhetorical skills. President Yang. How about this? I will first compile a summary of my financial situation, and then I shall provide you with a response. Lin Ming maintained a courteous demeanor. Adhering to the principle of reciprocity, Yang Zushan gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Lin, the truth is that I have been assigned a savings target from above. That scoundrel Zhou Chong refuses to deposit his money here, insisting on keeping it to continue his dealings with you, which is why I am calling you. Zhou Chong? Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. President Yang, what is your relationship with Zhou Chong? Ahem, I am his uncle, Yang Zushan replied sheepishly. Lin Ming suddenly understood. No wonder Zhou Chong was mentioned. He was indeed the young man's uncle. In that case, I shall deposit 1 billion with you as a fixed term and another 4 billion as a flexible deposit. However, when I require funds, President Yang must ensure there are no obstacles. Lin Ming smiled. One could distinctly hear Yang Zushan's breath quicken after Lin Ming finished speaking. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your assistance. When you return to Landau City, I, Yang, will certainly pay you a visit. Yang Zushan exclaimed. Haha, President Yang, you are too courteous. Please, attend to your matters. I will leave the deposit arrangements in your capable hands. Yang Zushan replied before hanging up. Lin Chenghua immediately inquired, President? Which president? The branch president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank in Landau hopes I will deposit some funds to help him meet his targets, Lin Ming said, taking a bite of his steamed bun. A bank president is so courteous to you. My son has truly accomplished something remarkable. Lin Chenghua sighed sincerely. Dad, you may not understand this, Lin Chu interjected, providing a logical explanation. It's over 6 billion. If the funds were placed in a bank to accrue interest, at the current rate of 4.2 for large denomination certificates of deposit, it would yield over 200 million in interest annually. Do you grasp the magnitude of this concept? Even among the so-called large corporations and conglomerates, how many can boast a net profit of such magnitude in a year? For instance, in the city of Blue Island, where my brother resides, there are unlikely to be more than 30 enterprises that achieve a net profit of 200 million. This astronomical sum, when divided by the days of the year, translates to nearly 550,000 each day. 550,000. The interest accrued in just one day equals the total income of an average family over 6 or 7 years. In the end, Lin Chu herself trembled at the thought. Lin Chenghua's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? 550,000 a day? Just hearing about Lin Ming's earnings, Lin Chenghua had only a vague idea of the figures involved. However, after Lin Chu's lucid explanation, he finally comprehended the enormity of 60 billion. This is utter nonsense. My wife and I toil in the fields for an entire year, and we barely manage to scrape together 30 or 40,000. Yet these affluent individuals can earn 550,000 a day simply from interest? Lin Chenghua lost his appetite entirely. The disparity between people is truly infuriating. Father, the wealthy person you mentioned is sitting right here. Are you truly going to take issue with your son? Lin Ming said helplessly. I am not disputing. I am simply. Lin Chenghua faltered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Chen Jia interjected with a smile. Dad, this is precisely why Lin Ming discourages you and Mom from farming. Even if he merely provided you with the interest from the bank, it would suffice for your needs. Sufficient for our needs? My wife and I spend so much on groceries and alcohol daily, Lin Chenghua replied. This remark elicited laughter from the gathered children. Simple and kind-hearted individuals do not harbor ulterior motives. Lin Chenghua and Chi Yufan only concern themselves with daily expenses and have never entertained any other extravagant desires. Grandfather, you can still buy me toys and beautiful dresses, Xian Xian exclaimed. Of course, you are my dearest granddaughter. Lin Chenghua beamed with joy. Father, Mother, let us refrain from farming in the future and simply relax, shall we? Lin Ming broached the subject once more. Lin Chenghua was perplexed. If we do not farm, what will your mother and I do? Those fields were allocated to us by the state. It would be such a waste to leave them fallow. Lin Ming truly felt exasperated. Why would they not heed his words? At that moment, Chen Jia suddenly said, Dad, we can lease the land out or lend it to others to cultivate. It won't go to waste. Lin Ming and I believe that since Xian Xian will soon be starting kindergarten, and we both have our own commitments, we may not be able to consistently drop her off and pick her up. If you and Mom come to Blue Island, you can help watch over her, allowing us to focus on our work. What do you think? Lin Ming turned sharply to look at Chen Jia. What a remarkably understanding woman she is. She recognizes his discomfort and steps forward to persuade his parents on his behalf. He longed to hold Chen Jia tightly in his embrace, never to let go again. Chen Jia's words certainly held weight and were indeed reasonable. Lin Qing murmured, "But you and Lin Ming are already divorced, and Xian is with you. If the two of us were to care for Xian, what would that signify?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback. This seemingly carefree man harbored his own subtle intentions? No wonder he had always refrained from responding to her. He was waiting for Chen Jia to speak first. In that moment, Lin Ming suddenly perceived that his father, who commanded such respect in his heart, was actually quite endearing. "Sister-in-law, Dad is right. It would reflect well if outsiders were to find out," Lin Chu added. Chen Jia's cheeks had already turned crimson. She lowered her head for a while before finally saying, I will think it over." At that instant, Lin Ming was overcome with ecstatic joy. Chapter 74, A Surprise. Indeed, both Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan had long harbored concerns regarding Lin Ming and Chen Jia's ability to adequately care for Xian. From the moment Xian was born until Chen Jia commenced her employment, Lin Ming had never taken charge of the household. Qi Yufan had contemplated taking care of the child herself. However, Chen Jia's residence was merely a rented space, lacking an adequate room. Most importantly, Lin Ming's ineptitude and continual foolishness left Qi Yufan feeling utterly ashamed before Chen Jia, as well as before her in-laws, Chen Inying and El Yamei. Over the years, Qi Yufan had been filled with guilt regarding Xian. Each time she recalled Xian being home alone, barely able to eat properly, her heart ached tremendously. Now, however, everything seemed to be falling back into place. Even Chen Jia had suggested that they visit to look after Xian, for if they hesitated, Chen Jia might develop unnecessary misunderstandings. Early the next morning, Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan set out, not to tend to the fields, but to visit friends, while entrusting the land to Lin Chenghua's old companions. They were also bidding farewell to them. Lan Island City and Changwang City were not in the same province. It would likely be only during the Qiming festival in the new year that they would return here again. At 4 p.m., Lin Ming hung up the phone from Xiangzhe, glancing at Lin Ku and Lin Chu seated opposite him, a smile gracing his face. "Brother, your smile is rather peculiar," Lin Ku remarked. Lin Chu added, "Eldest brother, why are you looking at us like that? We aren't worth much. Selling us wood and tea fetch you a great sum." Lin Ming rolled his eyes, dismissing their banter. Before long, the rumble of a semi-trailer echoed from outside, shaking the house. Lin Ku frowned and said, "There's south no road to the east of our home. How could a large vehicle come here?" Lin Ming feigned ignorance, suggesting, Xian must be quite bored running about alone. Why don't you two take her to play at the entrance?" "All right," Lin Ku and Lin Chu agreed without a second thought. Xian, let us go play with Andy," Lin Chu exclaimed, lifting Xian and playfully walking outside. Approximately 5 seconds later, a piercing scream rang out, followed by an exclamation of shock. "What happened?" Chen Jia appeared alarmed. Recognizing the voices of Lin Chu and Lin Ku, and hurriedly attempted to rush outside. However, Lin Ming grasped her hand gently, whispering, "I bought something for my younger siblings. You won't be upset, will you?" Chen Jia paused. "The reason a large vehicle is here is because of what you bought for them?" "Yes, 2 vehicles." Lin Ming nodded. Finally, Chen Jia understood the reason behind Lin Chu and Lin Ku's reactions. Those two earned 3,000 a month at their jobs, yet managed to send her 2,000. Did he truly believe she would be angry over him buying them cars? Chen Jia freed herself from Lin Ming's grasp and softly added, "Besides, it's your money. It doesn't concern me." Observing Chen Jia's bashful demeanor, Lin Ming instinctively leaned down to kiss her. Just then, Lin Chu's voice echoed again. "Eldest brother, sister-in-law, come out quickly, come out and see. You still know how to surprise them. These two have not suffered in vain for you," Chen Jia remarked as she headed outside. Lin Ming, however, could only manage a bitter smile. Did his younger siblings truly care for their brother? Something felt amiss. Fortunately, there was a spacious area outside Lin Ming's home. Otherwise, that semi-trailer would have never made it through. At that moment, a large crowd had already gathered at the entrance of his home. Ever since the semi-trailer entered the village, people had been following it all the way here. To the east, there were no villages, so everyone knew that the semi-trailer would definitely stop at Lin's Hill. It was inevitable. The 2 cars it carried were simply too eye-catching. Many of the village elders might not recognize what kind of cars they were. But just 2 days after the Mid-Autumn Festival, some of the younger folks had not yet returned to work. They immediately identified the 2 vehicles. Lamborghini. "Oh my goodness, 2 Lamborghinis. What did you say?" "Sir, this is a Lamborghini, the supercar brand." "Oh, are you not even a bit excited?" "What do you mean by that?" "This is none of my business. I'm just here to see the commotion. Sir, do you have any idea how much each of these cars costs? At least 4 million each. How much? 4 million. Together, they must be nearly 10 million. Elderly folks are often like that. They might not know what something is, but once you mention the price, their expressions transform into a rich tapestry of humor and astonishment. The official price of a Lamborghini Urus ranges from 2.94 million to 3.29 million. However, anyone with a modicum of knowledge about cars knows that such high-end vehicles are invariably subject to price increases, not to mention the additional cost for options, luxury car taxes, and so on, meaning each one would not land below 4 to 5 million. Setting aside the price of the car, the mere mention of the word Lamborghini stirred a wave of excitement among the younger crowd at Lin's Hill. Every young person harbors a dream of owning a luxury car, and having not just one but two in front of them was quite the spectacle. One was a deep ocean blue, and the other a cherry blossom pink. The sleek lines, the opulent body, and the imposing exhaust pipes, representing unparalleled performance, were a visual feast for the village's young men and women. Even though these cars did not belong to them, they could hardly contain their exhilaration. It is no exaggeration to say that this was their first time experiencing supercars up close. In contrast, Lin Chu and Lin Ku, after their initial screams of joy, had now entered a state of stupor. Surrounding the two Lamborghinis was a large transparent frame adorned with inscriptions. Lin Ku, may this car help you navigate through storms and forge ahead. Lin Chu, may this car carry you across mountains and seas, fulfilling your eternal dreams. The sounds around them faded into oblivion for Lin Chu and Lin Ku. In their minds, there lingered only the image of a figure that once appeared pitiful and contemptible, yet was, in truth, heart-wrenching. At that moment, Lin Ming emerged from his home. Lin Chu and Lin Ku could no longer contain their excitement, each leaping into Lin Ming's embrace from either side. Brother, Lin Ming smiled reassuringly, saying, what I owe you both, I will gradually repay with these two cars. All right? I don't want that. You are my brother. You owe us nothing. Lin Chu exclaimed loudly. Lin Ming affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, asking, do you like it? Lin Chu wiped away her tears, exclaiming, brother, this is a Lamborghini. I never even dared to dream of such a car. Lin Ming burst into laughter, saying, haha, now you don't have to dream anymore. I'm buying it for you. Whatever style you desire, we shall purchase. Lin Ku was even more overwhelmed. Compared to Lin Chu, he was so exhilarated that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. What's wrong? Is your happiness making your mouth twitch? Lin Ming teased. Brother, a few days ago, when you asked what car I liked, were you planning to buy us one? Lin Ku asked, recalling his previous mention of a fondness for supercars. Today, Lin Ming had indeed gifted him one. Lin Ming offered no further elaboration, chuckling. At 28 years old, still clinging to me like children, aren't you afraid of ridicule? Hurry and take it for a spin, from now on. These two cars belong to you. At that moment, specialized unloaders had already brought the vehicles down, as Lin Chu and Lin Ku started the engines. The ferocious roar of the motors elicited cheers from the surrounding youth. Meanwhile, the village elders watched Lin Ming, some with envy, others with subtle jealousy. In previous years, Lin Ming had already become a celebrity in Lin family rich. Who among them did not shy away upon seeing him? Who could have anticipated that he would suddenly acquire wealth? Purchasing two cars worth several million? Lin Ming chose not to comment on these onlookers, as the issue lay within himself. Look at how thrilled they are. It's even more entertaining than Chen Jia, Chen Jia remarked with a smile. Actually, I intended to buy you one as well. But Xiangzhe said that these cars are uncomfortable to drive and only appeal to the youth, Lin Ming replied. Chen Jia shot him a disdainful glance, saying, I'm only 3 years older than them. Am I not young? Besides, why explain this to me? I am not your younger sibling anymore. We have no ties now. So I cannot accept your gifts. Then would it be all right if I bought one for my daughter? Lin Ming leaned close to Chen Jia's ear and whispered, I plan to get you a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the orange one. I remember that orange is your favorite color. I don't want it. If not, I'll just end it all. Chen Jia replied. Chapter 75. I want you to marry me again. As the clock approached 6, the village's youth still gathered around the two cars, unwilling to disperse. Familiarity blossomed among them as they exchanged inquiries with Lin Ku and Lin Chu. Throughout the encounter, the siblings maintained a singular refrain. Our elder brother bought these for us. It evoked the nostalgia of childhood, reminiscent of boasting about a lollipop received from someone special. Among the crowd were a few of Lin Ku and Lin Chu's childhood classmates and friends. They invited these individuals to take a seat, though none dared to take the wheel. At that moment, Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan finally returned from their visit. Upon seeing the two impeccably parked cars at their doorstep, Lin Qinghua approached with curiosity. Whose cars are these? Why are they parked at our home? Qi Yufan echoed his confusion. Can you guess? Lin Chu replied with a playful grin. The elderly couple knew their children well. Don't tell me these are yours. Lin Cheng surmised. Father, congratulations on your correct guess. These are indeed ours. Lin Ku exclaimed, his excitement still palpable. Our elder brother bought them for us. Just arrived this afternoon. Aren't they stunning? Lin Ming bought these? Lin Qinghua exchanged glances with Qi Yufan. These cars must be quite expensive. How much for each? Qi Yufan inquired. Andy, these cars cost around 4 to 5 million each. A young man interjected. Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan were taken aback. Just then, Lin Ming appeared at the door. Dad, Mom, I was just about to call you. Jia has prepared dinner. Let us head home to eat, Lin Ming announced. Did you buy both of these cars? Millions each? Lin Qinghua questioned. Lin Ming anticipated that his parents would be concerned about the cost and had initially intended to withhold the actual price. However, it seemed they were already aware. He shot a reproachful glance at Lin Chu and Lin Ku, who wore innocent expressions. They like them. It's no big deal to buy a couple, Lin Ming shrugged. Like them? Just because they like something, they should buy it? I fancy an airplane. Why don't you buy me one? Lin Qinghua retorted with a huff. If you want one, I can certainly get you one, Lin Ming replied with a smile. He could indeed afford a private helicopter, which ranged from 10 to 20 million for the less extravagant models, and he was hardly in a position where he couldn't manage such an expense. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Lin Qinghua grumbled as he headed inside. You just indulge those two. They'll end up spoiled rotten. Lin Ming could sense that while Lin Qinghua complained, his heart was not truly angry. They adore cars. You can buy them one without issue. Spending millions on such things is really unnecessary. Qi Yufan chimed in. Your father is right. You just spoil them. Mom, they used to spoil me. Now it's my turn to spoil them. It's all about reciprocity, Lin Ming chuckled, scratching his head. Qi Yufan, exasperated, couldn't he help but laugh. All right. You're the wealthy one. Everything you say makes sense. Lin Ming chuckled heartily, urging, you too, stop dawdling and hurry home for dinner. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to indulge later. Chen Jia, it turns out, possessed remarkable culinary skills. Though Lin Ming had previously shown little interest in savoring her dishes, the dinner concluded amidst Chen Jia's repeated admonitions. Lin Ming ate voraciously, nearly choking several times, as if he had not eaten in days. To make matters worse, he praised the meal in front of Qi Yufan, the family chef, leaving Chen Jia quite embarrassed. After dinner, Lin Ming received several phone calls from acquaintances such as Zhou Chong, Li Hanyuan, and Hong Ning, who had all profited in the stock market alongside him and called to express their gratitude. Xiang Zhe, seemingly anxious about Lin Ming broaching the topic of the car payment, opted to send a voice message instead. Then there was Han Changyu, who had already boarded a flight back home. That night, Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan found it hard to sleep. After nearly 60 years in their old house, the thought of moving away was bittersweet. Yet, they eagerly anticipated their new life in Blue Island City. With Lin Ming having earned a substantial amount of money, they felt no burden of material concerns. Lin Chu and Lin Ku were equally excited, as they were to drive to Blue Island City the following day. The thought of eliciting envious glances from others thrilled them, revealing their underlying vanity. However, one could argue that those devoid of vanity are not human but rather saints. The flight was scheduled for 10 a.m. The Lin family arose early once more. After a brief tidy-up, Lin Ku and Lin Chu set off in their car, while Lin Ming coordinated with the local Mercedes-Benz dealership to arrange for a vehicle pickup at the airport. They had few belongings. If anything was missing, they could simply purchase it upon arrival in Blue Island City. Flying with Eastern Airlines in first class, it was the first time for Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan to travel by plane, and they appeared both anxious and excited. Fortunately, with Xian chattering in the middle, their worries were somewhat alleviated. Lin Ming sat beside Chen Jia, leaning on her arm. Shall we buy a house? He proposed. Of course. Where would my parents live if we don't? Chen Jia retorted. It's not that I don't want them to stay with us, but our rental is simply too small and inconvenient. Lin Ming pressed. Then how should we go about purchasing? This question momentarily stumped Chen Jia. What do you mean, how? She replied. Lin Ming grinned. How about one unit for the three of us and another for my parents? Just as I mentioned before. Chen Jia's cheeks flushed slightly. You should buy a house for your parents to live in while Xian and I remain in the rental. That won't do. Our parents are already in Blue Island City. Would you leave Xian alone at home during the day? They certainly wouldn't be pleased with that. Lin Ming argued. Chen Jia pursed her lips. After a moment, she looked directly at Lin Ming. Having spent this time together, I can truly see that you have undergone a significant transformation. I am uncertain about what has transformed you, but to be candid, I find solace and joy. Not only for myself, but also for Xianyan and all those who cherish you. However, Lin Ming, do you realize that we are already divorced? This is no trivial matter. It stands as a pivotal juncture in our lives. You abandoned this family for 4 years, and ultimately, I chose to part ways with you. Now, your transformation has yet to reach even 4 weeks. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It is not that I lack faith in you. For Xianyan truly cares about you, yet we do not live solely for ourselves. I have my parents, Qin Sheng, and my relatives. They are all aware of my divorce from you. How would they perceive it if I were to cohabit with you now? I am not afraid of the gossip that may circulate behind my back. I know who I am, Chen Jia, but the genuine pride on your parents' faces, the deep bond you share with your siblings, Lin Chu and Lin Ku, I wish to witness that same sentiment reflected in my parents and my brother. Do you understand? My desire is for you not merely to showcase your newfound wealth to them, but to demonstrate that you, Lin Ming, have indeed made a change for me, for Xianyan. For this family. At this juncture, Chen Jia's eyes reddened, yet they remained fixed on Lin Ming's face. This was the first time she had so candidly laid bare her heart to Lin Ming since their divorce. The reality stands as such. Chen Jia is aware of Lin Ming's transformation, but do others recognize it? If they were to remarry now, others would only perceive Chen Jia as a mercenary woman enamored with wealth. When Lin Ming was destitute, Chen Jia opted for divorce. Now that he has attained prosperity, she would choose to remarry? The malicious tongues of others do not discern right from wrong. They merely propagate their own conjectures. Chen Jia remains indifferent to the idle gossip of outsiders, yet she possesses family, especially her hot-tempered brother Chen Sheng. Unless he is truly convinced, no amount of wealth Lin Ming acquires will matter. What Chen Jia seeks is a stable and warm home. Without the earnest support of her family, she can never live joyfully. Lin Ming took a deep breath, grasping the hand of this seemingly resilient woman, who was, in reality, profoundly fragile. Chen Jia did not resist, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lin Ming. I apologize for my impatience in neglecting your feelings, Lin Ming gently uttered. I am fully aware of everything you have done for me. I assure you, I will not mention remarriage until I have your parents' and brother's approval. On one side are her parents and brother. On the other, Lin Ming and Xianyan. Chen Jia currently finds herself in a precarious predicament. Yet, Lin Ming paused before continuing. Just before that, you must not run off with another man. Chen Jia, on the verge of tears, suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing those words. I'm being serious. Lin Ming replied earnestly, in university, you were the belle. Being with me brought upon you countless criticisms. A few years ago, I was lost, failing to appreciate what I had, but now I have awakened to the truth. I truly fear that you might be taken away by another man. Am I really that wonderful? Chen Jia remarked, tilting her nose proudly. Of course, you possess beauty, a gentle disposition, and a kind heart. In my eyes, you are the finest woman in the world. Lin Ming replied. What about Mom and Xian? Chen Jia teased deliberately. Why bring up Mom and Xian? There is no comparison. Lin Ming's face twitched slightly. Seeing Lin Ming's flustered expression brought Chen Jia great joy. Do not laugh. I, Lin Ming, declare that no one shall take you from my grasp, Lin Ming said, puffing up with indignation. If someone were to offer me a Cullinan, especially an orange, I might truly run off with them, Chen Jia said playfully. Let us buy it. We shall purchase it as soon as we return, Lin Ming exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He had just mentioned this earlier in the day. Buy what? If you dare secretly purchase it for me, I will genuinely be upset. Chen Jia shot Lin Ming a glare. But you truly need a car. It's not as if you cannot drive. Lin Ming lamented. We can discuss the car later. Lin Ming, shall we make a wager? Chen Jia suddenly proposed. A wager? Lin Ming responded with curiosity. By the end of this year, if you can earn the approval of my parents and Chen Xing, then I. Lin Ming's eyes widened, his breath quickening. Then I shall remarry you, Chen Jia whispered softly. No. Lin Ming's voice caused Chen Jia to pause momentarily. I want you to marry me again, in a grand manner, blessed by everyone, so that the entire world envies us. Marry me once more. Chen Jia laughed, her joy radiating like blooming flowers. Chapter 76. Is this kid serious? By the time they arrived in Chongguang City, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Lin Ming had initially intended to grab a bite at the airport, but both Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan insisted they weren't hungry. So they decided to head home first. Shou Cheng had been waiting outside the airport for quite some time. Upon seeing Lin Ming and his companions emerge, he immediately waved. Brother Lin. Noticing the luxurious long-wheelbase Range Rover behind Shou Cheng, Lin Ming smiled and inquired, "Have you switched cars?" "Of course. After earning so much money. Buying a car is nothing," Shou Cheng replied, then turned to Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan, greeting them. "Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, hello." Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan responded courteously with nods. Shou Cheng then expressed his confusion. "Brother Lin, aren't uncle and auntie supposed to move to Blue Island City? Why did they only bring such a small amount of things? I specifically bought this long-wheelbase Range Rover to carry stuff." Lin Ming rolled his eyes. "This car must cost nearly 2 million, just to carry my things?" "You might not believe it, but it's absolutely true," Shou Cheng replied earnestly. He then grinned and added, "Brother Lin, actually, I've also bought a Cullinan, but it's still on the sea. I estimated LL take a few days to reach me. I always felt like a newly wealthy person, but now I realize you truly embody that." Lin Ming joked. "TCH, what is the point of earning money if you don't spend it? We're still young. We should indulge in a little vanity. Otherwise, when we grow old, we want to even have the heart to show off," Shou Cheng remarked. His thoughts aligned with Lin Ming's. In the presence of ample financial resources, why not relish in enjoyment? As one ages, their mindset inevitably shifts. By the time they reach their parents' age, even if offered a Cullinan or a Lamborghini, they might lose the desire to drive it. Everyone got into the car. Shou Cheng asked, "Brother Lin, where to?" "Of course, to Unju community," Lin Ming replied. Shou Cheng paused, thinking to himself that Lin Ming had earned so much it hadn't he bought a large house. However, in front of Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan, he refrained from questioning further. Just then, Lin Ming mentioned, "When you have time, help me look for a house. Money is not an issue. But the view must be expansive, preferably near the sea, and the larger, the better." Shou Cheng suddenly understood, instinctively saying, "Yilin Bay?" Lin Ming was well aware of this premier villa area in Blue Island City, yet he shook his head. "I want to consider villas for now. I just want something tranquil, with a decent view. Besides, I plan to develop something myself in the future." As his last words hung in the air, all eyes in the car turned to Lin Ming. Shou Cheng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Lin, are you planning to venture into the real estate industry?" "I have that intention," Lin Ming nodded. "My dear brother, take me along, please." "Pretty please." Shou Cheng pouted. This acting cute was so surprising that even Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan were taken aback. Shouldn't men be a bit more masculine? This guy, why is he so effeminate? "Just drive your car. How could I possibly forget you?" Lin Ming shot back with a glare. "All right." Shou Cheng immediately felt reassured. He is now utterly obedient to Lin Ming, following his every command with unwavering loyalty. Lin Ming indeed harbors aspirations of venturing into the real estate sector. Many deem real estate a bubble industry poised to burst at any moment. However, for the nation, real estate stands as one of the crucial pillars of its economy. It would not easily collapse. Presently, housing prices appear stable, and the government occasionally implements macroeconomic controls to curb rampant price surges. Yet, Lin Ming foresees that it will not be long before numerous cities experience consecutive spikes in property prices. While these may not rival the dramatic increases seen in places like the Jinhua Mansion, they still promise substantial profits, sufficient to enable many faltering developers to stage a comeback. Lin Ming's objective is to seize wealth from these individuals. Yes, seize wealth. The economy operates through a multifaceted cycle. Employees receive wages, businesses attract customers, projects collaborate with one another. Isn't it all about extracting money from others? Ultimately, whether one can obtain it and how much can be secured hinges on individual capability. For Lin Ming, who possesses foresight into the future, this is undoubtedly not a daunting task. Around 3 o'clock, Lin Ming and his family returned to their rented accommodation. After Shou Cheng assisted in bringing up their belongings, he did not linger and immediately set off to find Lin Ming a house. Upon returning to the rental, the scene was starkly different from the last time. Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan both wore smiles, while Xian joyfully leaped about. Chen Jia's face radiated happiness as well. On the plane, after an open conversation with Lin Ming, Chen Jia had completely unburdened her heart. Though she had accepted Lin Ming, she had pretended to be cold and distant, which had been quite exhausting for her. Lin Ming had come to understand this. Chen Jia had now acknowledged him. But when they might remarry depended on when her family would relent. At the end of the year, watching Chen Jia bustling about, Lin Ming clenched his fists. "Chen Jia, I will certainly remarry you with everyone's blessings." Just then, Wang Lanmei emerged from her home. Upon spotting Lin Ming's family, she smiled and remarked, Have you come to stay for a few days after the festival? Aunt Wang, Lin Chenghua, and Qi Yufan chimed in unison. Given Wang Lanmei's care for Xian over the years, Lin Chenghua and his wife held deep gratitude and respect for her. Isn't it what Jia mentioned? Xian is about to start kindergarten, and both she and Lin Ming will be busy, so we came to look after her, Lin Chenghua replied with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Lanmei glanced toward Chen Jia. She noticed Chen Jia's flushed face as she lowered her head, appearing quite bashful. One could easily deduce that Lin Ming's efforts during this time had not been in vain. Chen Jia had truly softened her heart. This is splendid. We will have someone to converse with in the future, Wang Lanmei expressed with satisfaction. Aunt Wang, we have always remembered your care for Xian over the years. Thank you. Lin Chenghua said earnestly. What are you saying? Xian brings us joy. We simply prepare some meals for her. It hardly qualifies as caregiving. Wang Lanmei shook her head. We are about to move. Daddy is going to buy us a larger house. Xian exclaimed excitedly as she ran over. Wang Lanmei paused, momentarily taken aback. A veil of disappointment crossed her face. However, it is true that Lin Ming has started earning money and indeed should move out. This place is too small. We cannot remain here indefinitely. Observing Wang Lanmei's distant expression, Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan felt a pang of sorrow in their hearts. The elderly couple had 4 children. One resided abroad, 2 in other provinces, and the last one was in Donglin province, albeit not in Lanao City. Returning home only once or twice a year at most. Over the years, they had been fortunate to have Xian and Chen Jia to keep them company. The prospect of their imminent departure was heart-wrenching. Grandma Wang, come with us, Lin Ming said with a smile. As I mentioned before, I will purchase a house for you as well, and we will live just across the hall. You rascal, always joking, Wang Lanmei waved her hand dismissively. I am not jesting. Lin Ming replied earnestly. Grandma Wang, I may have been a scoundrel in my younger years, but I am not ungrateful. Your guidance and the care you and Grandpa Song have provided for Xian and Chen Jia are etched in my heart. I do not know how to repay you. I only wish that when I open my door each day, I can see you both standing there, healthy and well. That would suffice for me. I have lived here with Grandpa Song for nearly 30 years, and it seems I will have to. That's settled then. Without allowing Wang Lanmei to finish, Lin Ming continued, Grandma Wang, please prepare yourselves. We will likely move early next year. There is a custom in our area that requires us to stabilize the pot when moving. I recall that your steamed buns are the most exquisite. I will need to trouble you for them during that time. Wang Lanmei stood there, stunned. Was this boy serious? Chapter 77, The King of Hell and the Doctor. During dinner, Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan intentionally invited Wang Lanmei and her husband to join them. Although the living room of the rental apartment was somewhat cramped with so many people, it radiated a warm atmosphere. Naturally, Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan had no objections to the idea of purchasing a home for Wang Lanmei. Firstly, the funds were earned by Lin Ming. Secondly, Wang Lanmei's contributions over the past few years truly warranted such a gesture. Thirdly, Xian seemed rather reluctant to part ways with Wang Lanmei and her husband. In Xuan's heart, Wang Lanmei had already become family. After dinner, Lin Ming declined Zhou Chong's offer to drive him and opted to take a taxi to Zhou's residence. Zhou Chong had mentioned several times that it was indeed time for Lin Ming to meet the esteemed elder, Old Master Zhou. Such a selfless leader, devoted to the welfare of the people, commanded Lin Ming's genuine admiration. Upon arriving at the Zhou family courtyard, Lin Ming found Zhou Chong waiting at the entrance. Lin Ge. Zhou Chong chided, I said I would come to pick you up, yet you insisted on taking a taxi. Do you think I'm concerned about the cost of gas? Running back and forth is a waste of time. I wouldn't want to disturb your grandfather's rest. Lin Ming replied, then you can drive my Range Rover next time. And what will you drive? Zhou Chong inquired. I still have the Q7, and besides, the Cullinan will arrive in a few days. Zhou Chong's anticipation was palpable. Before teaming up with Lin Ming for business, he had amassed a fortune of several tens of millions. Yet he would never have dared to consider a vehicle as extravagant as the Cullinan. All right, you can drive the Range Rover. I'll take the Q7 for now. Once I acquire my own car, I will return it to you, Lin Ming said, not hesitating. I must ask, Lin Ge, what car do you truly wish to buy? Please don't tell me you genuinely like the Q7, Zhou Chong said with resignation. To be honest, I too have a fondness for the Cullinan, Lin Ming chuckled. Then why not purchase one? I happen to know a sales representative at the Rolls-Royce dealership. We could perhaps add a bit more to secure one sooner. Rather than wait an extended period, Zhou Chong suggested. That sounds reasonable. Let us go check it out tomorrow, Lin Ming nodded. Resolved not to approach Xiangzhe for a vehicle again. After all, the last 2 Lamborghinis had been more than enough. and he did not wish to create the impression that he was persistently soliciting favors from Xiangzhe. The Zhou family courtyard was comprised of traditional architecture, likely over a decade old. It was not extravagant, yet it exuded a serene ambience, surrounded by towering trees that imparted a sense of dignity. Old Master Zhou, now in his 70s, had graying hair and age spots adorning his face. Nevertheless, he stood tall and appeared remarkably robust, with a glimmer of wisdom in his somewhat cloudy eyes. Upon seeing him, Lin Ming greeted softly, "Old Master." "Ah, little Lin has arrived. Please, take a seat," Zhou Wenyin said, setting down his watering can to invite Lin Ming to sit, perhaps due to his own confidence. Lin Ming felt little tension in the presence of Zhou Wenyin. The elder possessed an innate affability. It was hard to imagine that this humble figure was once the esteemed governor of the eastern province. "Do take a sip of my freshly brewed tea," Zhou Wenyin chuckled. Lin Ming smiled gently. "Old sir, you must have heard about me from Zhou Chong. To be honest, I have little expertise in tea." Zhou Wenyin laughed heartily. "Ah, I relish conversations with you youngsters, so direct and unpretentious." Zhou Chong settled beside Lin Ming, gazing eagerly at Zhou Wenyin. "Grandfather, you promised me you would let my father give Lin Ge the green light." Zhou Wenyin sighed with a wry smile. "You impudent boy, must you be so impatient? Take a leaf out of Lin Ming's book and learn to be more composed." "But you did promise me," Zhou Chong muttered. For quite some time, Lin Ming had been the one assisting him, and he genuinely wished to help Lin Ming in return. "Patience, Zhou Chong," Lin Ming said with a smile. "I have long admired your esteemed character, old sir. Today, having this rare opportunity to meet, let us set aside other matters. Even if it is merely enjoying tea and engaging in conversation with you, it is a splendid occasion." "Look at how eloquently young Lin speaks," Zhou Wenyin remarked, casting a glare at Zhou Chong, and proceeded to refill Lin Ming's cup. Lin Ming quickly took the teapot. "Old sir, allow me to serve." Zhou Wenyin graciously accepted. Inquiring, "I heard from Zhou Chong that you plan to establish a pharmaceutical company?" "Indeed," Lin Ming nodded. "The pharmaceutical industry is not as simple as you might think. In my decades of service, I've reviewed no fewer than 30 pharmaceutical companies, yet fewer than 1 in 10 endure." Zhou Wenyin stated. "Many companies are merely shell entities, engaging in economic transactions without genuine research into pharmaceuticals." Lin Ming gently shook his head. Noticing Zhou Wenyin's silence, he quickly added, "Old sir, please don't misunderstand. That is not my intention. Do you think I possess such a narrow mindset?" Zhou Wenyin chuckled. "You do have a point. Yet there are indeed many who aspire to enter this field. However, the pharmaceutical industry consumes capital too swiftly. Many who once harbored grand ambitions ultimately bow to reality." At this juncture, Zhou Wenyin paused slightly before fixing his gaze on Lin Ming, adding, "In this life, one cannot do without money. Yet I hope you understand that money is not omnipotent. There are countless treasures beyond mere wealth." Lin Ming grasped Zhou Wenyin's meaning. He replied earnestly, "The fate of every individual rests in the hands of the King of Hell and the doctors. I cannot be the former, so I choose the latter. While I do not claim to save the world, at the very least, I aim to alleviate the burdens of patients economically and physically." "Are you that confident?" Zhou Wenyin squinted. "Yes, I am indeed confident," Lin Ming asserted, not shying away from humility this time. "Pharmaceuticals are not mere tools for profit. You must understand that the closure of a pharmaceutical company entails more than just financial loss. It invites the resentment and reproach of countless citizens." Zhou Wenyin observed. "So, old sir, does that imply you do not intend for Zhou Chong to wade through this murky water?" Lin Ming cast a cheerful glance at Zhou Chong. "There are myriad ways to earn money. I hope he chooses one that I can admire," Zhou Wenyin remarked. Zhou Chong wore an expression of helplessness, as it seemed Zhou Wenyin had long discussed this matter with him, and he dared not go against his wishes. "Old master, you have held a high position for many years. I cannot assess whether your words are right or wrong. However, I can confidently say that once my pharmaceutical company is established, you will surely regret not allowing Zhou Chong to work with me," Lin Ming stated. "Let us first enjoy some tea," Zhou Wenyin replied, taking a sip. The courtyard fell into a profound silence. Zhou Chong felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Lin Ming maintained an unwavering respect towards Zhou Wenyin, yet the old man's words were somewhat blunt. Zhou Chong genuinely feared that Lin Ming's youthful fervor might provoke the elder. "As for the pharmaceutical company, as long as you remain within the bounds, simply inform Zhou Chong, and the relevant departments will assist you in expediting its establishment." Zhou Wenyin finally spoke after a long pause. "Thank you, old master." Lin Ming sighed with relief and then added, Ahem, old master, since I am establishing a pharmaceutical company, I will inevitably need my own factory. What shall we do regarding the land? Little rascal, are you trying to charm me? Zhou Wenyan chuckled. Lin Ming scratched his head. Old master, you may not know, but I have grand ambitions for the pharmaceutical company. In the future, Zhou Wenyan waved his hand. Ming Li seems to have mentioned that several parcels of land will be auctioned off in the coming days. You can find the details online, but you must prepare yourself. Those parcels do not come with policy benefits or subsidies. Lin Ming's face brightened with joy. Securing land was sufficient, and as for benefits or subsidies, even if they existed, he had no intention of seeking them. Would it not be worth it to use that money to garner goodwill from city or even provincial leaders? Now that we have discussed business, let us turn to more personal matters, Zhou Wenyan said, looking at Lin Ming. How did you come to know about that batch of red wine belonging to Zhou Chong? Chapter 78. Madness, do you truly believe that I have calculated this, old sir? Lin Ming remarked with a bitter smile. From my perspective, I actually do trust you, for when that shipment of red wine arrived, Zhou Chong was exceptionally discreet. Only he and his father were privy to it. Zhou Wenyan sipped his tea and continued, however, this matter does seem rather ethereal. If you were an elderly gentleman of 70 or 80, I might not ponder it too deeply, yet you are merely a 30-year-old youth. There was no need for further elaboration. It was evident that Zhou Wenyan remained skeptical of Lin Ming. Even though Zhou Chong had already divulged details about the Zijin Shengfu, short-selling Qilin, and bottom fishing in Tesla, it still left Zhou Wenyan perplexed. If one were to assert that Lin Ming possessed genuine divination skills, it would be difficult for a rational mind to accept. Conversely, if he were to claim that he lacked such abilities, how could he have foreseen these events? The matter of the red wine could be attributed to Lin Ming's acquaintance with foreign merchants. The situation with Zijin Shengfu might suggest he had connections within. But what of Qilin automobiles and the Tesla stock market? Can such occurrences truly be explained as traceable? What a ludicrous notion. How could he have known about that 60-year-old woman causing a scene at the auto show? How could he have anticipated the arrogance of the Qilin booth manager? How could he have foreseen the stock market's decline? How could he have known that the value of Qilin stock would ultimately plummet to $448? Not a cent off. To be honest, even Zhou Wenyan, with his composure, gasped in astonishment upon hearing Zhou Chong recount these events. He even entertained the thought that Lin Ming might possess something terrifyingly extraordinary. Yet, upon this meeting, Zhou Wenyan found his convictions wavering. The young man seated before him seemed no different from the average person. Apart from his striking appearance, he was merely one among the multitude. Regardless of whether you believe me, this is what I have deduced, Lin Ming asserted. He felt a twinge of helplessness. Surely, he could not disclose to Zhou Wenyan that he had the gift of foresight. He would likely be whisked away for experimentation. Someone else is due to arrive shortly. Coincidentally, I have encountered a troubling matter these days. If you could assist him, perhaps out of regard for my humble self? Zhou Wenyan said, half smiling. Before Lin Ming could respond, Zhou Chong interjected, Grandfather, what do you mean by that? You neither appreciate Brother Lin's pharmaceutical endeavors nor believe in his divination skills. If this continues, the bond one have forged with Brother Lin will be utterly depleted. Zhou Wenyan sighed. Your Uncle Li has been so troubled lately that he cannot even sleep. It is not my intention to put Lin Shaoxing in a difficult position. I merely think that if he possesses such abilities, it would be prudent to lend assistance. Brother Lin is not a bodhisattva. He cannot assist everyone. Zhou Chong replied, visibly displeased. If Lin Shaoxing feels burdened, then let it be. Zhou Wenyan turned his gaze toward Lin Ming. Yet Lin Ming smiled and inquired, are you referring to Director Li Chaqing from the Blue Island branch? Zhou Wenyan was taken aback. He suddenly turned his gaze towards Lin Ming, his eyes igniting with intense brilliance. In the next moment, this brilliance was swiftly reined in. Clearly, you have also perused the news these past few days, Zhou Wenyan remarked. Initially, he was astonished by how Lin Ming had discerned the identity of the other party. However, recalling the overwhelming news coverage of late, he quickly came to terms with it. Lin Ming chose not to elaborate further. It appeared that he must truly perform to earn the trust of this former provincial governor. Though Zhou Mingli currently held the reins in Blue Island City, the real authority still rested firmly in Zhou Wenyan's hands. If he could calm Zhou Wenyan's nerves, the forthcoming plans would proceed with greater ease. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in police uniform, his face weary, hurried into the courtyard. It was none other than Li Chaqing, the head of the Blue Island City Public Security Bureau. Old master, Li Chaqing nodded to Zhou Wenyan, then casually seated himself at a nearby spot, pouring himself several cups of tea without any preamble. You seem to have just gotten off work? Zhou Wenyan inquired. Don't even mention it. Nowadays, there is no such thing as getting off work. Those scoundrels have thrown the entire Blue Island city into chaos. If I ever catch them, I swear I would execute them one by one. Li Chongqing's expression was grim. Uncle Li, what has transpired? Zhou Chong asked, puzzled. Haven't you seen the news? Li Chongqing retorted. Zhou Chong promptly retrieved his phone, quickly understanding the reason for Li Chongqing's anxious anger. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a homicide had occurred in Blue Island City. Preliminary analyses suggested it was a burglary gone awry, just as the perpetrator was in the midst of the theft. The homeowners, a family of 3, returned. If it were just this one case, it would be manageable. However, following this incident, 2 more heinous crimes had transpired, employing the exact same modus operandi. Among these was a solitary elderly man of 70 and 2 children under the age of 10. For the sake of wealth, lives had been extinguished. The scenes were utterly horrific. The brutality of the attack was appallingly reprehensible. In today's society, not only in Blue Island City but across all of Huaghua, such cases are exceedingly rare. As the chief of public safety in Blue Island City, how could Li Chongqing not feel a throbbing headache? Yet, more than the threat to his own position, Li Chongqing was incensed by the sheer cruelty of the assailants. At times, he even contemplated resigning, adopting the guise of an ordinary citizen to track down these miscreants and repay them in kind. Such a notion, however, was patently impractical. Despite the mobilization of significant police forces in Blue Island City, the culprits remained at large, beyond the reach of Li Chongqing as personal capabilities. 2 innocent children. How could anyone be so merciless? Li Chongqing nearly crushed the teacup in his hand. If it were truly for money, why not simply steal and flee? They had already disguised themselves so well. Why fear that 2 children would remember them? What do children understand? Why must they be so merciless towards the young? Zhou Chong fell into a contemplative silence. He finally comprehended why the old gentleman had sought Lin Ming's assistance. These despicable fiends truly deserve their fate. I saw on the news that there were 3 perpetrators, right? Zhou Wenyan inquired. Indeed, 3. Li Chongqing nodded, stating, after several days of investigation, we can reasonably ascertain that the number of assailants is 3, although they were all masked at the time. The figures extracted from the surveillance footage suggest they are relatively young. The tools used in the crime were merely kitchen knives and hammers from the victims' own homes. Uncle Li, were there no fingerprints? Zhou Chong also asked. They wore disposable gloves, and they incinerated them afterward, Li Chongqing replied, shaking his head. He paused for a moment before continuing. These individuals have lost their sanity. I now fear they may target other citizens. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Chong and Zhou Wenyan furrowed their brows. As long as the suspects remain at large, the citizens of Blue Island City cannot find peace. Given the brutal nature of these crimes, it is genuinely difficult to ensure they will not commit further heinous acts. Shaolin, Zhou Wenyan instinctively glanced at Lin Ming. At that moment, Li Chongqing finally took note of Lin Ming. Old sir, is this the individual you wish to introduce to me? Li Chongqing asked. Yes. Zhou Wenyan replied with a slight nod. Hello. Li Chongqing, with a furrowed brow, greeted Lin Ming before sinking back into contemplation. At this moment, he was truly devoid of appetite or desire for rest. Directorly, Lin Ming suddenly interjected. The number of assailants should be 5, correct? Chapter 79. A critical situation. Upon hearing Lin Ming's words, Zhou Chong's body trembled, swiftly followed by an expression of unbridled joy. Since Brother Lin had spoken, matters would undoubtedly be simplified. Zhou Wenyan was also gazing at Lin Ming. Yet unlike Zhou Chong, his face was etched with confusion. Uncle Li, stop dawdling. Brother Lin has spoken. Zhou Chong called out to Li Chongqing. It was only then that Li Chongqing emerged from his reverie, his mind swirling with thoughts. What? What did you just say? Directorly, I'm saying there aren't 3 suspects, but 5, Lin Ming asserted. This time, his tone carried an air of certainty, devoid of any previous doubt. How do you know that? Li Chongqing inquired. I calculated it, Lin Ming replied. Li Chongqing furrowed his brow. The reason he had come to the Zhou family estate today was due to Zhou Wenyan's request. He had heard a bit about Lin Ming from Zhou Wenyan, who spoke of his abilities, yet did not mention any profit or financial gain. In truth, Li Chongqing found it all rather ludicrous. However, out of respect for the elder, he dared not express his skepticism over the phone and agreed to come as per the elder's wishes. His disbelief, coupled with his preoccupation with the clues from the recent cases, had led him to initially disregard Lin Ming. Now, upon hearing Lin Ming's assertion, instead of feeling elated, Li Chongqing felt a surge of irritation. Young man, this is a murder case, not a game. Do you understand? Li Chaqing stated firmly. If it were a game, I wouldn't have brought it up with you, directly, Lin Ming replied. A surge of uncontainable frustration welled up within Li Chaqing. Already overwhelmed by the intricacies of these cases, this individual was now attempting to pull the wool over his eyes, all while relying on Zhou Chang's trust in him. Director, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. In front of Zhou Wenyan, Li Chaqing found it inappropriate to express his anger openly and prepared to depart. Wait a moment, Zhou Wenyan interjected. What's the rush? Do you think you can solve the case by returning home right now? Listening to Xiao Lin's analysis wouldn't he hurt, would it? Li Chaqing gritted his teeth. Analysis? What analysis? He claims there are 5 suspects when there are clearly 3. Does he think our public security bureau is idle? After saying this, Li Chaqing turned to Lin Ming. We have tirelessly investigated for 3 days and nights to ascertain that there are 3 suspects, with surveillance footage to corroborate our findings. Do you truly believe you can deceive Shou Chong and toy with us? By the end of his tirade, Li Chaqing's voice had risen to a near shout. He could no longer contain himself. How had Shou Chong come to trust such a charlatan? Director Li, I can understand your current emotions. As a diligent public servant, you are undoubtedly frustrated and angry due to these 3 cases. However, I must speak candidly. I am not the kind of fraud you suspect. There are indeed 3 suspects. However, 2 of them have been concealing themselves in areas not visible to the surveillance cameras, Lin Ming patiently explained. How do you know that? Li Chaqing posed the question once more. Lin Ming did not respond directly. Instead, he stated, the suspect will strike again tonight. Upon hearing this, Li Chaqing's body trembled violently. For this was his greatest concern. If I am not mistaken, Director Li, you reside in the Central Garden, and your son has a piano lesson at 8 o'clock this evening, which concludes at 10, am I correct? Lin Ming continued. How do you know this? This marked the 3rd time Li Chaqing posed the question. While his earlier inquiries were tinged with skepticism and impatience, this time they were laced with horror. His residence was not a secret. Many were aware of it. Yet, how did Lin Ming know that his son had a piano lesson from 8 to 10? Lin Ming articulated each word deliberately. The next target of those suspects is your home. The moment these words were uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the courtyard. Both Shou Chong and Zhou Wenyan stared at Lin Ming, disbelief etched on their faces. Only Li Chaqing, with a grim expression, uttered, They intend to target me? No, they are unaware that it is your home. To them, a house without a man for several days is merely an easy target, Lin Ming replied, shaking his head. Li Chaqing inhaled sharply. Since the case began, he had not returned home even once, not even spending the Mid-Autumn Festival with his family. There are countless homes devoid of men, such as those where workers are away for extended periods. Why would they specifically choose my house? Li Chaqing remained skeptical. Or perhaps he was reluctant to accept this grim reality. If I were to say it is Director Li's good fortune, would he take offense? Lin Ming replied with a wry smile. The truth, however, was as it was. In his foresight of the future, Lin Ming recognized that the suspects had no specific modus operandi and were not intentionally targeting anyone. The fact that Li Chaqing's wife and child might encounter them was merely a stroke of luck. Had Lin Ming not visited the Zhou family estate that day, the fate of Li Chaqing's family could have been dire. After that, the suspects committed 2 more crimes before they were apprehended. You are not deceiving me, are you? Li Chaqing's expression darkened ominously. Deploy the police forces. Lin Ming took a sip of tea, his demeanor calm. At 11 o'clock tonight, the suspects will knock on your door. At that moment, your wife will be in the shower, and it will be your son who answers the door. At such a late hour, they would knock rather than force the lock? Do they truly believe someone would open the door for them at this hour? Li Chaqing's pupils began to constrict. Your home is equipped with a fingerprint lock. They cannot force it open, which is why they would choose to knock, Lin Ming explained. And if you are lying to me? Li Chaqing fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Ming. Lin Ming shrugged. It is already nearly 8:30. If Director Li does not deploy police forces soon, it may be too late. It would be advisable for you to dress in plain clothes and access the building via the underground garage. Do not enter your home, as the suspects have already scouted the area and might easily detect your presence. Oh, by the way, Lin Ming seemed to recall something. 3 motorcycles are parked at the back gate of your community. No need to check the license plates. They are all stolen. 2 suspects, previously unnoticed by you, have one waiting by the motorcycle while the other conceals himself in the fountain pool behind the community. As Lin Ming spoke with conviction, a sense of foreboding arose in Li Chaqing's heart. At that moment, he found himself in a state of turmoil. He struggled to trust Lin Ming's words, yet was deeply concerned for the safety of his wife and children. After a moment of silence, Li Chaqing said, If I were to mobilize the police based on your claims, and the reality proves contrary, I, Li Cha-ching, would become the laughingstock of the entire Blue Island city. Countless people would accuse me of exploiting state resources for personal gain in this time of widespread fear. Having served diligently thus far, I have never taken my responsibilities lightly. Should I falter today, I would betray my country and my people. Do you understand? Lin Ming rose and gradually walked towards the exit. Old sir, please rest early. I shall take my leave. Zhou Wenyan remained in a daze, unaware of Lin Ming's departure. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself alone in the courtyard. Chapter 80. Li Cha-ching's heart full of fear at 9 p.m. in the Central Garden community. The autumn evening saw a dwindling number of strollers below. While some lights illuminated the complex, the entrance was nearly devoid of life. Save for 2 security guards stationed in their kiosk, vehicles continued to emerge from the underground garage. Around 10:40 p.m., a voice echoed, Old Zhang, I've already insisted that I will treat you tonight. Must you persist in your obstinacy? A few inebriated men staggered from afar, reeking of alcohol, supporting one another as they ambled forth. True, you received a promotion today, but I too have enjoyed a salary increase, nearly 10,000 a month. Is that not comparable to yours? One among them retorted, you are far too concerned with appearances. As they conversed, they entered the community. Upon reaching the fountain, one middle-aged man clad in a suit discreetly cast a glance toward the fountain pool behind him. Ordinarily, he would drive straight to the underground garage. And even when he occasionally walked into the community, he seldom paid attention to the fountain. The fountain, circular in shape, had been turned off, revealing water barely half a meter deep. On either side lay an array of potted plants, obscuring much of the fountain's view. Yet, in that seemingly casual glance, the man's heart raced violently. With what appeared to be prescription night vision glasses, he could distinctly see a figure crouching behind one of the plants in the fountain pool. Though the figure's features were indistinct, he sensed that it was intently watching him and his companions. His 3 souls and 6 spirits nearly leaped from his body. Nevertheless, the man, known as Li Cha-ching, laughed heartily. Let us agree. Next time I shall treat you, and you shall not contest me. Very well, we won't contest. But next time, we shall feast upon you. They jested as they drifted away. As they stepped through the unit's door, Li Cha-ching's complexion immediately turned ashen. Director Li, exclaimed one beside him, was there truly someone behind that fountain? Li Cha-ching's face hardened with a frosty expression as he nodded slightly. Then I shall inform the brothers. The other declared promptly. Li Cha-ching's demeanor grew grave. We have finally awaited their arrival. We must not rouse the snake from its burrow. This time, I shall ensure these rascals face justice. With that, he hastened to the elevator with his companions, residing on the 10th floor of Unit 1. They ascended to the 14th floor before disembarking. After pressing the buttons for the 17th and 20th floors, Li Cha-ching and his group exited the elevator and traversed the safety passage of Unit 2, reaching the fire escape adjacent to his home. Bathed in moonlight, they could clearly observe everything at Li Cha-ching's doorstep. Time passed slowly. Cold sweat beaded on Li Cha-ching's forehead as he intermittently glanced at his watch. At 10:58 p.m., 3 shadowy figures emerged from the safety passage of Unit 1. Each face was concealed by a mask. Unlike the previous masks used in their crimes, this time, they donned cartoon masks. The sight sent Li Cha-ching's heart plummeting to a halt, as the echoes of Lin Ming's words resonated in his ears within the Zhou family courtyard. 3 individuals, armed with tools of unknown origin, attempted to pry open the fingerprint lock of Li Cha-ching's residence, yet their efforts proved futile. 2 minutes later, at precisely 11 o'clock in the evening, one of them raised his hand and knocked on the front door of Li Cha-ching's home. The sound reverberated ominously, each thud striking at the very core of Li Cha-ching's heart. Who is it? A crisp yet familiar voice rang out from within. I am a friend of your father, sent to deliver some chocolate. Please, open the door, replied the knocker. This statement held no semblance of deceit, yet the mere mention of chocolate possessed an irresistible allure for a child. Do not open the door, do not open it. Li Cha-ching's brow glistened with cold sweat, realizing his son could not hear his frantic warnings. Soon, a beam of light pierced through the gap beneath the door, and it swung open. Now, Li Cha-ching's roar shattered the stillness of the night. He could already envision the grotesque visages hidden beneath the masks of the 3 intruders. In an instant, the masked figures forcefully breached the threshold of his home. However, before they could execute their next move, darts filled with tranquilizers struck their bodies. Simultaneously, a dozen plainclothes officers surged forth from the shadows, subduing the 3 assailants with swift precision. Li Cha-ching sprinted to his son, lifting him in a protective embrace. "Dad," his son, still disoriented, asked, "Did you bring me chocolate?" Tears welled in Li Chongqing's reddened eyes. The steadfast man could no longer contain his emotions. He shuddered to think of the harrowing consequences had he not heeded Lin Ming's warning that day. "Thank heavens! Thank heavens!" he whispered fervently. After ensuring his son was safely inside, he unleashed his pent-up fury upon the three intruders, delivering a series of fierce kicks. Though his heart brimmed with a desire for vengeance, he knew he must adhere to the law. No matter how enraged he felt, justice must be left to the authorities. Director Lu Chun and the others have completed the operation. All 5 suspects apprehended, none missing, reported an officer. A wave of relief washed over Li Chongqing. Witnessing the events unfold before his very eyes only deepened his admiration for Lin Ming, an admiration akin to the relentless surge of the Yellow River, boundless and overwhelming. "Director Li, is your wife and child unharmed?" An officer inquired as he moved to enter the house. However, Li Chongqing quickly halted him, exclaiming, "They are fine. Do not enter." The officers exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had transpired. Unbeknownst to them, Li Chongqing's wife was currently taking a bath. After dismissing his subordinates, a new question arose in Li Chongqing's mind. If Lin Ming was aware of his wife's bathing, did that imply? Meanwhile, Qi Yufan and Lin Qinghua had settled into Chen Jia's rental apartment, while Lin Ming found himself returned to his own rented abode, for circumstances had rendered him unwelcome elsewhere. The dawn broke at 6 o'clock. After rising from his slumber, Lin Ming embarked on a morning run that lasted an hour and a half. Returning to his apartment only to take a refreshing shower. Just as he contemplated purchasing breakfast to deliver to his family, an unfamiliar phone call unexpectedly rang through. A smile graced Lin Ming's face as he answered, first extending his congratulations, Director Li, on cracking a major case. On the other end, Li Chongqing fell silent for a moment before responding. "From the perspective of the people, I am grateful for the clues you provided, which afforded us the opportunity to apprehend those scoundrels. From a personal standpoint, thank you for saving the lives of my wife and child. Director Li, you are being too modest. Contributing to societal stability is a duty we all bear, and regardless of whether this incident involved your family or not, I would have intervened." "It is imperative that I do so," Lin Ming asserted. His words were not mere rhetoric. Any individual with a modicum of conscience would not allow criminals to wreak havoc when capable of acting. "I am not particularly eloquent, but in any case, thank you. I apologize for any previous indiscretions. Please do not hold them against me," Li Chongqing said, his tone grave. Given his distinguished position, he could not afford to make promises of assistance like Zhou Chong and the others. However, Lin Ming could sense the weight of Li Chongqing's emotions. "Director Li, can I now assume that we have someone in the station looking out for us?" Lin Ming inquired with a smile. Li Chongqing did not respond directly. Instead, he posed another question. "Actually, I have one more inquiry for you." "What question might that be?" "Did you see my wife in her entirety?" Lin Ming. Chapter 81. Once again, business ventures. When Lin Ming arrived at the Unju community, Chen Jia had already left for work. After enjoying breakfast with Lin Qinghua and his wife, as well as Xin Xian, Zhou Chong had also just arrived. Indeed, it was Zhou Chong's Q7 that he had driven back from the Zhou family courtyard last night. The two had agreed to visit the Rolls-Royce dealership today to place an order for a car. As Zhou Chong drove, he remarked, "Brother Lin, I heard all about last night's events. Early this morning, the Blue Island Daily reported that the police apprehended 5 suspects in the Central Garden." "Yes. Director Li has already called me," Lin Ming replied. "Brother Lin, you're truly impressive. If you hadn't come to my house last night, I can hardly imagine what the outcome would have been." Zhou Chong expressed, a hint of fear in his voice. "Indeed, it was fortunate that Director Li's family was spared, just as you once trusted me, leading to a timely intervention." Lin Ming smiled softly. Zhou Chong sighed, shaking his head. "Director Li, having a son later in life, is especially protective. If those suspects had succeeded last night, he might have gone mad." Lin Ming chose not to dwell further on the matter and instead said, "I have a business proposition. Would you like to join me?" "What kind of business?" Zhou Chong perked up immediately. Before Lin Ming could respond, Zhou Chong added, "Brother Lin, please don't take my grandfather's words to heart. He has seen too many self-serving individuals, and most in the pharmaceutical industry fall into that category. His comments weren't meant to diminish your worth but rather to caution you." "I understand," Lin Ming nodded. Although it was his first meeting with Zhou Wenian, he could foresee what kind of person he was and chose not to be overly concerned. In any case, Zhou Wenian would soon discover whether Lin Ming's pharmaceutical company was indeed profit-driven. During my last visit to the Hong Ning family's restaurant, I realized that the seafood industry is incredibly lucrative. Why don't we venture into that? Lin Ming lit a cigarette. Seafood? Zhou Cheng was momentarily taken aback. How do you plan to approach that? Are you thinking of starting a seafood wholesale market? No, I'm considering becoming a seafood trader, Lin Ming replied. Zhou Cheng's mouth twitched in disbelief. Brother Lin, how much can a seafood trader really earn? Besides, we are respectable individuals now. Isn't it inappropriate to be a seafood trader? Lin Ming rolled his eyes. It seems that the profits from the stock market have inflated your ego. Such opportunities are not to be found every day. Otherwise, we could lie at home and become the richest in Huagua. Zhou Cheng scratched his head. I'm not being arrogant, but seafood trading typically involves small-scale transactions. The returns aren't quick. I might as well deposit the money in the bank and earn interest. While it is true that most seafood traders operate on a small scale, what if I were to consider leasing a fishing area? Lin Ming suggested. As they reached a red light, Zhou Cheng abruptly slammed on the brakes. Drive slowly. Lin Ming admonished. Leasing a fishing area? I knew it. Brother Lin, your intentions are far from just being a seafood trader, aren't they? Zhou Cheng stared intently at Lin Ming. Zhou Cheng, well acquainted with Lin Ming, would certainly not embark on the venture of becoming a seafood vendor without just cause. His remarks about slow profits and trivial endeavors are merely veiled expressions on Lin Ming's behalf. You understand me quite well, Lin Ming replied with a smile, shaking his head. The plan is to lease the maritime territory, initially engage in the trade of seafood, then cultivate sea cucumber seedlings, and ultimately sell the entire expanse of water. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng felt a surge of excitement once again. He recognized that Lin Ming's ultimate objective was to sell that piece of ocean. And if Lin Ming was audacious enough to propose trading seafood and cultivating seedlings, it was evident that profit awaited. Setting aside the seafood trade for the moment, the seedlings of sea cucumbers are typically a specialty of Daxing City, which serves as the nation's largest sea cucumber farming base, supplying over 70% of the market. In terms of sea cucumbers, a nearly flawless industrial chain has been established. Zhou Cheng paused for a moment before continuing, competing for sea cucumber clients with Daxing City. We might not stand a chance. Success is determined by human effort, while fate rests in the heavens. Long Island City is inherently a coastal city, endowed with a natural geographical advantage, and its water quality far surpasses that of Daxing City. Why do you presume that we cannot compete with the sea cucumber farmers of Daxing City? Lin Ming asserted confidently. Moreover, the majority of what Daxing City cultivates are fully grown sea cucumbers, while we are focused on the seedlings, which do not conflict with one another. Brother Lin, tell me honestly, are the sea cucumber farmers in Daxing City destined for misfortune? Zhou Cheng inquired. Get lost. Lin Ming retorted with a laugh. Zhou Cheng, slightly embarrassed, replied. I can't help but think that way. Every time we profit, someone else seems to suffer. I'm becoming accustomed to it. Isn't Zijin and Huafu also facing misfortune? Didn't their housing prices soar? Lin Ming responded. But if we hadn't signed those deposits, Dingxing Real Estate could have earned an additional several billion. Zhou Cheng countered. Lin Ming couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Yet, he had to concede that Zhou Cheng's point held some merit. Lin Ming's focus on cultivating sea cucumber seedlings stemmed from the impending widespread mortality of sea cucumbers in Daxing City. This winter, Daxing would face an exceptionally harsh cold. Although Lin Ming had not delved deeply into the specifics, he suspected that aside from the heavy snowfall, the water quality was likely a contributing factor. Sea cucumbers are rather delicate creatures, requiring year-round medicinal feeding, and these very medications are the primary culprits behind water pollution. Many had already come to understand this situation. However, no one knew precisely when the sea cucumber farmers at Daxing City would fall victim. Once the industrial chain of sea cucumbers in Daxing City collapses, the sea cucumbers from other coastal cities will undoubtedly become highly sought after. Whether seedlings or fully grown sea cucumbers, prices are poised for a dramatic increase, with seedlings potentially experiencing the most staggering inflation. At any rate, I shan't dwell on such matters. Why bother? Following Brother Lin surely guarantees prosperity, Zhou Cheng exclaimed. Nodding vigorously, you are well acquainted with many individuals, allowing you to establish a rapport with the sea cucumber purchasers in Daxing in advance, thereby avoiding the chaos of searching for clients like headless flies when the time comes, Lin Ming remarked. Hey, Lin Ge, are you unaware? I have a relative engaged in the sea cucumber industry in Daxing City, Zhou Cheng replied, raising an eyebrow. Lin Ming stared at Zhou Cheng in astonishment for a moment before finally exclaiming, You truly have an abundance of relatives. Is it my fault that I have many relatives? You should direct that question to my grandparents, Shou Chong retorted. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. What relatives? Are they reliable? My third uncle. Do you think he's trustworthy? Zhou Chong responded. Perfect. Once we arrive at the 4S dealership, you should give him a call. We will begin stockpiling dried sea cucumbers. Acquire as much as possible. Lin Ming instructed. Why stockpile dried sea cucumbers? Aren't we supposed to cultivate sea cucumber seedlings? Zhou Chong inquired, puzzled. Just stockpile as I say. Why so many questions? Moreover, ensure the quality is impeccable and that all of it is sourced from Daxing City. We must avoid anything from Sanhai City, as it is unsellable, Lin Ming declared. Zhou Chong's expression turned serious. Whether it was the cultivation of sea cucumber seedlings or the accumulation of dried sea cucumbers, both led him to anticipate one unfortunate outcome. The sea cucumber farmers in Daxing City were destined for misfortune. What constitutes misfortune for them? The collapse of the sea cucumber market. Chapter 82. Hundreds of thousands in minutes. Approximately 20 minutes remained until they reached the 4S dealership. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and instructed Zhou Chong to contact Hong Ning, Xiang Zhe, and Han Chanyu. Meanwhile, he dialed the number of Li Hongyuan. It was not that Lin Ming was intent on dragging these individuals into his financial endeavors, but the steps he was about to take were monumental. And he simply lacked sufficient capital on his own. The pharmaceutical company was on the verge of completing its processes, with land auctions scheduled in a few days, followed by the construction of a factory and the procurement of equipment. This alone would require an immense sum of money. Subsequently, there were plans to lease marine areas, stockpile dried sea cucumbers, and establish sea cucumber farms, among other things. To be frank, the several billion Lin Ming had on hand was but a mere drop in the bucket. When Li Hongyuan heard about Lin Ming's intention to stockpile dried sea cucumbers, he nearly leaped with excitement. It immediately reminded him of the time he had stockpiled Feitian Mutai, although that venture had only netted him a few tens of millions. Far less than the 300 million he had made in the stock market. The funds from Feitian Mutai had been his true seed capital. The moment he genuinely placed his trust in Lin Ming. Thus, without any hesitation, Li Hongyuan simply responded with 2 words, transfer funds, whatever the amount. He instructed to send it all to Lin Ming. Lin Ming, however, was disinclined to manage these funds himself, considering he had Xiang Zhe, Hong Ning, and the others to account for. After hanging up, Lin Ming turned to Zhou Chong and suggested, how about we establish another company and hire an accountant? Zhou Chong immediately grasped Lin Ming's intent. Earlier, Hong Ning and the others had also mentioned transferring money to Lin Ming's account, which clearly indicated a hands-off approach. It was Zhou Chong who found himself in a more troublesome position than Lin Ming. I'll take care of it later, Zhou Chong replied, contemplating further. Lin Ge, isn't your sister about to arrive at Blue Island? Perhaps we could have her work as the accountant at the company? That works, Lin Ming nodded in agreement. He had previously discussed Lin Ku and Lin Chu's situations with Zhou Chong. Lin Ku was studying medicine and could join the pharmaceutical company, while Lin Chu had been studying accounting, making her far more adept at managing finances than Lin Ming and Zhou Chong combined. Considering the time, they should arrive at Blue Island in the afternoon. The Rolls-Royce truly exemplified the pinnacle of automotive excellence, while the 4S dealership showcased only a few vehicles. Its expansive space and lavish decor were undeniable. Zhou Chong had already coordinated with the sales representative from whom he intended to purchase a car. But Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the representative. Is that you? Equally astonished, the sales representative recognized him. Blue Island is indeed a small place, Lin Ming remarked with a wry smile. The sales representative was none other than Jiang Pingping, the girlfriend of Chen Sheng. Lin Gu, do you know each other? Zhou Chong asked, bewildered. Lin Ming nodded. She's my sister-in-law's girlfriend. Goodness, it feels like a family reunion in the most unexpected way. Zhou Chong exclaimed in disbelief. Mr. Zhou, you and Mr. Lin? Jiang Pingping inquired, looking at Zhou Chong. This is my brother, closer than a biological sibling. Zhou Chong introduced proudly. Jiang Pingping appeared perplexed. Based on what Qin Xing had told her, Lin Ming seemed far removed from the likes of Zhou Chong. Yet, why did Zhou Chong wear such an expression of pride when introducing Lin Ming? It is as if there exists a figure named Lin Ming, who exudes pride akin to that of Zhou Chong. Have you been working here for long? Lin Ming inquired. Not really. I've been here for less than a week, Mr. Zhou is my first client, Jiang Pingping replied, shaking her head. Lin Ming chuckled. Then I shall be your second client. Are you planning to have me stand here? Are you looking to buy a car? Jiang Pingping was taken aback. Lin Ming raised his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. Is that a problem? Jiang Pingping's eyes widened as she pointed toward the 4S store. You want to buy a Rolls-Royce? Had anyone else made such a statement? Lin Ming would have surely felt belittled. However, Jiang Pingping's understanding stemmed from her perception of herself in relation to Chen Sheng, viewing Lin Ming as a mere wastrel who indulged in drunkenness and gambling. Indeed, I intend to purchase a Rolls-Royce, Lin Ming affirmed as he stepped into the store. Zhou Chong followed closely, whispering, Brother Lin, why do I get the feeling that your future sister-in-law doesn't quite believe you? My in-laws and brother-in-law are still unaware of my circumstances, so it's not surprising that she doubts me, Lin Ming explained. Zhou Chong suddenly comprehended. That makes sense, Brother Lin. Your progress has been astonishingly swift. It's only been a little over half a month, hasn't it? If someone told me they earned billions in that time, I would have scoffed. Zhou Chong was well aware of Lin Ming's past and understood Jiang Pingping's disbelief. It wasn't until Lin Ming and Zhou Chong settled in the store that Jiang Pingping reacted. However, she did not follow them in. Instead, she took out her phone and called Chen Sheng. Miss me? Chen Sheng teased. A few days ago, I mentioned a major client ordering a curry naan from me. Can you guess who it is? Jiang Pingping's heart raced. Who? Chen Sheng asked, puzzled. It's your brother-in-law's friend. Jiang Pingping replied. What brother-in-law? Don't mention that scoundrel. Just thinking of him makes me furious. Chen Sheng retorted with disdain. It's true. Jiang Pingping glanced back at the store, where Lin Ming and Zhou Chong were engaged in light-hearted banter. He just came in and said he wanted to buy a Rolls-Royce. Haha. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? That buffoon can afford a Rolls-Royce? He probably can't even buy a rearview mirror. After a brief pause, Chen Sheng added. He wouldn't be trying to show off by coming there because he knows you're working, would he? Trying to pose as a wealthy man to impress my parents and win back my sister's affections? The more he spoke, the more reasonable it sounded. And his tone grew increasingly incensed. Damn Lin Ming, does he truly think my family is shallow? If my sister were fond of money, why would she have married him? With her qualifications, what sort of man could she not find? Previously, Lin Ming had delivered valuable gifts to the Chen family. While Chen Sheng might concede that Lin Ming had earned some money recently, the notion that he possessed enough wealth to purchase a Rolls-Royce was utterly implausible to him. Without further ado, it appears that your brother-in-law shares a rather amicable relationship with Mr. Zhou, and I cannot afford to neglect them. Jiang Pingping hung up the phone, inhaled softly, and entered the store. I apologize for the wait. No problem at all. Lin Ming shook his head and got straight to the point. Didn't Zhou Chong order a Cullinan? I heard that several have been delivered to your dealership. Could you possibly set one aside for me? Brother, all the vehicles in the store are allocated. Apart from Mr. Zhou's, the others are for different clients of sales representatives. I've only just started a week ago, so I lack the authority, Jiang Pingping replied, setting aside everything else. The mere utterance of brother by Jiang Pingping brought a smile to Lin Ming's face. Sister-in-law, surely we can negotiate a markup? Zhou Chong interjected. Jiang Pingping was aware of the store's rules. A markup was indeed permissible. However, for a vehicle of this caliber, the markup could easily reach hundreds of thousands, which most individuals would likely find unacceptable. I will consult the manager, Jiang Pingping announced as she ascended to the second floor. A moment later, she returned. The manager indicated that a markup of 500,000 would allow for the vehicle to be taken early, but there are no Cullinans left. Only a Phantom could be offered. 500,000? Zhou Chong raised an eyebrow. Jiang Pingping thought Zhou Chong might be displeased. Just as she was about to explain, she heard Zhou Chong say, Lin Ge, you could earn that 500,000 back in no time. Otherwise, you'll be waiting another 6 months, which is hardly worthwhile. Very well then, Lin Ming nodded. Whether it be the Cullinan or the Phantom, it mattered little. What truly mattered was the name Rolls-Royce. Lin Ming had a fondness for cars and would likely purchase other brands of SUVs in the future. What neither anticipated was that their light-hearted exchange had left Jiang Pingping utterly stunned. Lin Ming's words could be dismissed as mere bravado. But Zhou Chong had only recently ordered a Cullinan. Surely he couldn't be exaggerating, could he? Earning 500,000 in mere minutes. Is it possible to obtain a loan? Lin Ming interjected, breaking Jiang Pingping's reverie. A loan? Before Jiang Pingping could respond, Zhou Chong muttered, Lin Ge. A Phantom costs around 10 million. Is it truly necessary? Lin Ming shook his head. We have ample expenditures ahead. I wish I could stretch a single yuan to last. If you haven't completed the full payment yet, I would recommend you consider a loan as well. Is that so? Zhou Chong turned to Jiang Pingping. Then I shall opt for a loan as well. Jiang Pingping. Chapter 83. It is my turn to bully you. Jiang Pingping distinctly recalled the exuberance with which Zhou Chong approached her to purchase a vehicle. He was nothing short of extravagant. No loans, he insisted. He would pay in full. Yet now, due to a few words from Lin Ming, he was contemplating a loan? To be candid, when Lin Ming mentioned the prospect of financing, Jiang Pingping immediately recalled Qin Sheng's words, no money, merely pretending to be affluent for the Qin family's benefit. Alternatively, it was possible that he did possess enough for a down payment, but lacked the funds for a full purchase. However, Zhou Chang's demeanor began to shake her initial suspicion. Calculate the down payment required for the loan and the monthly repayments, Zhou Chang instructed Jiang Pingping. Naturally, the dealership favored clients who financed their purchases. Although the interest was not their profit, they could still earn from service fees, loan processing fees, and so forth. Jiang Pingping estimated and replied, brother, the price of this phantom is 8.77 million. Including purchase tax, luxury car tax, and additional fees, the total comes to approximately 12 million. 12 million. The mere utterance of this figure left Jiang Pingping breathless. As an ordinary individual, she could hardly fathom the audacity of the wealthy. It was no exaggeration to say that should this deal come to fruition, her commission alone would amount to several tens of thousands. Although commissions for car sales are not as substantial as those in real estate, selling a Rolls-Royce could well sustain one's income for 3 years without further sales. Let us calculate the down payment and loan, Lin Ming suggested. Various taxes are not included in the down payment, based on 30 of the car price. That amounts to over 2.6 million. Jiang Pingping continued, if the loan term is 3 years, the monthly repayment would be around 170,000, and with interest, it would be approximately 200,000. That seems reasonable, Lin Ming nodded. Go fetch the contract. I have other matters to attend to. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can depart. In a daze, Jiang Pingping completed the signing of 2 loan contracts. It wasn't until Lin Ming and Zhou Chang left that she could hardly believe that Lin Ming had truly purchased a Rolls-Royce, specifically, a phantom costing 12 million. It should be noted that Lin Ming had indeed paid a deposit of 1 million. Surely, he wouldn't spend that amount merely to feign wealth, would he? Meanwhile, Lin Ming paid no mind to Jiang Pingping's thoughts. He instructed Zhou Chang to accompany him to the imported seafood market to procure some king crabs and lobsters, followed by a visit to the mall for some spirits, before returning to the Unju community. He left some provisions for Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan to prepare their lunch. And then he took Xianxian to Tui International. The 2 sea areas he wished to lease were located in Tianling Town, the ancestral home of Chen Jia. Although Chen Jia and his wife had relocated to the city years ago, many of his brothers and cousins still resided in Yushan village, under Tianling's jurisdiction. Lin Ming anticipated needing their assistance with the initial procurement of seafood. Thus, today he intended to bring Chen Jia along to pay a visit to Chen Jia and Lu Yumei. Upon arriving at Tui International, Lin Ming was surprised to find that Han Changyu had already returned. It seems that he has just returned, looking weary from his travels, and is engaging in conversation with a smile in the project department. Lin Ming's unexpected arrival drew the attention of everyone present. Mr. Lin? Han Changyu's eyes sparkled with surprise. What brings you here? Did you know I just got off the plane, and so you brought your niece to welcome me? What nonsense, Lin Ming rolled his eyes. I'm here to pick up my wife. Han Changyu, unfazed, was merely jesting. With his daughter in tow, who else would Lin Ming seek but Chen Jia? Sister-in-law, you should hurry. Don't keep your niece waiting, Han Changyu urged. Upon hearing this, the project team exchanged bewildered glances. Sister-in-law? Which sister-in-law? Who is this Mr. Lin that warrants such courtesy from Han Changyu? Under their scrutiny, Chen Jia's face flushed as she slowly approached Lin Ming. In an instant, the project team comprehended the situation. It turned out that the sister-in-law Han Changyu referred to as none other than Chen Jia. At that moment, all rumors suggesting an improper relationship between Chen Jia and Han Changyu crumbled. Even a fool could deduce that it was Lin Ming's influence that led Han Changyu to entrust projects from Huazhang and Tingguang to Chen Jia. Sister-in-law, you can manage those projects from home. Unless something urgent arises, there is no need for you to come to the office, Han Changyu called out from behind. Chen Jia's cheeks reddened even more. As she pulled Lin Ming out, she remarked, why did you suddenly come to the company? I'm still at work. What will others think of me? Zhou Chang previously mentioned that the projects you took over are highly coveted by others, and as a mere employee, suddenly handling those projects might lead to all sorts of gossip behind your back. Lin Ming chuckled. Are you here to clarify things for me? My wife, naturally. I must protect, Lin Ming declared earnestly. Chen Jia couldn't help but laugh, feeling a sweetness in her heart as if she had just tasted honey. This time is fine. But don't let it happen again. After all, I am receiving a salary from them. Besides, TUI International ISNT run by Mr. Han. We can't let him be the subject of behind-the-scenes criticism, she added. At your command, my dear wife. Lin Ming saluted playfully. Daddy, you were so cute. Xian giggled. Lin Ming ruffled the little girl's hair and continued. I have another reason for my visit today. I would like you to accompany me back home. I have some business to attend to that involves Tianling Town, and I might need your parents' assistance. My parents? What can they possibly do for your multi-billion-dollar dealings? Chen Jia huffed. Tianling Town is by the sea, and I plan to lease a stretch of ocean there. Since your uncles and aunts go to sea, I intend to have them help me with seafood trading, Lin Ming explained. Chen Jia's expression mirrored Zhou Chang's disbelief. Did this guy really think so little of the profits from seafood vendors? Chun, my esteemed beauty, please help me out. It would be quite awkward for me to visit your family alone. Lin Ming displayed a look of entreaty. Mother, I miss Grandma and Grandpa too. Would you return home with us? Xian chimed in support. Chen Jia, naturally, could no longer refuse. This was an opportunity for Lin Ming to strengthen his relationship with his parents. Wait here. I shall write a leave request. With that, Chen Jia dashed off into the distance. Although Han Changyu verbally granted her leave, Chen Jia wished to avoid any gossip. A leave request was still necessary, at worst. Her wages would be docked. Truly a woman like the wind. At that moment, a youthful girl's voice unexpectedly emerged from behind Lin Ming. Who are you? Lin Ming inquired, perplexed. I am Xinyu, the best friend of Sister Chen at the company. Xinyu placed her hands on her hips, asserting herself fiercely. You are Sister Chen's ex-husband, aren't you? Although I am unaware of your relationship with President Han, I warned you, Sister Chen is a good woman. If you dare to mistreat her again, I shall summon my boyfriend to deal with you. Lin Ming smiled slightly. It seems you do not have a boyfriend, do you? Shall I find one for you? How did you know? Xinyu's bravado instantly diminished. Sister Chen has mentioned you. Thank you for looking after her at work. If ever I can assist you, please do not hesitate to ask, Lin Ming stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Xinyu could not help but recall the happiness that had graced Chen Jia's face of late. Has Sister Chen reconciled with you? She inquired. Lin Ming offered a wry smile. Reconciliation is not quite the term. However, she has shown me some kindness. I must exert double the effort to win her back. Men are always like this, failing to cherish what they have until it is lost, Xinyu scoffed. Auntie, my father is a good man. I do not permit you to say such things about him. Xian defended Lin Ming. Xinyu, having encountered Xian several times before, recognized her well. What do you know, you little girl? I advise you to keep a close watch on your father's every move. If he ever wrongs you, report it to Auntie. And I shall seek retribution for you, understood? Xinyu playfully pinched Xian's small nose. Understood already, Xian replied, appearing rather impatient. At that moment, Chen Jia approached from the distance. Xinyu said nothing further, waved a small fist at Lin Ming while adopting a fierce expression, and then returned to the project department. Was that Xinyu just now? What did she say to you? Chen Jia asked, perplexed. She said you were the best woman in the universe and instructed me not to bully you anymore, Lin Ming replied with a smile. Chen Jia's lips curled upward. So, do you still bully me? Would I dare? Then it shall be my turn to bully you from now on. Lin Ming, Chapter 84, Wealth Rivaling Nations. Yet you are worth not even one part in 10,000. At 11:30, a family of 3 arrived at the Gardner community in Muling County, driving an Audi Q7. At this hour, households began their cooking, and the aromas of various dishes wafted through the air, making Lin Ming feel a twinge of hunger. I truly crave my mother's oil-splashed carp and crispy fried delicacies, Lin Ming remarked, burdened with a pile of goods as they walked. You should first soothe them, otherwise. Forget about the crispy fried delicacies. You might not even get a taste of the oil scraps. Chen Jia shot Lin Ming a disapproving glance. Her demeanor had notably softened. She was no longer the icy figure she once was. Even some oil scraps would suffice for me. I am not picky, Lin Ming replied earnestly. As they conversed, they reached room 502. Chen Jia knocked on the door, and soon, El Yunmei appeared. Jia, what brings you back? El Yunmei exclaimed joyfully. Mother, I came to see you and Dad, Chen Jia responded. Come in quickly. Before she could finish her sentence, El Yunmei noticed Lin Ming standing behind her. Perhaps due to the events of their last encounter, El Yunmei's perception of Lin Ming had shifted slightly. She no longer appeared as tense. Instead, she said, Lin Ming has come too. Please, come in. Chen Enning was seated, wearing reading glasses while perusing a newspaper. Upon seeing the trio enter, he thought he was hallucinating and promptly removed his glasses. Dad, Lin Ming said awkwardly. What is going on here? Chen Jia inquired, confusion etched on his face. Dad, I'm hungry and wish to eat the oil-splashed carp and crispy fried delicacies my mother makes, Chen Jia said, rubbing her stomach. Shin chimed in, Grandpa. I'm hungry too. My dear little treasure, come here, let Grandpa give you a hug, Chen Jia exclaimed, quickly embracing Shin. He then pointedly remarked to Chen Jia. You come back looking like a starving ghost. Every time you return, your mother prepares delicious meals, yet you never seem to gain any weight. Chen Jia understood her father's insinuation. Dad, if I were to gain weight, it wouldn't be appealing. Which man prefers a plump woman? You're so thin. Yet no one seems to cherish you. Chen Jia retorted with a scoff. Chen Jia glanced at Lin Ming, silently deciding it was best to keep quiet. Chen Jia felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Whatever he said invariably led back to Lin Ming. I wonder how you two found the time to return together today? Chen Jia probed further. Lin Ming, undeterred, replied, Dad, I bought some imported seafood at the market today and thought you would surely enjoy it. So I hurried over to deliver it. I am from Tianling Town. What seafood haven tea I tasted? Chen Jia raised an eyebrow deliberately. Though Chen Jia had refrained from further comment when Lin Ming left previously, he felt a sense of frustration. Just a few days had passed. And Chen Jia had brought Lin Ming back again. Chen Jia was filled with a sense of disappointment. Despite the divorce, how could his daughter be so lacking in resolve? Did she believe she could not live without Lin Ming? He knew Chen Jia was soft-hearted, but there was a time and place for compassion. Having chosen divorce, there should be a maintained distance. Lin Ming set aside the tobacco and alcohol in his hands, then opened the several thermal containers. Such large shrimp, exclaimed Yunmei. Mother, this is lobster, imported from abroad, costing 300 to 400 per pound, Chen Jia explained on Lin Ming's behalf. Is it that expensive? Each one must weigh 5 or 6 pounds, right? This is worth thousands. Why did you buy this? Yunmei complained. Chen Jia added. The last time you brought me something, I still haven't finished it. If you're really making money, you ought to save it rather than squander it. Dad, how can honoring you and Mom be considered wasteful? If you like it, I could buy you the whole ocean, Lin Ming retorted. Chen Jia chuckled in exasperation. What has gotten into you? I never noticed you were so articulate before. I used to be a fool, and now I regret not speaking up sooner. Lin Ming cast a furtive glance at Chen Jia. Whether it's too late or not is not for me to say. Chen Jia huffed. I'm taking Xian to buy fish. Don't expect your mother to prepare dinner if you two don't bother to inform her. Dad, just relax. I'll go buy it. Lin Ming quickly dashed out. It was only after he left that Chen Jia furrowed his brow the last time he came over. Aside from kicking him a couple of times at the beginning, I didn't scold him like before because I was concerned he might lash out and trouble you two again. But what is going on now? Haven't you divorced him? Why are you two back together? Chen Jia pursed her lips. Dad, Mom, haven't you noticed that Lin Ming seems like a different person? Yes. Grandparents, Daddy has really changed. He is now the best father in the world. Xian nodded eagerly. The last time he came, he indeed acted differently. Your father kicked him, and your brother scolded him, yet he didn't retaliate or argue back, and in the end, he even transferred 20,000 to your father. Yunmei remarked. Chen Jia, I have been through this myself, Chen Jia replied. From what I've observed these past 2 visits, Lin Ming indeed seems transformed. However, I am aware of the events from the previous years, and I worry he may be concocting some scheme, only to turn against us again once he succeeds. You are my only daughter, and I have never laid a finger on you. Do you know how deeply it pains me to see you suffer? No one understands you better than I do. A few kind words from others can easily sway you, while other matters may be inconsequential when it comes to your life. I cannot remain indifferent. I do not expect you to marry a wealthy man and live a life of luxury. But if your partner cannot provide you with even the barest sense of security, why would you stay with him? Do not speak of having children and that no one will want you, as your father. I would rather you remain unmarried for life than endure hardship at someone else's hands. Upon hearing this, Chen Jia could no longer contain herself and burst into tears in Chen Jia's embrace. Why do you say such things? Jia is grown now. She has her own choices, Yunmei interjected. At that moment, Chen Jia's phone suddenly rang. Chen Jia adjusted her makeup, wishing to conceal any traces of her earlier tears from Lin Ming. It's your brother calling, Chen Jia remarked. Chen Jia instinctively replied, don't tell him we're back. With a sigh, Chen Jia answered the call. Dad, have I mentioned that Ping is working at the Rolls-Royce dealership? Chen Xing inquired. What is the matter? Chen Jia responded. This morning, that scoundrel ordered a car from the dealership. Chen Sheng exclaimed. The volume of Chen Jia's phone was quite loud, and Chen Jia could hear every word, her brow furrowing in concern. Didn't your sister tell you? Stop calling him a scoundrel. His name is Lin Ming. Have you lost your hearing? Chen Jia retorted coldly. Given what he has done to my sister, I could kill him. Calling him a scoundrel is already generous. Chen Xing replied angrily. Spit it out quickly, or I'll hang up, Chen Jia said impatiently. I don't know where that guy got so much money, but he just ordered a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth 12 million. Chen Sheng hurriedly added. Chen Jia's eyelids twitched. The figure of 12 million nearly gave him the heart attack. Reflecting on the extravagant items Lin Ming had purchased recently, Chen Jia realized that Lin Ming had indeed made a considerable fortune. Meanwhile, Chen Jia wore an expression of resignation. She actually wished for her parents to remain unaware of Lin Ming's wealth, hoping that they would be moved by his sincerity without any knowledge of monetary influence. Some things, when tainted by money, inevitably lose their essence. To her surprise, Chen Sheng had already exposed Lin Ming's financial background. His wealth has nothing to do with you, Chen Jia stated. It doesn't concern me, nor do I covet his filthy money. I'm just worried that once he becomes wealthy and powerful, he'll start harassing my sister, Chen Xing replied. All right, if there is nothing else, I'll hang up, Chen Jia concluded, ending the call. And then turned to Chen Jia. Has he been bothering you? Dad, you know my temperament. If he truly harassed me, would I bring him home? Chen Jia shook her head. So, you're interested in his money? Dad, Chen Jia exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Chen Jia took a deep breath. Some things cannot be bought with money. In my heart, even if Lin Ming were as rich as a nation, he would still pale in comparison to you. Chapter 85. Everything is settled. Having frequented old Chen's home in the past, Lin Ming was well aware of the local markets. After approximately 20 minutes, he returned with a carp and an assortment of other vegetables. Are you trying to wear my mother out? Chen Jia shot Lin Ming a glare. Lin Ming hastily clarified. No, I never intended for her to do all the cooking. I merely thought it would be prudent to buy more while I was out. So we wouldn't have to run errands again later. Not to worry, you two have come back after such a long time. We should prepare a feast. Liu Mei smiled warmly. Lin Ming, come here, Chen Jia called out. Lin Ming obediently approached Chen Jia. What are you standing there for? Are you the doorkeeper? Chen Jia remarked with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. I only dared to sit down after you invited me, Lin Ming replied, pulling a chair to take a seat. He had come to a realization. If earnest conversation could not sway Chen Jia and Liu Mei, then he would resort to persistence. So long as he remained steadfast, they would eventually recognize his transformation. I've never seen you so compliant. One wrong word from me, and you would have flipped the table, Chen Jia scoffed. Then I shall simply procure a new table, Lin Ming quipped. Chen Jia responded. Is this a matter of the table? As Lin Ming genuinely prepared to leave, Chen Jia quickly commanded, come back here. Lin Ming halted, then slowly retreated to his chair. Chen Jia, witnessing the scene, could no longer contain her laughter, her shoulders shaking with mirth. What are you laughing at? Go lend your mother a hand, Chen Jia exclaimed in frustration. Once Chen Jia entered the kitchen, Chen Jia turned to Lin Ming and said, I heard you bought a car? 12 million? Yes, I just placed the order this morning. Lin Ming replied truthfully. What car you bought, how much you earn, none of that concerns me. What I care about is the source of your funds, Chen Jia scrutinized him. Some money is spent with a clear conscience, while other money is spent with a guilty heart. Do you understand? Dad, are you actually showing concern for me? Lin Ming asked eagerly. Enough with the nonsense. I want a detailed account of how you earned that money. If it's ill-gotten, then you might as well forego this meal, Chen Jia insisted. Lin Ming, feeling helpless, recounted his means of earning money once more. Billions? Are you pulling my leg? Upon hearing that Lin Ming had amassed over 60 billion, Chen Jia could no longer remain seated and leaped from his chair. Dad, please remain calm. Lin Ming forcefully guided Chen Jia back into his seat. While several billion may sound substantial, in the grand scheme of things, it is not. The true magnates possess fortunes in the hundreds of billions, even trillions. We are merely scratching the surface of prosperity. Prosperity? You dare call several billion merely the beginning of a comfortable life? Chen Jia glared at Lin Ming. If the conversation continued down this path, Chen Jia might very well lose his composure. Thus, Lin Ming quickly redirected the topic. Dad, there is actually something else I need your assistance with. Chen Jia blinked. You are now a major entrepreneur. What could I possibly assist you with? Could you assist me in retrieving Jia? Lin Ming murmured. Do not indulge in fantasies. The consequences of your actions must be faced by you alone. While the Chen family may not be affluent, I will not allow Jia to suffer for the sake of money, Chen Jia retorted coldly. Lin Ming's facial muscles twitched slightly. Father, isn't your hometown Tianxing town, Yushan village? My uncles are all fishermen. I was thinking of contracting a portion of the sea there and asking for your help to persuade them. What do you mean? You intend to contract the sea and prevent them from fishing? Chen Jiying's eyes widened. Fishermen rely on the ocean for their livelihood. And Lin Ming's proposal seemed to threaten their means of survival. No. I do not wish to stop them from fishing. Rather, I want them to deliver their seafood to me, Lin Ming clarified. Acquiring seafood? A middleman? Chen Jiying began to comprehend. Indeed, Lin Ming nodded. Seafood is merely one aspect. The primary goal is to have my uncles communicate with the villagers of Yushan to see who is willing to lease their land. I plan to construct sea cucumber nurseries on that land. What is the price per acre? Chen Jiying inquired. 70,000. Upon hearing this figure, Chen Jiying felt a slight sense of reassurance. According to national regulations, the typical land price in Yushan village is 48,000 per acre. Offering 70,000 is indeed a generous proposal. The matter of utilizing arable land could be negotiated, as sufficient compensation would likely persuade someone to lease it. However, regarding seafood trade, Chen Jiying hesitated before continuing. The seafood at the docks is simply insufficient. There are too many dealers. If you suddenly contract the sea and intervene, you will be severing their income streams. I have heard these individuals can be quite fierce, and conflicts over goods at the docks are frequent. Indeed, Father, your concern for my welfare is evident. Thank you, Lin Ming said earnestly. We are discussing serious matters. Why are you rambling? Chen Jiying shot Lin Ming a glare. When do you want me to have your uncles come over? The sooner, the better, Lin Ming replied. They are crucial for my current financial needs, as everything is paving the way for the pharmaceutical company. While contracting the sea and leasing farmland may not yield quick returns like the stock market, it will not be too slow either. Soon, the Starship shipyard will arrive. Time was of the essence, and Lin Ming had no intention of wasting even a single day. Then let them not rush to leave this afternoon. I will call your uncles and see if they can come over, Chen Jiying said. Lin Ming felt a sense of gratitude. Perhaps Chen Jia had inherited her father's nature. A sharp tongue, but a kind heart. As soon as he mentioned the matter, Chen Jiying began to make arrangements. In contrast to the last dinner, Lin Ming finally felt satiated this time. Chen Jiying and LV Yume were aware that the oil-splashed carp and the crispy dishes were not merely Chen Jia's cravings but Lin Ming's favorites from the past. After indulging in a hearty meal, Chen Jiying engaged in conversation with Lin Ming for a while longer. Perhaps due to Chen Jia, Chen Jiying appeared aloof and rigid on the surface, yet Lin Ming could sense the warmth within this elderly man's heart. Chen Jia observed Lin Ming's demeanor towards both Chen Jiying and L Yunmei. Unlike Lin Ming's filial piety towards Lin Chonghua and his wife, they were, after all, not Chen Jia's parents. It was at this moment that Chen Jia experienced her greatest happiness. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Jia's second and third uncles finally entered the house. In the family hierarchy, Chen Jiying was the eldest, followed by Chen Anhai and Chen Anhua. Both around 50 years of age, their skin tanned from years spent at sea. Second uncle, third uncle, Lin Ming called out. The two men, already aware of the situation concerning Chen Jia, responded to Lin Ming with indifference. Unperturbed, Lin Ming poured them each a cup of tea. El Yume also brought out some snacks that Lin Ming had previously brought, such as mooncakes. Sister-in-law, please don't busy yourself just yet, Chen Anhai remarked. We happen to have some leftover crabs today. Please don't turn your noses up at them. The better ones were all sold out. But these freshwater crabs are quite good for a taste. Who would dare to disdain them? In the city, these freshwater crabs sell for quite a hefty price per pound. If it weren't for you two bringing them, I wouldn't have the heart to buy them myself, El Yunmei replied with a smile, producing some cigarettes and liquor. These are all brought by Lin Ming. Old Chen can't drink them himself, so take some back with you when you leave. Lin Ming brought these? Well then, just as the third uncle, Chen Anhua, was about to speak, his gaze fell upon the gleaming characters spelling Matai. He may not have recognized the flying Matai, but he was familiar with the soft Zhong cigarettes. The words he was about to utter caught in his throat. Lin Ming then seated himself, saying, Second uncle, third uncle. I've been quite busy lately and haven't had the chance to visit you. I trust my father has briefed you on the matter. When I return to Yushan village, I'll bring you more. In contrast to Chen Jiying's honest and straightforward nature, Chen Anhai and Chen Anhua were far more astute. They did not pursue the previous topic, but instead inquired, Are you planning to contract the sea area in Tianling town and trade in seafood? That is not the main point. I primarily need your assistance in networking within the village, Lin Ming replied. Why are you considering cultivating sea cucumber seedlings? There is virtually no one in our area engaged in that. It requires substantial capital, entails high risk, and the market cannot compete with that of Daxing City. Chen Anhai remarked. Lin Ming chuckled. I believe it can be profitable. Just because you think it's profitable, does that make it so? If money were so easily earned, everyone would be a millionaire, Chen Anhai scoffed. Second uncle, please lend a hand, Chen Jia pleaded playfully. Chen Anhai shot a glance at Chen Jia. We are well aware of your little affairs. Why are you still defending him? If it weren't for the fact that we've been busy at sea lately. Your second uncle, and I would have considered giving him a good beating. Lin Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The Chen family shared a close bond. Both Chen Anhai and Chen Anhua were very fond of Chen Jia. After all, their families were comprised solely of sons, with no daughters. Lin Ming did not doubt that Chen Anhai was serious. Had he not come to his senses in time, he might have truly faced a beating. Uncle, the past is behind us. Let us now discuss serious matters, Chen Jia spoke softly. Regarding the lease of the farmland, we can assist in revisiting the matter. However, I advise you to tread lightly when it comes to dealing with seafood. Those merchants are not to be trifled with, as they often have considerable connections. If provoked, they are capable of resorting to extreme measures, Chen Anhai cautioned. Then I extend my gratitude to both you and Uncle San, Lin Ming responded with a smile. He then inquired, by the way, what are Junping and Sinyu up to these days? I may require a significant number of hands here in the future. And if they are willing to return, I would gladly welcome their assistance. I assure you they would not be underappreciated. Junping is the son of Chen Anhai, while Sinyu is the son of Chen Anhua. Spare yourself the trouble. They both have their own jobs now, earning 5,000 to 6,000 a month, complete with the benefits they deserve. Why would they return to toil in such arduous labor with you? Chen Anhua replied candidly. Lin Ming shrugged. 5,000 to 6,000 a month? He had intended to extend a helping hand to the sons of Chen Anhua, considering their favorable rapport with Chen Jia. Since his goodwill was unreciprocated, Lin Ming felt no inclination to pursue further warmth in a cold reception.